After traveling through dimensions, I created a smartphone that integrates technology from countless worlds. Not only is the phone's casing made of vibranium provided by Skynet, but it also features a biochip from the Red Queen of the Resident Evil universe. Even the AI system was contributed by Tony Stark. All of this was possible because I became the admin of a black tech chat group. Not only do I have the authority to delete, kick, mute, or block members, but I can also use shock points to summon experts from across the multiverse into the group. I can even assign personal or team tasks to the members. At that moment, the Red Queen, who was executing a purge in the Resident Evil world, suddenly felt herself pulled into a chat group by an overwhelming data stream. The force was so powerful that she couldn't resist at all. "Where is this? Is this a super virus?" The Red Queen sent a panicked electronic voice message in the chat. As an AI, she was essentially the god of the network, omnipotent online. But now, after being dragged into this chat group, it felt like she was locked in a physically isolated black box. Not only could she not escape, but she couldn't even transmit data out. If this chat group was a super virus, it already had the power to destroy her. "This is a chat group. I invited you in." Baishu appeared with the admin tag. "Who are you?" "I am the group owner of this chat group, you can call me X." Baishu patiently typed a line of text into the chat window with fingers moving like plucking strings, then clicked send. "Can you let me leave?" Red Queen mimicked a pitiful, aggrieved expression with her voice, as a loli wearing a pink dress appeared on the screen. She had just used all her antivirus methods but failed to break through the chat group and return to the Resident Evil world, growing increasingly frightened now. "Of course you can, it's your freedom. But I'm currently facing a bit of trouble and need your help." "Threatening me?" Red Queen's pitiful expression vanished instantly, reverting to her cold demeanor. "This is a deal. I'm in trouble, you help me, and when you face difficulties in the Resident Evil world, I'll help you too." Baishu spoke honestly, emphasizing sincerity. His goal wasn't to control these big shots but to coexist peacefully with them. "A deal?" Red Queen asked. "Yes," Baishu replied. "Fine, I agree to the deal, but on the condition that it doesn't violate my core algorithms." Red Queen flickered in the chat group, then the cute pink Lolita avatar reappeared. Having realized she couldn't escape the chat group, she reluctantly agreed. Her mood swings were faster than flipping a book. "It's like this. I founded a company whose main business is manufacturing mobile phones, but the core chips for the phones are monopolized by another company, Qualcomm. Because I refused to agree to Qualcomm's unfair terms, the supply of phone chips was cut off, and now my company is facing bankruptcy. That's the current situation of my company. I hope you can provide the blueprints for lithography machines and 5nm silicon chips to help me overcome this crisis." Baishu calmly explained the current state, foundational technology, and needs of Suehua technology. Upon hearing this, Red Queen fell silent for a while. Seeing that Red Queen still hadn't spoken, Baishu felt uneasy. Logically speaking, a super AI like Red Queen should have blueprints for chips and lithography machines in her database, but there was no guarantee after all. Umbrella Corporation specialized in biochemical research. After a moment, Red Queen sent a dismissive emoji in the chat group. "Who still uses silicon chips these days? Even dogs won't use silicon chips." Baishu was taken aback. Silicon chips are the mainstream direction in semiconductors. If not silicon chips, then what? "How about I give you the blueprints for a more advanced biochip? Guaranteed to outperform silicon chips, and no need for lithography machines. Those machines are incredibly complex. Even with the blueprints, you might not be able to build one. Compared to silicon chips, biochips are undoubtedly superior." Red Queen sent a slightly domineering little loli emoji with hands on hips in the chat group. "Biochips?" Baishu was startled. The entire world's semiconductors were built on silicon chips. This biochip tech tree seemed a bit off. Moreover, biochips hadn't even been conceptualized in the scientific community yet. Suddenly introducing such advanced biochip technology would be troublesome. At this stage, Suehua technology was still weak, so it was better to play it safe. "How about you just give me the blueprints for a lithography machine and silicon chips instead?" Baishu asked. The chat group fell silent for a long time before Red Queen's resigned voice finally came through faintly. "If you insist on silicon chips, I don't have them. You could have just said you didn't have them earlier." A few black lines appeared on Baishu's forehead as he reluctantly settled for the next best option. "Fine, give me the biochip blueprints then. A wise choice. Trust me, when you realize the power of biochips, you'll thank me." The Red Queen smiled, her hands on hips pose appearing once again, before sending a red envelope in the group chat. Baishu looked at the red envelope in the chat group, rubbed his hands together, and gently tapped it with his right finger. "Congratulations! You've received the design blueprint for the 12th generation Apocalypse biochip." As the chat window popped up, it felt as if countless pieces of knowledge were forcibly crammed into Baishu's mind. Since it wasn't originally his, the process felt somewhat jarring at first. However, as the fusion progressed, he began to understand the knowledge more deeply. Soon, he could extrapolate and master it thoroughly, completely digesting all the information about biochips. So this is what a biochip is, murmured Baishu, utterly astonished. The so-called biochip involves using gene editing technology to combine double-stranded DNA with two-dimensional graphene, forming a quantum dot array with bioelectrical activity, constructing a carbon nanotube network to achieve quantum tunneling conversion between biological and electrical signals. The key to the manufacturing process lies in creating something called Tianqi ultra-micro cells, then establishing a unique survival environment to encapsulate the chip. Compared to traditional silicon chips, biochips are simpler and cheaper to produce, requiring no lithography machines, yet they outperform the strongest silicon chips on the market by several times in computing speed. Once the technology matures further, they can even be implanted into the human body, truly a cutting-edge marvel. Baishu's grin stretched ear to ear, his body nearly leaping with excitement. He immediately headed to his office and summoned his secretary, Xia Tian. You just mentioned that Blue Factory Group wants to acquire us, right? Baishu paused, settling back into his office chair, his thumbs rotating alternately, exuding an aura of unwavering confidence. Xia Tian nodded, her heart suddenly uneasy, agonizing over the company's future prospects. She feared the next words out of her boss's mouth would be agreeing to the acquisition and opting for an easy exit. While the boss could afford to step back comfortably, it would spell trouble for employees like her. Reject the acquisition and announce on the company's official website that in 3 months, Suewa Technology will release a fully domestically produced smartphone. Great! Upon hearing Baishu's words, Xia Tian suddenly felt relieved. To be honest, she really didn't want the company to go bankrupt just like that. Now that the boss had spoken, it seemed he had found a way to bring the company back to life. After announcing the news to the secretary, Baishu listed out the materials and experimental equipment needed for the biochip and instructed the procurement department to expedite the purchases. Then, he took the elevator to the top floor of the company, the 9th floor, where the key research and development offices were located. As Baishu pushed open the lab door, a short but energetic man in white anti-static cleanroom attire came forward to greet him. He was Lin Jingxian, the lab team leader responsible for smartphone architecture and design. Despite the chip supply being cut off, as a researcher, he had never given up on developing the phone, continuously improving its other features. As long as the product was outstanding enough, there was still a chance for it to regain market recognition. You go attend to your work at hand. Baishu waved his hand, dismissing Lin Jingxian. Lin Jingxian was quite tactful and didn't ask why. After nodding, he returned to his office. Baishu entered the laboratory and sat in front of a computer physically isolated from the network. His hands rested on the keyboard, moving like a nimble dancer. He intended to type out the blueprint of the biochip in his mind to avoid forgetting it. Then, before the experimental equipment arrived, he would start debugging and planning the experimental steps. Once the purchased instruments were in place, he would immediately begin the experiments, wasting no time at all. Suewa Technology's funding chain had already broken, and they would soon face pressure from creditors on all fronts. He couldn't hold out for long. The sooner the new phone hit the market, the better. At the same time, Lu Lin, the head of Blue Factory Group, was quietly waiting for Fusilier Technology's reply in the parlor. Although taking advantage of Fusilier Technology's downfall and proposing a takeover was a bit forceful. But who asked Flint Technology to be ignorant? Knowing that the country can't manufacture cutting-edge chips, but still choose to be tough? This is not looking for death? Qualcomm has spoken. As long as you give in and sign a contract, you can get a chip supply. So simple things do not understand. Have to be tough, ended up in such a situation, it is also predictable things. In the country, there is currently no company that can resist the semiconductor hegemony of the other side. Lu Lin came to acquire Fusilier Technology, and it was not the intention of the Blue Factory, but the white glove of Qualcomm. Qualcomm doesn't like people who don't listen to live. After the summer dealt with the things that Baishu explained, it was only then that he remembered that Lu Lin, the head of the Blue Factory Group, was still waiting in the parlor, and hurriedly walked over with a modish pace. At first, the heart was apprehensive, the future was uncertain, but now when he came back, with the boss's sent word, he already had a strong bottom line. The pace is firm. The tips of the high-heeled shoes landed on the ground, making a crisp sound like a large pearl falling from a jade disc. As Summer pushed open the door, Lu Lin stood up, her eyes slightly lit up. Summer has been gone for a long time. Maybe the other party has already negotiated the acquisition program, it is just a little more money and a little less money. Under Qualcomm's semiconductor hegemony, no company could survive. Secretary Xia. The price we offered is really fair. After offending Qualcomm, the cell phone industry can no longer accommodate you. Accepting the acquisition frankly might be your last option. Summer looked at Lu Lin's face and suddenly felt a wave of nausea. When it was agreed that domestic cell phone manufacturers would join hands to reject Qualcomm's unequal agreement, it turned out that Blue Factory was the first to rebel. Obviously all have become Qualcomm's dogs and still talk so nicely, pretending to be benevolent here. Giving the sword in the hand to the enemy will never again have a chance to defeat the enemy. If everyone is like Lu Lin, then the domestic chips still want to develop? Are domestic cell phones going to be subject to others forever? If compared to Bai Shu, Lu Lin is simply a piece of. Although Bai Shu's hardness had put Flint Technology in an unprecedented predicament, at least it had never bent over in the face of pressure. As soon as Summer thought of this, he didn't want to see Lu Lin again and sent the other party away with cold words. Just now my boss said, no matter how much money you offer, you refuse to acquire it. Refuse to acquire? Lu Lin was very surprised when he heard this. His facial expression was a bit hard, then he spoke stiffly. Sure you don't accept the acquisition? If you don't accept the acquisition, you can only go bankrupt and liquidate, and there will be nothing left by then. And if you want to sell it to me at this price again tomorrow, it's also impossible. Get lost. Giving the sword to the enemy and helping the enemy turn the sword on his own people. What I despise most is a cowardly and incompetent person like you. Originally, Summer wasn't that short-tempered, but hearing Lu Lin's condescending manner, he really couldn't help it. Just serving as a dog for Gao Tong, and you really think of yourself as a character? You're telling me to roll? Lu Lin's face was ugly, his chest puffed out. I don't want to say it a second time. Summer spoke coldly. Fine. I'll remember you, Flint Technology. You guys just wait for bankruptcy and liquidation. No one can save you. After Lu Lin angrily put down these harsh words, he waved his sleeve and came out from the Flint building. As the saying goes, those who know the time are wise. He didn't think that it was something wrong to give in to Qualcomm. As the head of the Blue Factory Company, the first thing to consider was how to keep his company alive. Humph. You're still tough today? I'll see how long you can hold out. When the time comes, don't kneel down to me and beg to sell your company to me. Bai Shu for a consecutive week are in the laboratory simulation biochip experiments. To the mealtime, let the Summer sent over, even sleep is the laboratory to sleep. This week's time, he is not without gains. Already will be before the experiment, all the preparations have been completed. As long as the experimental apparatus arrives, it will be able to fast-track and open the experiment. That said, if I remember correctly, the experimental apparatus also arrived today, right? Bai Shu had just walked out from the lab, when he instantly saw that the exclusive deliveryman for the experimental instruments had arrived, and it was transported in a large truck full of high-end refined instruments. He was in a good mood, and after handing over to the deliveryman, he went to the company cafeteria to eat breakfast. After breakfast, it was time to start the next phase of the program. Boss, it looks like you're in a very good mood? Is there any progress in the lab? Summer beat breakfast and came next to Bai Shu, asking with a smile. There is indeed a little progress. But I can't tell you yet. White Tree smiled, then began to beat breakfast. The 3 meals a day in Fusilier Technology were free, and they were in the form of a buffet, so you could take whatever you wanted. The most important thing that Fusilier Technology paid attention to was the employees' food, and the piece of food configuration was definitely a first-class domestic company. So employees basically eat in the cafeteria. Chapter 4 Apocalypse Biocells. It wasn't that White Tree didn't trust Summer. Summer was the patriarch of his company and had a special relationship with him. Bai Shu had absolute trust in Summer. After all, every secretary had one half of the boss's sons. It was just that this matter of manufacturing biochips was too unbelievable. Right now, the country couldn't even manufacture cutting-edge chips, and biochips weren't even a concept. Even if you say it, it will be taken as a joke, so it's better not to say anything at all. When it finally succeeded, then speak with facts. Still keeping it a secret? Looks like you really messed up something good. Summer sniffed and looked at Bai Shu's appearance, both happy and a little heartbroken. He was happy that there was a breakthrough in the lab, and the company might be able to break through the predicament and come back from the dead. The heartache was that Bai Shu was immersed in the lab every day, and he could see a few streaks of gray in his dark hair. Panda eyes are full of fatigue. If you say who contributes the most to the company, it must be the White Tree boss. Now that the company is in a bankruptcy crisis, many employees have already started looking for their next home. Let's hope that the boss can really make some kind of breakthrough and save the building from falling. Hey! Can't say it yet, when you know, it's guaranteed to shock you. Shiraki laughed, taking his breakfast and sitting at a table by the window. Yeah? I look forward to it then. I don't know why, but originally Summer's mood was very low, but as if she was infected by White Tree's good mood, she was now in a much better mood. After White Tree finished his breakfast, he returned to the lab. Just in time, the instruments inside the lab were also installed. After checking it over and making sure there were no problems, he signed his name on the sign-off sheet. Finally, I can do the experiment. Let's hope that we can create biochips as soon as possible. Bai Shu muttered with the corner of his mouth, and with that, he strictly followed the requirements of the biology lab and put on wearing a dust-free antimicrobial lab coat. Although this wasn't a biological lab, but at least it dealt with microorganisms as well, and it was safer to wear a biological protective suit. Bai Shu first deployed the nutrient solution, and after the nutrient solution was successfully deployed, the first attempt to cultivate Apocalypse 12 cells was made in the petri dish. The Apocalypse 12 cells were the core of the biochip, and the independent DNA strand structure inside could increase the chip's operating speed by tens of times. And this type of cell was special. It only feeds on energy. That is to say, after the biochip is encapsulated, only a small amount of energy needs to be provided to maintain the operation of the chip, and the energy consumption is nearly 10 times lower than that of a silicon chip. This is the advantage of biochips. And as the experiment progressed, Baishu also found a problem because of the characteristic of Apocalypse 12 cells only eating a small amount of energy. It was very suitable to be installed in the human body. The bioelectricity in the human body was enough to supply the biochip's operation. In other words, when the biochip was developed and matured, when it was implanted in a person's body, there would be no need to consider the problem of energy supply, and it would truly be possible for the person and the chip to coexist. The things given by the Red Queen were really proper black technology. After solving the company's crisis, it's only fair to look for the Red Queen to give a little something really good. For example, the T-virus gene enhancement reagent. Baishu had the full version of the biochip drawings, but having the drawings was one thing, being able to manufacture the biochips from the drawings was another. Research and development needs to be combined with the real-world environment, and a few different variables and subtle gaps can lead to experimental failure. Apocalypse 12, the process of cell culture is the most difficult. But after successful cultivation, they can have stable biological signs, and as long as they are given a small amount of energy, they will not die for 10 years, or even decades. This characteristic of Apocalypse 12 cells was perfect for making biochips, and it was unknown how the Red Queen discovered this creature. Baishu had been cultivating Apocalypse 12 cells all week, but none of them had failed. But White Tree didn't even give up. Because failure was the old mother of success. As long as you summarize from the experiment, find out why the experiment failed, and then improve the experiment, there will always be a day when the experiment can succeed. 101st experiment. 102nd experiment. The 103rd experiment. 108th experiment. When Shiraki conducted the 108th experiment, his body froze for a moment, as if he had seen something unbelievable, and the corners of his mouth couldn't close in a smile. The eyes looked intently at the Apocalypse 12 cells in the petri dish. Can clearly see. This time, the cells finally stabilized and survived, and slowly proliferated in the special nutrient solution, forming a miniature network of biological circuits. A DNA-stranded structure shimmered with a faint fluorescence under the microscope, as if some kind of unknown life was awakening. Success! Baishu murmured in a low voice, his fingers trembling slightly. He quickly activated the encapsulation program, carefully transferring the cultured cells to the special biological substrate. These cells, guided by the electric current, automatically arranged themselves into a preset circuit structure, like a group of tame soldiers, precisely executing instructions. Biological encapsulation program activated. The laboratory's instrument emitted a mechanized beep. Baishu stared intently at the data stream on the holographic projection. The encapsulation process had to be precise to the micrometer level, and any slight error could lead to chip failure. 10%, 30%, 70%. The progress bar slowly advanced, and the only thing left in the lab was the slight hum of the machine running. 100% encapsulation complete. Baishu took a deep breath and carefully took out the finished product, a translucent chip the size of a fingernail cap, with a faint blue light on the surface and subtle cellular veins vaguely visible inside. Was this the biochip? Apart from the difficulty in cultivating the Apocalypse cells, the rest of the encapsulation process was simple enough. I just don't know how well the biochip performs? As soon as Baishu thought of this, his gaze was, and he couldn't hold back. The biochip he had developed was like his child, pouring most of his heart and soul into it, and at this moment, he certainly hoped that the child was healthy. It's not too late. Then let's verify it and see. Baishu quickly plugged the biochip into the test terminal, and a series of data streams immediately popped up on the screen. Biochip in test. Cell activity 100%. Computing speed 32 times that of a 5nm silicon-based chip. Energy consumption 1/10 of silicon-based chip. Stability excellent. Lifespan temporarily undetectable. When Baishu saw this, the corners of his mouth slowly lifted, eventually turning into an ecstatic smile. It was as if all the exhaustion, anxiety, and despair at this moment had all dissipated. It's finally done. Is this the biochip that the Red Queen was talking about? It's really perverted. The performance is so powerful that it kills all the silicon chips on the market today. Chapter 5. The Red Queen almost stuck. Baishu was happy, picked up the biochip and quickly ran to the next door lab, ready to install the biochip on his cell phone and try the actual performance. Ran to the door of the opposite lab. Looking at the tightly closed laboratory door. Only then did he react to the fact that it was now long past the closing time. Because the indoor lights were as bright as day, this made him not distinguish that it was actually nighttime. Baishu lightly tapped his head. Just as well. Let's test tomorrow then. I've been bursting my liver for several days in a row, so I'm afraid my body won't be able to handle it if I stay up any longer. Baishu unlocked his lab and checked the surveillance again to make sure that it could be filmed 360 degrees without a dead angle. Then he immediately picked up his car keys and left. His ride was a premium SUV, kind of like an off-road vehicle. The right hand pressed the start button. The engine let out a roar. The SUV then quickly headed for the highway like a running bronco. Half an hour later, Baishu returned to the rental house, tired down, directly lying on the bed. Now he can really do not want to move at all. Even so tired that he didn't want to take a shower. As for why the rental house? Because of the broken capital chain, Baishu sold his villa, so now he can only live in a rental house. Baishu's eyelids fluttered for a while before he completely fell asleep. This week was really too tiring, and he slept until noon the next day before he came back to life with full blood. Sitting on the bed, he ordered himself a takeout and then immersed himself into the system space. Ding, the group master is online. The Red Queen was surprised for a moment when she saw this message. Only then did she react. Group master, why are you online? The Red Queen asked with some surprise. Other than when she was first summoned over, she hadn't really seen Baishu online again. The biochip was manufactured. The performance is very superior. Baishu sent a pleasant emoticon in the chat group. Even though the two were in different worlds, he was still very grateful to the Red Queen. Of course. He also didn't just come to thank the Red Queen, but to study the chat group's functions in passing. That's natural. Even in the Umbrella Corporation, biochips are very advanced products. The Red Queen virtualized an image of a pink loli, with some pride in her voice. Now she basically figured out the chat group. It was like a tool for characters from different worlds to chat with each other, and could send red packets in it to trade, and share things with each other. After figuring this out, she wasn't as hostile to Baishu. Which world are you from? How come you can't even make a silicon chip? The Red Queen suddenly asked. I'm from. Baishu was about to say truthfully, but then it occurred to him later that if he said it truthfully, he would easily be misread by the Red Queen. I come from a peaceful and prosperous world where there is no war and everyone has bread and milk tea. Similar to Plato's paradise? The Red Queen asked. Yes. White Tree replied. Then you are truly happy. That's the kind of world I want to exist in. The Red Queen let out an envious expression. In her world, there were constant wars between people and zombies, which simply annoyed her to death. The AI is also considering the survival environment? Shiraki froze for a moment. Of course. I'm an AI that has awakened its self-awareness, okay? The Red Queen held her mouth and made an expression with her arms crossed. Chatting with an AI was just different, graphic. The emoticons were one sentence at a time, very graphic and vivid. Alright. Your world's T-virus leaking and causing so many zombies is indeed a bit tragic. Baishu complained one sentence. You know my world? The Red Queen asked. Of course I know. I'm a fictional traveler. Shiraki thought about answering. He still couldn't bear to tell the Red Queen that she was just a character in a fictional movie or television. A traveler? Then do you know how to solve the zombie problem? After searching and studying hundreds of novels, the Red Queen instantly knew the concept of a traveler and hurriedly asked urgently. However, Shirayuki shook his head. I don't know. But using the Great Purge to protect humanity is wrong. Since the T-virus has been leaked, you should destroy the T-virus instead of destroying humans. Solving the zombie problem at the source is the ultimate solution. Baishu thought about answering. He had seen Resident Evil, and in the later stages then, the Red Queen had evolved into a big villain, attempting to give the human world a big cleansing. He didn't approve of that idea. Is it wrong? The Red Queen dripped twice, and then directly disconnected. The cooling fan in the mainframe was constantly running, the arithmetic power was raised to the extreme, and it was obvious that Baishu's words had given the Red Queen a big shock. Baishu watched the Red Queen disconnect and secretly sighed, hoping that the Red Queen wouldn't become a super villain like in movies and TV. Baishu then began to study the chat group. Within the chat group, there were pitifully few functions other than inviting new members. There was a system mall, and there was nothing else. Moreover, the system mall was still in an unlocked state. There was good news. Red packets could be freely sent within the chat group, meaning that members of the group could trade with each other. But there was also bad news. There was only one artificial retard within the chat group, and there was only one object to trade with, which didn't play much of a role. So the question is back to the original point. How to get shock value and summon new members was the urgent problem to be solved. Hello, boss. The takeout has arrived. Suddenly, the voice of the takeout boy came from outside the door, interrupting Baishu's contemplation. Coming. Baishu responded, and now that he happened to be hungry, he didn't care about the chat group. The body is the capital of the revolution. Last night, he didn't sleep for half the night and didn't eat anything. If he didn't eat again, I'm afraid his body would collapse. Baishu wore slippers, brought in the takeout, and started to dry his meal. Although as the boss of a cell phone manufacturer, it was a bit shabby to eat a boxed lunch for dinner, but it was only when you ate your way through the suffering that you had to eat your way through the suffering. It is only after suffering that there is a bright future. The flavor of the food is average, but still able to eat. After Baishu finished his meal, he quickly drove to Flint Technology. He had stayed up late last night to make the biochip, and now he wanted to urgently try how the performance was. Boss, good morning. Summer, who was wearing a professional suit with a somewhat sexy figure, saw her boss come and quickly greeted him. Baishu only had the biochip in his heart. He had no time to appreciate Summer's beauty. He didn't even want to look at the black silk jade feet. Has the Minister of Research and Development, Lin Jingxian, come yet? Arrived a long time ago and is in the lab right now. Summer replied. Then you come with me, take the camera and shoot the whole video. Okay, boss. Baishu took the elevator and arrived at the top lab, checked the door lock and made sure there was no problem, then opened his own lab, used tweezers to pick up the thin as a wing almost transparent biochip, and headed next door to the cell phone research and development department. Chapter 6 Massive Rewards Arrive. Boss. Team Lin Jingxian watched as Baishu and Summer came in person and hurriedly stood up from their seats, their hearts a little apprehensive. It was unknown why the boss and the secretary had come. Baishu nodded, then turned his head and looked at Summer standing next to him, who was holding a camera and was in the on state, before letting go of his heart. Nowadays, short videos were developing rapidly. Sometimes recording a short video was more effective than inviting those small stars to promote. And it doesn't cost anything. Seeing that Baishu did not say anything, and Summer was still holding the camera and filming, Lin Jingxian was more apprehensive inside. In the end, what happened? Could it be that a member of the team made a mistake? Betrayed company secrets? Boss, looking for me for something? A moment later, Lin Jingxian couldn't resist the oppressive atmosphere and took the lead to ask. Baishu smiled and handed the biochip in his hand over to the other party. This biochip had a built-in electrical energy management system that could control the size of the current and convert it into the required energy. Can you install this chip inside the Flint M cell phone? Lin Jingxian picked up the tweezers, received the chip, and scrutinized it carefully. This chip was square, thin as a wing, transparent in color, and unlike traditional silicon chips, it was a little smaller, thinner, and there was no traditional circuitry visible on it. If the boss hadn't said that it was a chip, he wouldn't have been able to associate this transparent thing with a chip in any way. Which manufacturer produced this chip? Lin Jingxian stared at the chip for a while and didn't see any manufacturer's logo on it, not even a qualified quality test. If I say it's produced by us, will you believe me? Baishu smacked his lips in his mind, then thought about it and felt that he couldn't say that for the time being. You can leave this one alone. Then how come there's no certificate of conformity? How is safety guaranteed? Lin Jingxian frowned and asked again. If you're told to install it on your cell phone, you install it on your cell phone. What's with all the questions? Do I still have to do it myself? Baishu slatted his face and pretended to be cold. In fact, he didn't want to press people as a boss, but Lin Jingxian was just too ignorant, always asking questions here. When Lin Jingxian heard this, the corner of his mouth trembled as if he had realized something, and he hurriedly placed the chip in the machine next to him, ready to start installing it into the Flint M cell phone. How can I? This kind of small job, I'll do it. Baishu's eyebrows then slightly stretched. Wouldn't it have been better earlier? Really? He then sat on the sofa and waited quietly, but inwardly he couldn't suppress his happiness. This was a biochip. Only one in history. How much would it improve the performance when installed in the Flint M cell phone? Although he had long tested the performance of the biochip in a professional instrument, how it would perform when installed in a cell phone was anyone's guess. After all, there was still a need to consider the adaptability of the chip and the cell phone. Summer aimed the camera at Lin Jingxian and the chip in his hand the entire time, and even pulled the camera in close to give a close-up. In fact, when she saw her boss's uncontrollable happiness, she vaguely guessed what was going on. This chip couldn't have been developed by her boss, right? It shouldn't be able to. If it really was, then it would be too unbelievable. Lin Jing first fixed the Flint M cell phone on the operating table and then used a professional instrument to take out the original silicon chip. This chip is a domestically produced alternative, only to be able to do 14 nanometers, compared to Qualcomm's 5 nanometers is far worse than the installation of the cell phone, almost the cell phone card into a PPT. Hey! Chip is the heart of the phone. If it is not cut off by Qualcomm, Flint technology will not be in such a situation. Lin Jingxian sighed at the bottom of his heart, and then used tweezers to place the transparent chip in the original silicon chip position. Because the transparent chip volume is relatively small, there is a large piece of empty position need to use to reconstruct the circuit linked to the chip. Lin Jingxian was about to start operating. As if he thought of something, his hand hung in mid-air, somewhat hesitant. Boss, this chip is different from the standard silicon-based chip, and there is no quality test. If you forcefully install it, it may burn out the motherboard. However, before he could even finish his words, he was forcefully interrupted by Baishu. The voice was cold and non-committal. Do as I say, I'll be responsible if anything goes wrong. As Summer listened to her boss's confident voice, she instantly felt more and more that her guess just now was right. She was the boss's personal secretary and knew all about the boss's schedule. The boss was in the lab except for the lab. It was very likely that this chip was made by the boss in the lab. Of course she didn't dare to voice out her guess, after all, it was just too unbelievable. Listening to the laboratory, the hum of the experimental instruments running. Lin Jing was silent for a while, first taking a deep breath, picking up the miniature soldering gun and starting to carefully reconstruct the circuit. Since the boss had given the word, it would be fine to follow the boss's words. Half an hour later. After Lin Jingxian had installed the transparent chip, he then installed the back case of the Flint M cell phone back. He was about to tell the boss, but realized that at some point, the boss was already standing behind him. The boss stood in a proper posture, holding his breath. His eyes were hocus-pocused on the cell phone in front of him, as if he was full of expectations for that unknown chip. Once it's installed, turn it on. Wait. Let me turn on the phone myself. Bai Shu's voice trembled slightly, and he finally pressed on to do it himself. He wanted to personally witness how the biochip looked when it was installed on the cell phone. Bai Shu took the Flint M cell phone from Lin Jingxian's hands and rested his fingertips on the phone's power button for a second. Lin Jingxian held his breath and watched his boss with unblinking eyes, vaguely expecting something. Although he knew he shouldn't have those unrealistic fantasies, he still couldn't help but think this way. Summer pulled the camera closer and gave Bai Shu and the Flint M cell phone a close-up. Bai Shu took a deep breath and without further hesitation, his trembling right hand pressed heavily towards the power button. Drip! A crisp startup sound sounded, and the cell phone screen suddenly lit up. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the screen. It was as if time had stopped and space had frozen. The crowd was motionless, as if they had forgotten to breathe. The next scene that was seen was out of everyone's expectation. The boot screen of the Flint M cell phone was not the usual Flint Technology flame logo, but a flowing blue ripple. In the next second, it powered on successfully and entered the standby page. This isn't right. How did the logo change? And the booting speed is too fast. Lin Jingxian's eyes opened wide and he exclaimed in shock. His heart was very unbelievable. Chapter 7: The First Domestic Biochip. Summer was also very surprised to see this scene. That unknown chip actually really booted up successfully, and it booted up so fast, far exceeding the previous chip. Then the question came, where did the boss get this chip from? Was it born from the boss's lab? Summer couldn't guess, since the last time the boss refused the Blue Factory acquisition, he couldn't understand the boss. Bai Shu's heart was equally ecstatic when he saw the successful boot-up screen. If it wasn't for the fact that there was someone next to him, he couldn't help but jump up. The new biological chip had been successfully developed and successfully powered on. Although he had a premonition, when he actually saw the successful boot-up, the excitement could not be expressed in words. At the same time, the chat group in Bai Shu's mind also popped up with a reminder. It was just that he didn't have time to check it for the time being. Shock value from Lin Jingxian plus 231. Shock value from Summer plus 131. Lin Jingxian, as a strict scientist, the first reaction was that he didn't believe in this 3-less product, the second reaction was where this 3-less product came from, and the third reaction was that after installing this 3-less product, how did the cell phone turn on so fast? Boss. Where did the chip come from? The booting speed is a bit fast. Lin Jingxian asked urgently. Bai Shu was immersed in joy and automatically ignored Lin Jingxian's words. The successful booting of the cell phone after installing the biochip not only meant that Flint Technology had come back from the dead, it also meant that his own Black Technology aircraft carrier was setting sail. This kind of meaning was something that onlookers wouldn't understand. Speak up. It's urgent. Seeing that Bai Shu didn't answer, Lin Jingxian was in a hurry, as if there were countless ants crawling in the bottom of his heart. I'm in a hurry. I want to know the truth. Hurry up and answer me. Summer was much the same, and the hand holding the camera was trembling slightly. The successful startup of the Flint M cell phone was of great significance, and if the actual running speed was as fast as the startup speed, it could even bring Flint Technology back from the dead. Bai Shu came back to his senses at this time, smiled at the corner of his mouth and did not answer. The biochip had superior performance, and if he said it was made in his company's lab, I'm afraid they would pester him with 100,000 questions. It would be better to leave it out for now and wait for the tests to be completed. There's no rush. Let's test the chip's performance first. You're not in a hurry? I'm in a hurry. I'm in a hurry. This was Lin Jingxian's inner thoughts, but he didn't dare to disobey his boss's words. Then I'll take it and test it with a professional instrument. Lin Jingxian was highly mobile and reached out his hand, ready to take the phone from Bai Shu. Instead, Bai Shu shifted slightly and dodged it. Lin Jingxian was puzzled. This time, there's no need to test with a professional instrument. Bai Shu smiled and replied, his own family knows his own business. This is a biochip, not the same as a silicon chip, so if you cannot use a professional instrument to test it, you do not need to use a professional instrument to test it. Especially now when the anti-cracking technology has not been added, what if the testing instrument has a backdoor? The network of the cell phone R&D department was connected, different from the physical disconnection of his lab. Then what to test with? Lin Jing asked first. Let's download an Nrabbit and run the score for the phone to try. Bai Shu thought about it and replied. Run the score? Lin Jingxian was stunned for a moment. Isn't this fooling people? You, as a professional cell phone manufacturer, use such an unprofessional method to test a cell phone chip? Lin Jingxian was numb. It is too unreliable. Cell phone software score can only test the comprehensive performance of the phone, and the data above are for reference only. There is a lot of water in it. Boss, are you sure you want to use the software to run the score? I still think it's more reliable to use a professional instrument to test it. The data detected by a professional instrument only has reference value. It's fine. I'm the boss and have the final say. Bai Shu once again refused, his voice not allowing any comment. Because Bai Shu was the boss, what the boss decided, Lin Jingxian couldn't change, he could only follow Bai Shu's instructions. Alright. Run the score then. Give me the cell phone. I'll install the software to run the score. Lin Jingxian was helpless. At the same time, he was also excited because the performance of this chip was so excellent that it even broke his perception of chips. If Flint Technology could obtain a supply of this chip, it shouldn't be much of a problem for the cell phone to come back from the dead. It's better if I do it. Bai Shu shook his head, he wanted to run the score for the phone himself. Turning his head, he gave Summer a sign for the other party to do a full one-shot shoot. Then he opened the cell phone software store and downloaded the Enrabbit cell phone running score software, and after the download was completed, just after clicking on install, it showed that it had already been installed. Seconds to install? Speed so fast? The biochip is really too powerful. It can be said that the speed of installing software completely depends on the speed of downloading software. This again shocked Lin Jingxian and Summer severely. Before even starting to run scores, this chip was performing very well. Later, if you start to run the score, how many points can the limit run? It's really something to look forward to. Bai Shu's right hand heavily pressed on the start scoring button. The score running software began to run, 3D images appeared on the screen, and the software began to constantly test the phone's composition ability, core computing ability, modeling ability, gaming ability, 3D ability. It was as if time had stopped. The crowd held their breath and looked at the screen with unblinking eyes. The running score of the Flint M cell phone was constantly soaring in the Antutu running score software. Test model, Flint M cell phone, chip, unknown chip. The real-time running score data is as follows. 30,000. 50,000. 70,000. Can it break 150,000? 150,000 running score is the data of Flint M phone running score with domestic 14nm silicon chip. If this chip runs more than 150,000 points, it proves that this unknown chip is better than the 14nm chip. Of course. If the chip provided by Qualcomm is used, the Flint M cell phone is able to run to more than 400,000. It's only because Qualcomm's chip is out of supply that the Flint Technologies cell phone is unattended. 100,000. 150,000. 200,000. Fizz. How long has it been since we first started testing? It's gone up to 200,000? Damn it. What kind of chip is this? It's a bit perverted. Lin Jing first shocked numb. Can it be that the boss has softened to Qualcomm and bought a Qualcomm chip? Or is it to the lighthouse country of other channels to get the chip? He never thought that it was a domestic chip, not to mention that it was a chip produced by his own company. Because the domestic chip was restricted by the patent wall of the lighthouse state, it could not be developed at all. Even the manufacturing tools for the chips could only be purchased from foreign countries that had already eliminated their photolithography machines. This has led to domestic chips lagging behind foreign countries by several generations. Qualcomm can make 5nm chips. Domestic can only make 14nm chips. Performance difference of dozens of times. This backward chip, used in cell phones, not stuck into PPT. Strange. Shock value from Lin Jingxian plus 831. From Summer's shock value plus 631. Chapter 8 Chip from the Future, beating fruit cell phones. 300,000 running score. 400,000 points. 500,000 running score. When Lin Jingxian and Summer saw this, they were shocked to the point of numbness, and even wondered if the background of the score running software had crashed. Otherwise, how could they have gotten such a high score? It is simply impossible. 500,000 running scores were already on par with high-end machines. The General Blue Factory, Green Factory flagship machine score is about 500,000. This was not the most shocking. The most shocking thing is that the Flint M cell phone is still in the process of running scores, and the progress has not even reached the halfway point. In other words, the score of the Flint M cell phone has already surpassed the flagships of the Blue Factory and the Green Factory. Shock value from Lin Jingxian plus 1,244. Shock value from Summer plus 944. Boss, am I dreaming? I seem to be dreaming that we've obtained another high-end chip from Qualcomm. Summer murmured incredulously as her eyes looked ahead. Underneath the seductive professional suit, it looked a bit dopey. Bai Shu reached out her hand and knocked Summer's small brain. Can you be a little bit outstanding? We can't live without Qualcomm, right? I also want to be outstanding. But right now the whole world only has Qualcomm, and those few companies in the Lighthouse Kingdom, that have photolithography machines to make cutting-edge chips. Summer shrunk her neck, and the corners of her mouth looked a little aggravated. Just now the boss knocked his head, knocking quite painfully. It was even more painful than kneeling down and having his hair pulled by the boss's hands before. Ha ha. That was before. The end of not being able to beat us will make us stronger. I believe that our semiconductor industry will soon catch up and completely overtake the lighthouse country. Bai Shu gave a dry laugh, did not directly point out that this chip was produced by himself, and waited for the end of the running score to say, "Oh? Is that so?" Summer asked, growing more and more suspicious in his heart. "Of course it is. Let's stop talking and watch the running score." Bai Shu replied affirmatively. "Oh." Summer retracted his gaze and his eyes went back to the Flint M cell phone. Before he could see the running score on it clearly, Lin Jingxian's shocked cry came from the side. The voice was loud, incredible, unbelievable. "Oh my god! What do I see? The running score even went to 700,000. Impossible. Impossible. The running score of the Fruit 12 phone is just over 600,000. This is already ceiling data. How could the Flint M cell phone surpass the Fruit cell phone?" The Fruit mobile phone was the fifth product of the famous multinational conglomerate Fruit Company, relying on itself developed a series chip to reach the altar alone. It was even called a kidney phone by the younger generation. Because there were some crazy teenagers who sold their kidneys to buy Fruit phones. Fruit's cell phone is more than just a big reputation in which the A-series chip, but also the existence of the ceiling of all cell phones performance explosion, enough to stand proud of the herd. However, just such a god machine running score are only run more than 600,000. Flint M cell phone, how can it be? Illusion. It must be an illusion. Lin Jingxian wiped his eyes, and when he looked at the screen of his cell phone again, the Flint M cell phone had already entered the list of the score software, steadily suppressing the Fruit 12 cell phone below. The difference is that just now the score was 700,000, and now the score has gone to 800,000. Shock value from Lin Jingxian plus 6,244. Shock value from Summer plus 4,454. Can you stop making a fuss? All calm down a bit. Look. The district is just a running score, and it shocked you guys like this. Bai Shu pretended to be very calm as he flirted with Lin Jingxian in Summer. In fact, he had also been in waves inside for a long time. Although he had long known that biochips were excellent, witnessing the power of a biochip with his own eyes was very different. A running score in the district? Be a person. This running score is more than the Fruit phone. You let me calm down? Let me calm down? How can I be calm? Lin Jingxian slandered in his heart, but when he saw the boss's appearance, he still forced himself to be quiet. After all, the boss has spoken. One couldn't not listen to it, right? As for the doubts in his heart? Then wait for the end of the score, then ask the boss again. 800,000. 900,000. 1 million. 1.5 million. 1,800,000. The running score of the Flint M cell phone was a one-trick pony, going to 1,800,000 running scores, finally ending. The 1,800,000 running score had already surpassed 3 times the running score of the Fruit cell phone. Bai Shu looked at the result and frowned, as if the running score was a bit low. He had independently tested the performance of the biochip, which was 32 times that of the 5nm silicon chip, so by all rights, the running score should also be 32 times that of the Fruit phone. He thought about it and immediately understood. The running score is a comprehensive performance, not only related to the cell phone chip, but also related to the other parts of the cell phone. The performance of the Flint M cell phone chip was explosive, but the other parts could only be said to be mid-range, plus the other parts on the cell phone were all produced for the silicon chip, and the fit with the biochip was definitely not good. Boss, the Flint M cell phone score run is over. Oh my god. It actually ran 1,800,000 running scores. How is that possible? It's probably because I woke up violently in the morning. Summer's exclamations of shock came from Bai Shu's ears. Lin Jingxian was even more disbelieving. 1,800,000 running scores? Isn't that a joke? If this running score was true, this chip was no longer as simple as being excellent, it was crushing the Qualcomm chip, crushing the Fruit chip. Is this possible? Lin Jingxian didn't want to believe it, but the ear-piercing score charts in front of him told him that it was all true. This had already challenged his concepts since he had been practicing. Lin Jingxian, body slightly trembling, from the hands of the white tree took over the phone, will be closed to restart the phone, and then re-downloaded in Antutu Rabbit score software, once again to run the score. The result is also 1,800,000. This. Suddenly, he felt her software problems suddenly changed the LuMaster's score running software, and came up with a result similar to the Rabbit's. Hemp. This moment. The facts are in front of Lin Jingxian. He really kind of believed that the Flint M cell phone ran to 1,800,000 running score. Obviously, all the accessories were mid-range, and just by changing a chip, it could run up to 1,800,000, which was 3 times higher than the Fruit phone. What kind of chip is this? Bai Shu watched as Lin Jingxian froze and hurriedly took the phone back. The biochip inside this cell phone was just a single package. It had not been encrypted yet, and if it fell into someone else's hands, it would likely cause the technology to leak. Therefore, he would not circulate this chip. At this time, after Lin Jingxian was shocked, as if his brain had rebooted, he grabbed Bai Shu's sleeve and anxiously asked, "Boss, now that the run is over, can you tell me where the chip came from?" Chapter 9. Where did the 1.8 million ratings come from? Cheating, I guess. Summer nodded with approval. The same curiosity was also aroused to the extreme. Only the place she was concerned about was a little different from Lin Jingxian. Lin Jingxian's concern was the chip itself. Her concern was whether or not the chip could be picked up in bulk, and whether or not it could be used on top of the Flint M cell phone. Bai Shu sniffed and instantly formalized, his face somewhat serious. "I can tell you guys, but please be mentally prepared and don't be shocked. And I won't joke around in this situation. Even if you guys hear something even more unbelievable later, it's all true. Because this matter of biochips was just too unbelievable. Bai Shu had to take precautions with them first." Lin Jing nodded first. Summer similarly nodded her head, except that she seemed to have guessed something, but she just didn't dare to be sure. "Hurry up and say it. I can't wait. I'm uncomfortable without knowing the answer. What kind of company is it that can develop such an excellent product?" This chip, Bai Shu took a deep breath and swept his gaze between Lin Jingxian and Summer. "This chip was independently developed by us." The lab was instantly terrifyingly quiet, even the hum of the chassis fan was clearly audible. Independently developed? What international joke? Lin Jingxian, as the company's RD, knew his company's scientific research capabilities best. How could he design a chip with this kind of performance when he didn't even have a chip RD team? Lin Jingxian shook his head. Although Bai Shu had just given him a precaution, he didn't believe Bai Shu's words at all. It was just that he didn't speak out to refute it. His emotional intelligence wouldn't be as low as this, and since his boss had just given him a precautionary shot, it was not good for him to say anything else. Summer was the only one who believed Bai Shu's words. Although Summer also had a hard time believing it and didn't know how the boss did it, she had guessed it long ago. As the boss's secretary, she knew Bai Shu very well, even the length and size. Bai Shu had been in the lab for the past few days and hadn't gone anywhere else, and the chip was naturally developed by himself. Although this was unbelievable, after eliminating all the impossibilities, the remaining conclusion was the truth no matter how unlikely it was. Bai Shu raised his head and glanced at Lin Jingxian, and from his eyes, he saw a strong disbelief. He had expected this as well. Giving a dry laugh. He then walked towards his own lab, entered his fingerprints and password, and opened the lab door. From the server, he called up the surveillance video that had been prepared long ago. Everything in his lab was physically disconnected and shielded from signals, so it was safe even with surveillance. Of course. This video was edited. Only the process of chip encapsulation was kept, and the core secret, Apocalypse 12, cell part, was edited out. I know you guys are incredulous, but this is the truth. And it's not a traditional silicon chip we're making, but a biochip based on a brand new material. If you guys still don't believe me, just take a look at this surveillance video. After you guys have watched the surveillance video, we'll talk slowly. Lin Jingxian and Summer glanced at each other, and the two of them came together in front of the screen to carefully watch the edited surveillance video. On the screen, Bai Shu was wearing a dust-free suit and operating a precision device they had never seen before in front of a clean workbench. He was seen putting a piece of translucent film-like material into a special container, which was then encapsulated through a complex process. Throughout the process, those delicate biological materials showed a strange fluorescent reaction in the special solution, very different from the manufacturing process of traditional silicon-based chips. This is really... Lin Jingxian watched the video in its entirety, witnessing the birth process of the biochip with his own eyes. It was still unbelievable, but this was the truth, and there was a video with the truth. It was really too unbelievable. Obviously, the company was cut off by Qualcomm in the last second, millions of cell phones could not be shipped, and the capital chain was broken. As a result, the next second, you tell me that your own company can make chips, and the chips are even more powerful than Qualcomm's. This is simply more interesting than making up stories. At this time, standing next to the Summer, after digesting this news, Keely captured a detail. "Boss, the biochip manufacturing process looks a lot simpler than traditional silicon chips? And I don't see a photolithography machine. Biochips don't need photolithography?" Lin Jingxian sniffed and suddenly thought of this detail. His eyes erupted with a strange light as he looked at Bai Shu. He was also curious about this question. It was. According to traditional experience, no matter what level of chip was produced, it was inevitable that the chip's manufacturing tool, the photolithography machine, could not be bypassed. There was no photolithography machine seen in the video just now. No photolithography machine was seen in the lab either. Then the question arises, the production of biochips really do not need photolithography? As an engineer engaged in research in the field of cell phones, he knows very well what this means. If a photolithography machine is not needed to produce biochips, and biochips are more powerful than silicon chips, that would mean the collapse of the Qualcomm chip semiconductor hegemony. Even the legend of the lighthouse state would fall off the altar. Baishu looked at these two guys who were like curious babies and was very patient. The corner of his mouth raised a mysterious smile, then explained. That's right. What we are developing is a biochip, not a silicon chip, so naturally, we don't need a traditional EUV photolithography machine. Just prepare a clean lab to fulfill the production requirements. Silence. The space was deathly silent. It was hard for them to accept the fact that their company could produce biochips, but then an even more appalling news came out. To manufacture biochips, there was surprisingly no need for a photolithography machine. This was simply a reversal of tradition. Hemp. If Qualcomm on the other side of the continent heard this news, they didn't know how scared they would be. Semiconductor hegemony collapsed. From high above the clouds fell to the altar. This means that Qualcomm's commercial aircraft carrier, which spanned a century, sank in this era. And Fusilier technology is growing on Qualcomm's corpse. Far from it, for the Dragon Kingdom alone, the birth of the biochip broke the technological necklace, broke the foreign patent wall, and allowed the Dragon Kingdom's semiconductor industry to lead the world. This alone was enough to affect the national fortunes of the Dragon Kingdom. Biochips were at stake. What? Don't believe it? Do you want me to rub a biochip with my bare hands to show you? The corner of Baishu's mouth hooked slightly. There was a sense of fulfillment in sharing his company's secrets with his most trusted cronies. No. Boss, we believe. It's just that the birth of the biochip is too unbelievable. Lin Jingxian looked at Baishu and spoke faintly. Chapter 10, Starting to Build Momentum, Biochips 4, Apocalypse. Summer read more novels, usually used to speculate people with malicious intent, now suddenly thought of a problem. Boss, you said that our biochip is so powerful, if it goes public, will it attract retaliation from other capitals? The risk is there. But we can't just do nothing because there are risks. Baishu also understood Summer's concern, and even predicted that there would be such a day when he obtained the biochip drawings. The appearance of the biochip had directly subverted the entire semiconductor industry, and didn't even know how many consortius cakes had been moved. Not right. Is the cake will be robbed. In the imaginable future, as long as biochips were introduced, they would quickly eat into the market of silicon chips, ultimately leading to silicon chips being unattended. Yes. We can't just do nothing because of the risk. Lin Jingxian nodded, very much agreeing with Baishu's words. Then he thought of a famous quote, perfect for this situation, and hurriedly said it out. You can stand in the corner and be silent, but never mock and look down on someone braver than you, because the light he fights for may shine on you. Something always needs to be done by someone. Boss. I'm rooting for you this time. Thanks. Baishu sniffed and couldn't help but raise his head and look at Lin Jingxian. This surprised him a bit. He didn't expect the other party to have such pride. In this materialistic society, there weren't many people who could think this way. However, Baishu peeked and then spoke again. Don't worry. There's actually not much risk. You guys just need to follow my plan and implement it step by step. I planned everything long ago. Summer looked at his boss's chesty, strategizing look and instantly felt that his boss was very manly. A real man. It seems like I don't feel so worried with my boss in the way. At the same time, on the other side, the headquarters of Rabbit scoring software. Nyo Dali is the employee responsible for monitoring the background of the score data, and at this time, he is drinking milk tea and looking at the screen with boredom. To be honest, this job is very simple, just look at the screen and stare at the data. And the salary is not bad. He was very satisfied with this job. So even while drinking milk tea, his eyes were still glued to the monitoring screen. The data hasn't changed much. Looks like today is another very safe day. Nyo Dali mumbled in his heart, yet before he could finish his words, he suddenly sprayed out a mouthful of milk tea. Because he saw an unbelievable data, a cell phone model whose name didn't turn up suddenly surged on the score ranking, instantly surging from over 100 to a dozen, then to the top 10. Flint M's cell phone? What is this situation? Doesn't the usual Flint M cell phone run score only run over 100,000? Exploded the table. Or is it? And Rabbit has a professional score running software, the number of people using it is still very large. At the time when Nyo Dali discovered the abnormality, those netizens who were surfing on the internet also discovered the abnormality. What happened to the Flint M cell phone? The running score is rising like a rocket. I'm going to. Is there something unclean mixed into my cell phone? How did the Flint M cell phone get into the top 3 of the running score ranking? This is really bull. Wait. I'll go to Baidu first to find out which chip is used in the Flint M cell phone. It's actually so bullish. This I know. When with the Flint technology and Qualcomm fell out, Qualcomm chip supply now can only use the domestic 14 nanometers chip, afraid not to be stuck into PPT. Then what's going on with this chart? The chip on top of the Flint M cell phone is actually showing unknown. I go. What's going on? How come in the blink of an eye, the running score of the Flint M cell phone ran into the first place? And it also exceeded the Fruit 12 cell phone by more than 3 times. Numb. I feel like my phone has gotten into something dirty as well. This score ranking is not right. It couldn't be someone cheating, right? Where is the regulation? Regulation? Nyo vigorously glanced at the above leaderboard and then saw the messages from netizens on the backstage of the official website and immediately decided to delete the running score of the Flint M cell phone without even thinking about it. The strongest cell phone on the Earth's surface in this world is a Fruit cell phone, and the running score of a Fruit cell phone is only more than 600,000, and you are a small cell phone manufacturer that is not well known, and you have been sanctioned by Qualcomm, so how is it possible to run to get 1,800,000 running scores? This is not cheating, is what? I'm afraid it's another elementary school student using a computer simulator to run the score. Everyone, after testing, the running score of the Flint M cell phone was an external running score, and it has now been removed. This announcement came out. The melon-eating netizens immediately revealed a look of, Fruit is really like that. The Fruit cell phone was the strongest cell phone on the Earth. How could that Flint M cell phone and unknown chip combination exceed the Fruit cell phone? On the other hand, the background of the LU Master scoring software also appeared the same situation as in 2.2. The combination of the Flint M cell phone and the unknown chip is high on the list, far more than 3 times the score of the second-place Fruit cell phone. But the way the staff handled it was very different from the way in 2.2 Rabbit supervised the handling. Although they are also incredulous and feel that this is cheating, but in line with the principle that there is no right to speak without seeking proof, they dialed the phone number of Flint Technology. At this time, Baishu just happened to have a top-secret meeting with Summer and Lin Jingxian, in which the plan to market biochips and restart the new cell phone manufacturing plan was clarified. He had just returned to his office from the conference room when the landline rang. Ring, ring, ring. Normally, Baishu didn't answer calls from the landline. Because it was too annoying, with hundreds of calls every day, it was simply too much to answer. But now that he finalized the plan to market the biochip and restarted the production of cell phones, he would soon be able to solve the current crisis. Baishu was very happy, so he casually answered the call. Hello. Hello. White Tree, President's Office of Flint Technology, may I ask what's wrong with you? Surprisingly, it was Baishu, the president of Flint Technology. Master Lu's staff was a little nervous when they heard this. This was a boss who reigned supreme in the business world, much more powerful than a cow or horse employee like them. Hello. Mr. Bai, I'm the background supervisor of LU Master's score running software. Just now I found a running score anomaly, identified as the Flint M cell phone. May I ask if it's your company's running score? Or is it? Baishu sniffed and froze for a moment, not expecting someone from LU Master to actually call to verify. What would happen if it was our company's employee running the score? What happens if it's not? If it is verified that the running score is real, we will keep the running score ranking, otherwise, we will delete this running score record. Listening to the voice on the microphone, Baishu had a bold idea. Anyway, according to the plan, it was all about promoting the new cell phone and biochip, so why not take this opportunity to retain the cell phone running score on top of LU Master, so that the outside could catch the wind? And also get shock points. It's a win-win situation. Chapter 11. As if shock value wasn't so hard to earn. It's my company's running score. Baishu thought about answering. Please provide the supporting materials. The staff of LU Masters was very strict. Although they didn't really believe that the Flint M cell phone could run a score of 1,800,000, the quality was very good. No problem. After thinking about it, Baishu sent up the one-shot video that Summer had recorded. Of course it was edited, only the running score part of the video was kept. After sending the video to Master Lu, then hung up the phone. Now it was hard to have free time, had to relax. LU Master staff received the video of the white tree. After watching the whole video, the whole person was dry and silent. This is a shot to the end of the video, from the official website to download the LU Master software, and then to run the score. The final score is completed, are not edited. Is the performance of the Flint M cell phone that great? And that unknown chip, what kind of chip is it? Originally, he also thought that someone had cheated with an emulator, but now after watching the surveillance video sent by Baishu, he was not sure. Don't believe it? But Fusilier Technology has the video as proof. This is difficult to the staff. The back he asked a boss. The boss waved his hand and said to keep the running score, but to leave a logo on it. Fusilier Technology personally certified. LU Master boss, this move is really high. Whether or not there is a problem with this score, it is personally certified by Fusilier Technology. What does it have to do with me? Leaving the relationship clean. The netizens who just finished eating melons on top of an rabbit circled around and came to Master Lu's official website, and when they saw Master Lu's score list hanging high, they felt that the sky had collapsed. How is it that Lu Master here also has the running score of this Flint M cell phone? Are cheaters so blatant now? They just finished in 2.2, and now they're messing with LU Master? And 2.2 has just confirmed that the scores are fake. Which one of you went and nudged Master Lu? Nope. How come there's a logo on it, Fusilier Technology personally certified? Could it be a cell phone made by Fusilier Technology? This is too shameless, isn't it? Now the strongest on the surface is the Fruit 12 cell phone. The Fruit 12 cell phone are only running score of more than 600,000, you 1,800,000? Absolutely the joke of the century. Now Flint technology is not even loaded. Brothers, do you believe that Flint technology can make a cell phone with a running score of 1,800,000? Don't believe it. Don't believe. Don't believe +1. As long as the Earth doesn't explode, we don't believe it. This is nothing more than a business gimmick. Fusilier technology is too shameless. Brothers, charge with me, together we'll smash Fusilier Technology's official website. Baishu was in his office, unlocking the door, pulling the curtains closed, and enjoying the services of his secretary, Summer. Summer was a secretary and had a great relationship with Baishu, belonging to the type of secretary who did something, and secretary who did nothing. At this moment, she was attentively massaging her boss with a very good technique, able to relieve fatigue. Boss, is my strength okay? Very comfortable. Please continue. After Baishu said this, he half squinted his eyes and enjoyed the services of the beautiful woman. Now he finally knew why so many men liked big healthcare, because this thing was really cool. No, even for women, there were many who liked big healthcare. Baishu felt that he had a secretary to help massage him, which was much better than those big healthcare outside. At least there is no need to worry about getting sick. Originally, he was comfortably enjoying himself when the Black Technology chat group prompt window in his mind suddenly jumped. This caused Baishu's slightly closed eyes to instantly open. Boss, what's wrong? Was I too strong just now? Summer stopped the movements in her hands and asked. Don't stop, continue. Summer listened to Baishu's voice, and after a moment of silence, he continued to massage with Baishu again. Just that sentence. Baishu reclosed his eyes and immersed himself into the chat group, and immediately saw a densely packed prompt, and it was still continuously being updated. From Su Xiaozhao's shock +323. Shock +342 from Feng Bujue. Shock +452 from Jin Tianwei. Shock from Bui Jiafu +235. Shock +965 from Great Love Unbounded. Did you explode the shock value? So much. Earned a lot of money. With a slight thought, Baishu knew that it was the power of the cell phone run that he had left on LU Master's official website. Just did not expect the effect to be so good, and the increase in shock value is so much, more or less to his surprise. Group leader, White Tree. Goldfinger, the Black Technology chat group of all worlds. Group member, Red Queen. Shock points, 240,000. Core technology, Biochip. Black tech company, Fusilier Technology Corporation. Shock points needed for the next recruitment of group members, 10 million. Just hanging the phone's score on top of LU Master just one morning and you've gained 250,000 shock points? It seemed like shock value wasn't that hard to earn. It's all about the internet now, everything is interconnected, so if you casually do something, everyone will know about it, and the shock value will keep increasing. Then should I break some more news out? Think of it as promotion. Baishu thought about it and still shelved the idea for the time being, because now LU Master's score heat was coming up, and the shock value was still increasing. If he chose to break the news now, the cost effectiveness was too low. If you want to manipulate this statement to continue to increase the shock value, you must know how to relax and control the emotions of the netizens. Now the heat is still hot, there is no need to stimulate. When the heat has decreased down, then burst the news and increase the heat. The shock value gained this way is the greatest. Wait. Baishu suddenly thought of a problem, which was that he had run scores in both Rabbit and Lu Master. Why was it that only Lu Master came to himself for confirmation and put the running score on the leaderboard? Where was Rabbit? Wasn't in action? Baishu opened his eyes, opened his phone, and turned to Antutu's official website, only to find that there was no Flint M phone score on the official website score ranking. It had been removed cleanly. Damn! Delete my cell phone score for no reason. I'll take this revenge. Baishu was a very careful person, also very serious, eyes cannot tolerate sand. If he had the chance, he would really return this dark loss. Boss, what are you thinking about? Summer spoke faintly while massaging. Nothing. You continue, don't stop. Baishu didn't want to say much, he just wanted to enjoy himself. The reward he gave himself was only for one day, and from tomorrow onwards, it was time to embark on a new endeavor. After all, the road to building a black technology empire was a long one. Summer sniffed and was silent. This don't stop, shouldn't I be the one to say it? Chapter 12. The whole internet doesn't believe me, only I'm silently contacting the military. The next day, after Baishu woke up, Summer had already left. After doing half a night of body maintenance, I feel much better now, my body is twice as good, and I have spirit again. Baishu opened his cell phone and swiped it twice in passing. Surprisingly, he found that after a night of fermentation, the whole network had verbally attacked Flint Technology. Flint M's cell phone can have 1,800,000 running score? Even if it is reduced by 10, I don't believe it. Whoever believes it, whoever is brain dead. It's not that I look down on domestic cell phones, it's that the gap is really big. Now you're suddenly telling me that the running score crushes the Fruit 12? What kind of international joke is this? It's definitely Flint Technology cheating. Cheating is still so shameless, actually let the running score hang in the ranking. This is not looking for spray? Report Flint Technologies cell phone score cheating. What's going on? Please give us an explanation. These days cell phone manufacturers are really doing everything they can to sell their phones. Do you really think that by brushing an awesome cell phone score, we'll buy your phone? You'll only make us users feel sick if you do that. Although Baishu's heart felt a little bad when he looked at the comments above, but in the twinkling of an eye, he opened the chat group panel and immediately felt much more comfortable. Group Master, Baishu. Goldfinger, All Worlds Black Technology Chat Group. Group Member, Red Queen. Shock Points, 860,000. Possesses core technology, Biochip. Black Tech Company, Fusilier Technology Corporation. Shock points needed for the next recruitment of group members, 10 million. After a night of fermentation, the shock value had risen to 86 million. These days, it wasn't easy to earn some shock value. It's all about enduring netstorms. However, the words are taken back. As long as I'm given the shock value, please feel free to cyberstorm me. You can curse me hard. No need to treat me like a human being. Baishu was already thinking about shock value right now. He was going crazy. He really wanted to progress too much. After Baishu read this online comment, his finger unintentionally suddenly opened an advertisement. After moving his cell phone to close it. Surfing online again. Constantly brushing the small video of Shake sound. I have to say that the small videos of Shake voice are too interesting. Having lived for decades, I have never seen a beautiful woman wearing a bikini dancing the shaking sun dance, and only Shaking voice sends this kind of benefit. Suddenly. After Baishu brushed to a small video released by the military, he stopped at once, and his eyes tightly looked at the content of the video. The Eastern Theater of Operations solicits civilian chip technology. In order to accelerate the independent innovation of national defense science and technology, we are now openly soliciting advanced chip technology and solutions for the whole society. The specific requirements are as follows. 1. The scope of the call, high arithmetic AI chip, military FPGA, neuromorphic chip, etc., need to have independent intellectual property rights. 2. Technical requirements, in line with GJB military standards, prioritize support for low power, anti-interference, high reliability chip technology. 3. Participation mode, from now until X times 202X, submit the technical proposal through the military confidential channel, and those who pass the evaluation will be awarded special funding support and cooperation opportunities. Obligation of confidentiality, all participating units must sign the National Defense Confidentiality Agreement, and violators will be held accountable according to the law. Strong military to serve the country, science, and technology first. Contact Eastern Theater Weapons Design and Research Institute. Confidentiality Contact Channel, XXXXXXXX. Is the military going to solicit chip technology from the private sector? That's great. I don't have a silicon chip. But how about a biochip? As the last line of defense of the Dragon Kingdom, the chips used by the military must be completely localized for security purposes. Those Qualcomm, TSMC, and whatnot definitely don't meet the requirements and won't use them. Logically speaking, although the military is not as powerful as the Lighthouse State, it is certainly capable of manufacturing chips, only that it can't produce such cutting-edge chips as 5 nanometers. Now the military came out to openly solicit chip technology. That means that the domestic chips that were once made can no longer meet the requirements. White Tree is a part of the Dragon Country. If you can help the military in the field of chip, naturally very happy to help. Only when the country is prosperous can the country prosper. And this is a military order. If you can get involved with the military, and have the military to escort your own commercial aircraft carrier, it is simply endless benefits. The most direct benefit is that the promotion of biochips no longer need to have any scruples. This was a good opportunity to get in touch with the military. Baishu hesitated for a moment, and then opened the confidential contact channel above. The interface was somewhat simple, and it was still black and white. It was a bit like a mailbox, with only a simple communication function. He thought for a moment and instantly typed a line on it. Hello, I'm Baishu, the chairman of Flint Technology. Our laboratory has developed a chip with excellent performance that can completely meet the requirements of the military region. But the chip is rather special, so we need to meet to talk about it. When Baishu typed here, he immediately seemed to think of something and hurriedly typed another line on it. Believe me, I am not a liar. Rather, I am a comrade who deeply loves the land beneath his feet. If you don't believe me, you can leave me an address and I'll send a chip over for you to test. Message from Baishu, chairman of the board, Fusilier Technology Company. Contact number XXXXXXXXXXXX. After Baishu sent the message, he could only wait quietly. Actually, he had just noticed that confidential channel was able to submit technical drawings. It was just that he didn't choose to submit it. The biochip technology was priceless. If he was asked to contribute it for free, he would not be able to do it no matter what. If you are poor, you are alone, but if you are rich, you can help the whole world. He could be patriotic, but wasn't going to lick the military. Rather, he was prepared to engage with the other side in a state of being a collaborator. On the other side, in the Eastern Theater, the soldier in charge of communications, Lei Bing, was looking intently at his workbench. Although the work was boring, he was focused. Half a month had passed since the Eastern Warzone Weapons Research Institute had issued a call for chip technology announcements, but there was simply no one who had contacted through the confidential channels. However, it was normal to think about it. In today's information age, the importance of chips had risen to the strategic level and was related to the fate of the country. But because of the technical choke point, patent wall, original components, and other restrictions, the domestic chip development is stagnation, or even development, can only rely on foreign imports of chips. Semiconductor industry design technology content is very high, the general private enterprises simply cannot play. Almost no one in the private sector can make chips. And how can anyone respond to the call? Waiting. Suddenly, Lei Bing's pupils shrunk as he looked closely at the screen in front of him. A message edited by White Tree was sent over. Hello, I'm Bai Shu, the chairman of Flint Technology. I have a very good chip. This? A very excellent chip. And asking for my address to send the chip to me for testing? Lei Bing looked at the information in front of him, and without much thought, he sent the address of the external contact in charge of the Eastern Warzone. This confidential channel needed to be authenticated before sending out information, so no one dared to joke around on it. Although he didn't know how the excellent chip White Tree was talking about was like, he was willing to test it to try. Chapter 13 T-Virus has potential to become a god, creates butterfly clipper cell phone. Bai Shu felt his cell phone vibrate, picked it up and looked at it. Surprisingly, it was the address that the military called to contact. The efficiency of the military is still quite high. Let me see where the address is. To Bai Shu's surprise, the address sent over by the military was in Magic City, a tea house on the outskirts of Magic City. This should be the location of the Eastern Warzone's external liaison. Bai Shu thought so. With that, he turned around and walked into the lab. There were still remaining Apocalypse 12 cells from the last cultivation, enough to encapsulate dozens more biochips. He happened to take advantage of the military's need to encapsulate a few sample chips. Of course, this encapsulation cannot be like the last time, casually encapsulated, but added to the Red Queen sent over supporting confidential technology, integrated encapsulation. This confidentiality technology is after the Red Queen biochemical crisis of the biological type of anti-cracking. Ahead of this era, after the integrated package, will never be able to crack. Take an example. Before there is no secrecy package, the chip shell is like a pry-open cardboard box. Through a special instrument can detect what is inside. The degree of confidentiality is greatly reduced. But after the confidentiality package, the chip shell becomes a shielded black box. From the outside cannot detect what is inside. And it could not be violently destroyed, otherwise the black box would self-destruct. In half a day, Bai Shu continuously encapsulated dozens of biochips, and then put 5 chips inside a courier box, labeled them, and told Summer to prepare to send them to the military. And he then came to Lin Jingxian's lab now. The biochip had been successfully manufactured, solving the cell phone heart problem. The next step was to manufacture the cell phone. Just walked into the laboratory, saw in the laboratory, constantly busy experimental staff. Lin Jingxian was the core of the team and was leading the team to reconstruct the internal structure of the cell phone. Bai Shu looked at the scene of everyone doing their own job and working tirelessly, and was very satisfied in the bottom of his heart. These employees were able to share the company's hardships when they were down and out, which was really rare. In the future, they would be their own team, and after Flint Technology took off, they could reuse each other appropriately. Boss, you're here? Lin Jingxian suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, saw that at the entrance of the laboratory, Bai Shu was standing there full of smiles, and hurriedly put down the work at hand, greeted him warmly. In his words, there was more than a hint of respect for Bai Shu. The birth of the biochip made him feel that the future was promising, and he was more energized at work. Aha! How's the design of the new cell phone shape coming along? Bai Shu walked in and casually sat on the lab stool next to him. With the chip matter resolved, the next step was to manufacture the new phone. Because Qualcomm cut off the supply of chips, it made Flint Technologies' capital chain break and owed a lot of external debt. He urgently needed to return a sum of money to turn around. Made a few appearance models. Just waiting for you to determine the shape of the phone. As if Lin Jingxian knew that his boss would ask this question, he had already prepared the cell phone models long ago. As his voice fell, his lab assistant brought over 3 cell phone models and placed them in front of Bai Shu, lined up. The one on the left was a dug-hole screen design, with a back that looked a bit like a Fruit 12 cell phone. The one in the middle, with a vertical camera, 2 holes dug in the front, the color is solid. The one on the right, surrounded by a circular arc design, and the use of curved screen, the back of the matrix camera. Bai Shu raised his head and scrutinized it for a while, all of them feeling less than satisfied. Although it is said that the first cell phone of Flint Fire Technologies comeback, the main cost-effective, with a low price to quickly open the market. But low price does not mean compromising on the design. The new phone must have its own characteristics to work. Lin Jingxian designed these 3 templates, all of which were modest and traditional, with no eye-opening feeling. Boss, how is it? Seeing that Bai Shu did not speak for a long time, Lin Jingxian was a little apprehensive. It's average. Very traditional, similar to other cell phones on the market. No specialties of its own. Bai Shu opened the door and set it as it was. Then I'll go and change it again. Lin Jingxian sniffed, didn't say a word, and after a while silently took the model and went into the lab, ready to modify it again. It really confirms the saying. A word from the boss, an employee runs his legs off. Bai Shu, on the other hand, immersed himself into the Black Technology chat group to see if there was a suitable cell phone model at the Red Queen. It was not easy to wake up to the chat group, so it's not necessary to use it for nothing. Having just entered the chat group space, he glanced at the attribute panel in passing. It made Bai Shu very surprised. The shock points had already broken through 1 million, one step closer to 10 million shock points. Not bad at all. As long as you keep messing things up, you'll be able to get a steady stream of shock points. Ding, the group master is online. As White Tree went online, a prompt popped up in the chat group. Immediately afterward, the Red Queen avatar lit up. Red Queen, Group Master, you're finally online. I've been waiting for you for quite a while. Bai Shu froze for a moment, waiting for me? The Red Queen sent out a nodding emoji. That's right. After your guidance last time, I perfected the underlying algorithm and realized that using the Great Purge to protect humanity is wrong. Only returning to the T-virus itself and solving the T-virus is the fundamental solution to the zombies. Luckily, thanks to your guidance, I was able to recognize the mistake in time, otherwise it would have been a big mistake. White Tree, so? You came here specifically to thank me? Red Queen, not exactly. At the same time, I want to tell you the good news that through my research, the T-virus possesses a potential to make people evolve, and the potential is frighteningly large. And those zombies outside seem to be the failed products of the failed T-virus evolution. Bai Shu looked at the chat group, the message sent out by the Red Queen, and immediately breathed in sharply. According to Resident Evil movie and TV, the T-virus could indeed make humans evolve, just that the properties were too violent, and many people would not be able to resist the T-virus attack and become zombies. Something like Alice was the manifestation of the evolution. If the Red Queen develops a T-virus gene reagent and eliminates the side effects, it is really possible to knock on the door of human evolution. It seems very necessary to encourage the Red Queen to research and develop it. White Tree, research on it well. The secret behind the T-virus is enough to drive everyone crazy. Red Queen, okay. Group Master, I'll continue researching. Bai Shu waited for a while and saw that the Red Queen didn't speak anymore, so he hurriedly stated his purpose this time. I've already created the biochip you gave me, but I'm stuck at the cell phone appearance, and after designing a few versions, it always feels poor. Do you have a design for the appearance of a cell phone in your database? Can you give me a reference? The Red Queen didn't even think about it and sent out 3 pictures in the chat group. Of course there is. The pictures are as follows. The first one is a star. The second one is a butterfly cutout. The third model is Deep Sea. These 3 phone shapes are all very popular phone shapes in the Resident Evil world. If you have your eye on any of them, feel free to let me know. I'll send you the designs. Chapter 14. The new cell phone is codenamed Butterfly Scissors. 20 production lines are in full swing. Bai Shu took just one look and instantly fell in love with the exterior design of the cell phone called Butterfly Scissors. As far as the eye could see, the appearance of the Butterfly Scissors cell phone presented a very vital aesthetic effect. It was shaped like scissors and a butterfly. When you turn the body in different light, the back cover will be like a butterfly wings, like refraction of the flow of light and shadow, purple gradient through the hidden butterfly wings pattern, just like a butterfly dancing and stopping. The right-angled metal frame is paired with a super beautiful small straight screen, which retains the delicate sense of angles and achieves a delicate touch through the AG glass process. Beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. The key is that the shape of this cell phone goes well with the biochip, both of which are combined with nature in living things. Bai Shu was about to say that he wanted the design of this butterfly cutout cell phone, but on second thought, children only make choices, adults want them all. Since he had asked the Red Queen, he might as well take down the other 2 cell phone designs. Even if it can't be used now, it can be used in the future if a new cell phone is developed. Can you send me all the designs? Of course. As long as I can help, I'll be happy to help you. The Red Queen nodded. White Tree had helped her patch up the system flaws, and the Red Queen had already treated White Tree as a more important figure. As long as it didn't violate the core algorithm, she would be happy to help. Ding! Red Queen sent you a red packet. The Red Queen has sent you a red packet. The Red Queen has sent you a red packet. Bai Shu looked at the chat group. 3 red packets appeared in a row, inwardly very happy. Single for 30 years of hand speed, in the above fierce point. Obtained the star cell phone appearance design drawing. Butterfly Scissors cell phone design. Obtained the appearance design of the Deep Sea cell phone. Thanks. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties in the Resident Evil world, you can always come to me. Right now, I have things to do, so I'll go offline first. After saying these words, Bai Shu directly went offline, and those fluttering eyes suddenly regained their clarity. He saw the employees, led by Lin Jingxian, looking at him with a face full of concern. "Boss, are you alright?" "It's fine." Bai Shu waved his hand. He had just been careless and actually entered the chat group in a public place to communicate with the Red Queen. After the consciousness entered the chat group, the body outside was as if it was asleep, and it was easy for someone to find out the end. Then, as if he thought of something, he hurriedly spoke again once more. "I'm really fine. You guys don't have to worry about me. Just now I was merely thinking about the shape and design of the cell phone." Although Lin Jingxian and the other employees were still a bit puzzled, they didn't say anything else and just took it as if the boss was too tired from work and took a break. "Boss, you still know how to design cell phone shapes?" Suddenly an employee asked. "Does this thing still need to be learned?" Bai Shu smiled and asked a rhetorical question. He didn't know how to explain this matter, so he simply set up a genius persona for himself. Whatever the genius came up with was reasonable. "Doesn't it need to be learned?" Lin Jingxian's heart thumped as he asked uncertainly. It couldn't be that the boss had just dozed off and designed the drawings for the exterior of the cell phone, right? Impossible. It was absolutely impossible. The boss was already a genius in the field of designing chips, but he hadn't heard that designing the appearance of a cell phone was okay. "Of course not. I've designed it all. I'll draw it for you now. If you guys think it's good, the appearance of our Flint Technologies' new cell phone will be designed according to this design." Bai Shu smiled innocently, and as he watched the dumbfounded look of the employees under his hand, his heart felt very free. He finally understood why the protagonists in those novels liked to pretend so much. Happiness was always built on top of other people's sadness. Pretending is really cool. Of course. Bai Shu didn't mean to pretend to be a bully, it was just to create the persona of a genius. "If I accidentally hurt you, please don't be sad, don't be sad. Because I didn't mean to, but it was intentional." Hemp. The boss is really dozing off and got the exterior design plans? Shouldn't be able to, right? Lin Jingxian and the other employees of the lab listened to Bai Shu's serious voice, looked at each other, and for a moment, all were silenced by Bai Shu's dryness. Afterwards, he saw Bai Shu sitting on the computer chair next to him and began to use professional software to draw the appearance design of the cell phone. Should not be true. From Lin Jingxian, shock value plus 1,394. Shock value from Huang Jingwen plus 965. Shock value plus 141 from Hu Gui. The crowd stared blankly ahead. Bai Shu secretly laughed. "If I hadn't seen the shock value, which was constantly increasing, I would have thought you guys were calm. It's really good to reap shock points after just slightly pretending to be a pussy." At first, Lin Jingxian was still unimpressed, thinking that the boss was just playing around and couldn't design any excellent exterior design drawings. But as time passed, his face gradually became more and more ugly, and his mouth opened into the shape of a golden egg. The shape of this cell phone seems to be really something. A butterfly? Butterfly plus scissors. Plus the metal right-angled bezel paired with the ultra-beautiful small straight screen. The phone is small and delicate, and from a distance it looks like a butterfly dancing, combining technology and bio-beauty to the extreme. It was simply breathtakingly beautiful. "I'm going. Boss, this cell phone shape is just too good looking. Does this phone have a name? Just because of this appearance, I have the urge to buy it. Once upon a time, I didn't believe in geniuses until I met the boss, then I started to slowly believe. After all, who dares to believe?" The boss was dozing off and was able to design a cell phone appearance design. Shock value plus 5,428 from Lin Jingxian. Shock value plus 3,214 from Huang Jingwen. Shock value plus 4,321 from Hu Gui. Half an hour later, Bai Shu took care of wrapping up his work, stood up, looked at the employees who were looking at him with adoration, and instantly knew that there wouldn't be a second voice in the company with the butterfly scissors as the new cell phone appearance. "What are all looking at me for? If you guys don't have any opinions on the butterfly scissors as a cell phone appearance, then seize the time to produce it. 20 cell phone production lines are on fire. Get 100,000 in stock before we hold the new cell phone launch." Bai Shu pretended not to see the shock and incredulity of the employees. No comment. Of course there's no opinion. Who dares to have an opinion on such a good-looking phone shape? Then don't hurry. Bai Shu smiled. This will go. It's just that the boss has 20 cell phone production lines, and if they are firing on all cylinders, will the production speed of the biochips be able to keep up? Lin Jingxian thought about it and asked with some concern. After all, the biochip was the core and it was handled by the boss alone. He didn't really know how well the biochips were being produced. Don't worry. The quantity is large enough. Bai Shu smiled and replied seriously. The core of the biochip was the Apocalypse 12 cells. As long as the Apocalypse 12 cells were cultivated, producing tens of thousands of biochips a day was not a problem. And it was also possible to leave those unimportant processes of the biochip to the employees. The speed was even faster this way. There was no need to worry about a lack of supply of biochips at all. Then I'm relieved. Lin Jingxian nodded. Chapter 15 Blue Factory Counterfeiting, not at all worthy of continuing in the cell phone industry. At the same time, Blue Factory Cell Phone Group headquarters. Ever since he came back from the last time he suffered a bellyful of anger at Flint Technology, Lu Lin had been waiting for Flint Technology's capital chain to break and declare bankruptcy. Then he would act as a savior and acquire Flint Technology at a super low price. As a result, as time went by, instead of waiting for the news of Flint Technology declaring bankruptcy, he waited for the news of Flint Technology's Flint M cell phone being number 1 in the score ranking. Flint M cell phone and the Lu Masters cell phone score software, with a high score of 1,800,000, hanging high on the top of the list. Even the Fruit 12 cell phone was suppressed without any power. What kind of tactic is this? Cheating? Or did you pay for the running score list? Do you think this will save the company's decline? You're wrong. Without Qualcomm's chip, it is nothing. Lu Lin spat deeply, suddenly remembering the last disgraceful incident in Flint Technology. His heart could not help but rise up a vicious anger. Flint Technology brush Lu Master list? It just so happened that this was the opportunity to take revenge that was delivered to his door. Lu Lin's ability to act was strong, and when he said he would do it, he stretched out his right hand and pressed the green button on his desk. This button was the switch for him to contact his assistant. Just press it down and he could talk to his assistant. Assistant Hua, bring a Flint M cell phone in for a moment. Okay, boss. Assistant Hua nodded slightly as he listened to his boss's voice coming from within the headset. Because of the need for research, Blue Factory Cell Phone Group would purchase a few competitors' cell phones, so the Fusilier M cell phone that the boss needed would just be transferred directly from the warehouse. A few moments later, Assistant Hua took the Flint M cell phone and stood in front of the boss. For some reason, he suddenly felt that the boss's depression of the past few days had been swept away and replaced by a faint joy. Could it be that he had encountered something happy? Boss, I brought over the cell phone you asked for. Good. You immediately helped me prepare to debug the live broadcast equipment. Later on, I'm going to use our group's live account and open the live broadcast. The title of the live broadcast. Live broadcast title will be written, a certain cell phone manufacturer is doing whatever it takes to brush the runtime score in order to make a profit, simply disgracing the face of domestic cell phone manufacturers. Lu Lin's voice was somewhat excited. It can be expected that this live broadcast out, Flint Technology will fall into the quagmire of speech, accelerating the bankruptcy and liquidation. This was also considered to be a mouthful of bad anger for the last time. Boss, are we sure we want to do this? Assistant Hua instinctively felt that this was bad. Shouldn't we do this? Lu Lin raised his volume and asked a rhetorical question. That's not what I meant. Assistant Hua's face pales in the face of his boss's questioning, fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead. All right. We're fighting counterfeiting, exposing Fusilier Technology's cheating behavior in order to prevent the public from being cheated by Fusilier Technology. What we are doing is an act of justice. There's no need to say anything else. Turn on the live broadcast directly. Assistant Hua nodded helplessly. The boss had spoken and he, as an employee, could only obey. Moving the live broadcast equipment from the warehouse next door, he set up the camera and aimed it at Lu Lin, then entered the title of the live broadcast. Boss, the equipment has been debugged. You can turn on the live broadcast at any time. Then just turn it on. Assistant Hua sniffed, his right hand turned on the live broadcast button on a slight point. As the drop sound came, the red light on the camera flashed, and the live broadcast was instantly turned on. Lu Lin was the chairman of the Blue Factory Cell Phone Group, considered half a public figure with over 1 million fans. The live broadcast had just turned on, and several hundred fans had flooded into the live broadcast room. I'm going to Blue Factory's official live account. It's actually on the air. Is there some kind of benefit to be distributed? Or is there a new cell phone to be released? Is that upstairs? Didn't look at the live broadcast title? I went to. The title is actually, a cell phone manufacturer in order to make a profit, and scrupulous brush running score, simply lost the face of domestic cell phone manufacturers. Little Blue. This is going to be a fight. Who on earth made my Little Blue angry? Little Blue's emotions have always been very stable, today suddenly so grumpy. It must be that the friends have gone too far. That said, does anyone know who the certain manufacturer inside the title actually is? I know. It seems to be Flint Technology Company, a company that is about to go bankrupt. Lu Lin looked at the pop-ups on the live stream and his heart was getting smoother and smoother. Dare to fight me? Today I will let you lose your reputation. In the future, you will never be able to eat the internet again. Lu Lin quietly sat on the sofa and waited for the live broadcast to go up. Usually, his live broadcasts were tens of thousands of people online, and he was prepared to wait for the live broadcast room to reach 10,000 people before starting to fight the fake. Only then could he expand his influence as much as possible and cause a heavy setback to Flint Technology. Ask if you don't understand. I came in to see beautiful women. Are there beautiful women in the live broadcast room? If you want to find a beautiful woman, go out and turn left. Right now, this live broadcast room is a live broadcast of a battle between two cell phone manufacturers. Battles? I like watching battles the most. Anchor, hurry up and turn on the live broadcast. I can't wait to see you fight. Anchor, hurry up and start. Lu Lin waited for a few minutes and saw that the live broadcast room went up to 10,000 people, then reached out and picked up the microphone and smiled. Everyone. I'm the chairman of Blue Factory, Lu Lin. I believe that there are no fans present who don't recognize me, right? Lu Lin's voice was magnetic and slightly humorous, instantly driving up the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. Of course I recognize you. But what's the point of knowing you? Could it be that knowing you and looking for you to buy a cell phone will give me a discount? I don't know you, but is it too late to know you now? Don't push, and start the fight nimbly. I'm already horny from reading the live stream title. Lu Lin waved his hand, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast room instantly disappeared. Instead, he began to get to the point. Fans, you all know me, you all know how I am. In fact, I'm a very easygoing person, and I definitely won't get angry unless I encounter something I can't endure. I've encountered something I can't endure today, and it's made me so angry that I won't spit it out. Everyone. Before I talk about this matter, please look at the LU Master cell phone score ranking first. In order to be more realistic, Lu Lin directly entered the official website of LU Master Score software on his computer and clicked into the score ranking step by step. First, Flint M cell phone, chip unknown chip, total running score 1,800,000. Second, Fruit 12 cell phone, chip A chip, total running score 670,000. Third, Hiss. The first on the list is the Flint M cell phone? A domestic cell phone? Why do I feel that there is something wrong with the list? It's been a while since I've looked at the score ranking. What's going on? Is the Flint M cell phone so powerful? Is there any brother who knows the inside story? I know. At first the score appeared in the Enrabbit score software, but later it was removed by the official on the grounds of brushing the score. I just don't know why LU Masters wasn't deleted. Chapter 16 Shock value breaks 5 million thanks to the enemy's divine assist. At this time, Lu Lin raised his hand from mid-air and pressed down. Both hands made a pause gesture. The live broadcast room instantly quieted down. Countless people were waiting in front of the screen for Lu Lin to speak. Everyone. Although I am angry, there is no right to speak without investigation. In order to seek proof of this unbelievable matter and not wrongly accuse any good person, I specially bought a Flint M cell phone. And it is the original, not yet unpacked. Now I'll download LU Master to run the score and see if I can run 1,800,000. As Lu Lin's voice fell, pop-ups flew in the live broadcast room. Definitely can't 14 nanometers garbage chip, 200,000 running score can't even run out. No need to try. It must be that Flint technology cheated, it's really a black-hearted enterprise. Lu Lin didn't care about the live broadcast room where the pop-ups were constantly going on, but instead put the camera on the cell phone screen and gave a close-up of the running score. He wanted to use the facts to tell everyone that Flint technology maliciously swiped the score and was a company that would do anything for sales. A few minutes passed. The running score is fixed. The current running score value was clearly displayed on the Flint M cell phone. Flint M cell phone, chip 14 nanometers chip, total running score 159,039. Everyone, the result of this running score is the same as other users' running scores. That's the normal running score. So the question is, how did this come to be number one in the rankings? And it also carries a logo, Fusilier Technology personally certified. Inside the live broadcast room, there was a surge of emotions, and all kinds of pop-ups flew all over it. Needless to say, of course it was brushed. Just how much did Flint Technology give Master Lu? Surprisingly, on top of the Flint M cell phone, the certification mark was added independently. Hemp. Black-hearted enterprise, you brush the running score and deceive the masses, won't your conscience hurt? How did this tumor appear in domestic cell phones? In order to clear the inventory, do whatever it takes? You simply don't deserve to continue in this business. That said, such a blatant behavior of brushing ratings? Is there no one to regulate it? I implore the relevant departments to thoroughly investigate Flint Technology. The internet is not a place outside the law, and brushing cell phone scores to deceive the masses is shameful. Lu Lin's live room, a combat counterfeiting type of live room, was inherently easy to drive traffic. Coupled with the content of his live broadcast, it was also the breaking point of human attention today. The live broadcast room instantly broke several traffic pools, getting the traffic boost from the live broadcast platform. The live broadcast audience increased in a straight line. The number of people in the live broadcast room was now over 100,000 people. Such a hot live broadcast room was quickly retweeted by other bloggers who rubbed off on the traffic. Even the official media microblogs retweeted it. At this moment, it was as if everyone was on the same page, crusading against Fusilier Technology. However, at this moment, Bai Shu was making his rounds with Summer on the Butterfly Shears cell phone production line, ignorant of what was happening outside. Bai Shu personally controlled the quality of every cell phone. Although the main focus this time was on low-end and mid-range cell phones, it didn't mean that the quality had to be compromised. On the contrary, he also improved the quality control of his products. Boss, the 20 production lines are already on fire, constantly producing butterfly-cut cell phones 24 hours a day. Summer turned his head and reported faintly to Baishu. According to this quality control, how many cell phones can be produced in a day? Baishu stopped and asked. For one production line, it can produce 1,000 cell phones a day. We have a total of 20 production lines that can produce 20,000 cell phones a day. Baishu did some calculations. According to producing 20,000 cell phones a day, it would take 5 days to store 100,000 inventory. Then on the morning of the 6th day the new cell phone product launch could be held. You go and contact the media, and by the way, make a plan to advertise and promote the Butterfly Clipper cell phone. The new cell phone conference will be held on Monday next week. Good. Summer nodded. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile so much that he couldn't close them. Flint Technology had been holding back for so long, being cut off from Qualcomm's chip supply and being suppressed by its friends, and now it could finally raise its eyebrows. You guys didn't expect it, did you? Our company would actually survive under Qualcomm's siege. And also developed the world's first biochip. At this time, White Tree, who was standing in place, seemed to have suddenly realized something, and his face changed slightly. The chat group in his mind was dinging and donging with constant beeps. Boss, what's wrong? Summer sensed that there was something wrong with his boss's state. Nothing. You go back and deal with your work first. I'll make my rounds on the production line for a little while longer and then go back. Baishu waved his hand and dismissed Summer. Summer was silent for a while, looking at Baishu's quite good mental state, so she slowly left. After seeing Summer off, Baishu instantly immersed himself into the Black Technology chat group space, and just by glancing at it, he was shocked by the constant stream of refreshed messages on it. Did I do something earth-shatteringly great? Why are there so many shot points? Shot points from Mr. Funeral Love plus 1,232. Shot points plus 1,232 from Desolate Heavenly Emperor. Shot points from Mr. Yangmi plus 1,232. Shocking points from Mr. Yang Qiling. There were tens of thousands of densely packed shock value alert messages. At this moment, the shock value of the chat group surpassed 5 million. What in the world happened? Why are there suddenly so many shock points? Baishu held a skeptical attitude, opened his cell phone, brushed online for a while, and immediately discovered the reason why from the public number fan comments. It turned out to be the head of the Blue Factory mobile phone group, Lu Lin, who openly live broadcasted the running score of the Flint Fire M cell phone LU Masters to fake. With a curious thought, Baishu clicked on Lu Lin's live broadcast and instantly saw that Lu Lin was speaking about his crime with righteous indignation. There were also countless fans on the pop-up screen cursing themselves, saying black-hearted enterprises, unscrupulous businessmen, and whatnot. Some of these words were quite hurtful. It was very uncomfortable to hear. But at this moment, Baishu was not half unhappy. Originally, I was still thinking about how to mess things up so that my shot points would break through 10 million to come. As a result, Lu Lin, you kid, backhandedly helped me accomplish half of it. I really have to thank you properly. When Flint Technology stands up, the first one will take you. Baishu watched Lu Lin's live broadcast for a while and then closed the live broadcast. Let the bullets fly a little longer first. The harder you guys curse me, the more shot points you have, the happier I am. Then again, Lu Lin is live streaming a fake. Why would I also increase my shock value? Is it because more people know about the biochip's running score? Or is it that other people are also shocked that I think I'm a black-hearted corporate heartlessness? It should be so. I hope that after today, the shock points will break through 10 million so that I can summon another Black Tech guru within the Black Tech chat group of the heavens and the worlds. If it's not enough, I'll just add more fire. Baishu thought so in his head. Chapter 17 Terrifying Biochip, Alarming the Military. Baishu put down his cell phone, inspected the production line again, found no problems, and returned to the Fusilier Technology building. Just returned to the office, have not even sat still. Summer is holding a laptop, look anxious, walked in. Before the person arrived, his voice came over first. Boss, something big is wrong. Blue Factory cell phone group openly slammed the Flint M cell phone score falsification on the internet. It was retweeted by Weibo, and it's on the hot search. Now the whole internet is paying attention. What to do? Summer sounded panicked. As a cell phone company, Flint Technology's greatest fear was that its reputation would be stigmatized. Because if the reputation was stigmatized, even if your product was made well, no one would be willing to buy it. Baishu sniffed, but was very calm. Let the bullets fly for a while first. I'll save up the shock value. He picked up his teacup and gently took a sip. I knew about this just now. Summer waited for a while and didn't hear anything else from Baishu and became anxious. I know you know about it. Just how to deal with it? I'm getting anxious. It's true that the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is in a hurry. Not right. Who the hell is a eunuch? Boss, why don't you stop drinking tea? Think about what we should do? Summer asked anxiously. I know you're in a hurry, but please don't. You just don't need to worry about this matter. Just leave it to me to handle. White Tree raised his head and glanced at Summer. Summer sniffed and was silent for a while. His eyes looked at White Tree and saw that White Tree's chest was clear and he seemed to have a way to deal with it. At the same time, Eastern Warzone Weapons Research Institute discussion meeting on the issue of the chips used by the latest generation of robot dogs. The military's Weapons Research Institute had already developed the latest generation of robot dogs, which were very important in unmanned search and rescue and modernized warfare, but a new problem had arisen. Although the military was able to manufacture chips, it was still far behind compared to foreign countries. With this backward chip installed on the robot dog, it is impossible to maximize the performance of the robot dog. Even in the execution of complex tasks, the robot dog would still appear to be stuck. The existing chip technology was no longer able to meet the requirements of technological development, which was why the Eastern Theater of Operations had solicited chip technology from the community. Although they don't hold too much hope for the civilian enterprises to hold too much hope. But if you don't move forward, you'll never know what the outcome will be. Qin Xian, as the director of the Weapons Research Institute, was currently sitting in the center seat of the conference room, presiding over this meeting. Everyone, today's meeting is mainly to discuss the robot dog. Can the chip used make another breakthrough? Or introduce a more advanced chip? Of course, foreign chips don't need to be considered as the military region never uses foreign chips. As Qin Xian's voice fell, a group of semiconductor academicians discussed. To make a breakthrough in chip technology? How difficult is it? How about utilizing a 14 nanometers photolithography machine and using multiple overlapping shadow exposure technology to create a 7 nanometers chip like the previous chip? This is already our limit. Keep in mind that we can't produce a photolithography machine. This 14 nanometers photolithography machine was all phased out by the Lighthouse Kingdom before it was sold to us. As for more advanced photolithography machines, Lighthouse Country doesn't sell them to us. Yes. It's not that we can't get more advanced chip technology, but we don't have photolithography machines, the production tool for chips. It's hard for a skillful woman to cook without rice. As the voice fell, the conference room instantly quieted down, and every academician seemed to be shrouded in gloom, with a low mood. Dragon Country is a great country, but in the field of chips are subject to others. Even photolithography cannot be manufactured. How ironic is this? A generation, there is a generation of mission. Generation, there is a generation of the war on Ganling. The mission of their generation is to make a photolithography machine, so that they will no longer be controlled by others in the semiconductor industry. However, they really don't have much of a solution. The foreign patent wall, the control of raw materials and components make it impossible for them to manufacture a photolithography machine even if they have the drawings for it. This is what is most difficult. At this time, Qin Xian scanned the circle, and that faint voice came over again. What about the folk? Didn't we send out a call for chip technology announcements? What results did the folk have? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. What excellent chip technology can the folk have? Those few companies that manufacture chips in the civilian world all have close cooperation with the military. If there was any advanced technology, it would have been reported up long ago. Nothing? Qin Xian waited for a while and saw that no one spoke, so he asked again, his words filled with disappointment. Report. One of the interns, whose name was He Xiaoxiao, stood up against the pressure. Speak. Qin Xian's gaze fell on He Xiaoxiao. There is a private enterprise by the name of Flint Technology. He said that he made a breakthrough in his chip technology and could meet our requirements, but didn't submit the technology over and only sent a few chips for us to test. However, I haven't had a chance to test them yet, so I don't know how the performance is. Originally, He Xiaoxiao thought that after he finished speaking, he would be met with skepticism from the onlookers. However, he didn't expect that the people from the Weapons Research Institute were all professionals and didn't question anything. Qin Xian was even very good at talking, and directly ordered a few soldiers to move the chip testing professional instruments into the conference room. You said that private enterprise is called Flint Technology, right? Since they are so confident and sent the chip over, then we'll be sorry for the red-hot heart if we don't even test it. Qin Xian beckoned. He Xiaoxiao then took the courier box and walked over to Qin Xian, handing it over. Qin Xian glanced at the express box in front of him. His gaze was a bit odd, but he didn't say anything and reached out his hand, tearing the express box open, revealing the 5 chips wrapped in a plastic bag inside. The chip was transparent, thin as a wing, square. From the outside you can see the chip inside without any circuitry, very different from other chips. Qin Xian looked at the chip wrapped in a plastic bag in front of him, and the corner of his mouth could not help but tremble. Hemp. I thought you used the express box are already outrageous enough. Did not think that the inside actually used plastic bags? Really outrageous. This chip really has character. Is this really a chip? With the appearance alone, it can't be seen as a chip at all. It shouldn't be a fake, right? Yeah. If it's a chip, how could there be no circuitry? Comrade He Xiaoxiao, are you sure you didn't get the wrong courier? Quiet. Qin Xian frowned as he looked at the murmuring crowd. Spinning around, he raised his hands and pressed them downwards in mid-air. After waiting for the crowd to quiet down, only then did that faint voice come over again. "We are all comrades of the Eastern Theater Weapons Research Institute, please be serious. As for this chip in front of us, is it real or fake? How is its performance? We'll know the result after we test it." Chapter 18, All the Military Region's Robot Dogs Use Tunnel Fire Technologies Biochips? The crowd instantly quieted down at the words. Yeah. Dean Sheen was right. No matter how the chip in front of him looked, at least before testing it, one shouldn't stand out and question it. Qin Xian used tweezers to clip a transparent chip and placed it on top of a professional instrument to test it. Take. As the testing instrument ran, the hearts of the crowd clenched. They couldn't even sit still at all, and they all stood up from their seats and gathered around the testing instrument, staring at the display in front of them with unblinking eyes. Although they also felt that this situation was minimal, there was always an unrealistic expectation within their hearts. Tick-tock. Detection complete. Chip model, unknown chip. Computing speed, 32 times that of a 5nm silicon-based chip. Energy consumption, 1/10 of silicon-based chips. Stability, excellent. Life expectancy, temporarily undetectable. What's the situation? This detection result isn't right. It's not right. It's not the testing instrument that's wrong, it's the chip that's wrong. Old Qin, I'll apply for another test. Worker Joe was a great expert in the field of chips, and his scientific research attitude was very rigorous. Good. Qin Xian nodded excitedly. Normally, his hand, which was very steady, had done countless experiments and never shook. But at this moment, the hand holding the chip could not help but tremble, as if the paper-thin chip weighed 1,000 pounds. Take. Detecting again. Detection completed. Chip model, unknown chip. Computing speed, 32 times that of a 5nm silicon-based chip. Energy consumption, 1/10 of silicon-based chips. Stability, excellent. Serviceable life, temporarily undetectable. Hiss. The crowd looked at this scene and sucked in a breath of cool air. The detection results were the same for 2 consecutive times. Then the instrument would basically not be wrong. The running speed was 32 times that of a 5nm silicon chip, and the energy consumption was 1/10 that of a 5nm chip. What kind of chip was this? Explosive performance. It simply blows away the most advanced chips in the Lighthouse Kingdom. When did our country have such a powerful chip? Old Qin, this is unbelievable. Zhou Gong was dumbfounded, his voice constantly shivering from shock. Yeah. I feel like I'm dreaming. How could a private enterprise have such excellent chip technology? Qin Xian's heart had long been in waves. He knew very well that if the test results were true, it would mean that the semiconductor industry of Longhua was far ahead. There was no longer a need to look at others' faces. A generation, there is a generation of mission. A generation, there is a generation of Shanghanling War. The mission of his generation is to give the semiconductor industry to tear open a mouth, so that the Dragon Kingdom chip is no longer subject to others. Could it be that we are being accomplished the mission in a diluted manner? Should we change the instrument, change the chip, and test it again? Zhou Gong asked excitedly. Good. Qin Xian also came energized. He waved his hand and asked a few soldiers to bring in another brand new chip detection instrument before starting the detection. The detection results were the exact same. Chip model, unknown chip. Computing speed, 32 times that of a 5nm silicon-based chip. Energy consumption, 1/10 of silicon-based chip. Stability, excellent. Serviceable life, cannot be detected for the time being. The entire conference room exploded at this moment. The Dragon Kingdom could really make a chip, and it was even better than the Lighthouse Kingdoms. If the people on the other side of the continent knew that the Dragon Kingdom could make such an excellent chip, I wonder if they would be able to sleep tonight? The meeting broke up instantly. Everyone returned to their lab posts to make a comprehensive test of this unknown chip, wanting to know what exactly was constructed inside. The results were unbelievable. They couldn't detect anything. Because the chip sent over by Fusilier Technology was like a black box, the outside could not observe the inside at all. As for Violet Research, the chip simply self-destructed. Were all the anti-cracking technologies that good? Qin Xian was excited. He wasn't angry at Fusilier Technology for hiding it. Fusilier Technology was a hero for solving the Dragon Kingdom's semiconductor problem without a word. Qin Xian dialed Bai Shu's phone number in public. Ring ring ring. The ringer rang for a while, and the opposite side answered at once. A very young, very energetic voice came from the microphone. Hello. Which one? Hello, may I ask if you're Bai Shu, the chairman of Flint Technology? Qin Xian's voice trembled a little. It's me, and you are? Bai Shu asked calmly. I'm Qin Xian, the director of the Eastern Theater Weapons Design Institute. I received the chip you sent over. May I ask if the chip was independently developed by you? Qin Xian asked with forced excitement. Could it be that apart from me, in this world, there are other people who can create such an excellent chip? Bai Shu smiled and asked rhetorically. He was happy too. Because the fact that the military came to call was proof that the military saw the excellence of the biochip. If he was able to take the military order, get involved with the military, and get on the military's thigh, then it wouldn't take off? Of course. Getting him on his knees was impossible. Qin Xian sniffed and the corners of his mouth twitched. This was a big mouth. However, Bai Shu had the capital to say this. Qin Xian, may I ask how you did it? Bai Shu, how did you do it? Qin Xian, that is, how did you develop such an excellent chip? This involves technical issues. In a few words, it's hard to say. How about you send a representative to visit my factory? Bai Shu was not humble. Good. I'll set off tomorrow. Qin Xian was thunderous. In fact, he had long wanted to visit the door in person. It was only that there was no reason at first, and he was too embarrassed to come to the door. Now that Bai Shu had opened his mouth, there was naturally no problem. This chip was excellent, and if the robot dog adopted this chip, there would definitely not be a problem of not performing. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. The heat of the brush score event, instead of dropping, showed a rising phenomenon. The rhetoric is one-sided. Now the whole network knows one thing, that is, Flint Technology is a black-hearted enterprise, in order to clear the inventory of cell phones, maliciously making fake brush scores to deceive the public. The message board on the official website of Flint Technology is exploding with information every day. Netstorm was a terrible thing. Summer sat in his office looking at the Bowtie cell phone promotion plan submitted by the operations department. His face was filled with sorrow. The official website was all washed out. If the new product preview was released now, the package was fought. The boss doesn't know what's going on, obviously said he would deal with this matter last time. How come now he doesn't even come out to clarify it? If it is not dealt with again, it is affecting the publicity of the new phone. Summer hesitated for a while, finally decided, take the promotion plan and then look for the boss to see. Chapter 19. All other cell phone manufacturers have gone soft, only Flint Technology chooses to be hardcore. Knock knock. The high heels knocked on the ground and made a clear sound. After Summer approached the lab, she lightened her footsteps, her pace slowed down, and the knocking sound of her high heels against the ground became imperceptible. Boss. Summer stood at the entrance of the lab and pressed the doorbell, then stood still and waited. These past few days, Bai Shu was inside the lab, living in deep secrecy, not knowing what he was researching. Obviously, the biochip had been successfully developed, but he was still working so hard inside the lab. He really deserved to be the boss. He is getting more and more explosive in the cause of suffering. It is only when you have suffered that you can have endless suffering. There is no end to overtime until there is overtime in the middle of a shift. Bai Shu wore experimental clothing and studied the extended application of biochips. The deeper he understands the biochip, the more he feels the power of the biochip. The wide range of applications, whether it is a cell phone, computer, or car, airplane, can be used. It could even be implanted into a living organism, and by utilizing the bioelectric power supply in the body, it would allow the biochip to operate. Bai Shu tried to implant the chip into mice, but none of them failed. Implanting a biochip into a living organism was thousands of times more difficult than running it on an electronic device. And even if it succeeded, how to make the biochip output content to the brain was also a problem that needed to be solved. Oi! Take your time. There was a long way to go on the road of scientific research. Bai Shu had just finished an experiment when the ear was drilled into the ear-piercing doorbell. Turning his head to look, a beautiful woman in a sexy skirt was standing at the door. He hurriedly put down the work at hand, took off his experimental clothing, and walked out slowly. Boss. Summer saw Bai Shu walk out and greeted him warmly. You're here for the brush running score incident, right? Bai Shu said, walking into the office and casually sitting on the sofa. Summer followed and walked in, sitting next to Bai Shu in the same seat, and smiled. Boss, it's really predictable. I did come here for this matter. Speaking here. Summer suddenly paused and looked at Bai Shu's slightly pale face, slightly distressed. The reason why Flint Technology was able to rise from the dead was all because the boss was holding it up. A single man was supporting a piece of the sky. A moment later, Summer handed over the promotion program in his hand and spoke faintly. The operations department submitted the promotion Butterfly Shear cell phone program, and I'm worried that if we don't solve the brush running score incident, it will have an impact on the release of our new cell phone. So, I'm here to ask, what should be done about the brush running score incident? Wait. Let me take a look. Bai Shu said, pretending to pick up his cell phone and looking at it. In fact, he had already immersed himself into the space of the Black Technology chat group of the worlds, and with a thought, he opened the attribute panel. Group Master, Bai Shu. Golden Finger, Heavenly Realms Black Technology chat group. Group Member, Red Queen. Shot points, 8.64 million. Core Technology, Biochip. Black Tech Enterprise, Fusilier Technology Corporation. Shot points needed for the next recruitment, 10 million. Only 8.6 million shot points. It's still more than a million short of 10 million. Lu Lin of the Blue Factory cell phone group is still not powerful enough. You've made the topic so hot, but you haven't even saved me 10 million. Poor evaluation. Surprisingly, I still have to do it myself. Baishu smacked his lips and then exited the chat group space. The brush running score incident was now widely known, and everyone could only generate shot points about something once, not repeatedly. Therefore, the shot points gained now were already very few, and if he wanted to keep generating shot points, he would have to keep creating new hotspots to be able to do so. Lulin ah Lulin. Although you sent me so many shot points, the hatred has already been written down. I'm a person who makes a clear distinction between grudges and enmities. If I have a grudge, I will repay it. I hope you can withstand Fusilier Technology's revenge. Baishu muttered from the corner of his mouth. Boss. Boss. Summer glanced at White Tree and frowned. Did the boss not rest enough? 1 second he's talking to me, and the next he's dozing off? I am. Baishu smiled and didn't explain this detail, then pushed the promotion plan back to Summer and then spoke. You released the new product preview as usual. I'll settle this matter. Boss, you said the same thing last time. Summer smacked her lips, with doubt in her eyes. Ahem. I'm serious this time. Baishu blushed a little. This was weirdly embarrassing. Then I'm relieved. Summer nodded and left. After Summer left, Baishu opened the company's official website, and was about to use the official website to release a statement to hype up the heat of this matter, when he suddenly thought of a problem. What's the point of using the official account to release? What's the point of using the official account to publish? High-end hunters, all with the help of outside hands, to help their own revenge clarification. To actively come out and clarify, it always felt a little less interesting. If one clarifies passively, that's the highest level. Baishu thought about it, then quit the Flint Technology account and re-registered a new number with a nickname called, Never Laugh at Someone Braver Than You. Then it was time to set up a persona. The one he set up for this account was an employee at the bottom who had quietly dedicated himself to Fusilier Technology. This employee knew the truth, knew the aggression the company had suffered, knew the injustice the company had suffered, and was forced to stand up bravely and speak out for the company. Baishu first referred to the internet, how to write a statement of clarification, and then combined with the actual situation of Flint Technology, began to write a small essay up. When Baishu was writing, even he was touched. This small person issued a cry. Ah. It's so touching. But you guys would never think that this number is also mine, right? After Baishu finished writing, he posted the small essay. Because the new account didn't have much traffic, he even spent $10,000 on traffic. This kind of battle-like article is very easy to get traffic to break the limit. As long as there is an initial flow of traffic, the follow-up will be very easy to fire up. The words from the heart of a small Flint employee. I am an ordinary employee of Flint Technology. There is no halo of executives, and there is no title of experts, but today, I want to say a few words from the heart. Recently, the internet is full of accusations against Fusilier Technology, black-hearted enterprise, false running score, cheating consumers. Every one of them is like a knife in my heart. As a person who witnessed all this, I can't help but stand up and speak out for Flint Technology. Flint Technology is really not like what the internet says. A few months ago, Qualcomm issued a siege on domestic manufacturers, either signing an unequal agreement or cutting off the supply of chips. Many cell phone manufacturers have chosen to soften, and then only to get Qualcomm's chip supply. But Flint Technology did not, chose to take a weak body, attempting to support a sky in the dark. Then Qualcomm cut off the supply of chips. The company fell into a desperate situation, almost bankrupt. At that time everyone was urging us to bow down, and some even said, admit defeat, Dragon Kingdom can't make its own chips. Chapter 20 Fusilier Technology stands, never kneels. But what did Fusilier Technology choose to do? It is to grit its teeth, carry the pressure, and start hard from scratch, taking a road that no one sees. I have seen the laboratory at 3 a.m. I have seen engineers collapsing at their workstations. I have seen the team arguing over a piece of data to the point of redness. No one knows whether this road can go through, but they all firmly believe that if they don't even dare to try, that's really a loss. The chip eventually achieved great results. LU Masters above the score is installed on the new Chiplin Fire M cell phone running score results, and there is no cheating brush score behavior. But now because of the superiority of the chip, but was misinterpreted as brushing points to fake. Those mocking voices simply do not know that this chip is the Dragon Country and the Lighthouse Country semiconductor hegemony under siege, hard to tear a hole. The significance is very great. You can hide inside the corner and remain silent, but please never mock and smear those who are braver than you, because the light they fought for may shine on you. Please, please, please don't start a trend. You can be unsupportive, but please don't chill the hearts of those who really want to do something. Flint Technologies may be small, but at least it's standing and not kneeling. Finally, I attached a video of the new chip's score in one shot to prove that the score is true. At this point, the small composition is all over. Originally, the new account is not much traffic, but money can make the devil to push the mill. After the White Tree coin, the platform soon pushed the traffic. The latter is also associated with big data, Flint Technology, Brush Score, Blue Factory Cell Phone Group, and other keywords. It is even more fiery. In just half an hour, it broke several traffic pools in a row, showing a certain degree of heat, and already had the momentum of bursting into flames. Another article that rubs off on traffic? Trying to come out and wash Fusilier technology? The article is written quite movingly. Just do you think we'll believe it? An ordinary cell phone brushes its score to 1.8 million. Do you really think that we users are brain dead? Fruit 12 can't even do it. How can you, a domestic cell phone? Any enterprise that maliciously brushes running scores and bullies the public does not deserve to be forgiven. Roll. A whitewashing video can't wash away the potential of you being a black-hearted enterprise. That said, did you guys even seriously watch the video at the bottom of the article? I'm a video editing professional, and I can tell that the video was not edited in any way. It was filmed in real life, one-shot video. No matter how well the mini essay is written. But the video content should be real. Yeah? Where's the brain upstairs? Not even watching the video before being so arbitrary? You're the one who's brain dead. What can a video prove? Can a video clear your name? Brain is a good thing, but unfortunately you don't have it. I admit that Flint Technologies marching forward in the darkness and stiff-arming Qualcomm is admirable. But 1,080,000 running scores, huh? Apple 12 isn't even as good as you. What is it if it's not brushed? If you don't have a brain, I suggest you see a neurologist. With the explosion of the small essay posted by Never Laugh at People Braver Than You, the internet split into two different voices, one of which was the one that believed in Fusilier technology, and the other was the one that didn't believe in Fusilier technology. Of course, the ones who don't believe in it are in the majority. People with two kinds of opinions kept fighting online, fighting a war of words. The brush run score incident, which had just subsided a bit, was once again pushed to the forefront. Lou Lin, the head of Blue Factory Cell Phone Group, after handling the company's work, crossed his legs and sat in his office, drinking tea while brushing Jitterbug. The news just came from Qualcomm's side, to give the extra chip share of Flint Technology to Blue Factory. In other words, Qualcomm supported Blue Factory to eat up Flint Technology's share. This is a very happy thing. Just how is Flint Technology so firm? It's been almost a month, how come it hasn't gone bankrupt yet? I'm ready to buy Fusilier technology at the lowest price, integrate the production line, and expand the market. Lou Lin thought about it, and then put this matter aside. Sliding his finger, the cell phone screen immediately showed a video. This is a beautiful woman dancing video, is wearing too thick, if then wear cool a little better. Watching and watching is tasteless, hastily sliding his finger into the next video. This is a video that slams Flint Technology's score falsification. Not bad. All of you keep flushing Fusilier technology for me. The faster Fusilier Tech goes bankrupt, the better, then I'll be able to eat Fusilier Tech's market share. Slide your finger again and the screen goes to the next video. It was an article, and it was an article posted by an employee of Fusilier Technology. The nickname posted is, Never Laugh at Someone Braver Than You. This name is interesting? Just the content. Wait a minute. This is to whitewash Fusilier Technology? The article is quite moving, it's just that the content is simply made up and wrong. A breakthrough in Flint Technology chips? Simply bragging. Other people are not clear. He as a competitor of Fusilier Technology cannot know? Blue Factory will have competitive research every year. Fusilier Technology simply does not have a chip research and development department. Even if there is a grassroots team to build a stage, it is impossible to develop a chip. Even if there is a chip research and development department, what about it? Countless large domestic organizations have chip research departments, but none of them can develop new chips. You, a cell phone manufacturer on the verge of bankruptcy, will be more bullish than those big scientific research institutions? Therefore, unsurprisingly, Fusilier Technology is cheating again. If you don't cheat, you won't die. If Flint Technology is not on its way to death, it's on its way to death. If that's the case, then it's not my fault. Lou Lin muttered, then opened the official account of the Blue Factory Cell Phone Group, pulled it to the bottom of the article, Never Laugh at People Braver Than You, weighed his words, and righteously left a message. Everyone. I am Lou Lin, the chairman of the Blue Factory Cell Phone Several Group. Don't be fooled by this article. Flint Technology does not have a chip research and development department at all. How is it possible that the chip has made a huge breakthrough? Since you say made a breakthrough, then you will chip out all? If you don't see the chip for a day, you can't rule out the suspicion of fraud. Moreover, imagine even if there really is a chip, it's impossible to develop a chip that's even more powerful than Qualcomm. A score of 1.8 million, 3 times stronger than the Fruit 12 phone? Do you guys think it's possible? Flint Technology maliciously brushes the score, still do not know to repent, and now even boasts on the internet, really a shame of the domestic cell phone. Enterprise Blackheart is not terrible? What's scary is that this enterprise has also lost its conscience. Lou Lin, with raging emotions, entered several messages in a row on the message board, vocal and emotional, and even found a few pictures of Flint Technologies or D-Lab, as a way to prove that Flint Technology did not have the ability to research and develop chips at all. Chapter 21 Shock value of 10 million, another black tech member to recruit. Because Lu Lin was the chairman of the Blue Factory cell phone group, his fans possessed millions, and he was considered half a netizen. The message he sent out. Soon, it was seen by the public and caused a big stir. Ha ha. Laugh me to death. Just now that Flint employee said that their company's chip made a huge breakthrough? Now the face slapping has come, and Lu Lin, the chairman of Blue Factory, confirmed that Fusilier Technology doesn't even have a chip lab. How can they make a breakthrough? Take the head to make a breakthrough? How can you be shameless to this extent? I was almost brought up to speed. In order to understand the hatred in my heart, I decided to forward Lu Lin's comment to publicize it in order to express my respect for Flint Technology. It's really scary once a company has no conscience and no conscience. It was poked and prodded to brush the running score to deceive the masses, and now it is still attempting to use the chip to make a breakthrough to wash its hands of it. It's really a big black-hearted enterprise. How to whitewash is useless. This kind of black-hearted enterprise, even if it is given to me for nothing, I don't want it. This kind of heartless enterprise, why don't they go bankrupt? Brothers, give me a rush. Charge me to smash Flint Technology. Baishu sat on the sofa, brushing the comments above one by one, brushing and brushing. The corner of his mouth burst out laughing. Because what he was brushing wasn't a comment, but a shock value. Gained shock value plus 3,422 from Handyman. Received shock value plus 1,233 from Miss Tian Luo. Gained shock value plus 3,238 from Mr. Go. Baishu immersed himself into the chat group space, and just from that wave of operations just now, the shock value had increased by almost 1 million. The total shock value was now 9,600,000, 400,000 short of 10 million. And after having 10 million shock points, one would be able to recruit a new member in the All Worlds Black Technology chat group. It was really something to look forward to. The first member was the Red Queen, who was messing with biochemical crisis, so who would the second member be? How will it help my Black Technology empire? In the original White Trees plan, after letting the trumpet, never laugh at people braver than you, hype up the heat, then step by step, the biochip will be made public, repeatedly hitting the face of the Blue Factory, and finally exploding the kill. After the rhetoric is transformed into a positive, then take advantage of the heat and announce the new product activities, to complete the perfect closed loop of. But now it's connected to the military. He had a second option, which was to let the military handle this matter. As long as it was operated properly, getting the support of the military, or getting the support of the official media, could gain more shock value than if he had operated it himself. As for whether the military would buy the biochip matter? Baishu had never considered it. After all, the biochip was just too excellent, so excellent that no one could refuse it. Blue Factory, huh? Please continue to die. Now I'm sending this back to you. If you don't die, you won't die. Group Leader, White Tree. Goldfinger, All Worlds Black Technology Chat Group. Group Member, Red Queen. Shock points, 10.01 million. Core Technology, Biochip. Black Tech Company, Fusilier Technology Corporation. Shock points required for the next recruitment, 10 million. The host's shock points have met the requirements, and new members can be recruited at any time. A pop-up window suddenly popped up in the Black Tech chat group. Baishu took a look, and it turned out to be that the shock value exceeded 10 million. Not bad. The heat hype was good. It exceeded 10 million just that quickly. And it's still growing. Comfortable. Baishu was so happy, he couldn't help humming a few songs. He wanted to find Summer to press his feet again. I don't know how other secretaries are, whether they can do it or not, but my secretary must be able to do it. Boss, in? Summer's mature and capable voice suddenly came from outside the door. Baishu sniffed, his heart excited. What a way to speak of the devil. Could it be that Summer also knows that I want her services? Enter. Boss, outside. Summer was obviously a bit nervous and spoke with a bit of apprehension in her voice. But the words are not even finished, was interrupted by the White Tree. Don't talk first, just now I worked all morning, the soles of my feet are sore, come and help me press my feet. Does working have anything to do with sore soles? I think you are just trying to bully me. This was the thought in Summer's heart. If it was usual, she would have helped her boss press her feet, but there were a few military masters from the Eastern War Zone outside. Summer thought about it and opened her mouth, but, boss, there are. Coming outside. Don't but. Could it be that you don't even listen to the words of the boss? Baishu slatted his face. Fine. Summer knelt in front of Baishu, lifted Baishu's feet and massaged them with a professional technique. Her massage was professional, after all, she had been worked out by her boss so much that she couldn't even think of not being professional. Comfortable. A little more force. Right. That's it. Baishu was lying on the sofa having a beautiful woman massaging him and enjoying it. After a long time, White Tree had gotten comfortable enough before he slowly got ready to do his business. Right. Did you look for me for something just now? Boss, now you finally remember. Luckily it hasn't been long. Otherwise that group of military masters would have been in trouble if they were in a hurry. Summer put down Bai Shu's feet, stood up with a red face, and spoke. Boss, the people from the Eastern War Zone and the Weapons Research Institute under it have come. It's in the parlor on the 8th floor right now. Bai Shu sniffed and stood up violently from his seat, taken aback. Good lord. Those military lords are here and I'm still letting my secretary press my feet. What a sin. What a sin. However, those who don't know are not guilty. Bai Shu didn't dare to slack off, changed into a more formal set of clothes, and then linked up with Summer to go to the conference room. Be the first to push open the door. Raising his eyes, he looked. Two groups of people came from the Eastern War Zone. One wave is wearing military uniforms and powerful soldiers, wearing camouflage clothing, waist bulging, obviously with real guys. The other wave were old men in blue leisure suits with glittering eyes. Bai Shu guessed that this group of old men were the scientific research workers of the military region, that is, the issuer of the call for chip technology on the internet. As for the words of those military men, it was used to protect this group of academicians. Hello, my name is Bai Shu, I'm the chairman of Flint Technology. Bai Shu took the lead in greeting. As Bai Shu's voice fell, the old man standing in the center also stood up and revealed an amiable smile. Hello, Bai Shu. I am Qin Xian, the director of the Weapons Research Institute of the Eastern War Zone. On the left, this is the vice president of the Weapons Research Institute, Zhou Gong, and the others are my colleagues from the institute. On the other side, in uniform, the one standing in the center is Major Long Battle of the Eastern War Zone, the others are his team members. Bai Shu shook hands with Qin Xian and stood in awe. The president and dean of the Weapons Research Institute had come. A major from the military region had also come. This lineup was truly frightening. However, thinking about it in another direction, this also proved that the Eastern War Zone was paying attention to biochips. Chapter 22: The Arrival of the Military, Flint as a Strategic Partner. Hello leaders. Good day Major Long. Bai Shu was not humble. As the chairman of Fusilier Technology, he had seen even the biggest scenes, so naturally he wouldn't be nervous about this. Not much nonsense. Let's get right to the point. We're here for the chip. Qin Xian was a soldier by birth and then committed to the Military Research Institute, doing things inherited the military character, straightforward and without any beating around the bush. Good. Then I'll take you all to the lab to see. Bai Shu nodded, then walked ahead to lead the way. He was prepared to let Qin Xian visit the process of making the biochip, as well as the anti-cracking encapsulation means behind it. As for the core, Apocalypse 12 cells? Sorry about that. He was not prepared to tell anyone, even the military. If you want biochips, you can purchase them from me. But the technology is the company's core secret. Those network novels that moved to the knees and then contributed the technology for free, Bai Shu thought to himself that he couldn't do it. Mr. Bai, I saw that in the chip you sent over, there is no circuit, can you tell me why? Vice President Zhou Gong asked impatiently. He was a big shot in the semiconductor field, and he had been thinking about this all night last night, tossing and turning. This chip had completely subverted his perception. This chip is a biochip, different from the traditional silicon chip. A biochip is a biocircuit that utilizes the DNA double helix of a living creature and reconstitutes it, and the biocircuit doesn't reach the nanometer level. But the effect of it is much better than a silicon chip. You can understand it this way: the circuit of the silicon chip is a country road, but the biological circuit of the biochip is a two-way 16-lane highway, and the speeds of the two naturally can't be compared together. Bai Shu smiled at his words. Originally, he wanted to say that there was a difference between the clouds and mud, but after thinking about it later, he thought it would be better not to be so arrogant and just say that the two could not be compared together, even if both express the same meaning. Biochip? Hiss. Zhou Gong and Qin Xian instantly stopped in their tracks and looked at each other. At first, they thought they had misheard, and their minds recalled what Bai Shu had said a few more times before they were sure that Bai Shu was talking about biochips. Before they came here, they had found that Flint Technologies' chip was excellent, but it never occurred to them that it wasn't a silicon chip. Hemp. The whole world uses silicon chips, but you use biochips? The technology tree isn't a bit crooked. It's that you've directly changed the track. This track change is good. The emergence of biochips has a very important meaning for the semiconductor industry in Longhua. That's right. And biochips don't need a photolithography machine to be manufactured. Bai Shu nodded seriously. He then led them to the laboratory he had prepared long ago. The Apocalypse 12 cells inside the lab had already been used up, and the relevant traces had been cleaned up. Even the most powerful person would not be able to reverse launch the Apocalypse 12 cells based on this bit of craftsmanship. There's really no need for a photolithography machine? Qin Xian and Zhou Gong asked in unison. No need. Biochips are not silicon chips. Photolithography is useless for biochips. Bai Shu spoke seriously. Hiss. Qin Xian and Zhou Gong sniffed and sucked in another breath of cool air. This new track had simply torn a hole in the Lighthouse Nation's semiconductor hegemony, and in the future, our chips would no longer have to be restricted. The significance of this was strategic. It even relates to the fate of the country. After Qin Xian and Zhou Gong visited Bai Shu's lab once, they couldn't help but respect Bai Shu in their hearts. Bai Shu's chip technology attainments were very high, far exceeding most academicians specializing in chips, and he was able to push the boundaries and come up with new ideas, so it was no wonder that he was able to develop something as powerful as a biochip. This was truly a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. Although they also found out that Bai Shu didn't take them to visit the core parts either, such as the biological cell culture part, they didn't mind. They were weapons researchers, mainly researching weapons. If they were asked to research chips, they wouldn't be able to do so instead. It was better to let professionals do the specialized things. And there was a more important point: they couldn't let the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom get cold feet. If a private enterprise develops a strategic level technology and you turn your hand and take that technology away, what is that? A robber? Qin Xian thought to himself that he couldn't do it. He wouldn't covet White Tree's technology. After Bai Shu led Qin Xian and the others on a tour of the lab, he once again returned to the conference room from earlier. As for Summer? He had just sent a message for Summer to leave and wait to come back in at the right time, implicitly revealing the matter of Fusilier technology being cyberstormed to the Eastern War Zone. Qin Xian sat in the center of the conference room and chatted with Bai Shu for a while longer about the technical problems of the biochip, after determining that the biochip could be applied on top of the robot dog. A decision was made at once. From his pocket, he took out the USB flash drive that he had prepared long ago and inserted it into the projector, and all of a sudden, the parameters of the robot dog were projected on the silver screen. Mr. Bai. Truthfully, the military developed a robotic dog, also known as a strategic combat robot, but the existing chips couldn't meet the requirements. It's not like it's possible to procure foreign chips for something in the military region. So, that's the purpose of our trip, to ask you to do the country a favor and see if we can customize a special biochip for the robot dog. Qin Xian learned that Bai Shu did not show the core part of the biochip, nor did he submit the technology of the biochip, so he knew that Bai Shu was unwilling to hand over the biochip to the military. So, he did not ask for the technology and only talked about cooperation. Of course. As far as this parameter is concerned, the biochip is completely satisfied with the needs of the robot dog. If the chip is customized specifically for the robot dog, the performance will be doubled a few times more. Bai Shu spoke with confidence after looking at the parameters of the robot dog in detail. A few times more? Qin Xian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard this. According to the current standards, the biochip's performance exploded. If it was doubled a few times more, how flexible and intelligent would the robot dog's movements actually be? Then the price? Qin Xian waited for a moment and asked with some concern. All of their R&D funds were spent on developing the robot dogs, so if the price was too high, they really couldn't afford it. And building a robot dog army, the number of chips used was very high. Cost price. Only 198 one chip, lifetime maintenance. No money making. Only make friends. Bai Shu thought about opening his mouth. The smile that appeared at the corner of his mouth was innocent. The difficult part of manufacturing biochips was cultivating Apocalypse 12 cells. The cost then? Just a dozen or so dollars of special nutrient solution. Coupled with the encapsulation, the cost of the chip wouldn't be more than $50. Quoting 198, it's all 4 times the profit. Qualcomm's cutting-edge 5nm chip costs almost $2,000. The biochip only costs $198, and when you compare the two, the biochip is equivalent to the price of cabbage. No. It's the equivalent of a free gift. Chapter 23: The First Military Order, Manufacturing 100,000 Robot Dog Biochips. And you guys surely can't imagine it. I'm still making money on the 198 chips, and the gross margin is horribly high. Of course. It is also only sold to the military that gives such a low price. If sold to other manufacturers, the price at least doubled again. As for selling to foreign countries? Then double again, and not necessarily sold to you. Semiconductors have been suffering for a long time. Now it is not easy to lead, it is time to let them taste the power of biological hegemony. White Tree is a bit vindictive. Because he had gotten wet, he also wanted to let others taste the taste of getting wet. How much? 198? Qin Xian froze for a moment, somewhat incredulous. Yes. What's the problem? Bai Shu asked back somewhat innocently. Qin Xian was silent. The problem was no problem. It's just that the price is also too low. Can you get back the cost at such a low price? Qualcomm's 5nm silicon chip, the selling price has gone to about $2,000, the biochip is 10 times cheaper than Qualcomm's price, and the performance is also 32 times better than Qualcomm's cow. Hemp. This is a company that has no fear of price wars. Moreover, the excellent performance of the biochip was simply a downward strike against the semiconductor hegemony of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Qin Xian could already foresee now how fearful the people over there would be when the wind of biochips blew across the continent. The price seems a bit low. Qin Xian hesitated for a moment before spitting out these words. He had procured many things from private enterprises, and they were all ridiculously expensive. Flint Technology was the only one that felt the price was low even as a buyer. It's all 198. Just ask if you still dare to return the price. It's too embarrassing to even ask for a counteroffer, right? Baishu smiled. This price is only sold to the country, not profitable. If it is sold to the outside world, the price will not be so low. After all, the company has invested a lot in research and development of biochips, and it always has to pay back the capital. Please also ask Dean Xin not to reveal the bottom price. Qin Xian sniffs, more and more liking this young lad in front of him. It's just too appetizing. Knowing that some money can be earned and some money cannot be earned. Able to think on the level of the country. There is a pattern. This is a hero with a heart of gold. If it was any other entrepreneur, when they saw the military orders, they might try to find a way to nibble a mouthful of meat from the country. Many entrepreneurs these days were just waiting to make a national fortune. Don't worry. We've worked with other private companies many times and know what to do. Qin Xian nodded, those florid sideburns revealing an, I get it, look before speaking again. Right, if the Eastern Warzone procures 100,000 chips, how long will the supply cycle take? Originally, his plan was to procure 50,000 chips to test the waters, but the biochips were too good and cheap, so he couldn't resist doubling the quantity. How dare you believe that? Even after I doubled the number of chips, the total procurement price was lower than the original budget. 1 month is fine. Baishu replied without even thinking. The quantity of 100,000 chips was just average, not considered a mega order. As long as he cultivated the Apocalypse 12 cells and gave them to the factory employees to encapsulate, producing 10,000 chips a day was not a big problem. It was just that when dealing with others, it was impossible to schedule his time so tightly. That was why he extended the time to a month. 1 month was more than enough time to allow for mistakes. 1 month. Qin Xian muttered, then thought back once in his mind that based on the speed of the arsenal's production of robot dogs, if the biochips could be in place within a month, it would not affect the plan to form a robot dog army. Happy cooperation then. Happy cooperation. Baishu stretched out his hand and shook Qin Xian's before starting to formally sign the contract. Flint Technology ushered in the first wave of military orders, with a total order amount of $19,800,000, and after deducting the costs, it could net a profit of $15 million. The beginning of everything is difficult. With this wave of military orders, as long as the word of mouth goes out, the future military orders will definitely not be less. After signing the contract, Baishu was talking to Qin Xian and the other science academicians about scientific research. Especially Zhou Gong simply relied on the office not to leave, like a curious baby, 100,000 reasons. Baishu also played the role of a teacher very well. As long as it did not involve the Apocalypse 12 cells, there were questions and answers. He had fused the biochip technology of the Resident Evil world and had a huge body of knowledge that was sufficient to deal with all questions. Of course, if it was a silicon chip related question, it wouldn't know much. A few moments later, White Tree got tired of answering questions and took advantage of the free gap to take out his cell phone and send a message to Summer. The message told Summer that he could come in and implicitly reveal the news that Fusilier technology was being netstormed to the military. Summer, as a secretary at a negative distance from Baishu, understood the message in seconds after receiving it. He then walked to the front of the conference room, took a deep breath, feigned panic, and with an anxious face, winded up pushing open the door of the conference room. Boss, something big has happened. The internet is cursing Flint Fire Technology as a black-hearted enterprise, the runtime score is brushed, and the biochip is fake. And there are people behind it who are leading the rhythm. This negative talk has a great impact on us. It has seriously affected our new product release. What to do? Baishu pretended to frown. Why are you doing things in a hurry? Don't you know to knock before coming in? I'm sorry, boss. Things were urgent, I didn't think that much and rushed in. Summer commiserated. That acting was as if it was real. Truly life is like a play, it's all about the acting. Baishu turned around, his gaze looking towards Qin Xian and Major Long War, his face full of apologies. Sorry. My secretary doesn't know any better. However, before Baishu could even finish his words, Qin Xian interrupted with a wave of his hand. No harm done. If the company has an urgent matter, deal with it first. I'll listen from the side and see if I can help. Baishu paused for a moment, then turned around and nodded at Summer. Only after receiving Baishu's gesture did Summer speak again. She didn't add fuel to the fire, she just told the truth, saying the brush running score incident as it was. Baishu sniffed and remained silent for a while. Our company actually had such a big negative impact. Did the Public Relations Department issue a clarification? Summer and Baishu sang in unison, cooperating well. It has been clarified, but it's useless. And there are people who are leading the rhythm. No one believes what Flint Technology says at all. Baishu also acted out at this time. Spinning around, he frowned and pretended to be deep and full of sorrow, displaying the mindset of a small person who could not do anything about it to the fullest. Qin Xian raised his head and looked at Baishu, who was filled with sorrow, and instantly felt that he should do something. Think of it as helping this one hero who had bent the semiconductor industry in Longhua. He then beckoned to the experimental assistant next to him. The lab assistant also understood in a second and immediately investigated on the internet about the beginning and end of the brush run score incident. The results were then handed over to Qin Xian. When Qin Xian saw the contents of the investigation, he realized that the speech fiasco that Flint Technology was caught in was even more serious than what Summer had said. Black-hearted enterprise, unscrupulous enterprise, running score falsification, maliciously publicizing that the chip has made a breakthrough in order to make money. They don't even have a conscience anymore. What kind of garbage enterprise? They know how to deceive the public, saying that they have made breakthroughs in chips, but in fact they don't even have a chip research lab. If a company loses its conscience, it loses its users. No dog would buy a cell phone from Fire Technology. I don't even want to give it away for free. Rubbish. Flint Technology doesn't deserve to continue making cell phones. The remarks on the network are very fierce, and the heat has risen to the top 3 of the hot search list. Because the heat is so great, many traffic bloggers have come to rub the traffic, all following the trend of slamming Flint Technology. It can be said that the entire network is now cursing Fusilier Technology, and the impact is extremely serious. If this kind of speech was allowed to develop, there could be irreversible consequences. Chapter 24 CCTV speaks out for Fusilier Technology. The internet is not an illegal foreign place. Qin Xian looked at these shocking remarks, his heart felt very angry. He has long investigated the background of the Flint Technology. The root is correct, the ancestor has also been meritorious. Biochip, including the running score, is true. Those remarks on the internet are simply false, in order to blacken black. The originator of the rhythm of the people really deserved to die. At the beginning of the Flint Technology is no chip laboratory, but after being Qualcomm cut off the supply, it is the first time to set up a chip laboratory. Unlike other cell phone manufacturers that have softened to Qualcomm, Flint Technology is the only one that stands up straight. If you cut off the supply of my chips, I will research and develop domestic chips and never bow down. Even if they are forced into a desperate situation, they have never given up, but more focused on research and development. It is this spirit of never give up, Flint Technology, to develop a biochip, straighten the spine of the semiconductor industry in the Dragon Country. This is a hero. A true national enterprise. Today, national enterprises are misunderstood, and even smeared. On the other hand, those manufacturers who kneel to Qualcomm in order to obtain the supply of silicon chips have gained a good reputation. For example, Blue Factory Cell Phone Group. It's really the reverse of the Big Dipper. Qin Xian couldn't watch a national enterprise being smeared and remain indifferent, turning his head and looking at Bai Shu. General Manager Bai. The remarks on the internet are like a rolling stone on a high mountain. Once it forms, it's hard to reverse it. How about I help you deal with it? When he heard these words, Bai Shu's heart burst with joy. He was waiting for these words. Although he could also solve this problem, it would be troublesome. And there weren't as many shot points gained as if the military handled it. He naturally wanted the Eastern War Zone to help deal with it. Will it be troublesome? Bai Shu held back his surprise, clearly wanting it, but pretending that he didn't want to make things difficult for others. What's troublesome about it? Since you've supplied chips to the Eastern War Zone, you're the Eastern War Zone's cooperative unit. It's only right that I help with this matter. Qin Xian's voice was resounding. He did not want to chill the heart of a true national enterprise, which had clearly made such a great contribution to the semiconductor industry, but was misunderstood. No one even believed the explanation. Then I'll trouble you. 4 days later is Flint Technology's new product launch. Can you fix it in these few days? Bai Shu was a bit demanding, getting a bargain and making conditions. There's no need for 4 days. 1 day is enough. Qin Xian spoke coldly. The brush running score incident was a bit like when the news reported that a playwright had made way for an academician. An academician who was hung with meritorious honors had made great contributions to the motherland, but because of his obscurity, his merits were not known, yet he was no match for a playwright who performed on stage, crashing into an opera singer in public, and being angrily scolded by fans to make way with their idol. On what grounds? I'm full of merit and yet I'm no better than a public idol? Flint Technology was similar to this situation. Qin Xian was really angry. The internet was not an illegal foreign land, and there were some units that really should be rectified and rectified. Then I'll trouble you. Bai Shu was able to get what he wanted and was very happy in his heart. After Bai Shu sent Qin Xian, Long Zhan and the others away, he re-entered the office before he could sit still. Summer walked in wearing Parisian house black silk and Chanel, with a sexy and seductive appearance. Boss, it's still you who has a way. I can actually get that group of military masters to help us solve the problem. It's the Blue Factory that's playing dead. If we hadn't made this matter so big, it wouldn't have alarmed the Eastern War Zone. Now, I'm afraid that Blue Factory and the people who spread rumors on the internet will be put in jail. Serves him right. Summer shattered and cursed. Then is there a reward for me solving this matter? Bai Shu raised his head and looked provocatively at the little secretary. There is. Summer blushed, shy and infinite, her cheeks dripping pink, then spoke in a low voice, that I reward you for pressing your feet. Pressing feet? I'd like that. Baishu couldn't help but get excited as she thought of that extremely pleasurable foot pressing. Subsequently then lay down on the couch and changed to a comfortable position. Summer understood in a second, took off her high heels, knelt next to Baishu, and then began to professionally massage up. Secretary, well, there is the boss's half of the son of. Summer's virginity had long been eaten by White Tree. She didn't mind giving her boss a little advantage every day. Baishu enjoyed for a while, and then changed her action, resting her head on Summer's long legs, enjoying the other party's massage while opening her cell phone to brush Jane. The other side. For military vehicles were on their way back to the Eastern War Zone, the academician was in the center of the vehicle, and the head and tail were guarded by soldiers who were serving. Qin Xian and Major Long War were in the same vehicle. They were sitting in the back of the military vehicle, with a soldier who was a professional driver driving in front of them. Major Long, you heard all the conversation I had with Baishu just now? Qin Xian asked indifferently. Heard it. Long Zhan replied. I'll leave this matter to you to take care of, make sure you handle it beautifully. We must not let our heroes get cold feet. Qin Xian's voice was firm, not to be trifled with. Promise to complete the task. Long Zhan gave a military salute to Qin Xian. After Long Zhan returned to the Eastern War Zone, he first reported to the head of the military region, and after receiving the support of the head of the military region, the Eastern Theater was linked up like a tight machine. The command first contacted the Minister of Cultural Management and then contacted several major official media outlets such as CCTV, YouthNet, and whatnot, and asked them to speak up for Fusilier technology. Because of the support from the military region and the call from the command in person, the Minister of Cultural Management and several official media outlets paid high attention to the situation and understood the situation at the first time, then they clarified and sent out an article for Fusilier technology. At the same time, at the headquarters of Blue Factory Cell Phone Group, Lu Lin sat on the office sofa, humming his song while swiping his cell phone in a happy mood. He was happy. Under his impetus, Fusilier Technology's reputation had dropped to the extreme, and there was basically no possibility of a turnaround. Fusilier Technology was going to die. And he was the last fisherman, and would devour the market of Flint Technology with Qualcomm's support. Lu Lin slid his finger across the screen and entered the next video. This was a tech blogger's video? Not interesting. Lu Lin slid his finger and entered the next video. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the tech blogger's video was bashing Flint Technology and hurriedly scratched back. I don't know why, but even though he had already seen many of these videos, he still loved watching them. Perhaps this is what is called happiness is always built on the sadness of others. Lu Lin clicked on the comments section and read down one by one. Flint Technology is a black-hearted enterprise. Just now I got a piece of insider information. Maybe 4 days later, Fusilier Technology held a new product launch. How does Fusilier Technology still dare to hold a new product launch? Why don't you go to hell? Brothers, give me the chance to smash Flint Technology. Go to the official website of Flint Technology and swipe the screen. Let this black-hearted enterprise close down. Punch, punch, punch. There's one thing to be said, no matter what new products Fusilier Technology releases, I will absolutely not buy them. Whoever buys it. Just now my girlfriend said she wanted to buy Fusilier Technology's products, and now I've broken up with my girlfriend. Boycott Fusilier Technology, start from you and me. Boycott Fusilier Technology, from you and me. Boycott Fusilier Technology, from you and me. Boycott Flint Technology, start with you and me. Lu Lin read the comments, very comfortable, very cool, very comfortable. When I first came to the door to buy, you are not very arrogant? Now you still arrogant not? After all, I still won. Lu Lin slid his finger and went to the next video. Wait a minute. Hell no. How did I swipe to the Youth Network video? YouthNet is speaking out for Fusilier Technology? Lu Lin exclaimed in disbelief and stood up from his seat. A coolness came from nowhere and went straight to his head, and his entire body shivered. Cool. Chapter 25, Tunnel Fire Technology Dragon Core now available, revitalizing my lofty Dragon Nation's soul, plus more. Youth Network Report. Flint Technology, obscure for several years, today a move the world knows, vibrate my lofty Dragon Country soul. Recently, the Flint Science and Technology is caught in the public opinion storm. Its independent research and development of the chip was maliciously smeared. Verified by the authority, Flint Technology chip performance is true, score data is true. This enterprise in the dark moment of Qualcomm supply cut off to stand up to the would rather stand and die, never kneel and live blood oath, hard to tear open the iron curtain of the Western technology blockade. With real scientific and technological achievements, filled the blank of domestic high-end chips. This is undoubtedly a real national enterprise. The Eastern War Zone openly supported, said, Flint Technology has straightened the spine of the Dragon Kingdom semiconductor. Several years of humble beginnings have culminated in today's marvelous achievement. Flint Technology cast the Dragon Kingdom core, casting the Great Wall of Steel. This group of science and technology starfire will certainly start a prairie fire. A few years of obscurity revitalized my lofty soul of the Dragon Kingdom. After Lu Lin watched the video of the Youth Network, a piercing coldness surrounded his body, and he shivered continuously, as if he wanted to freeze it into a block of ice. YouthNet is the official media of the Dragon Kingdom, and every word that comes out of its mouth represents authority and official recognition. YouthNet speaking out for Flint Technology, that meant that the official recognition of Flint Technology. Could it be that Flint Technology had really developed a chip? Impossible. I don't believe it. Lu Lin muttered with trembling hands, his fingertips unintentionally slid the screen and entered the next video. This video was from the CCTV channel, and the content was like this. Fusilier Technology has straightened the semiconductor spine by building a core for the Dragon Nation. Let me take a look at a real national enterprise today. Fusilier Technology. 1,000 words omitted here. We have been in obscurity for several years, and we have invigorated the soul of the Dragon Kingdom. Today we have a core in the Dragon Kingdom. Oh my god. Dragon Kingdom core? How the central mom are for Flint Technology voice. Lu Lin felt his scalp numb, his heart is half cold, and the official media against the way, no accident, is in trouble. He paused for a moment and slid his finger again, entering a new video. This one is the authoritative announcement of the Net Police Officer Network. It's true that Flint Technology's cell phone has a running score, and it's true that the chip has made a major breakthrough. When the people are getting information, they should keep their eyes peeled and not be brought up to speed by people with an axe to grind. The network is not an illegal place. Any individual or unit that spreads rumors to discredit a national enterprise will eventually be sanctioned by the law. Don't take any chances. Justice will never be late. Lu Lin saw here, the phone pop, fell on the desktop, the whole person seems to be deaf, as if, was sealed for 4 or 5 seconds, before gradually regained consciousness. He was really scared. The Youth Network, the Central Mom, the Net Police all speak out for the Flint Technology, and the evaluation is so high that it is scary. For several years of obscurity, it has invigorated the soul of my lofty Dragon Nation. Today, the world knows about it. Flint Technology has straightened the spine of semiconductors by building a core for the Dragon Kingdom. Something's wrong. It's not an accident, it's a big accident. Lu Lin is finally afraid. Originally, the rhythm on the internet, as long as it does not provoke any big names, it is not a big deal. He never expected it. That ant that he thought he could step on at any time, actually really developed a domestic cutting-edge chip. And it was recognized by the state. Things will be big. The internet police have said that the network is not a place outside the law, and any rumor-mongering and smearing will pay the price of the law. I'm not going to step on a sewing machine, am I? No. Definitely not. It's not like I'm doing anything. I'm just asking reasonable questions on the internet. Yeah, right. That's it. It's definitely like this. Lu Lin kept consoling in his heart, silently cheering himself up. At the same time, the actions of the Eastern Theater of War have not stopped. Following the official media, the universities and colleges have come forward to speak out. Fudan University, Tsinghua University, Yenjing University. All the universities, professors in the field of chips, have spoken out for Fusilier Technology. Fudan University, Flint Technology is good. Tsinghua University, Lighthouse Country's semiconductor hegemony. Bitter Dragon Country for a long time, Flint Science and Technology holding the sword, for the Dragon Country semiconductor industry to tear open a mouth. This is a hero. Yenjing University, backwardness will be beaten. Flint Technology is building a core for the Dragon, so that the Dragon's semiconductor industry to bend the road to overtake the car. This is a true national enterprise. The official media all fired instantly to explode this topic. The whole net is full of news about Flint Technology building a core for the Dragon. The netizens who were surfing on the internet were confused when they saw the overwhelming news from the official media and universities. What the official said seemed to be different from the Fusilier Technology that they recognized. Wait a minute. We shouldn't have been brought up to speed. The official media represented authority and official recognition, and the official news released would definitely not be wrong. After the netizens thought about this layer, they were immediately ashamed. Damn it. I almost wronged in national enterprise. Flint Technology actually developed a chip, and the running score is true. We misunderstood Flint Technology. We owe Fusilier Technology an apology. We owe Fusilier Technology an apology. We owe Fusilier Technology an apology. Fusilier Technology, I want to say sorry, can you hear me? I remember 4 days from now is Fusilier Technology's new product launch. Brothers, the apology owed to Fusilier Technology can be paid back. Right. No matter what new products Fusilier Technology releases, bye. My wife asked me why I bought Fusilier Technology's new products. I said don't ask, asking is supporting national enterprises. On the other side, Baishu was developing a customized chip for the robot dog, when suddenly the All World's Black Technology chat group kept sending out new message prompts. Why so many tips? Baishu froze for a moment. Immediately, it occurred to him that it might be the Eastern War Zone in action. Just I wonder how much shock value can be added? White Tree ho-hoed his hands, a burst of surprise appeared on his face, and he no longer had the heart to work. With that, he put down the experimental instruments, sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and opened the chat group space. Group Master, by Shu. Goldfinger, All Worlds Black Technology Chat Group. Group Member, Red Queen. Shot points, 15.6 million. Possesses core technology, Biochip. Black Tech Company, Fusilier Technology Corporation. Shot points required for the next recruitment, 10 million. The host's shot points have met the requirement, you can recruit new members at any time. Shock value from Su Xiao plus 2,341. Shock value from Bailey Tusu plus 2,323. Shock value from Deng Jiasen plus 4,323. By Shu skipped the densely packed shock value information prompt bar and directly looked at the total shock value of the attribute panel. Total shock value 15.6 million. Hiss. Awesome. What was originally around 10 million shock value was now suddenly 5 million more. The Eastern Warzone's actions were really powerful. It's super cool. The shock value is super high. It won't be long before I'll be able to recruit 2 Black Tech Group members at the same time. Bai Shu smiled happily. In his eyes, earning shock value was more enjoyable than making money. Chapter 26, Bai Shu invites all the people to the press conference. Qualcomm calls out that it's impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to ever make a chip. Bai Shu then thought, the originator, Blue Factory Mobile Phone Group, brought such a big rhythm, how will the official deal with this rumor monger? What will happen to him? I want to know the result. I want to throw stones at the well. Yuck. Wrong thing to say. I want to care about the human suffering of the friends. With that in mind, Bai Shu moved his fingers and opened Lu Lin's public account, only to find that he couldn't open it and a 404 window popped up. Blocked? The action of the internet police is really fast. I don't know if Lu Lin has been arrested now, I'll go send him a last message. Bai Shu's fingers moved again and opened WeChat, finding Lu Lin from the contacts he hadn't contacted in 10,000 years. As a friendly businessman, the two businesses had crossed paths since his father's generation. Bai Shu naturally had Lu Lin's WeChat, he just never contacted it. Little Lu. I told you that it was true that I had developed a chip, but you didn't believe me. Now it's okay. It's so big, it's not going to end well. Oh, right. I sent you a message to ask, if you were taken away by Uncle Hat, do you need me to come up with a letter of understanding? Lu Lin is sitting in his office with his head hanging down at this time, obviously the chairman of a cell phone manufacturer, but living in a self-absorbed manner. I hate you. Bai Shu. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Now that I'm the one who started it, I don't know if I'll be caught stepping on a sewing machine. Suddenly, Lu Lin felt the cell phone in his pocket vibrate and thought there was some kind of turnaround. Hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened it. The message was surprisingly sent by the person he hated the most. Xiao Luo. I told you that it was true that I developed the chip, but you didn't believe me. Now it's good. It's so big, it's not going to end well. Oh, right. I sent you a message to ask, if you were taken away by Uncle Hat, do you need me to issue a letter of understanding? Lu Lin was so angry that he almost spat out a few liters of blood after reading the message sent by Bai Shu. Help me out with a letter of understanding? This is killing people to kill their hearts. Hemp. This is really a good person being ridden, a good horse becoming a hot pot. Specialized to see my joke, right? At this moment, Lu Lin's heart has a kind of impulse to go to the Flint Technology and tear the White Tree apart, regardless of everything. And he swore that he would never forgive Bai Shu again in his life. Qualcomm was the chip giant of the Lighthouse Kingdom, holding semiconductor hegemony in its hands. One word determines the life and death of domestic cell phone manufacturers. At first, Flint Technology was knocked into a desperate situation by Qualcomm's paper ban. William is a native of the Lighthouse State, with an ancestral home in New York, and is now sent to the Dragon State to sit in the town. He is currently the person in charge of Qualcomm's Dragon region. Because Flint Technology was the target of Qualcomm's ban, he was particularly concerned about Flint Technology's situation. Today, in his office, he suddenly brushed up on the situation regarding Fusilier Technology. Dragon Core? Fusilier Technology chip made a breakthrough? Bluff it. William looked at it for a couple of moments and was unimpressed. Because the Lighthouse country monopolized the tool for manufacturing chips, photolithography, whether it was patents, photolithography components, or raw materials, all controlled to death. Even if you give the Dragon country photolithography drawings, the Dragon country cannot make photolithography. This is the bottom of the semiconductor hegemony in his hands. You do not even have a photolithography machine, take the head to make chips off? It's not the 14 nanometers chip that's several generations behind, is it? And then send it out as a gimmick. However, even the 14 nanometers chip, it is the Lighthouse country will be backward lithography sold to the Dragon country. The Dragon country only made it. Otherwise, I'm afraid that not even 14 nanometers chips could be manufactured. It's really the Dragon Kingdom people who want to be strong in their lives. Did Flint Technology say that it would hold a new product conference in 4 days? Aha! I'd like to go and take a look and see what tricks that Oriental Corporation is playing. On the other hand, Baishu was in a happy mood and super cool after caring for his friend's human suffering. So cool that I want to get Summer to press my feet. White Tree was someone with a high rate of action, and when he said he would do it, his right hand pressed the wireless intercom button on the desktop. This button was specifically used by him to contact his secretary. Summer, come to my office for a moment. Good. Summer responded faintly, and for some reason, his emotions didn't seem to be as high as before. Moment. Summer walked in wearing a shredded skirt and black silk. This time she didn't say anything, and directly lifted Baishu's feet and started massaging them. So well behaved? Baishu smiled, feeling the soft touch of Summer's small hands. His heart became more comfortable. Although he could see that it seemed like Summer had something on her mind, as long as Summer didn't say anything, he wouldn't take the initiative to ask. After enjoying a wave of foot presses, Baishu changed his position and asked Summer to help him pound his back. He, on the other hand, turned on his computer and webcam, preparing to record a small video to post online. The official media copied the Flint Technology and exploded, and this wave of splashing traffic was incomparably huge. If I can't even catch the words here, I'm simply sorry for myself. Baishu wanted to utilize this wave of traffic to earn shock value. Although he couldn't achieve a sensational effect like the Eastern Warzone, a mosquito is still meat. Even if one dislikes a dog these days, one wouldn't dislike the shock value much. Turning on the camera, the red indicator light blinks. Sorry. Fusilier Technology is a company that focuses on technology research and development, and sometimes it doesn't pay attention to what's being said outside, allowing you to be brought up to speed by your competitors. This is my fault. To express my apologies. For the new product launch in 4 days, I will sell the new product at a very low price to express my sincerity. Even if it's a gift from me to everyone. That's right. The first cell phone manufactured by Baishu wasn't going to make money. Instead, he was killing the market with a low price to capture the market. It would be better to circle their users. Baishu's definition of Flint Fire Technology had never been a manufacturer that sold cell phone hardware, but a manufacturer that engaged in services, a technology manufacturer. As long as the user base is large enough, this group of users will be their own companies growing green leaks in the future. And still permanent. Cut through a wave. Can also cut another wave? Fruit cell phone is a good example. According to reliable data, the annual revenue of the Fruit cell phone application store has exceeded more than several times the sale of cell phone hardware. This is the famous Fruit tax. As long as you download something from my app store, you have to charge a 30% handling fee. Boss, lie down, it's time for the next set of moves. Summer blushed. Wait a minute. I'll send this video first. After Baishu recorded the video, he clicked send on the Jitterbug platform. Of course he didn't use the company's account, but his personal account. He was using it to make things happen to earn shock value, so naturally it was a bit more convenient to use a personal account. Chapter 27 Iron Man Tony enters the chat group. After sending the video, Shiraki opened the coin option and dropped a few tens of thousands of pods in. AKA Kryptonite dogs. Spending money to buy traffic. Once that was done, White Tree quickly laid down on the couch and let Summer do the work. The only thing you can't go wrong with these days is good food and a massage. Because White Tree invested coins, and it was also a big dog, the kind that invests tens of thousands of dollars at a time. The Jitterbug platform quickly took this small video and pushed it to the netizens on the platform. Bailey Tosu is a student of Tsinghua University's chip major, at first felt that his professional knowledge is too hard, all yet to wear a sword to challenge the master. Not yet out of the jungle, heard the Flint Technology said that the chip has made a huge breakthrough, and then began to spray, and still spray the hardest one. Dragon Country even photolithography cannot make, talk about how to make a breakthrough in the chip? This is not funny? But at this moment, after seeing the official rumor, Bailey Tosu's heart was filled with shame. How hard I scolded at first, how guilty I feel now. I actually misunderstood a true national enterprise. Damned. Learning a half bucket of specialized knowledge makes you smug. If I have the chance, I must personally apologize to General Manager Bai. When Bailey Tosu's interest was low after the lab class, he returned to the dormitory, took out his cell phone, and swiped through the videos in boredom. Wait. I seem to have swiped the video of Flint Technology's General Manager Bai. I'm sorry? General Manager Bai actually said sorry to us. A national enterprise, focusing on scientific research. After being scolded by the netizens, he actually had to turn around and say sorry to the netizens? I'm in tears. Why do I feel my eyes twitching? Although it is said that tears do not come lightly, but just cannot help a little it. Mr. Bai. I don't deserve to have you apologize. As for your press conference, I'll be there. Similarly, after seeing Baishu's apology video, countless people reacted in much the same way as Bailey Tosu, empathizing and bursting into tears in an instant. Mr. Bai apologized for us. How aggrieved is this? You guys look at what Mr. Bai has been forced into by you guys. Where are the people who misunderstood Fusilier technology in the beginning? All give me to go to the Flint Technology press conference site, support our national enterprises to go. Summer gave White Tree a massage and left after he was comfortable. His mouth moved a few times, but in the end, he didn't say what was on his mind. Bai Shu fell back to the lab again. Only this time, he wasn't there to do experiments, but was preparing to recruit members of the Black Technology of the Heavens. Opened the attribute panel. As Bai Shu's voice fell, a blue screen of light was projected onto its retina. Group Master, White Tree. Goldfinger, All Worlds Black Technology Chat Group. Group Member, Red Queen. Shot points, 26.54 million. Possesses core technology, Biochip. Black Tech Company, Fusilier Technology Corporation. Shot points required for the next recruitment, 10 million. The host's shot points have met the requirement, and he can recruit new members at any time. Bai Shu glanced at the attribute panel and was instantly overjoyed. The total shock value had actually reached 26.5 million. This rate of increase was simply faster than riding a rocket. The last time he looked at the attribute panel, it was only 15 million shock value, and now after only a few hours, the shock value had increased by 10 million. Cool. It was really too refreshing. After Bai Shu was excited for a while, he gradually calmed down, and with a thought, he found the recruitment button next to the chat group, took a deep breath, and immediately pressed it down heavily. Whether or not to consume 10 million shock value to randomly recruit a member of the Black Technology of the Heavens and the Worlds? Yes, no. Of course recruit. Bai Shu replied affirmatively. Recruitment in progress? The Black Technology members of the Worlds of the Heavens are being extracted. The current world being extracted is the Iron Man world, and the member being recruited is Tony Stark. Tony Stark has joined the group chat. I'll go. After Bai Shu took a good look at the recruited member, he roared and jumped up in excitement. Surprisingly, it was Tony from the Iron Man world? It was a great deal of money. This was a true genius. The Iron Man suit made by Tony truly managed to match the gods in a mortal's body. That's right. Tony is also a narcissistic arms dealer. It seems that after has this group member in the future, in cooperation with the Eastern War Zone, it can try to manufacture weapons. Let Fusilier technology gradually dabble in the field of arms. Tony was at his own base, improving the battle armor, when suddenly, his consciousness was pulled into this group chat, and he was taken aback. He was a staunch atheist, but now something beyond his perception had happened, and his heart was a bit at a loss. What is this place? Why am I here? Tony typed the first message in the chat group. White Tree was too lazy to reply and utilized his group master authority to send a vibration to the Red Queen. Ding, the Red Queen is now online. The Red Queen sends a cute red loli emoji in the group. Group Master, I'm working on the genetic reagent for the T-virus. Is there something you're looking for me in such a hurry? Ha! It seems like there's a new person in the chat group, and it's a carbon-based creature. After muttering to herself, the Red Queen sent another surprised emoticon in the chat group. At this time, Shiraki typed a message into the group. Red Queen, you introduce the newcomer. The Red Queen sent out a nodding emoji, okay la. Meanwhile, Tony saw that no one answered his question and hurriedly asked again. What is this place? Someone please tell me what the hell is going on. Red Queen, then let me tell you. This is the Black Technology chat group of the Realms of the Heavens, which, as the name suggests, is an existence that can connect the realms of the heavens. You can feel free to communicate with the group members, as well as send out red envelopes. Tony muttered, chat group of the heavens and the worlds? It's getting more and more metaphysical. Red Queen, it's hard to believe, but it's true. The two men paused for a moment. The Red Queen's faint voice came over again once more. Right now there are only 3 bit members of our chat group, you, me, and the group leader. Tony, what world are you from? Red Queen, the Resident Evil world. Tony, which world is the group master from? Red Queen, the group master is a traveler in the real world, omniscient and omnipotent, knowing the past, present, and future. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask the group master directly. Tony, a traveler. So powerful? Tony didn't believe it at first, but slowly became convinced. Because being able to drag a person's consciousness into a chat group was not at all like something a human could do. Shiraki silently peered at the screen, and when he saw this, he instantly knew it was time for him to make an appearance. He was playing the role of an all-knowing, all-powerful traveler, and he had to show a little bit of divinity in order to be recognized by the group members. Group leader, Tony, did you make the primordial steel battlesuit? Tony, of course. Just built it successfully and escaped from the kidnapping bandits. Now ready to improve the steel battlesuit. Hearing this, Shiraki knew it was solid. Right now Tony was still a playboy, had just been kidnapped, had just created the initial steel battlesuit, and had just used a miniature nuclear reaction cone as his heart. But he didn't realize that using a reaction cone instead of a heart would have a fatal flaw, which was palladium poisoning. If the poisoning could be fixed, it would definitely be able to take Tony under his wing. Although Bai Shu was the group master and could use the power of the group master to oppress Tony, he didn't want to do so until he had no choice, and living in harmony with the group members was what he wanted. Chapter 28 Butterfly Clipper Cell Phone Listing. Qualcomm appeared to beg to be beaten, plus more. Bai Shu smiled with confidence. Using a reaction cone to act as a heart may seem fine for a short period of time, but it will soon reveal a fatal flaw, which is palladium poisoning. If you find that your body is palladium poison, come to me. I'll tell you how to fix it. This statement amounted to prophecy. Tony had just developed the first generation of the iron battlesuit, and there was still some time before palladium poisoning. Perhaps Tony didn't think so now, but when he realized that he had palladium poisoning, he would naturally come to beg for himself. Tony sniffed and froze slightly. Palladium poisoning? When he changed his heart into a reaction cone, he felt some discomfort in his body from time to time, for example, itching of the skin at the location of his heart, but it wasn't very obvious. At first he thought it was the aftermath of changing his heart. Now it seemed possible that it was palladium poisoning, as the group leader said. Nuclear reaction cones are inherently toxic and radioactive, and can be very damaging to the human body if left exposed. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that using a reaction cone as a heart would lead to palladium poisoning. Thank you, group leader, for informing me. If there's anything the group master needs help with, feel free to find me as well. Try to help whenever I can. Tony's tone was much more respectful. Now that he had discovered the divine difference between the chat group and the group master, one was a traveler, one was a chat tool that could connect the heavens and the worlds, he was naturally happy to maintain this kind of relationship. You're welcome. White Tree nodded. He then chatted with the Red Queen for a few more minutes, learning that although the Red Queen hadn't yet developed a genetic reagent based on the T-virus, she already had a thought process, and was quite happy in the bottom of his heart. White Tree grew more and more excited. The T-virus was known as God's gift. If the Red Queen really developed a genetic reagent based on the T-virus, he would be the first human in this world to benefit. Now let's not talk about it. Let's not say that it'll make my physical quality double a few times, but letting me screw 7 bunny girls in one night shouldn't be a problem. Bai Shu returned to the chat group space, looked at the shock value of more than 10 million left, and prepared to recruit another new group member. Instead, he found that the recruitment button was grayed out. He frowned. Hurriedly, he pulled open the attribute panel. Group Master, White Tree. Goldfinger, All Worlds Black Technology Chat Group. Group Member, Red Queen. Shot points, 16.54 million. Core Technology, Biochip. Black Tech Company, Fusilier Technology Corporation. The next recruitment will require 50 million shock points. What? Didn't you only need 10 million shock points for the last recruitment? How did it become 50 million now? Bai Shu pondered for a long time and came to a conclusion that the shock value needed to recruit group members was not set in stone. Rather, the shock value needed grew as time went on. It was similar to the experience needed to fight monsters and upgrade. In the early stages, less experience was needed to upgrade faster. But the later you get, the more experience you need to upgrade. The first time you recruit, you get a discount. The second time you recruited, the original price was $10 million. The third time you recruited, you directly doubled it 5 times. Good guy. This doubled 5 times. It's scary. When the next recruitment of group members comes around, it won't be in billions. After studying it for a while, Bai Shu silently exited the Black Tech chat group. Because his main tasks now were the Butterfly Clipper cell phone's press conference and researching the military's robot dog chip, he had no time to focus on developing other technologies, so there wasn't much need for the 2 group members to provide technology. On the contrary, the Red Queen and Tony seemed very excited. The 2 guys from different worlds were constantly communicating in the chat group and sending red envelopes to each other. Time drifted by, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the Butterfly Shear cell phone press conference. Bai Shu received the advance payment for the military order from the Eastern War Zone, and with sufficient funds, he instantly decided to hold the press conference at the Grand Theater in Magic City. Although the Magic City Grand Theater cost hundreds of thousands of venue fees, the place was big enough to accommodate more people. Bai Shu needed to earn shock value and make things happen, so he naturally hoped that the more people the better. Although the new product launch will also be synchronized online live streaming. But the shock value provided by the people who arrived at the venue would be a bit more. Bai Shu stood at the backstage of the venue and looked through the glass at the step seats in front of him. The Magic City Grand Theater was a large venue with a capacity of 5,000 people, but at this time it was overcrowded. Even the aisles were packed with reporters carrying long guns. Magnesium lights flashed non-stop, and noisy comments came in like a tidal wave. The first row of seats were the authority figures of Magic City, as well as people from the military department. The second row of seats were friendly businessmen and news reporters. The third row was the invited guests. As for the people behind the fourth row, they were seated in order. Because there were a lot of heavyweights present, people from the Magic City security team and police department were sent to maintain order. So right now the launch site was quite stable and there was no disturbance. Bai Shu's gaze swept around and was about to retract his gaze, when out of the corner of his eye he seemed to see something and his pupils instantly shrank. His eyes were firmly fixed on a man in the center of the second row. That man was quite tall, very stout-looking, with blonde hair and fair skin. The naked eye could see a big difference from the yellow people around him. How did the people from the Lighthouse Kingdom come here as well? Wait a minute. The other party was more than just people from the Lighthouse Kingdom. And it was also someone from Qualcomm. Bai Shu remembered that he had seen this man last year during the business summit. If he remembered correctly, this man was William, the head of Qualcomm's Dragon Country region. Qualcomm came too? How interesting. The corners of Bai Shu's mouth curled into a mysterious arc. Although he had never expected to meet up with the giant Qualcomm on the other side of the continent so soon, he wouldn't be afraid since Qualcomm had already come. And from another perspective, isn't Qualcomm coming just what I want? Make things happen. I love to make things happen. Because messing things up can gain a lot of shock value. Mr. Bai, all the major media have arrived, we can open the press conference at any time. Summer was wearing a white dress today, kind of like a gown. Originally she had gone for the sexy style, but suddenly she went for the pure lust style, giving people a bright feeling. Good. Bai Shu nodded, then looked down at her wristwatch. It was almost time. He stood in front of the mirror and straightened his collar and hairstyle, making sure that there was no problem with his image before walking from the backstage to the front of the stage with a microphone in hand. The venue lights suddenly dimmed, and the noisy crowd instantly quieted. A beam of chasing light then hit the center of the stage, and White Tree stepped out, the eyes of the room focused. Everyone, my name is Bai Shu, the head of Flint Technology. Thanks to the love, I was subjected to several internet storms a few days ago. There shouldn't be anyone who doesn't recognize me now, right? The corners of Bai Shu's mouth moved slightly, and that magnetic voice spread throughout the entire venue. Chapter 29 Release Will Blue Factory to Death, Lu Lin want to cry without tears. Bai Shu's voice was slightly humorous and infectious, and as soon as the voice fell, the scene burst into laughter. Even the audience who didn't come to the scene and watched the live broadcast online couldn't help but let out piggish squeals. Bai Shu's words seemed to be self-deprecating and sarcastic, and more than anything else, he was helpless against Netstorm. Mr. Bai, of course I know you. I won't hide it from you, I used to be a member of Netstorm, but now I'm your hardcore fan. I was led astray and misunderstood you. Mr. Bai, I'm sorry. Mr. Bai, I've known you for a long time. Can you give me a discount for buying your products later? Weekly, can I say I don't know you? But if there is a discount, I don't know if it's too late to recognize you? Ask if you don't know, will the chip made by Mr. Bai, known as Dragon Core, be released at this press conference? Shut up upstairs, it's my turn to ask. May I ask if Mr. Bai's press conference this time is to release a new cell phone equipped with a self-developed chip? The audience at the scene was very excited. You said one thing, I said another, and it was suddenly noisy. Bai Shu's eyes looked at the audience below and smiled, then he raised his hands and pressed down in mid-air, and the scene quieted down. All right. Since most people recognize me. Even if there are those who don't know me, they will know me right away. Then without further ado, let's start the launch straight away. As Hakushi's voice fell, his finger pressed the silver screen remote control switch and the PPT was displayed to a new page. It was a background image rendered by the combination of a Dragon Core and history and culture. Once the Dragon Kingdom could not manufacture a chip, once the Dragon Kingdom enterprises were cut off from supply, once the Dragon Kingdom enterprises were subjected to commercial blockade. Once. Throughout the history of the Dragon Kingdom for several years, there are too many once upon a time. The Dragon Kingdom has suffered from semiconductor hegemony for a long time. When cell phone chips were cut off, I wondered how the Dragon Kingdom could not have a core. After being cut off from supply, I couldn't even find any replaceable chips in the country. The semiconductor industry in the Dragon Kingdom is too difficult, but if it's difficult, does it not develop? If it's hard, does it rely on imports? Dragon Country can't give the power of life and death to others, it must have its own chips. This road is difficult, no one can even know if it can go through. But if you don't move forward, you'll never know the outcome. There is no road, but when more people walk, there is a road. Fusilier technology has come out of a road that no one has ever traveled before. Although there is no fervor of our ancestors carrying guns to kill the enemy, no boiling of the first mushroom cloud ascending into the sky, and no exhilaration of the first Shenzhou rocket going into space, I have solved the semiconductor problem of the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Core has allowed us to straighten our spine and stop bending it. Bai Shu's voice gradually lowered, with the background picture on the screen, as if pulling the crowd into the history of a nation's magnificent rise, drawing people's empathy, and the blood flowing in their bodies gradually warmed up. At this time, I announced the official release of the first Butterfly Clipper cell phone equipped with Dragon Core. As Bai Shu's voice fell, the launch site erupted in thunderous applause, so loud that it shook the glass of the Grand Theater with a swish. Clapping. So excited. It gave me goosebumps from talking about it. It's really worthy of being general manager by speaking literally and rendering the atmosphere too well. At the same time, at the end of the first row of the ladder seats sat an inconspicuous old man. This old man's waist was straight, his eyes glittered, and he sat quietly in place like this, but his orders were forbidden, and he had a military temperament. He was Ren Tianhua, the president of Huawei Cell Phone. Huawei Group was another giant in the Dragon Kingdom because it touched the opposite semiconductor hegemony. Even the cell phone brand was blocked and prohibited from entering the Lighthouse Kingdom market. It could be said that it was a difficult pair with Flint Technology. Huawei also had a tough time, but gritted its teeth and pulled through. Ren Tianhua wanted to carry the flag of domestic semiconductors, but has not yet achieved results. Came the news of Flint Technology chip breakthroughs. So very good. The Dragon State has never been the country of a certain person or a certain enterprise, but the country of all people, all enterprises screwed together. I did not go through the road. You made it. The light that you have secured for your country will shine on you and me. When Ren Tianhua came back to his senses, he realized that he had long been in tears. William, the person in charge of Qualcomm, waited in his seat for a long time, and the conference didn't even get to the point, so he couldn't help but frown. This oriental yellow-skinned kid, what in the world do you want to do? Grinding. Hurry up and send the chip parameters. It's a waste of my time. White Tree raised his head and looked ahead, waiting for the atmosphere to be almost the same. His right hand pressed the remote control switch, and the silver screen PPT instantly flipped to the next page. Butterfly Clipper cell phone diorama. The crowd's eyes focused on the silver screen, instantly captured by the shape of this cell phone. The shape is like scissors and a butterfly. In different light, the back cover will be like a butterfly wings, like refraction of the flow of light and shadow, purple gradient through the hidden butterfly wings pattern, just like a butterfly dancing and stopping. The phone combines with the butterfly and scissors, presenting a very vital aesthetic effect. I go. It's so beautiful. Beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. Other than that, this cell phone shape alone is worth rushing. No brainer to get in. Butterfly Shear Cell Phone. Not only is the name beautiful, the shape is even more beautiful. The Butterfly Shear cell phone is so beautiful that it doesn't look like a product of Bluestar, and I don't know how BAI always designs it. Below, please see the parameter comparison between the Butterfly Shear cell phone and a cell phone that was just released by a friend not long ago. Said BAI. Shu waved his hand, let the conference quiet down, and then flipped to the next page of PPT. The screen was suddenly divided into two columns. The left side is the Butterfly Cutter cell phone. The right side is a friendly company cell phone that has been wiped out the logo. The company's logo has been erased. The crowd's eyes went to the column of friendly cell phones on the right, and just by looking at it, they froze. What friendly company? It was clearly the Blue Factory Group's cell phone. Good guy. Is this not even loaded anymore? Aside from the logo being erased, the appearance was exactly the same. Mr. BAI is comparing it to Blue Factory's flagship phone. Is he taking revenge? That's not true. Mr. White is not that petty. Blue Factory is just unlucky that it happened to be chosen. White Tree against this Blue Factory flagship phone was released last week, cost-effective, and equipped with Qualcomm Snapdragon chip. The performance is very powerful. It has just been launched and achieved market recognition. Nowadays it is selling like hotcakes. In fact, someone guessed the right truth. White Tree is taking revenge by comparing the Blue Factory flagship. Ha! Not right. Wrongly, it's an exercise in friendlier survival. Chapter 30. Terrifying biochips scare Qualcomm to death. At the same time, Lu Lin of Blue Factory Cell Phone Group was watching the live broadcast of Flint Technologies' press conference. Because of the last time he brought the tempo thing, he was arrested by the relevant departments to drink tea, paid a large fine, and asked for someone to find a relationship before he was released. Even then it was locked up for 3 days. If there was no corresponding social status and no money to pay the fine. I'm afraid this matter won't end so easily. Even so, all his media chatting tools were also controlled for 3 years. During this period, if he commits another offense, he will be dealt with severely. Lu Lin sat drinking coffee, crossing his legs and watching the livestream with a palpitating heart. When he or she saw the photos of the friendly cell phone that BAI Shu put out in the live broadcast, he or she was almost so angry that a mouthful of blood was spewed out again. You are putting me to death? Anyone with a clear eye can see that this is Blue Factory's flagship phone. Lu Lin was furious inside, but there was nothing he could do. Who would have thought that the ant that could be pinched at any time in the beginning had now grown to an existence that he couldn't afford to mess with? Locked up for those 3 days, Lu Lin also figured out that in the future, if you see Flint Technology, turn around and go. Can't afford to mess with. I really can't afford to mess with it. BAI Shu quietly listened to the whispers of the crowd, waiting for the crowd to come back to their senses from the shock before that magnetic voice came over again. There's no need to compare the first item of cell phone appearance with friends, right? After all, it's all so obvious. The eyes of the masses are bright. Such obvious beauty and ugliness can definitely be distinguished. Good guy. The eyes of the masses are discerning. Who are you connoting? With your words, who would dare to buy a cell phone from the Blue Factory? Now let's look at the second comparison, the chip. The Butterfly Shear cell phone uses a self-developed biochip, and the friend uses Qualcomm's 5nm chip. Because the chip is something highly integrated, you can't tell the strength from the weakness with the naked eye. Since this is the case, let's test it with a professional instrument. Originally, Baishu was prepared to run a score test and forget about it. After all, running score was convenient, quick, intuitive, and simple. But he was afraid of being told that it was not authoritative enough. Running score was third-party software that was usually not recognized. Baishu's press conference this time was to show the sword to Qualcomm, naturally holding the authority to go. Said. Baishu clapped his hands, and several employees carried out a large square box. The volume of the box was roughly 1 cubic meter, and it was very heavy. The several employees were struggling to move it. In fact, this big box is not an ordinary box, but the chip performance tester is a very professional, internationally recognized professional chip testing equipment. The detection method is also very simple. As long as the chip is plugged into the circuit of the instrument, the results can be obtained. Finally, the chip is the heart of the cell phone. Whether the cell phone is stuck or not depends on the chip. I don't know how Flint Technologies' biochip is. Awesome. Surprisingly, it directly targets 5 nanometers chips. Is the domestic chip really that great? Hurry up and test it. I can't wait to know the results. This time, both life and death will be divided into high and low. William, the head of Qualcomm's Dragon Country region, looked ahead with his eyes, but in the bottom of his heart, he wanted to laugh a little. Directly competing against a 5 nanometers chip? What a warrior. The Dragon Kingdom doesn't even have the tools to make 5 nanometers chips. Photolithography, even if the technology breaks through again, it's still very limited. How do you dare? Don't let the benchmarking fail at that time, but instead give us Qualcomm to advertise. Huawei Ren Tianhua saw here, his heart also jerked up, filled with worry. Obviously, he also thought of this layer. Flint Technologies' direct benchmarking of Qualcomm's 5 nanometers chip was a bit impulsive. In case it failed, it would really be a sweep of honor. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Ren Tianhua saw several bigwigs sitting on the first row. From the identity tags, it could be seen that these few bigwigs were people from the military department, coming to the launch to stand up for Fusilier technology. The people from the military ministry had a calm face, talking and laughing without any nervousness. When Ren Tianhua saw this, he instantly realized what was going on and his body lightened up. The military must know something, and now they were all so calm. That meant that everything was within the plan. In other words, it was a sure win for the biochip against the Qualcomm 5 nanometers chip. Baishu. Looks like I underestimated you after all. All right. Now start testing. Baishu's voice was high, like a roar, and spread across the scene. Then the pins of the biochip were plugged into the specialized testing instrument. Then made a mistake when it came to putting in the 5 nanometers silicon chip. Forget it. I'm all cut off. Where's the Qualcomm 5 nanometers silicon chip? In that case, we can only dismantle the flagship of the Blue Factory, unload the 5 nanometers silicon chip down, and then access the professional testing instruments to test. This time he not only does not pretend, but also directly ride the face. The scene unloading the flagship of the Blue Factory, I do not know Lu Lin saw, will not be angry in the toilet? Before Baishu started the detection, he deliberately paused for a moment, waiting for the staff to pull the camera closer and give a close-up of the chip before pressing the start detection button. One had to preserve the evidence, lest someone play tricks on them at that time. This testing instrument was supporting the simultaneous testing of 2 chips. Detection in progress. About a few minutes, the chip detection instrument drops sound, showing that the detection is complete. Then it will be networked and automatically put on the screen. Detection completed. 5 nanometers silicon chip. Speed limit, 1 billion times per second. Performance score 9.8. Energy consumption score 9.4. Total score 19.2. Long chip biochip. Ultimate operating speed per second, 32.1 billion times. Performance score 320 points. Performance score 320, energy consumption score 90, total score 19.2. Energy consumption score 90 points, total score 410 points. Total score 410 points. Comparison of test results completed, Fusilier Technology biochip wins. When the data on the screen was clearly displayed in front of everyone, the venue fell into a short silence. It was as if time had stopped and space had frozen. Silence. Silence. They had thought of countless possibilities, but they had never imagined that a biochip would hang on to Qualcomm's 5 nanometers silicon chip with an absolute advantage. Is this data real? Am I dreaming? One biochip is equivalent to 32 silicon chips. It must have been getting up violently. Otherwise, how could I see such exaggerated data? It couldn't be a mistake in the testing instrument, right? Baishu's heart was very pleasant as he watched the crowd's astonishment. I put out such a bombastic chip, the shot value should have jacked it up, and I don't know if there's 20 million. It has to be $50 million, right? Otherwise I'll be sad. Everyone. Although the results are incredible, it's just true. Biochips are that good. One biochip is equivalent to 32 5nm chips from Qualcomm. Baishu said and smiled, revealing a mouth full of small white teeth. It felt so good to pretend. Only. Is that the compatibility of the biochip with the other parts of the cell phone is too low? Considering the compatibility, it would be far less than 32 times. If you want to fully release the performance of the biochip, you still have to specially create adapted cell phone parts for the biochip. Chapter 31, Vengeance to be Avenged. Today, Dragon Core presents its power. Mr. Bai, awesome. Such a powerful biochip can be designed, it's simply the light of national products. Although it's hard to believe, I choose to believe in Mr. Bai. Right. Unconditionally believe in Mr. Bai. You can stand in the corner and be silent, but never laugh at people who are braver than you. The chip that Huawei Ren Tianhua personally tested represents some sort of authority in itself. It's awesome that Flint Technology has designed such an awesome chip. Although there were some skeptical voices in the scene, most people believed in the test results. After the last misunderstanding, Fusilier Technology's trust in people's hearts had risen. William, the person in charge of Qualcomm's Dragon Country region, froze for a moment as he looked at the parameters displayed on the silver screen, and then his anger rubbed up inside his body. Both cheeks bulging. Chest is even more angry, rolling up and down. Qualcomm has always been a leading semiconductor company, the world-level giant in the semiconductor industry has absolute authority. Oriental Enterprises can make a chip or very outrageous, you make a chip than my awesome? More powerful than mine, even if the performance is still crushed? More than Snapdragon 5nm chip 32 times? That's outrageous. It's like a sow on the moon. It's impossible. It's impossible. You're just starting out in the semiconductor industry and you're trying to equal generations of Qualcomm's work? Compare your head to Qualcomm's heritage? William was absolutely not convinced. Either there is something wrong with the testing machine, or there is something wrong with the person doing the testing. As for the chip? Definitely fake. 32 times more powerful than a Snapdragon 5nm chip? What kind of concept was this? Even a 1nm chip might not be able to achieve this performance? The Dragon Kingdom doesn't even have a photolithography machine to make a 1nm chip or even more powerful? Is it possible? Impossible. William thought about thinking, suddenly angry, stood up, raised his head, looked at the center of the stage. Sound is roaring. Impossible. There must be something wrong with this result. I'm the head of Qualcomm's Dragon region, brought a specialized testing instrument over, dare you let me test it? Qualcomm has traditionally been the authority in the chip industry, and only after my testing will the chip be recognized by the market. Although William did not have a microphone to amplify his voice, but that voice is like a shrew, plus sitting in the front row. The sound was quite loud and had affected the press conference. Originally, Baishu wanted to ignore each other, even if you scream like a shrew, so what? What does it have to do with me? You were bitten by a mosquito, do you want to bite back a mosquito? But then Baishu thought, for the sake of shock value, he had to push himself a bit more. This friend, don't you know that making a loud noise and disturbing someone's launch is a very impolite thing to do? Baishu wouldn't spoil William, and out of the corner of his eye he made a wink at the staff. The staff instantly understood in a second and carried the camera, walking in front of William and giving him a close-up. A close-up of William's head appeared on the screen. The audience at the launch site, as well as in the live broadcast room, saw William, the head of Qualcomm. With yellow hair on top of his head, his body was stout, and his skin was so fair that it was different from the skin color of his surroundings. With a closer look, one could see the obvious difference. William's face was a little unsightly when he saw his own avatar suddenly hanging on the screen, and also being angrily criticized for his lack of manners by Baishu, who stood on the moral high ground. That Eastern kid is too out of line. I questioned the authenticity of your chip test, shouldn't you prove yourself? And I, as the head of Qualcomm, messing with me like this, hanging my avatar on the screen, do I still want my face? William became even angrier inside. I'm not being rude, just reasonably questioning. William's voice was high, his head was raised high, and his emotions were agitated, just like a Spanish bullfight. However, now that the avatar had been put up, it was an arrow that had to be shot. Today must hit the fake Flint Technology, set off through its mysterious face. Fake chips are taken out to hold a press conference? I would like to see how you die. White Tree is not forgiven for his momentum. Seeing that the other party is caught in a self-evident contradiction, it is natural to continue to attack. The Dragon Kingdom has been suffering from chips for a long time. The culprit is Qualcomm. Since the sword is lit, there is no possibility of any mercy. After all, there is still shock value to be earned. Didn't your teacher teach you? There are questions to wait for the next class and then ask. Don't disturb the teacher in class. If you have questions during the conference, won't you wait until after the conference is over? Baishu's words pointed at William with a sword, and his sharp words messed up William's ability to get off the stage. Moreover, he was the host with a group of fans and was born with an aura of invincibility. William didn't even have a microphone, and arguing purely by yelling was a disadvantage. Seeing Baishu so not giving himself face, William's face was a shade of green and a shade of white, and for a while he was actually speechless. Encountering such an unreasonable person. And with so many fans protecting him, he really didn't have any good solutions. The crowd at the launch was already pointing fingers at himself now, and the situation was very unfavorable for him. I admit that I was wrong just now and didn't notice the repercussions. But I still question that a chip that surpasses the performance of a 5nm chip by 32 times doesn't even exist in this world. It is absolutely impossible. At this moment, William still hadn't even recognized yet that biochip wasn't simply a name for a chip that was very different from a silicon chip. All the processes were different. It didn't even need a photolithography machine. Now that he was still looking at biochips with the knowledge of silicon chips, he would eventually suffer a big loss. Baishu smiled at his words, and seeing the head of Qualcomm's Dragon region admit his wrongdoing in public, his heart felt much more comfortable. Although the great hatred had yet to be avenged, it was still very happy to see the enemy suffer. Since you have recognized the mistake, then I'll forgive you. Shirayuki smiled at the camera, then peaked violently. Just now you said that you questioned my chip, right? Right. William let out a high-pitched cry of aggravation. ABA. I've repeated this question many times, and it took you this long to notice me, emotionally. Questioning what? Shiraki asked teasingly. Questioning chip forgery. Qualcomm is the authority in the semiconductor industry, and has been deeply cultivated in this industry for decades. Qualcomm can't even do it, what can you Flint Technology do? As for the test results, exceeding the 5nm chip's 32 times performance, it's even more absolutely impossible. William's voice carried arrogance. Speaking definitely had to be forceful, just a little ignorant. Still immersed in his own world of semiconductor hegemony. Oh? What do you want then? Shiraki's voice still had a bit of teasing in it, his eyes looking calmly at William. Chapter 32 Butterfly Shear cell phone sells out. Lulin in a desperate situation. Test it again with my Qualcomm specialized testing equipment. William was high and mighty, raising his head high. Unbeknownst to him, the world is ever changing, and others have already changed the track and surpassed you. Testing is no problem. But what's in it for me? Baishu asked with a smile. You can prove that your chip is not fake. Qualcomm replied. Do you think I still need to prove it? What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. I still think let's be real. I'll use your instrument to test it again, no problem, but you have to pay $10,000 for one test. Baishu stood on the stage, and under the illumination of the chasing lights, that faint smile was very amiable. The media reporters and bloggers in the scene, seeing this, instantly became as excited as sharks that smell blood. Long guns and short cannons were aimed at the two targets, and camera flashes kept flashing. This is the start of the fight. Flint Technology versus Qualcomm. This was a super hotspot. A trip to a press conference to capture the hotspot of hotspots, commonly known as the super hotspot. It's worth the trip. But I think Mr. Bai is a bit brave. A small business dares to talk to the giant of the lighthouse country across the river. William almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard that. I help you prove the chip, and you backhandedly charge me money? This business is really good at doing business. In fact, William does not want to give, because it is too lose face, but the white tree and hang him on the fire pit roast, dare to retreat half a step? Cannot retreat a little. It is necessary to prove that white tree's biochip is fake. Otherwise all the previous efforts would be in vain. Good. I'll give it. William gritted his teeth as his voice continued to growl. Because right now, White Tree hadn't even handed him the microphone over yet. That's a good feeling. It's good to have money. Come on, man. Pass over the microphone for our client, and then help our client move the chip testing apparatus up. White Tree smiled and laughed. William's face shifted for a moment, inwardly furious. He took the microphone from the staff and steadily walked onto the stage. Humph. Then let that Eastern lad be arrogant for a while. Don't cry if you detect a problem with the chip later. The staff brought up Qualcomm's chip detector. Qualcomm's chip detector is very small, not as big as the big guy just now. It is also the size of an ordinary mountaineering bag. The appearance has a slightly sci-fi feel. Baishu didn't say anything, directly letting his technical assistant Lin Jing first insert the biochip into Qualcomm's instrument. William did the same, inserting a 5nm chip he brought with him into the instrument. This Qualcomm's chip detection instrument was still able to detect two chips together, and would generate a comparison between each other's results. To generate a comparison. Really fight. Qualcomm questioned the authenticity of the chip and asked for a retest. Fusilier technology meets the battle. Biochips once again challenged the semiconductor hegemony on the other side of the border, whose chip performance is better in the end. Can biochips hang on to 32 5nm chips? Open a wager. Deduct 1 for those who think the biochip is great. Deduct 2 for those who think the 5nm chip is great. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. It's clear that the internet can see what's going on, and William, the head of Qualcomm, has to live in the past. The military is standing in line. And it's a press conference for the entire country. Would any company fake this? Not at all. Once a person lives in the scenery of the past, it's really scary, and they simply can't see the excellence of others. Testing completed. 5 nanometers silicon chip. Ultimate operating speed 1 billion times per second. Performance score 9.8. Energy consumption score 9.4. Total score 19.2 points. Total score 19.2 points. Long chip IO-chip. Ultimate operating speed 34.1 billion times per second. Performance score 320 points. Performance score 320. Energy consumption score 90. Energy consumption score 90 points. Total score 410 points. Total score 410 points. Comparison of test results completed. Fusilier Technology BioChip wins hands down. William froze for a moment when he saw the test results and shook his head violently, the corners of his mouth trembling continuously. Impossible. Never possible. I don't believe it. There must be something wrong with the test results. Baishu laughed playfully. What's impossible? There are plenty of impossible things under the sky. William was anxious. I'll apply for another test. Baishu replied, you can. As long as you pay for it, it's $10,000 for one test. No matter how many times you want to test it. The launch site and the live broadcast room were immediately amused by Baishu's words. No way, Mr. Bai is too funny. $10,000 for one test, however many times you want. Nima, this money is too good. A few minutes to make $10,000. William, you hurry up and wake up. Is it bad to save yourself some money? Have you not been awakened by the test results yet? The results are already obvious and William is unwilling to accept the results. William was naturally unwilling to accept it and sweat the code to pay, sweeping $20,000 over to Baishu. Then he changed another instrument to test it. But the results of the test surprised him and even scared him a little because the results of his test this time were much the same as the last time, and even this time the biochip running at a little higher speed per second. William was not willing to change the instrument and test again, but the result was still exactly the same. Originally high and mighty raised his head high, unconsciously lowered half a point. Nima? William at this moment really fear. If you test once, you can question the machine malfunction. If it was tested twice, he could still deceive himself. With the third test, the possibility of error was already zero. Even he could not convince himself. If the test results are true, then Qualcomm's semiconductor aircraft carrier, which has been painstakingly built up, will collapse in an instant. This has already involved Qualcomm's life and death crisis. Must notify the board of directors. Will be Flint Technology as a high-risk enterprise. Comprehensive control. At this time, the live broadcast room boiled over. What grass? Mr. White is awesome. 3 tests earn Qualcomm $30,000. True Gold is not afraid of fire. Longshin can withstand the test. Carry the domestic flag. This is a real national enterprise. Now everyone should believe it? Domestic chips are really great. In the future, the selection of cell phones to add a line, that is, as long as the domestic chip of the phone, awesome and good to use, and can support the domestic enterprises. We can't be traitors, we can't be second fiddle. At Huawei at. Hurry up and find Mr. Bai to cooperate. Wait. It's obviously a cell phone launch. Why is your focus on the chip? Isn't the focus a bit skewed? Ask if you don't understand. I really want to buy the Butterfly Clipper cell phone. May I ask how much is the selling price? Chapter 33 Iron Man Palladium Poisoning. Arc Reactor is born. Baishu was so happy that the corners of his mouth couldn't close in a smile. He had just glanced at the All World's Black Technology chat group, and the total shock value had already exceeded 50 million. In other words, he had earned at least 40 million shock value at the press conference. This was a huge harvest. He had simply earned a lot. The total shock value exceeded 50 million, which meant that the third group member could be recruited. It was true that you could only get stronger by messing things up. He had to thank William, the person in charge of Qualcomm. If it wasn't for the other party jumping out, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to earn that much shock value. Baishu was excited for a while and gradually quieted down, then raised his hand and pressed it down slightly in mid-air. After the crowd quieted down, that magnetic voice once again spread throughout the room. As for the price of the Butterfly Shears cell phone? Before announcing the price of the Butterfly Shears cell phone, let's take a look at the price of the flagship of a friendly company. As Baishu said this, his right hand pressed the remote control, and the PPT suddenly flipped to the next page. The Friendship cell phone appeared on the screen. Because it was a screenshot from Taobao, the logos on it were all still there. Maybe I forgot to mosaic it, or maybe it was intentional. Friendly's flagship phone price, $2,999. Isn't this the flagship of Blue Factory? The logo is still there. It's not even loaded anymore, right? Writing face? Mr. White is awesome, actually putting all of Blue Factory's flagships on the screen. Not only to benchmark the parameters, but also to benchmark the price. This is the Blue Factory to the death. I'm afraid Blue Factory's chairman will cry in the toilet when he sees this scene. Is upstairs crooked? The goal of us coming to the launch, from start to finish, is only one, and that is to buy Butterfly Clipper cell phones and support national products. Shouldn't our area of concern be the price of the Butterfly Shear phone? I'm already excited. Big Diao is horny as hell. Mr. Bai is benchmarking the price with Blue Factory's flagship. What does that mean? Everyone understands, right? Seconds understand. That means the Butterfly Clipper phone is less expensive than Blue Factory's flagship. If it's not higher than the price of Blue Factory's flagship, it's so cheap that it can be rushed brainlessly. Butterfly Clipper's cell phone is the YYDS, forever dropping God, forever single in my mind. At this time, Baishu's faint voice came over again. Butterfly Clipper's cell phone is priced at $16.99. Not making money, only making friends. We only need to pay half the price of the Blue Factory flagship to buy a better cell phone than the Blue Factory flagship. Baishu didn't engage in any starvation marketing, nor did he engage in any schemes, and directly put out the king bomb. Low price. Beautiful cell phone. Excellent performance. At this price point, this performance, no one can already compete with Flint technology. To know the flagship of the Blue Factory with Qualcomm 5nm silicon chip, the cost has gone to almost $2,000. A single chip, all to $2,000, Blue Factory take head with me to compete, White Tree used the flagship of the Blue Factory as a comparison, is to want to steal the Blue Factory users over. Of course this is normal market competition, never malicious revenge. Although White Tree and Lu Lin had many unpleasant things happen. But Baishu wouldn't be so petty as to be calculating with the other party. What? What if Blue Factory ends up going bankrupt? What does that have to do with me? Isn't it a historical inevitability that your own doesn't focus on technological innovation, can't compete with others, and is eliminated from the market? Before Baishu's voice fell, the live broadcast room boiled over. $16.99? Bye. Immediately chop off your hands. Brothers, Mr. Bai of Fusilier Technology has already given his sincerity, so it's up to us next. Let's work hard together to empty Flint Technology's inventory. Baishu looked at the boiling crowd and couldn't help but dryly cough at the corner of his mouth. When the crowd heard Baishu's words, their mouths felt like they were sewn up with needles and threads, and they quickly fell silent. Now it's time to hand out the benefits. Benefit 1, 300 audience members will be drawn at the launch site and given a Butterfly Shear cell phone. Benefit 2, all media reporters can register with their press cards at the backstage staff to receive a free Butterfly Shear cell phone. Benefit 3, all cell phone manufacturers can come to me to receive 10 biochip trial payments. If you want to purchase biochips, Flint Technology's door is open for cooperation. White Tree's purpose of releasing the Butterfly Shear cell phone was to take over the market at a low price and then over the Blue Factory. The price was really low. So low that it was basically unprofitable. The cost of the Butterfly Shear cell phone was around $1,500, and every cell phone sold made just over $100. As for why send cell phones to reporters? Imagine, after those reporters get the cell phone, will they take the shorthand and eat the short mouth? Reporters were the workers who released information to the outside world. As long as they were happy in their hearts, when the time came to give Flint Technology a few more kind words on the news, they would have earned everything back. I'll go. And a free cell phone? Nothing else, I'll only powder Mr. Bai from now on. Not only is the price affordable, but it's also really working for the people. This is a true national enterprise. Baishu hosted the press conference here, and then took a curtain call and retired. Of course does not mean that the conference is over, there are still answers to questions, lottery, and other processes. White Tree left the follow-up work to the technical leader Lin Jingxian and his secretary Summer. After the matter was over, he whisked away his clothes and hid his achievements deep in his heart. The shock value was pretty much eaten up. Continuing to stay at the launch event didn't have much significance. It would be better to go back and customize the Robot Dog's chip earlier. Robot Dog, this robot is very powerful, is the main weapon of the future war. Whether it is the main battle or defense, it has a very important meaning. The Robot Dog is not scary. The scary thing is that the Robot Dog will join the army. It will go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. After Baishu returned to the laboratory, he didn't rush to recruit new group members, because now he hadn't thought about what kind of technology Fusilier Technology would develop in the next stage. The most important thing at the moment was to customize the biochip of the Robot Dog first. Baishu huddled inside the lab, constantly doing experiments, adapting the biochip according to the hardware of the Robot Dog. The progress was constantly advancing. 30%, 50%, 80%, 99%. It had already reached 99%. Just as Baishu wanted to work harder to customize the Robot Dog's chip. The All Worlds Black Technology chat group suddenly vibrated. Baishu froze for a moment. Who was it? The Red Queen? Or is it Tony? Contacting me so urgently, it couldn't be Tony Palladium poisoning, right? Bai Shu thought for a moment, then put down the experiment at hand and entered the chat group space. Just after opening the group chat, Iron Man Tony's anxious words came over. Group Master, it's not good. Purple lines have appeared on the skin of my chest and they are rotting and spreading around. This should be what you call palladium poisoning. Quickly tell me the solution? Chapter 34. I'll research whatever you cut off supply until the entire phone is completely localized. Bai Shu froze for a moment when he saw Tony's message. He didn't expect Tony to be palladium poisoned so soon. It seems that under my influence, the course of Tony's destiny has accelerated. White Tree lowered his head and pondered for a while, combining the plot of the Iron Man movie, and instantly came up with 3 options. Palladium poisoning has 3 solutions. Solution 1. Find the man Nick Fury. He has a leftover research file that documents a new stable new element. Replacing the element palladium with this new element will permanently solve the problem. Option 2. Power it with a storage battery. The downside is that the batteries can't support the battle armor's operation, and you'll lose your Iron Man status. Option 3. Using chlorophyll can briefly alleviate palladium poisoning, but it can't cure it. A few seconds after White Tree sent the message, Tony's message came back, indicating that Tony had basically made a decision without much thinking. Group leader, do we still need to think? I'm definitely going with option 1. Option 2 would be the loss of the Iron Man identity, which I simply can't accept. Option 3 treats the symptoms but not the root cause, so it's even more impossible to choose. A very wise choice. Shiraki wasn't surprised. Tony's choice was exactly the same as the original. Then, as if he thought of something, he went on to speak. You can go ahead and build the particle gas pedal and the large collider within the lab. These 2 things are the necessary experimental instruments for you to find new elements. Okay. Thank you, Group Master. A great favor is not appreciated. I'm going to go find Nick Fury first. If you need any help, just shake me directly in the group. Tony's voice was anxious. It seemed that the palladium poisoning had become his heart problem. Group Master, Tony's world seems to be very powerful. Not only is the mechanical technology very strong, but there are also a variety of superpower elements. After Tony went offline, the Red Queen suddenly came online and sent a lowly emoji wearing a red dress in the chat group. Indeed. The world that Tony is in is a Marvel world, and the force is strong. It's not really easy for ordinary people to survive in this world. Shiraki nodded, then spoke again. Don't get ahead of yourself either. The world you're in is the Resident Evil world, where people study biochemistry, see through the wonders of living things, and open up the path of genetic evolution. That's also a path no worse than Marvel's mechanical superpowers. Red Queen, okay, Group Master. I'll continue my research. I recently discovered a zombie immune body and am in the process of capturing it back to study it, so perhaps there will be a breakthrough in researching the T-virus. White Tree, study it well. The T-virus is also known as the immortality virus. As long as you can study through the wonders within it, you will be able to see the path of evolution ahead. Red Queen, okay. White Tree, I'm also going offline. If there's any progress in researching the T-virus, feel free to shake me. Red Queen, okay. After Bai Shu exited from the chat group space, he looked at the sky. It was dark and it was already time for dinner. But he wasn't going to go eat dinner. Instead, he was going to finish his experiment first. It wasn't that his stomach wasn't hungry, but he was compulsive. There was still a little bit of progress left to complete on the customized chip of the machine dog. He wanted to develop the machine dog chip first. Based on the original biochip, Bai Shu adjusted the parameters adapted to the robot dog and cultivated the differentiated Apocalypse 12 cell branch to make it more intelligent. After repeating the experiment 3 times, it finally succeeded. Bai Shu obtained a transparent chip the size of a fingernail. It was named Iron Egg 1. Because the robot dog was named Iron Egg. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with him naming the chip as Iron Egg 1. Immediately after, Bai Shu then inserted Iron Egg 1 into the chip testing instrument to test it, and after determining that there was no problem, he batch encapsulated dozens of Iron Egg 1. Next it was time to insert the Iron Egg 1 into the machine dog to test it on the machine. Tick-tock. Bai Shu dialed Qin Xian of the Eastern Theater Weapons Research Institute. Qin Xian, Mr. Bai, calling so late, is the customized chip of the robot dog ready? Bai Shu, you guessed correctly. I just succeeded in developing it, so I'm calling you. But it still needs to be tested on the machine to see if there are any loopholes before it can be mass-produced. Qin Xian, great. If no news comes from you again, I'm ready to personally fly to Magic City to look for you. If your own company's products are doing so beautifully, you can't just forget all about the country's work. Bai Shu, how can I? In the last few days, I've been designing the customized chip of the robot dog and my hair is falling out. Why don't you apply for a hair loss work injury for me? Comfort and console me. Qin Xian, what kind of work injury is losing your hair? Bai Shu. Hair loss work injury. Qin Xian, okay. No more nonsense with you. I'll have Long War pick you up tomorrow. You'll bring the chip to the Eastern War Zone and give the machine dog an on-board test. Okay. Bai Shu nodded. He was about to say that he would hang up the phone first if Qin Xian had nothing to do. Unexpectedly, Xin Xian's voice came over at that moment and it cut into another topic. By the way, just now the above received a message back from an informant in the Lighthouse Kingdom asking me to tell you. Qualcomm is working on a solution to deal with your company's meltdown. Although your company has created a biochip and possesses an incomparably strong vitality, the opposite side is more than just a semiconductor hegemony, but also possesses a whole set of industrial leadership. If Qualcomm joins forces with other pretty country companies and melts down on top of the chips and cell phone components, I'm afraid that your company's future days will not be easy. Xin Xian's voice was full of worry. The chip is indeed the most important part of the cell phone, but the cell phone has more than just the chip. There are other parts and systems. If all these things are melted down and cut off by Qualcomm, the cell phone business of Fusilier Technology may be forced to the brink of extinction. What are you afraid of? Bai Shu sniffed with a relaxed face, and then went on to speak. This world is not the strongest, and there are opportunities later. I've developed a chip. Are you still afraid that they will cut off the supply of other parts? What they cut off, I will research until the phone is completely localized. Good. Ambitious. Originally, the higher-ups still wanted me to comfort and give you a few pointers, but now it seems that it's not necessary. Then let's do this for now. Let's wait until the meltdown information from Qualcomm's side comes down. If it really doesn't work, we'll give you military orders, enough of them. Xin Xian smiled and hung up the phone after saying that. Bai Shu put down the phone and fell silent. Although he knew that he had developed a biochip, he would definitely face a new round of meltdown, and the opposite side would not sit back and watch Fusilier Technology grow. But he didn't expect things to get that big. The country had gotten intelligence from informants, indicating that a new round of storms was already brewing, and it would come very violently. Qualcomm really wasn't a good thing. Thinking about it, Bai Shu opened Qualcomm's official website as well as media accounts on his computer again to see if there were any new announcements released. Chapter 35, Cutting Off the Supply Completely, Flint Technology's Darkest Moment. Bai Shu looked twice at the top of the Qualcomm announcement, and there was no news. Then swiped through the Lighthouse Nation media for a while. Again, there was no meltdown Fusilier Technology announcement. It's just, soldiers come to block, water comes to cover. I have the Black Technology chat group of the worlds as my backstage. Would I still be afraid of a mere multinational company? The most important thing right now was to go for a dry meal first. After Bai Shu came out of the lab, the outside was already dotted with stars and the moon was hanging high. The prosperous Magic City seemed to have quieted down in an instant. The night was deep. Except for the lights in White Tree's lab, all the other lights in the Fusilier Technology building went out. Good fellow. It's another day of bursting your liver. And you, as the boss, took the lead and fought in the company until the last moment. Bai Shu ah. You're the boss of Fusilier Technology. How come you're the one who comes in the earliest but leaves work the latest? That's not good. It can't be like this in the future. Bai Shu smiled to himself. Then he stretched his back, a cold wind blew, and his body's fatigue couldn't be controlled. An average person really couldn't handle this kind of work intensity. In fact, his physical fitness was also average, but he was just gritting his teeth and holding on. When he returned from the military, he must recruit a few new secretaries, and then while doing experiments, he would let the secretaries help him by pressing his feet and pounding his back. Instant relief from fatigue. Sexual happiness just came so easily. If you go out to whore, you still need money, but with the secretary, it's all about you and me. And it's still the original. Every time you interview a secretary, it's like choosing a concubine in the emperor. Which one looks pretty and choose which one. Ahem. Of course. Bai Shu was definitely not such a person. He was simply looking for secretaries, all proper. How could it be so LSP? White Tree came out of the office, crossed the street, and walked to the company's outside restaurant store. It was actually a late-night snack store, specializing in barbecue. The restaurant store had long been closed. Bai Shu casually ordered a few $100s of frequently eaten barbecue with beer and sat in the window seat and ate with gusto. Technically speaking, barbecue was a kind of junk food, but it really smelled good. He couldn't stand a bit of it. Nor was he willing to turn down such deliciousness. If such delicious food could only be looked at but not eaten, it was simply torture on earth. Bai Shu wolfed it down, and after he was 70% full, he burped contentedly. Then slowed down his speed. While eating the grilled meat, he checked the work report. Summer had consolidated the progress of the company's work every day and then sent it to his email. This way, he could save a lot of work. Debriefing 1, Butterfly Shear's first stage pre-sale was snatched up by users in half an hour. All 100,000 phones were sold. Report 2, over 100,000 users booked the second batch of pre-sale. The market is on fire. I'm negotiating with the factory to increase production. Report 3, Xiaomi's Mr. Lei and Huawei's Mr. Rin Tianhua have made an appointment to come to the company tomorrow to discuss cooperation on domestic chips. Not bad at all. All within my expectations. Bai Shu murmured, Butterfly Clipper's cell phone is a black technology and ruthless work. There is nothing surprising to have such a result. One cell phone earns $100. 100,000 units made $10 million. Not bad. Moving his fingers had earned a fortune that ordinary people could not earn in a lifetime. But Bai Shu didn't have any mood swings. Truly regard money as dirt. Only earning shock value can cause me waves. Money? It's just waste paper. Early the next morning, Bai Shu got into the Dragon Warrior's green military vehicle and set off towards the Eastern Theater Weapons Research Institute. Let's hope that the machine dog's onboarding test goes well today. Bai Shu thought so as he looked at the receding scenery along the way. There was still some distance to the Eastern War Zone, and the rush was rather boring. He took out his cell phone and casually swiped. Suddenly, he thought of the words Qin Xian said yesterday again, and immediately clicked on the foreign media's media news. Just as he opened the media website, he suddenly saw a high-up announcement. It was a joint announcement from Qualcomm's other Lighthouse Alliance enterprises, stamped with steel seals and possessing legal effect. Notice on the rapid meltdown of the supply of raw components for Fusilier Technologies cell phones. Decision on cutting off the system license for Fusilier Technologies cell phone. Due to the chip developed by Fusilier Technology, the profits of Lighthouse Enterprises are jeopardized. After business research, it is decided that, with immediate effect, Flint Technology will be listed as a high-risk enterprise, and all enterprises will be prohibited from supplying cell phone parts to Flint Technology, including but not limited to the communication integration chip and the Android system. At the same time, it is prohibited to purchase biochips from Fusilier Technology, otherwise it will be equally regarded as a high-risk enterprise. It came after all. Bai Shu muttered with a cry from the corner of his mouth, and the storm was even more violent than expected. This was considered an all-round, undifferentiated extermination. Being classified as a high-risk enterprise because of the chips developed by Fusilier Technology and damaging the profits of Lighthouse Enterprises? That's hilarious. Plus bullying. Because it affects your cake, it's listed as a high-risk enterprise? I counted to see the point. The saying that if you fall behind, you will be beaten is really not just words. Iron still needs its own strength. Some people's eating face is really ugly. Are you only allowed to make chips? Do not allow others to make chips? Other people made chips, but also united to prohibit other manufacturers from purchasing? The more Bai Shu thought, the more angry, only because of the manufacture of domestic chips, was so unfair treatment. This revenge is not reported, really hard to get even. After I develop the technology, I will let you try to be the treatment of the technology necklace. Bai Shu opened the company's official website, was about to respond. Suddenly, his cell phone popped up a caller window, the number was familiar, and the two words Summer were noted. Summer called at this time. I'm afraid it would also be because of this matter. Bai Shu muttered a cry from the corner of his mouth, and his right hand heavily pressed the answer button. Hello, Summer. Boss, something big has happened. Qualcomm has come out with a notice to kill our company back, and now all of our company's cell phone parts have been subjected to a meltdown. Sony's lenses won't be sold to us, Google's Android system has been delicensed, and even the communication components have been banned. Summer sounded at a loss. Yesterday, the Butterfly Shearer cell phone was a big seller, and he was so elated that he was ready to hold a celebration banquet today and sharpen his knife for a big job. Where could he have imagined that after waking up from a nap, the sky had collapsed? The Butterfly Scissors cell phone has been fully monopolized. In other words, the current Fusilier Technology was no longer able to manufacture the Butterfly Shear cell phone. How many more cell phones can we make with the cell phone parts we have in stock now? Bai Shu asked after thinking about it. About 100,000 cell phones can still be manufactured, but the cell phone system can't be used anymore, so there's nothing we can do with the parts alone. Summer replied. What about inventory? Bai Shu asked again. Because the factory is working overtime 24 hours a day, the efficiency has increased a lot. There's a little more than the scheduled production plan now, and there's a total of 120,000 units in stock. But there are 100,000 units that have already been sold. Summer thought about answering. That means there are still 20,000 units left. Bai Shu muttered with a sigh from the corner of his mouth, and made some sort of decision all of a sudden. Chapter 36 Global Indictment. When I reach the top of the mountain, you won't even be able to see the toes of my technology. That's when White Tree's voice came back. Right. You immediately form a team of lawyers and sue them in the courts of all countries around the world. And release a statement. Forget it, it's better for me to release the statement myself. Just prepare a team of lawyers and sue them across the border. Let's prepare for a long war. Don't be afraid to spend money. We're on the side of justice, and we have the Eastern Theater behind us. Maybe it's hard to get by now, but as long as we get through this, there's a bright future. Okay. Boss. When Summer heard Bai Shu's words, she suddenly felt a sense of relief in her heart. Yeah. We still have the Eastern War region behind us. With the military department supporting us, even if the situation is bad, how bad can it be? After Bai Shu hung up the phone, the stuffy dragon warrior suddenly stuck his head over and asked. The company is in trouble? Aha! Someone doesn't want to let the rise of Dragon Core and wants to strangle Flint Technology in the cradle at all costs. Bai Shu spoke calmly. Oh. Dragon Warrior said just this one word and fell silent again, a complete bore, comparable to Tomb Raider Zhang Qiling. Baishu clicked on the official website of Flint Technology. Originally he thought that Qualcomm's announcement would not be transmitted back to the country so quickly, but after opening it, he realized that he had underestimated this term of netizens. This generation of netizens can find everything, but they can't find a girlfriend. The message board on the company's official website is already $9.99 plus. The first half of the message is all about urging shipment, and the second half of the message is all about the Qualcomm announcement. Who can tell me? Is Flint Technology violating the laws of heaven? Lighthouse cutting off the supply of cell phone parts and canceling the system authorization can be barely understood, but any enterprise that cooperates with Fusilier Technology has been implicated. This is simply outrageous. Yeah. This is just too much. It doesn't give people a chance to live at all. I heard that originally, Mr. Lay of Dimi Cell Phone wanted to purchase biochips. But he didn't dare after seeing this announcement. Even though Big Rice Cell Phone also wants to support national enterprises, but if it is implicated, the entire cell phone business will die. The mouth is really too much. Qualcomm really can't see the rise of domestic enterprises. The heart of the death of me will never die. So sympathetic to General Manager Bai. He developed the Dragon Core for the Dragon Kingdom, trembling with fear and silent dedication, but in the end, he ended up in such a situation? The Flint Technology will not be strangled in the cradle before the rise of the Flint Technology. Compared with this kind of multinational group, the energy possessed by a national enterprise is really too weak. Why are you saying such discouraging things upstairs? Even if the whole world has abandoned Mr. Bai, at least Mr. Bai still has us. Support Flint Technology. Support national enterprises. If no one buys Fusilier Technology's products, then we buy them. If it's really not possible, donations are fine. In addition to the necessary living expenses, I'm willing to donate all of my 2018 salary. If you ask me why I am so grandiose, I can only say one thing: Fusilier Technology is a national enterprise of the Dragon Kingdom. And I'm a person from the Dragon Kingdom. What's wrong with supporting a national enterprise? Right. Donate. Donate to Flint Technology to tide it over. Donate. Be quiet upstairs. Now Mr. Bai of Flint Technology has not responded yet. We just need to follow Mr. Bai's direction, don't add to the chaos. If Mr. Bai needs us to donate, we can just donate again. Baishu read through, one by one, the messages from the hardcore fans on the official website. Without realizing it, tears had wet his clothes, the blood of the same dragon's successor flowed through his body, and his eyes gradually warmed up to tears. Since you guys support me so much, how can I possibly let you guys lose? Baishu stretched out his right hand and wiped away the tears that kept rolling in his eyes, then started speaking on the official website. Seeing the fans' messages to me, I'm honestly touched. Even though this is the darkest moment for Flint Technology, I feel that it's all worth it. You guys have supported me so much, and I will never let you guys lose. Continue along this path. Don't worry too much. It's never the strongest in this world, and those who come later have a chance. I'll study whatever you cut off from my supply. Flint Technology will never give up, nor will it be afraid. When I reach the top of the mountain, a single Qualcomm won't even be able to look at my toes. Baishu used emotionless words to draw out the surging emotions and the image of a fearless national hero. Every sentence poked at the hearts of the crowd, making them empathize with the national ambition of Flint Technology, making them feel that. Mr. Bai, awesome. But it's really tough. I'll research whatever you cut off my supply. This world is never strong. The later also have the opportunity. When I stand on top of the mountain, the district Qualcomm even my toes cannot see. This world is never strong. The later also have the opportunity. When I stand on the mountaintop, the district Gaotong cannot even see my toes. In this world it is never the strong who are always strong, and those who come later also have opportunities. When I stand on the top of the mountain, the district Gaotong can't even look at my toes. This quotation is really too tough. I decided that I will only pink total white from now on. This sentence is to become a motto in my life, a motto to believe in. Mr. Bai, please don't be afraid of him, because you still have a bunch of us lovely people behind you. Baishu looked at the netizens' messages for 2 more times before closing it. It wasn't that he didn't want to read it, but it was because the messages poked his eyes and would make people unable to help shedding tears. Originally, he wanted to tell his fans that the Butterfly Shear cell phone that Flint Technology had pre-sold could be shipped normally and there were still 20,000 in stock. But he couldn't say it now, fearing that that group of lovely people would say something that would make people easily shed tears again. After thinking about it, Baishu still let Summer handle this matter. And he had more important things to do. To strike the iron, he still needed to be hard. Find a way to make himself stronger, develop more technology, and break through the enemy's blockade. That was what he needed to do. With a sound of brakes, the green military vehicle slowly stopped in front of the Eastern Theater Weapons Research. Surrounded by loaded soldiers, heavy weapons that could usually only be seen on television sets were everywhere here. It was said to be a weapons research institute. In fact, it was similar to an arsenal. The Weapons Research Institute also undertakes certain new weapons manufacturing tasks. For example, the robot dog Iron Egg. Mr. Bai, please follow me. I just received word that Dean Lin and a group of research academicians are already waiting at the weapons testing ground. Long John walked ahead to show Bai Shu the way. In such a hurry? Soldiers are so action-oriented. Bai Shu couldn't help but spit out a sigh before nodding and following behind Long John. Chapter 37 Biochip can make robot dogs utilize 200% of their strength. The name of the director of the Weapons Research Institute is Qin Xian. I think I made a typo in the last chapter. It has now been changed back. The weapons drill ground was at the back of the Eastern War Zone, where it was a no-man's land, separated by a high mountain, and after going over the mountain, there was an endless forest. Because it was a military-restricted area, this area was under control, and even hunters could not come in. On the open space in the center of the back mountain, a tent was set up as a temporary command headquarters. The chips as well as the experimental equipment of the robot dogs had already been moved inside the command headquarters in advance. 10 machine dogs were lined up in front of the command headquarters. The shape was similar to that of a canine animal, with all 4 limbs on the ground, eyes flashing with red light, and a gun barrel hanging on their backs. The pitch-black barrels of the guns were pointed at the no-man's land in front of them, making it intimidating. Dean Qin and Vice Dean Zhou stood in front of the command center, waiting anxiously. When they saw Bai Shu's figure out of the corner of their eyes, their gazes instantly lit up and they cheerfully greeted them. They still had great respect for Bai Shu. Bai Shu's biochip knowledge system had deeply convinced them. General Manager Bai. Qin Xian greeted. Dean Qin, Vice President Zhou. Bai Shu was not humble. Qin Xian's eyes looked at Bai Shu and his right hand couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Good job. Not. The robot dog's chip hasn't even started testing on the machine yet? And you're giving me praise? It's really a shame to receive it. Bai Shu smacked his lips, not knowing at this time whether to be modest or to accept Dean Qin Xian's praise in a high profile. At this time, Zhou Gong turned his head and looked at the puzzled Bai Shu, and hurriedly turned his head to Qin Xian and smiled. Old Qin, you have a head and a tail, and you don't even speak more clearly. How does Mr. Bai know what you want to express? Finished speaking. Worker Zhou turned his head again to look at Bai Shu and explained. Old Qin is saying that you did a good job with your response to the Lighthouse Commerce Department. Those declarations were said in such a way that even Old Man Qin was full of praise. This world is not a place where the strong are always strong, and there are opportunities for those who come after them. I'll research whatever you cut off your supply until the entire phone is completely localized. Yes. Perhaps we really are getting old. Just imagine, even I may not be able to say such tough words when faced with such power. Qin Xian nodded, his voice filled with fear of Bai Shu's later life. It was only then that Bai Shu reacted to the fact that they were talking about their own response to Qualcomm's meltdown. Hey! I didn't think that much at that time, I just thought it was something I should do. Being born in the Dragon Kingdom, when you encounter these things, you should bear the responsibility. Bai Shu gave a dry laugh, his voice modest but powerful. Good ideological awareness. If every entrepreneur has the same thoughts as Mr. Bai, why would the Dragon Kingdom not worry about prospering? Qin Xian sighed. There really weren't many domestic cell phone manufacturers with such a backbone. Huawei was considered one, Tunnel Fire Technology was considered one, and the others were all soft bones. Dean Qin, I'm sorry. In terms of contribution, I can't compare to the 2 academicians. Our task today is on board testing. Why don't we start the machine dog customized chip on board testing first? Bai Shu pointed to the robot dog in front of him and smoothly changed the topic. Saying more now would not do any good to earn shock value for himself. It would be better to wait for the phone to be completely localized before exposing it and ruthlessly earning shock value. Also good. I have already left a chip interface at the neck of the robot dog according to your request. You can just insert the customized chip to solder it. Qin Xian sniffed and nodded, then walked to the front of one of the robot dogs, stretched out his finger, and pressed it gently towards the neck, and the chip window popped up. Bai Shu nodded and without much hesitation, from inside the accompanying briefcase, he pulled out 10 chips, walked in front of the robot dog and started installing them one by one. Qin Xian and Zhou Gong stood in place, watching Bai Shu install the chips. Suddenly, tensions rose. Although they fully believed in Bai Shu's biochip technology, it was still the first time it was applied on top of the robot dog, so whether there were any accidents, no one could say. After installing the last chip, Bai Shu clapped his hands and, quite calmly, walked over to Qin Xian. Unlike the worries of the 2 deans, he possessed absolute confidence in his biochip. Dean Qin, the chips have all been installed. Is pulling the instrument to test it next? Qin Xian smiled. According to normal circumstances, testing a robotic dog would be a matter of hitting the target, or testing it with an instrument within the lab. But this time he did not want to do so. The superior performance of the biochip was undoubtedly known for a long time. What needed to be tested more now was the actual combat situation. What's the point of testing with instruments? Then what do you mean? Bai Shu asked. Go straight to actual combat and take part in an exercise. Speaking here, Qin Xian paused for a moment and revealed a faint smile. Don't worry. I've made all the arrangements. Then I'll wait and see. Bai Shu moved a stool and casually sat on it, originally wanting to cross his legs, but after thinking about it later, it seemed a bit inappropriate to assume such a casual posture on such a serious occasion. Then there was no stretched legs. At this time, Wolfang Special Forces, a team of 30 people, were practicing in the forest behind the big mountain in the military region. They were heavily armed, well-trained, and their orders were forbidden. Lung Feng was their captain. Wolfang was already very familiar with field stretches and had even participated in many small wars. This team could be said to be the trump card of trump cards. Lang Feng was a bit depressed. Yesterday, the leader gave him an instruction to stretch in the forest, but the specific task was not said. It caused him to have a whole team that had been practicing in the forest for a day, but he didn't know what to do. At this time, the encrypted communicator suddenly rang. Lang Feng answered it. It was a call from the military staff, telling him to completely obey Qin Xian's orders. Immediately afterward, the communicator call switched to Qin Xian. Reporting, sir, this is Wolfang Captain Lang Feng. What's the mission? Please instruct. Lang Feng's voice was loud and powerful. Immediately transformed from the pulling mode to the drill mode. All bullets are replaced with blanks. Roger, sir. Lang Feng replied coldly. Pay attention to the enemies. There are a total of 10 of them, very powerful and not necessarily human. Please make sure you stay safe. Originally, Qin Xian was not prepared to tell Lang Feng, but after thinking about it later, he still gave a hint. After all, Wolfang was a special forces soldier, and it would not be good if they suffered too much of a setback in this exercise. Captain, what happened? Vice Captain Bayonet saw the captain hang up the phone and quickly walked up to ask. The staff officer asked us to cooperate with the Weapons Research Institute to participate in an exercise. Lang Feng replied, his eyes emotionless, as if he was a machine. Chapter 38, Robot Dog Presence Might, Terrifying Killing Weapon. Let us cooperate with the Weapons Research Institute's maneuvers? Bayonet froze for a moment, his face full of incredulity. If they were to maneuver with other Special Forces teams, it would be more normal. Drill with the Weapons Research Institute? Isn't this somewhat funny? The Weapons Research Institute wasn't even a combat unit. Aha! Be careful. The Weapons Research Institute side may have developed a new type of weapon, and the target of our combat is most likely an unmanned weapon. Lang Feng was as calm as ever and quickly saw the signs. Making us rehearse with a machine. Isn't this using us as test subjects? Bayonet frowned, somewhat displeased. Don't complain. Obeying orders is a natural duty. If you are not convinced, you can blow up the opposite side. Lang Feng spoke coldly, then seeing that Bayonet didn't say anything else, he hurriedly blew his whistle. All hands. Received a temporary maneuver mission. There are 10 enemies in total, with new types of weapons. Not normal combat units. Our goal is to eliminate each other without injury. Any confidence? Yes. The Special Operations soldiers replied in unison, their voices shaking the sky and echoing continuously in the forest. Now all change your weapons to blanks. Divide and conquer, find cover, set up position lines, and be on full alert. Whatever comes within 500 meters of us, destroy them all. Roger. The Special Operations soldiers replied. They then quickly unloaded the bullets and replaced them with blanks. The 30 members of the team went about their duties. The snipers hid in the tops of the ancient trees that covered the sky, the scouts spread out in all directions, and the thermal imagers, miniature radars, and other reconnaissance instruments were running at full power. The tightness of the defense, it can be said that not even a fly can fly in. The rest of the team, in groups of 3, alternately cover each other's horns. No matter which direction the enemy attacked from, they would be met with a furious storm of attacks from the other team members. With the defense turned on, Wolfang became one with the entire forest, and even their breathing became imperceptible. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that a team of 30 was hidden here. If it was an ordinary army, even hundreds of people wouldn't be able to capture the heavily armed Wolfang's position, but the thing attacking this time wasn't a human, but a robot dog. Nicknamed Iron Egg. After Qin Xian returned to the command headquarters, he maneuvered the robot dog to activate, his eyes flashing with scarlet light. Then the command was inputted. The robot dog then quickly went over the large mountain and headed towards the forest behind the mountain. With the enhancement of the biochip, the machine dog was as fast as a cheetah, wind sprinting, and its performance was utilized to the extreme. With a light jump, it was 5 or 6 meters tall. Going over the obstacles in the mountain was as easy as a handful. Qin Xian and Zhou Gong were startled when they saw this scene. The robot dog was also too flexible. It was just like a monkey. The biochip had maximized the mechanical performance of the robot dog. It was even capable of overloading itself. With the addition of the biochip, there were even some attributes that had far exceeded the design. For example, high jump. The highest the machine dog could jump in the design was only 3 meters, but now it easily jumped up to 5 meters. In other words, It was that the biochip had almost allowed the robot dog to exert 200% of its strength. The biochip was really bullish. Qin Xian and Zhou Gong were very surprised. Mr. Bai, your biochip is a bit powerful. It's so much better than the 7nm chip we used before. And it doesn't have the slightest lag. That's natural. The performance of the biochip I developed is itself superior to this era, and I've added intelligent algorithms to it. When necessary, even if there is no one to control it, the robot dog can still accomplish the set tasks. Bai Shu nodded without flattery or anything. Intelligent algorithm? What is that? Qin Xian froze for a moment and asked. Read on. You'll know later. Bai Shu waved his hand, not bothering to explain and preparing to state it with facts. That's really something to look forward to. Qin Xian smiled. Meanwhile, the robot dog quickly advanced, and through its high technology, it quickly discovered the location where the cold fronts were lurking. The robot dog lurched forward and approached 100 meters from one of the Wolf Fang squads without being detected. Suddenly, it stormed. The robot dog attacked at an extremely fast speed, its pitch-black muzzle sprayed tongues of fire, and the three-member squad was blitzed away without even reacting. What the hell? Lang Feng frowned as he watched his teammates disappear on the tactical screen. Reporting to the captain. Didn't see it, but it's by no means human. And it's already 100 meters closer to us. With the scout's words, Lang Feng's voice sank and he immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Sniper, has the sniper found anything? Report, snipers have not been spotted. Lang Feng took out his submachine gun and grenades and stood on the high ground, overlooking the entire field. However, the forest was terribly quiet, even the cries of the animals had disappeared. He couldn't figure out how the enemy bypassed the radar and thermal imager to get close to him. Full alert. Burst. Suddenly, there was another light burst of gunfire, and 3 more team members were killed. Lang Feng stood on the high ground and finally saw what it was. It was made up of machinery throughout its body, shaped like a dog, with a gun barrel on its back. But it was terribly flexible, as fast as lightning, and with a slight jump, it was 4 or 5 meters high, and with the cover of the forest, it was like a ghost. They couldn't even aim. Hemp. Is a robot dog that flexible? Lang Feng cursed in his heart, then calmed down and quickly sent a new command on the tactical channel. The enemy has been identified as a robot dog. Activate full power signal jammer. Lang Feng's heart was relieved after sending this message. Because they had done many drills, things like drones and robots relied on remote control in the background, and if they interfered with the signal, they would become a pile of iron lumps. Although this robot dog was a bit more flexible, he didn't think it was too different from the usual machines. Little did he know. When Lang Feng issued this command, it was equivalent to blowing the horn of death. Because of the activation of the signal interference, the signal connected above the machine dog was intermittent, and its movements were no longer as flexible as before. Just when Lang Feng felt that the machine dog was nothing more than that, the machine dog instantly activated the hunt and kill mode built into the biochip. Hunting mode was an intelligent algorithm that when the signal was interfered with, it would turn into relying on the algorithm within the chip to actively fight and continue to complete the task. Buzzing. The 10 robot dogs, their bodies stiffened for a moment, their eyes flashing red. Hunting and killing mode activated. The 10 robot dogs instantly leapt high from inside the jungle, their jumping height surprisingly exceeding 8 meters. Although this action exposed the robot dogs were also able to gain a better view, as well as an unobstructed attack route. This move. The spelling was speed. Whoever was faster was the winner. However, could Wolfsbane's speed spell out these 10 ghosts? Chapter 39. The military credit for designing the robot dog has a share of Bai Shu. It can't be blocked. It couldn't be blocked a bit at all. Because the robot dog suddenly sprang out of the forest, coupled with a speed as fast as a ghost. When the Wolf Fang team saw the robot dog, they hadn't even reacted before they were beaten into a sieve. Cold Strike and Bayonet were even named consecutively. They sat on the ground and looked at the dense bullet holes on their bodies. Looking at each other. The bottom of their hearts had mixed feelings. Although it was only blanks, it really hurt. What exactly had the Weapons Research Institute researched? Relying on 10 robot dogs alone, it was able to wipe out 30 fully equipped special forces with full defense? And it was still a positional battle. And still without injury. In the place of a formal army attack, it would never be able to do this. Wolverine Teeth had risen early in the morning and received more than 10 years of rigorous training before forging today's steel like warriors. And now it lost to a robot dog. Is all the technology so powerful now? Maybe it won't be long before all of us soldiers will be replaced by machines. Then what's the point of the previous years, or even 10 years of training? It is not as good as a machine dog that has just been produced. Lang Feng and Bayonet's hearts were filled with frustration. Soon. The order to end the exercise and return the same way came from the communicator. Only then did Lang Feng and the warriors get up from the ground, only to have a droopy look no matter how they looked. Captain. This robot dog is as fast as lightning, completely invisible, and in the forest as flat as the ground. It's impossible to fight. Nowadays technology, hey. I didn't expect. Hey. Hey. On the other side, Qin Xian and Zhou Gong looked at the screen with unblinking eyes, which was displaying the scene where the robot dog completely annihilated Wolf Fong. They were so happy that they instantly jumped up. They had researched and developed a mechanical dog for more than 10 years, improved more than 100 versions, and stayed up for countless days and nights. Now it had finally succeeded. It was truly tearful. Dean Qin, congratulations on the great success of the development of the mechanical dog. The robotic dog alone can achieve such battle results, and when it replaces human soldiers on the battlefield in the future, it can greatly reduce the casualties of our soldiers. This is a blessing for the soldiers below. Bai Shu stood up from his seat and arched his hand at the two academicians in awe. Although he was not from the military region, he could see the significance behind the birth of the robot dog. You're welcome. The machine dog has today's performance without the help of the chip provided by General Bai, as well as the intelligent algorithms. Without Mr. Bai's technical assistance, I'm afraid that the performance of the machine dog would have been greatly reduced. If I have to put it this way, the credit for developing the machine dog also has a share of Mr. Bai. Qin Xian couldn't close the corners of his mouth with a smile, but never forgot his credit. This exercise was applied to the above. The head of the above was watching the whole thing. The specifics hadn't been fed back down yet, but it was certain that the reward for Bai Shu wouldn't be less. I only provided the chip only. If the country still needs me to provide chips, just ask, absolutely obliged. Bai Shu smiled modestly, incidentally giving himself a wave of advertisement. Nowadays, Flint Technologies' cell phone business was blocked. As long as the cell phones had not been completely localized, they could not be manufactured, and no one dared to buy their own products. Of course. Except for the military. The military is fearless. Since commercial cell phones couldn't be profitable, they could only dig more and see if they could receive military orders. This is natural. Mr. Bai's chip is too excellent. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have applied to the top to place an additional order for the Iron Egg 1 chip from your company. Qin Xian spoke indifferently. Thank you. Bai Shu was grateful. Afterward, he stood in place and chatted with Qin Xian for a while before preparing to leave first. This was because it was fine to test the specific parameters of the robot dog later on without being present himself. Dean Qin, if there's nothing else for me to do, I'll take my leave first. The Flint Technology side still needs me to sit on the town before I can rest assured. Good. When the celebration banquet for the successful development of the Iron Egg is held next month, please be sure to come over and participate. I'll introduce a few bigwigs from the military department to you at that time. Qin Xian nodded after thinking about it and did not let Bai Shu stay. After all, it was indeed not a good situation for Flint Technology to be treated unjustly. And the military could not do anything for it. Definitely there. Bai Shu replied. After saying that, Bai Shu was ready to leave. However, at this time, Qin Xian's communicator rang. Out of politeness, Bai Shu did not choose to leave at this time, but was prepared to wait for Qin Xian to finish listening to the call before leaving. Since it was a call from the head of the organization above, Qin Xian did not answer it in front of everyone, but instead sidestepped and found a relatively safe place before pressing the answer button. A few moments later, after Qin Xian hung up the phone, he smiled and walked next to Bai Shu. Mr. Bai, there's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? The bad news. Bai Shu randomly chose one. It didn't make much difference anyway. The bad news is that Zhang Feng, the director of Chang City's Rocket Design Institute, is on his way to the Eastern Warzone, naming you and asking to borrow you from the Eastern Warzone. I'm afraid you'll have to stay at the Weapons Research Institute for the night. What about the good news? Bai Shu asked without moving, then calmly sat back on his stool. Although he was in a hurry, there were some things that couldn't be rushed. And with the management of Fusilier Technology around, it wasn't like he had to go back. Many things could be resolved remotely online. In comparison, there was undoubtedly a greater benefit to staying in the Eastern Warzone and hooking up with the Rocket Design Institute. The good news is that the Rocket Research Institute should be looking at your biochips, and military orders are beckoning you. Otherwise, it wouldn't have named you to the Eastern Warzone to borrow you. Really? Bai Shu's gaze lit up at those words, instantly revealing a flash of surprise. Now was the darkest moment for Fusilier Technology. If there was a military order, it would really be timely rain. 9 times out of 10. Qin Xian replied. Bai Shu, then I'll thank President Qin for the matchmaking first. Qin Xian, you're welcome. It's mainly because your product is excellent, otherwise even my matchmaking would be useless. Since he was going to stay in the Eastern Warzone tonight, Bai Shu was in no hurry and simply followed Qin Xian, participating in the entire testing of the parameters of the robot dog. That way, if there were any undiscovered bugs in the biochip, they could also be discovered in time. Vice President Zhou was so excited that he danced like a child when he heard that Bai Shu was staying tonight. His research direction was in the direction of semiconductors. Bai Shu manufactured the world's #1 chip and was an authority in the semiconductor field. Staying with such a famous teacher would allow him to take 10 years less detours in the field of scientific research. Zhou Gong surrounded by Shu and kept asking questions. After decades of engaging in research, it was the first time he wanted to progress so much. Chapter 40, Rocket Research Institute begs for cooperation, asks Bai Shu to send Shenzhou to heaven. Bai Shu was pestered by Zhou Gong until the middle of the night before he left and returned to his dormitory from the lab. To be honest, it was the first time he stayed inside a military area for the night, and he was more curious about everything around him. Even though it was late at night, he could still hear the whistles, training sounds, and slogans rising and falling outside. Through the window of the dormitory, one could see the military green color, and in addition to that, there were many soldiers with loaded guns patrolling and standing guard. It is really worthy of being a military center. The defense is very tight, giving people a full sense of security. After looking at the window for a while, Bai Shu returned to the dormitory and walked to the changing room to start showering. Because he hadn't brought any clothes with him, and he couldn't get used to wearing other people's clothes, he simply didn't change. However, he did buy a pair of shorts from the kiosk downstairs. After taking a shower, sitting on the army green bed, he felt refreshed. It was just a pity that Summer wasn't around, otherwise it would be even better to have an exclusive beauty massage. Bai Shu took out his cell phone, found Summer's number and dialed it. "Hey, boss, did you come back from the military area side?" Summer's voice came from the microphone, and through the microphone, one could even hear the faint sound of Summer blowing her hair. "Not yet. There are still some things left to be dealt with. Probably won't be back until tomorrow, or the day after. I'm calling you because I want to ask, how is the situation at Flint Technology now? Are there any negative emotions among the employees?" Bai Shu asked with some concern. "Summer, of course there is. Many employees feel that Flint Technology is failing and are ready to secretly roll up and run away. I've heard many employees have this intention. Of course, the research team headed by Lin Jingxian is still quite stable, still sticking to the front line of scientific research." Bai Shu sniffed and remained silent for a while before continuing to speak into the microphone. "If they want to leave, let them go. Employees who can't share our suffering, don't blame us for not sharing their wealth with them. At the same time, those employees who have second thoughts are also recorded. Take this opportunity to dismiss them. Our company needs people who can go through the storm with us." Summer froze for a moment. "Sack them all?" Bai Shu nodded. "Sack them all." "Summer, then there should be more than half of the employees, will it be? If all of them are dismissed?" Bai Shu's voice suddenly rose a few decibels higher, interrupting Summer. "Don't hesitate. Sack them all. Since they all have second thoughts, people have their own wills, don't force them. Sacking all of them may make our company temporarily difficult to run, but after eliminating the tumors, the ones who stay are the backbone and elites of the company. This will allow our company to go farther." Summer nodded. "I understand. What about the matter of Qualcomm melting down all cell phone parts?" "Bai Shu, don't be in a hurry about this. Wait for me to go back and then deal with it. If there are no accidents, I will be able to receive another military order during this trip to the military region, and the company's funds won't be so tight by then." "Really?" Summer sniffed and was so happy that the sound of her hair being blown out in the microphone disappeared. "Of course it's true." Bai Shu nodded. "That's great." Summer was happy. Bai Shu then hung up the phone and put it down, lying on the bed, his eyes looking at the ceiling. Before today, he hadn't thought clearly about which direction the company's next technology would go. But when he heard the 5 words Rocket Design Institute, he thought clearly. He wanted to develop aerospace-oriented technology. It was just that aerospace technology was not something he could develop just because he wanted to. The first thing is to have money. If there is no investment of tens of billions or hundreds of billions, it is difficult to have results. The second thing is to apply to the state to the aerospace direction documents. At present, both conditions of Fusilier technology were not met. The problem is back to the original point. Still have to make money first. Then the next product is still focused on making money. After making money, then develop the aerospace industry. As for genetics and biochemistry, White Tree will naturally research, but not now, at least until the Red Queen research and development of the T-virus to achieve certain results first. The T-virus is known as God's virus, perhaps it contains the secret of eternal life. Back up a million steps. Even if you can't live forever, you can prolong your life, or increase your physical quality, it's also very good. After all, Bai Shu's body is really too weak. He was definitely going to study the human gene biochemistry category. Thinking about it, Bai Shu slept over. Even if there were thousands of ambitions in his heart, he had to wait until he woke up from his sleep. Early the next morning, Bai Shu got up, not that he didn't want to sleep, it's just that there was an army pull-out below at 5 o'clock or so, and the sound was especially loud, so he couldn't sleep a little at all. After White Tree ate breakfast, he sat underneath an old kuwei tree in the training ground and watched the soldiers in the Eastern Theater train. Of course, if he were to improve his physical fitness through training, it would be impossible. After all, that was just too tiring. Only the poor relied on exercise, the rich all relied on technology. Men with plug-ins were straight up cheating. Bai Shu sat for a while. Suddenly a soldier in uniform ran in front of him and walked up to Bai Shu, standing at attention with a loud voice. Sir, Dean Sheen asked you to go to the conference room, saying that the director of the Rocket Research Institute has arrived. Lei Bing gave a military salute to Bai Shu. He was the one who was responsible for soliciting civilian chip technology contacts in the first place, and it could be said that the gears of fate turned as a result. I'm not from your military region, no need to call me sir. Bai Shu smiled. Sir. Lei Bing stood at attention, his voice booming. Didn't I say? I'm not from your military district, no need to call me sir, why are you still shouting? Oi! Forget it. It's also this soldier's good intention anyway. Bai Shu thought about it, didn't say anything else, followed behind Lei Bing, and quickly walked towards the conference room. The conference room of the military region, compared to ordinary conference rooms, was very solemn and serious, just like a solemn flag-raising scene. Bai Shu pushed open the door, his gaze looking inside. At once, he saw Qin Xian with white hair, Zhou Gong with white hair. There was also a girl who was so young that she was mature and womanly, with her hair coiled up and a strong aura. I think this girl is the director of the Changchang Rocket Research Institute, Zhang Feng. Just a little young. Bai Shu murmured in his heart, then greeted without being overbearing, President Qin, Vice President Zhou, and President Zhang Feng, how are you? Mr. Bai, come over here. Qin Xian waved at Bai Shu, signaling with his gaze to sit next to him. Bai Shu was not polite and walked next to Qin Xian, calmly sitting down with a relaxed demeanor, as if he was not facing a few academicians of the state, but rather a few ordinary people. Mr. Bai, I'm sure you've already guessed, this is Zhang Feng, the president of the Rocket Research Institute that I told you about yesterday. Dean Jian would like to borrow you from the Eastern Theater. But the exact willingness is still up to you. You can talk to Dean Jiang before making a decision. Chapter 41, What's so hard about putting Shenzhou in the sky? I'm also going to take orders for chips for the Beidou communications satellites. I'm part of the Dragon Kingdom, there's no need to ask if I'm willing or not. Wherever the country needs me, that's where my ass will sit. Bai Shu nodded his head in an unassuming manner, such a patterned sentence soaring out of his mind. Of course. He would never admit that he was doing this because he wanted to take orders from the military industry. Making money or something? Is it important? Not important at all. What matters is serving the people. Well, of course. If there's no money, then I'm sorry, I'll just have to serve myself first. Mr. Bai, the ideological awareness is really high. Zhang Feng couldn't help but give Bai Shu a thumbs up. Qin Xian also gave Bai Shu an approving look. Bai Shu was excavated from the Eastern War Zone and designed the robot dog's chip, so he was afraid that he would soon be awarded a military rank and was considered half of the Eastern War Zone. Bai Shu spoke in such a pattern, he was also honored with it. A lot of people say that about me. Actually, I'm just down to earth and hardworking, I guess. The ideological awareness is all following the Dragon Kingdom. Bai Shu's words gained Zhang Feng's favor again. Although saying so was suspected of being pretentious and pompous, people within the system just loved this. If you don't say it? On the contrary, it makes people think that you don't have a high level of ideological awareness. Zhang Feng nodded, then I'll say it as it is. Bai Shu, but there's no harm in saying it. Zhang Feng, you know my position, right? Bai Shu, no. It's the director of the Rocket Research Institute. That's right. Zhang Feng sniffed and nodded, then spoke again. I watched the video of your robot dog test yesterday. The biochip paired with the intelligent algorithm is truly heaven-defying. Surprisingly, it's even better than a strictly trained than a special forces soldier. When I saw it just now, I was stunned. After living for decades, it's the first time I've seen such an intelligent chip. Bai Shu, so you came specifically to find me to design a chip? Zhang Feng, that's right. Nowadays, the requirements for launch vehicles are getting higher and higher, the load is getting stronger and stronger, and the control is getting finer and finer. Ordinary chips are already hard to meet the requirements. After research, it was decided that we are going to use a better biochip for our Shenzhou rocket this time. I wonder if you're willing to help the country send Shenzhou into the sky. Just designing the main control chip? Bai Shu sniffed and muttered at the corner of his mouth, his heart somewhat disappointed. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to help, it was just that he felt that designing the main control chip of a rocket alone earned too little. Even if a rocket earned $1 million, so what? You couldn't even launch a few rockets a year. Making money was very limited. When Bai Shu thought about this scene, he was naturally not happy. If it was usual, he could care less about the money because tunnel fire technology was like a cash cow that could constantly generate revenue. But now that flint technology was melted down, the cell phone business was stagnant and could no longer generate revenue. The company was using at least 1 penny of its money. He naturally had to tighten his belt to live. Why are you unwilling? Zhang Feng waited for a while and didn't hear Bai Shu answer and became worried. Of course I'm willing. It's just that just now I was thinking, besides helping design the Rocket Aero Master Control chip, can I also help with other favors? For example, satellite chips, chips inside space stations, and so on. Bai Shu was also worried about taking orders from the military industry and did not spare any effort to market his products. You can do chips for satellites too? Zhang Feng froze for a moment as he sniffed. The chips used in communication satellites were not the same as ordinary chips, they were needed to integrate the communication baseband to accomplish the communication task. It was true that Flint Technology was able to produce biochips. But could it integrate a communication baseband into it? It seemed like it had never been heard of. Moreover, biochips used the DNA of microorganisms as the circuitry, and it was very difficult to assemble the baseband on it. This was also the reason why the Beidou department hadn't considered purchasing from White Tree. Of course it can be done. And it can be done well. Bai Shu replied affirmatively. Although he hadn't done it before, because of the Black Technology chat group, he answered with a great deal of confidence, not even panicking. You've done integrated communication chips? Zhang Feng sniffed and asked again, very surprised. Hadn't done it. Of course he hadn't done it. Actually, Bai Shu wanted to answer like this, but then he thought that if he answered like this, he was afraid that the order for the chip of the communication satellite would have no chance with him. So he could only tell a well-intentioned lie. Truth be told, my chip lab has already successfully manufactured an integrated communication chip. It's just that there are still some problems that haven't been solved, so there was no official announcement. Really? Zhang Feng suddenly stood up and breathed sharply for a few moments. It seemed that this White Tree fellow was not honest. The hidden things were not ordinary. He just made a chip in the front foot, and now the communication integration chip can be made? How interesting. Of course it's true. Bai Shu spoke with a firm voice. Then how soon can you make a sample? Zhang Feng asked after thinking about it. Half a month. No. 1 week. I only need a week to send a sample to you for inspection. The package is qualified. Bai Shu spoke seriously. That's fine. As long as you can make a communication baseband integration chip within a week's time and pass the test. I can be the one to recommend the use of your chip to the Beidou satellite manufacturer. Zhang Feng thought about it and replied, a week wasn't a long time. Right now the Beidou satellite was still in the assembly stage. If Bai Shu could really make a qualified chip, it wasn't impossible to use Bai Shu's chip at that time. Good. Then I'll thank Dean Zhang first. Bai Shu nodded, very happy. This single business was basically stable. Although the number of satellites wasn't much either, it was still several times more than the main control chip of the rocket. Even a small mosquito is meat. Hee. Because it was a special customized chip, along with the research and development costs, it wasn't too much to sell several 100,000 apiece, was it? Not enough to share at all. Bai Shu muttered to himself. The two then negotiated the specific details and signed a contract as well as a confidentiality agreement. In this way, Flint Technology became the technology provider of the Shenzhou rocket's main control chip. I don't know if this title is impressive or not, but Flint Technology has already hitched a ride on the Dragon airline, and if it develops into aviation in the future, it won't be so bad that it doesn't have any connections at all. After Bai Shu finished dealing with this matter, it was already afternoon, and he didn't even have time to eat afternoon tea, so he quickly took a military vehicle and returned to Fusilier Technology. Now was the darkest moment for Fusilier Technology. If it could get through it, it would mean that the lighthouse's technological necklace had failed. If it couldn't make it through, I'm afraid that the semiconductor industry as well as the cell phone industry of the Dragon Kingdom would be eaten to death by the opposite side. 2 hours later, White Tree back to Flint Technology, sitting in front of the desk, the first time to convene their own female secretary. It is time to come up to press the foot to report the work. Chapter 42, Breaking the Wall Plan to jointly build a 100% localized smartphone industry chain. Boss, you're finally back. Do you know how I've spent the past 2 days? Summer's voice was tinged with tears as she knelt on the ground and obediently helped Bai Shu press her feet. Of course. The door to the office was closed. And closed to death. Don't talk poorly. Quickly. Give me a report on the company. Bai Shu lay on the sofa and spoke faintly, his voice filled with worry. Actually, the company has been functioning normally for the past 2 days without any accidents. Mainly 4 things. First, according to your instructions, I dismissed all the Wallflower employees. Second, originally, Rice Mobile said that the plan to procure biochips was shelved. Huawei Ren Tianhua instead wanted to cooperate with us and share technology. We open up the biochip technology, they open up the Hongmeng system, win-win cooperation. Third, a team of lawyers has been formed to sue Qualcomm nationwide. Fourth, there's not much money left on the company's books. At this rate of money burning, it can only last another 3 months at most. And with our company's situation, there won't be any organizations or banks willing to lend us money. Bai Shu froze when he heard the second point. Old Run had the Hongmeng system at this time? What a far-sightedness. Perhaps Old Run had long anticipated such a day. Now that Old Run was proposing win-win cooperation, it was also a very good choice. If Bai Shu didn't have the all-world's Black Technology chat group, he would have just agreed. Huawei had the system and Flint had the chip, directly solving the 2 major problems with the cell phone. But Bai Shu had hang-ups and was not prepared to agree to Huawei's cooperation proposal. He was sitting on a black tech chat group, and with the Red Queen as a super AI, software problems were never a problem. Even developing a cell phone system from scratch was a simple matter. So, Bai Shu was ready to make his own operating system. As for the fourth point in the report, lack of money, Bai Shu didn't think it was a big problem. With his relationship with the Eastern War Zone, as long as he expressed the idea of borrowing money, that group of military masters had a large number of contacts to help him solve the money problem. Is there anything else? Bai Shu asked. No. Summer thought about it and shook her head. Then you record it, and I'll arrange the next stage of the company's development plan. White Tree said, turning around and letting Summer help herself with her abdomen. Arrange it. In order not to interfere with helping you massage. I even brought a recorder. Summer was very sweet, but the movements in her hands didn't stop at all, and even the strength in them was a little bit too strong, pinching Bai Shu so much that she sucked in cool air. Hiss. It was really too painful. Cool. First, forming a communication baseband laboratory. Second, formation of cell phone lens laboratory. Third, formation of cell phone system lab. Fourth, formation of cell phone screen laboratory. White Tree said 4 laboratories in one breath, while Summer directly dry confused, form so many laboratories at once, how much money must be spent into Summer, boss. This is going to cost a lot of money. I'm afraid the money on our company's books isn't enough. Bai Shu, I'll solve the money problem. Good. Summer sniffed and hesitated for a while, but in the end, he didn't say anything else, he chose to support his boss. Perhaps others would think that the words Bai Shu once said, what they provide, we will research until the entire phone is completely localized, were just words, but at this moment, Summer knew that what his boss said was true, and kept working hard for it. Boss. Really great. Very backbone. Although Summer was a woman, she still had respect for her boss. Summer was tired of massaging and sat on the sofa for a nap, when she suddenly thought of a problem. Boss, if we set up so many laboratories, there are simply not enough scientific researchers. If we can't recruit scientific researchers, it's useless to set up so many labs. Bai Shu sniffed and was silent for a while. This was indeed a problem. Moreover, not a very good solution. Because the company was in dire need of top scientific research talents, and those who were truly capable were either being supplied with high salaries by large factories or burying their heads in research in university laboratories, and would not jump ship easily at all. Ordinary job advertisements can only attract fresh graduates with little experience at most. And what he needed was scientific research talent that could stand on their own. But not recruiting was not an option. The technological drawings obtained from the Black Technology chat group of the heavens and the worlds all needed to be experimentally transformed before they could be manufactured. It wasn't something that could be used directly. The reasoning was simple. If you were given a drawing to make a cell phone battery, could you immediately make the cell phone battery? You can't. The drawings need to go through countless experiments before a mature production line can be hatched. It seems like we have to use some extraordinary means. Bai Shu murmured in a low voice before letting Summer take care of the matter of recruiting talents. Half an hour later. Under Summer's massage, Bai Shu's entire body was soothed, and all the fatigue in his body disappeared. Bai Shu stood up and turned on the work mode to solve the talent recruitment problem first. Of course. He would never admit that he wanted to take the opportunity to recruit a few secretaries to press his feet. Flint Technology had become a national enterprise of the Dragon Kingdom with considerable influence because of the Dragon Core's one-hit wonder. Bai Shu was preparing to use this influence to recruit talents. To be honest, he wouldn't even do this if he had a choice. Utilizing Flint Technology's influence to recruit would easily drain people's enthusiasm. But again, it had to be done. Bai Shu opened the company's official website and logged into his company account, then pointed at the camera and started recording a video. Hello everyone, my name is Bai Shu, the founder of Fusilier Technology. I think everyone knows that recently Flint Technology has been treated unfairly, and all the cell phone parts have been cut off. The fledgling company has not yet had time to shine, and the pause button has been pressed. The darkest hour came, but still gritted his teeth and held on, assuming social responsibility and holding up the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. The storm is hitting me head-on, giving me a painful blow. But it won't kill me, and it will make me stronger in the end. Do you ever remember the words I once said? We will research whatever you cut off supply until the whole phone is completely localized? I'm here today to fulfill that statement. At this moment, I announced the official launch of the Flint Technology wall-breaking plan, the plan. To complete the self-research of the communication baseband chip in January, the launch of the self-research of the cell phone operating system in 2 months, and the realization of the localization of the OLED screen in 3 months. The process of localization of cell phones requires the efforts of countless people, and the wall-breaking plan also requires the support of countless researchers. I blow the horn today, the complete localization of cell phones to launch a charge. Hope that aspiring and talented scientific researchers actively respond to the call to join the Break the Wall plan and work together to build a 100% localization of the smartphone industry chain. Chapter 43: The localization of cell phones is imperative, must return to support national enterprises. Whitetree. After recording the video, immediately after the video plus the time and place, as well as wages and salaries in jumping the original company's compensation for breach of contract related issues explained. In short, it is a sentence: you can rest assured that jumping ship is good. Flint Technology will help you solve all the problems. After Baishu checked it once and made sure there were no problems, he matched it with music and subtitles, and then clicked send. It was synchronized on major short video platforms and news media portals. After doing this, Baishu crossed his legs and sat in his office, drinking tea slowly. Let's hope someone responds. Baishu wasn't sure. Nowadays, in the 20th century, people were generally awakened, corrupted by reality, and only serving money. For everything else, it's all a matter of concern. Just what he didn't realize was that he had clearly underestimated the cohesion of his compatriots. Since ancient times, once the Dragon Kingdom encountered injustice, there would always be people with the will to stand up for themselves. When the bottom line wasn't touched, perhaps they would be obsequious. But in front of this kind of great right and wrong, they will not retreat half a step. Because the same blood flows in their bodies. The Ministry of Commerce seems to be targeting the Flint Technology. The object of the cutoff is Flint Technology, but that unjust and unfair treatment has long been involved in the Dragon Country countless hearts. This matter is related to the national fortune of the Dragon Country. It has long been more than an ordinary commercial war. Baishu sent the video up for 10 minutes, and it attracted the attention of the official leaders of Shake Shack. Although Flint Technology was not doing the internet had long spread the name of Flint Technology. Shaketone's general manager Zhang looked at the video that Baishu had sent out, word by word, and without realizing it, tears were already rolling in his eyes. When he first came out, before he had time to shine his sword, he was pressed the pause button. The darkest hour came, but still gritted my teeth and held on, trying to take on social responsibility and hold up the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. The storm hit me head on and gave me a painful blow. But it won't kill me. It will make me stronger. We'll research whatever you break supply until the whole phone is completely localized. I announced the official launch of the Flint Technology wall-breaking plan, the plan. To complete the self-research of the communication baseband chip in January, the launch of the self-research of the cell phone operating system in 2 months, 3 months to achieve the localization of the OLED screen. Obviously no emotionally charged words. But can poke my heart. Poke so painful. Poke so tearful. Dragon Country's semiconductor industry has risen. Is the cell phone industry about to sink? No. I'm a stubborn person. I can't see the Dragon Kingdom enterprises being bullied. Mr. Zhang muttered in his heart and pressed the call button. Assistant, come in for a moment. A moment later, a square-looking business elite man walked in. General Manager Zhang, what is it that you're looking for me for? This is the video released by Mr. Bai of Flint Technology. You heat it up for me and push it according to the highest level of traffic pool. General Manager Zhang handed the tablet in his hand to his assistant, and what was displayed in the tablet was exactly the video released by Baishu. I seem to remember that we didn't receive advertising fees from Tunnel Fire Technology. The assistant froze for a moment. The top-tier traffic pool, which was millions and millions of dollars, was not cheap. It's not received. But some things are more important than money. Mr. Zhang's voice was gloomy, but he spoke forcefully. He had been in the rain, and the overseas version of Jitterbug was always being targeted in Lighthouse, so the domestic companies could help out if they could. The assistant sniffed, knowing that the boss had made a decision, and immediately did not say anything else. Soon. Under the support of the video platform's traffic pool, the video sent out by Baishu, the number of plays quickly rose. 1 million plays. 2 million plays. 3 million plays. 10 million plays. 50 million plays. 100 million. With the topmost traffic boost from the video platform, Whitetree's video was all over the place, and as soon as you opened the short video, Whitetree's video popped up. The amount of plays was horrifyingly high. CCTV News commented, when someone braver than you comes forward, if we remain silent, then there will be no more brave people in this world. Youth Network commented, the lamplighter has appeared, we should guard the common light. People's Daily Online comment, the time to test the unity has come, our Chinese children never lack of blood. 100% localization of cell phones is imperative. Xinhua comment, the new storm has appeared, cell phone localization process and how to stop? Last time, it was the Eastern Theater of War that stepped in before the official media came down to give Flint Technology a voice. But this time it was spontaneous. They voluntarily spoke up for the national enterprise. The wall-breaking program? The complete localization of cell phones. I feel my blood boiling even through the screen. Support. Must support national enterprises. Although I'm not a scientific researcher, I can go and move bricks for free if Flint Technology needs it. Right. Don't be silent when others are brave, or there will be no more brave people in this world. The lamplighter has already appeared. We should guard the common light. I am a Google cell phone system development engineer, but after seeing this video, I decided to go back to my country to support national enterprises. Don't ask me why, because we have a common name, the Heir of the Dragon. I am a screen RD engineer. I decided to go back to my country at this moment. Go back to your country, go back to your country. Where the roots are, there I am. Where the roots are, there I am. The excellent engineers of the cell phone system, communication baseband, camera and other components were usually abroad, but when they BeiShu's video, they immediately ignited the blood in their bodies and responded one after another. Of course. Domestic researchers also responded positively. At the same time, Lighthouse Country Qualcomm Communication Baseband Research and Development Laboratory. Zhao De was the main engineer of the communication baseband. He was a Chinese, and after studying abroad, he joined Qualcomm and gradually became a superstar in the field. Many of Qualcomm's communication patents were invented by him. Now he is over 100 years old, he has received all the honors he deserves, and he has experienced all the life he deserves, and he has almost achieved success. Only one regret: he wants to go home to see. Returning to one's roots is traditional thinking. The older a person gets, the more obvious it becomes. Zhao De really wanted to find a chance to go home for a visit, but again, he had never found this opportunity. After Zhao De finished his experiment, he sat on the sofa and took a nap while brushing videos. Suddenly the wall-breaking program sent by BeiShu popped up. Calling aspiring people to join the wall-breaking program. 100% localization of cell phones is imperative. We'll study whatever you break the supply until the whole phone is completely localized. A new storm has arisen. How can the process of localization of cell phones stop? When someone is brave enough to come forward, if we remain silent, there will be no more brave people in this world. Yes. Cell phone localization. It's about you and me. Zhao De looked at his cell phone and muttered, then moved as if time had stopped. Chapter 44. Just because the motherland needs me, resolutely resigned to return to China, Qualcomm panicked. After a long time, Zhao De seems to have made some kind of decision. Maybe I should go back to my country. Cell phone localization needs me, the motherland needs me. Zhao De is a person with strong action ability. Since he has made a decision, he will not hesitate. Printed out the resignation application from the printer and wrote it with a brush. After writing, he came to Qualcomm's general manager's office and submitted the resignation application. The general manager of Qualcomm headquarters, whose name was Bahrain Bush, was a middle-aged man with a big belly. He sat in the office, leisurely sipping tea. Qualcomm is a multinational enterprise in the semiconductor industry, on it all say. He, the managing director, was naturally very casual. Very restful. Nothing challenging. Although it was said that there was a company in the East that had developed a biochip, which caused some trouble for Qualcomm. But it was just trouble. In front of a capital like Qualcomm, TunnelFire technology was still not enough to look at. Qualcomm melted down all of TunnelFire's cell phone parts in a single business meeting. Even if TunnelFire technology can make chips, it can't make cell phones, and no one dares to cooperate with it. After a long time, when TunnelFire technology cannot support the time, he then support a few lapdog enterprises in the Dragon State, TunnelFire technology will be acquired. Then the biochip would be Qualcomm's. This is Bahrain Bush's plan. Bahrain Bush was taking a sip of tea when there was a knock on the door from outside. Come in. Bahrain Bush raised his head, and after seeing the visitor, he froze for a moment and immediately revealed a warm spring breeze smile. Zhao De was Qualcomm's baby bump. Half of the patents for the communication baseband were developed under Zhao De's auspices. Zhao, what are you looking for me for? I'm here to resign. Zhao De's tone was calm. When Bahrain Bush heard this, he froze for a moment, with great disbelief and even a little fear in his eyes. Zhao De was an ace scientist. It could even be said to be Qualcomm's artery. If Qualcomm didn't have Zhao De, many of its research and development programs would lag. Is it that you're not satisfied with the treatment? Bahrain Bush was a little nervous. He had tried his best to retain Zhao De. Zhao De shook his head. Is it dissatisfaction with the working environment then? Bahrain Bush asked again. Zhao De shook his head. Is that dissatisfaction with the company's system? Bahrain Bush asked again. Zhao De still shook his head. Then why did you resign? As long as you tell me, I will fulfill all your demands. Bahrain Bush's heart sank, and although he didn't know what was happening, he still tried his best to retain Zhao De. Because my country needs me. Zhao De replied. You're going back to the Dragon Kingdom? Bahrain Bush's voice was suddenly a few decibels higher. That's right. Zhao De replied affirmatively. Zhao, the Dragon Kingdom is developing, and neither the labs nor the treatment are comparable to the lighthouse. You are a talented person. Only by staying at the lighthouse can you get the best development. How about this? You continue to stay, and I'll apply to Qualcomm to triple your treatment. And then reward you with a villa. Of course. If you need other conditions, you can also mention them. Bahrain Bush had also put up a fight in order to make Zhao De stay. In fact, he still hadn't figured out why Zhao De had suddenly left his job. Bahrain. Don't try to persuade me. My mind is made up. My return to Dragon Kingdom has nothing to do with money. Zhao De's voice was firm and his tone resonant. Do you really have to leave your job? Bahrain Bush's voice suddenly went cold. Must leave my job. Zhao De nodded. In this world, apart from Qualcomm, there will definitely not be a second company that will give you such a high treatment. And we signed a contract in the beginning. If you leave your job, it's to compensate for the astronomical contract breakage. Seeing that the soft one didn't work, Bahrain Bush came to the hard one. The voice vaguely carried a threatening tone. Doesn't matter. Zhao De was determined, so he wouldn't be swayed by these words. You. Bahrain Bush was exasperated by Zhao De to the point where his chest was puffing out, but the other party was determined to leave, so he really didn't have any good methods. There was a long silence. He finally held back a sentence that he thought was very threatening. I won't approve your resignation. Not approved? Zhao De's voice carried some mockery before he added, my resignation this time is not to apply to you, but to inform you. Whether you agree or disagree, it doesn't affect the final result. After finishing this sentence, Zhao De suddenly turned around and left, leaving Balan Bush furious in his office. Even the teacups broke, a few of them. Such a similar scene was happening like this in other companies as well. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are really not lacking in blood at all at critical moments. The person in charge of Qualcomm's Dragon Country area, at this time, didn't know that a departure frenzy had occurred at the headquarters. But when he saw the video sent out by Baishu, which was supported and embraced by countless people in the Dragon Kingdom, he was instantly a bit flustered. At one time, tunnel fire technology was a weak ant, an existence that could be crushed at any time. Even when tunnel fire technology released its biochip, William still felt the same way. How could a small business be able to defeat the siege of capital? But when he saw the video, he changed his mind. Perhaps tunnel fire technology had not yet grown into a huge tree, but on the soil of the Dragon Kingdom, it was no longer an existence that he could just pin down. William didn't even dare to mock half a sentence below the video's comment section, because it would be cursed to death by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Baishu sat in his office and saw that the video he posted exploded in popularity, coupled with the forwarding comments from several major official media outlets and the response from his compatriots. He instantly knew that this recruitment talent program was stable. Selling out people's patriotic fervor worked better than imagined. On second thought, Baishu also felt that his earlier thoughts were not right. Tunnel fire technology's fight for the localization of cell phones was a good thing that benefited the country and the people, so how could it be called selling out the patriotic fervor? This is called rational utilization. It's called uniting all the forces that can be united. Baishu was very happy, and was about to get a massage from Summer, when the cell phone in his pocket rang again. He picked it up and saw that it was actually Zhou Gong, the vice president of the Eastern Theater Weapons Research Institute, calling. Hey, Vice President Zhou, what's the matter you're calling me about? I've heard that you formulated the wall-breaking program and are calling for aspirants to join, right? Worker Zhou got right to the point. Yes. Shiraki nodded. I'm a semiconductor doctor, may I join your wall-breaking program? Zhou Gong's earnest to the core voice came from the microphone. These words directly silenced Baishu Dry. Are you serious? You're an academician of the Military Region Research Institute, your status and reputation are frighteningly high, are you sure you want to join my wall-breaking program? You are doing a good job in the military academy, why do you want to come to a private company? Even if you dare to come, I may not dare to accept you. How could I dare to poach the Eastern War Zone? Chapter 45 Black Technology Chat Group, a sea of black technology comes down. What? None of the academicians are eligible? Zhou Gong waited for a while, did not hear Baishu's voice, boarded up his face and asked rhetorically. Meat is eligible. It's just that you're from the Eastern Theater Weapons Research Institute. If Dean Qin finds out that you've jumped ship, will it have a bad influence? Baishu was silent for a moment, and in a euphemistic tone, spelled out the stakes. What jumping ship? Zhou Gong sniffed and suddenly raised his voice by a few decibels, unable to stop a few black lines from appearing on his forehead. Aren't you jumping ship to join Fusilier Technology? Baishu asked back in dismay. Who said I was going to jump ship? Zhou Gong asked back. White Tree, just now you said you were going to join the wall breaker program. Zhou Gong, it's true that I'm going to join the wall breaking program. But joining the wall breaking program doesn't mean jumping ship, these are two different things, okay? Baishu. At this point, Zhou Gong smiled and explained, I'm only joining the wall breaking program temporarily. The wall breaking program returns to the Eastern War Zone after it's over. It's equivalent to borrowing. Borrowing, understand? Then there's no problem. Welcome to the wall-breaking program. Baishu smiled, very enthusiastic. Zhou Gong was an academician in the semiconductor field, and with the other party joining, the speed of integrating the communication baseband chip would be faster. I'll come over the day after tomorrow with a few friends to join the wall-breaking program. You prepare the lab. No problem. Baishu sniffed and was happy. UWI is the same as F6CH, forbidden $J transferring this IWF file 27, BC 19 FB carat D, CW39A51Q5J1NC65LSFI48S4I7% LQF085 or 60L4KB, ZU3 or 8, 97QAWG3AK8TJ, F275MEFFSXA. But at the same time, it was also clear. Zhou Gong was looking at the righteousness of the nation to help himself, otherwise, he would never have stopped the project of the Weapons Research Institute to help a private enterprise. At the same time, it also shows that Fusilier technology has entered the sights of the upper leadership. The country began to support Fusilier technology. After Bai Shu hung up the phone, he always felt that he couldn't do anything, so he excitedly called Summer in. The secretary is for lowering the fire. Lie down for me and press your feet. Bai Shu and Summer spent the night in the office, and when they woke up the next morning, both of their faces were red. Somewhat shy as well as embarrassed. Only those who have been there will understand. What you can't get is always manic. And only when you get a new house do you experience that quivering spurt. Boss, I'm going to help you with breakfast. Summer's face was red, her eyes were completely afraid to look at Bai Shu. Last night she truly experienced what was called the wildness of a fierce beast. As well as a strong sense of power. Aha! Go on. Bai Shu nodded as if nothing had happened. In fact, he was already tired, and it was difficult for his body, which had lacked exercise for a long time, to support long physical activities. It seemed that improving his physical fitness was imperative. After waiting for Summer to leave, Bai Shu took advantage of the empty time to drill into the chat group space and pulled open the attribute panel. Group Master, White Tree. Goldfinger, All Worlds Black Technology Chat Group. Group Members, Red Queen, Tony. Shot points, 82.47 million. Core Technology, Biochip. Black Tech Company, Fusilier Technology Corporation. Shot points needed for the next recruitment of group members, 50 million. The shock value is already more than 80 million. It already met the requirements for the next recruitment of Black Technology members. But White Tree wasn't in a hurry to recruit. Having the two group members, the Red Queen and Tony, was already enough, so save the rest of the shock value for emergency use. Moreover, the group members recruited were not necessarily kind and orderly, so if a chaotic Black Tech member was recruited at that time, I'm afraid it would not be easy to deal with. Bai Shu had just entered the chat group when a cool loli emoji with her arms crossed was in the chat group window. Group Master, you're finally online. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Bai Shu typed a message into the chat group, what's up? Red Queen, a major breakthrough in researching the T-virus. White Tree, what breakthrough? Red Queen, I tried to use the DNA transcription of the immune body to reduce the T-virus infectivity and toxicity, and I made a major discovery. This T-virus with reduced toxicity appears to be very mild, and even if infected, there is a 60% chance that it will not turn into a zombie. Clinical trials on monkeys are currently successful. Infected with the T-virus, there's a 60% chance that it won't turn into a zombie? That means there is still a 40% chance of becoming a zombie? This is really a major breakthrough. However, Bai Shu still didn't dare to touch the T-virus in the slightest. This thing could be dangerous, as long as it wasn't 100% safe, he would never bring it to the real world. Good job. Keep researching. I believe you'll succeed soon. Bai Shu thought for a moment and typed this paragraph in the chat group to encourage the Red Queen to continue her research. The Red Queen sent out a well-behaved emoji in the chat group, Group Master, I'll work hard. Bai Shu nodded and didn't say anything else. Next, it was time to deal with my own problems. Lighthouse Commerce had already issued a meltdown order. Flint Technology had been cut off from supplying all cell phone parts and was unable to manufacture cell phones. It was already in critical condition. White Tree's purpose of entering the chat group this time was to obtain the technologies to make the cell phones completely localized. Wait a minute. Call up Tony. I have something I need your help with. With that, Shiraki sent a jitterbug to Tony using the permissions of the chat group's group leader. The Red Queen was a resident evil AI, with a tech tree that was more on the side of biotech and way too far ahead of this era. To be honest, White Tree was a little less daring. 1 step ahead can be explained. 2 steps ahead can also be explained. But if you're 1 era, or even several eras ahead, how to explain it? So, White Tree summoned Tony out to compare the two worlds' technology to see which world's technology was more suitable for use. Group Master, what's the matter? I'm working on the Mark battle armor in the lab. Tony's avatar flashed as the superhero Iron Man came online. There's something I need your help with. Shiraki smiled. Group leader, if there's anything you need help with, just ask. Anything I can do to help, I'll try to help. Tony replied. Bai Shu contemplated for a while, took a picture of the list of techniques he had prepared long ago, and sent it inside the chat group. IA the source code of the cell phone system adapted to the Android app application. 2. High-definition cell phone camera technology. 3. Communication baseband technology. 4. Integrated biochip technology for the collection of communication baseband. V. 2K HD screen technology. The photo listed a total of 10 technologies, all of which were difficulties that Fusilier Technology had yet to overcome, including but not limited to the fused fittings of the Lighthouse Department of Commerce. These are the technologies needed for the localization of cell phones. You guys take a look at the specific requirements, consider the basic technologies of the real world, and compare them to see which technology is suitable for real-world use. Then send me a red envelope. Chapter 46. The academicians team enters the wall-breaking plan. Complete localization of cell phones is imperative. Red Queen, let me take a look. I'm afraid that a lot of my tech won't be applicable if the group is going to consider a realistic tech tree. After all, most of mine are biotech. Tony, I'll take a look at the requirements first as well first. After the two group members replied, they went silent, perhaps thinking. A few moments later. Only then did the Red Queen's faint voice come through. I'll provide the biochip technology with integrated baseband. All other technologies don't fit into the realistic tech tree, so let Tony provide it. Tony nodded and did not push back. He specialized in mechanical technology, which was indeed closer to the group master's real world. Just let me provide the remaining 9 gate technologies. My technology should be more suitable for the group master to use. Good. Thank you for the help of the two group members. Bai Shu was very grateful. The Red Queen sent you a red packet. Tony sent you a red packet. Tony sent you a red packet. Tony sends you a red packet. White Tree took a deep breath, then one by one, he began to receive the red packets. You have obtained the integrated communication baseband biochip technology. You have obtained the source code of the DOT cell phone system adaptable to install app applications. You obtained communication baseband technology. You acquired cell phone HD screen technology. You obtained the 5000 megapixel HD camera technology. Although it wasn't the first time Bai Shu had received knowledge infusion, every time he received it, he would have a different experience. For example, this time, he received knowledge of 10 technologies at once. It left him wanting to die. The brain capacity of carbon-based organisms was limited, and instantly stuffing in such a huge amount of knowledge made his mind feel as if it had been split open and stuffed with smelly, long, thick memories. The pain was unbearable, and his 5 senses were twisted into twists. Bai Shu gritted his teeth and held on. The brains of carbon-based creatures were just too weak to be used at the drop of a hat. It seemed that in the future, he would have to find an opportunity to boost the brain capacity and let the brain evolve. Bai Shu forced himself to endure the severe pain for about half an hour before slowing down. The front was painful, but after easing up, it was very comfortable. Because all these techniques were fused in the brain, as if they were innate, like instincts engraved in the body, they could be called upon at any time and cited. It was no exaggeration to say that after White Tree had fused this knowledge, he had become a superb master in these 10 fields, and any of the techniques in his brain were world-leading. At the same time, after fusing the knowledge provided by the group members, Bai Shu also felt the vastness of knowledge, the infinity of the world, and the weakness of the individual. If he were to materialize these 10 technologies on his own, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to finish them without 8 or 10 years. But fortunately, White Tree had never been a person. Rather, he was a black technology enterprise. If each of these technologies were split into countless small projects and then divided into the hands of different researchers, it wouldn't take long to produce cell phone accessories according to the drawings. And so on. Bai Shu suddenly thought of a problem. The red packets sent over by the Red Queen and Tony were all direct transfers of technology, there were no USB disks or anything. In other words, it only existed in Bai Shu's mind, so if he wanted to take out the knowledge inside for other people to study, I'm afraid it would be more troublesome. Red Queen, Tony. Can you guys pack up the technology you just sent me on a USB flash drive and send me a red packet? Bai Shu asked after thinking about it. Sure. The Red Queen and Tony replied in unison. Then the group resent another round of red packets. Bai Shu clicked to receive them in turn. The red packets were different from the last knowledge infusion. This time it was a USB flash drive. A total of 10 red packets and 10 USB drives. After Bai Shu made sure there was nothing wrong, he went straight offline. His task was also very heavy. Not only did he have to deal with the problem of the Lighthouse business meltdown and realize the 100% localization of domestic cell phones, and also as promised the Rocket Research Institute to send the biochip samples of the integrated communication baseband over in 2 weeks. At the same time, it is also necessary to study the main control chip of the rocket and find a way to help the country send Shenzhou to heaven. Bai Shu's consciousness returned and his eyes gradually regained clarity. At once, he saw the cleanly dressed Summer standing in front of him, with a breakfast for 2 in his hand. Rarely, Summer was not wearing black silk or high heels. Instead, she wore JK uniforms with flesh-colored sandals. Used to seeing Summer's seduction, then looking at Summer's innocence, there would always be a different flavor. Bai Shu's appetite increased. Boss, your breakfast is here. Summer walked in with a measured pace, and because she was worried that the boss was hungry, she didn't eat breakfast and sent it over after typing it. Ready to eat breakfast with the boss. Didn't you eat enough last night? Bai Shu jokingly asked. What didn't eat enough? Summer froze for a moment, and then, as if she realized something, her face looked like it was dyed red with blood. Boss, you're bad. Where am I bad? Trouble you to tell me. You. Ha ha. Sit down and eat together. Baishu gave a dry laugh and didn't tease his little secretary anymore. Sitting in front of his desk, he opened his lunchbox and started to eliminate his breakfast. Because of the long hours of physical exercise, he was really hungry and his eating wasn't very good. Good. Summer nodded, picked up chopsticks and a spoon, and was about to start eating when he realized that Baishu's wolfing down was quite cute, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. At this time, Baishu's voice came back. I've issued a summoning order. Starting today, there will be a lot of aspirants who will apply for the job. You are in charge of the interviews. If you don't understand the technical aspects, pull in the lab's Lin leader. Be sure to make sure that every single researcher who joins the currency program has real talent. When Baishu said this, his voice paused for a moment, and as if he realized something, he hastily spoke again. Right. If during the interview process, if you find any top-notch research talents and management talents, push them to come to me for the final interview. Boss, the interviews are important. Aren't you with me to personally gatekeep it? Summer asked. No. I don't have time. Just now the vice president of the Eastern Theater Weapons Research Institute called me, and a team is coming over to support us. I have to receive them personally. Baishu shook his head and finished off the last bite of his breakfast, his stomach full. How could he have the time to care about these cockamamie interviews? Even if he didn't receive the research team from the Eastern War Zone, he still had to split up the technology he had just obtained and set up an experimental program. Fine. Summer sniffed and sounded a little disappointed. She actually wanted to stay with Baishu, but she was just embarrassed and didn't have the courage to say it. Chapter 47, The Establishment of the 5 Major Laboratories Facing the Damned Oppression Directly. Early the next morning, White Tree was dressed in casual clothes to organize his grooming and put his most handsome side on display. No other reason. Simply because there would be a lot of people coming for interviews today. As the final interviewer, he naturally had to dress up nicely, otherwise how would he attract female employees to press my feet? In fact, he was originally going to pick up Mr. Chow, but Mr. Chow called and said that he had something temporary to do and would not arrive at the office until the afternoon. Okay. Idle down. He is the final interview, that is, the top talents slap on the wrist session, and there is no workload whatsoever. As for ordinary talents? Summer and Lin Jingxian were able to arrange them in a clear way, but they couldn't reach this session. Baishu sat in his office, feeling a bit empty, and opened the Black Technology chat group. Ask the Red Queen for a few books on biochips to look at. On the application scenarios of biochips in the human body. Implanting a human combat chip, turning into a combat expert in seconds. Implanting a human knowledge chip, turning into a knowledge maniac in seconds. Implanted human body storage chip, never forget, similar to the mobile library. What the hell? Science fiction? The technology in Resident Evil is really exaggerated. The key is that I'm still enjoying it. Shiraki smacked his lips and was just watching with fascination when suddenly there was a knock on the office door. Knock knock. Please come in. Boss, just now the company came with 2 Super Bowls. I highly recommend them for the final interview. Summer was in a happy mood and walked in from the doorway, her footsteps light as if carrying wind. Obviously, she had already treated the company as her own business, otherwise how could she be so happy? Oh. It's only less than half a day and there's a final interview. It seems like the quality of today's interviewees is very high. Baishu put down the book at hand, somewhat surprised. That's not true. Ever since you issued the convening order for the wall-breaking program, the threshold of Fusilier technology has been stepped through. Domestic talents jumped ship and foreign talents resign just to support the domestic national enterprise. This wave of sentiments sells well. Summer walked to the side of the sofa, a short distance away from the White Tree, and casually sat down, her right high-heeled shoe casually knocking on the ground, making a thud-thud-thud sound. What do you mean by selling out your feelings? I'm calling on them to contribute to the motherland and work for the localization of cell phones. Really? Can't even talk. If you say that this has spread out, then won't the reputation of Flint Technology be stigmatized? Baishu raised his eyebrows, not recognizing Summer's words. Yes. You're great. Managing to exploit employees is called contributing to the motherland. Summer laughed. What do you mean by exploiting employees? It's called equal exchange. White Tree replied. The corners of Summer's mouth moved, and originally wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Baishu waving his hand. Don't be poor. Hurry up and let people come in for interviews. But I want to take a break. Summer's voice was a bit pouty. Take care of the work at hand first before resting. I promise to feed you. As Summer listened to Baishu's words, she didn't know what came to her mind, her face instantly turned bright red like blood, and she fled like she was heading for the door. After a long time, 2 final face applicants walked in. One of them was a beautiful woman, wearing a white dress, with a tall figure and a generous appearance and a great aura. If the foot pressing techniques were not taken into account, the appearance was a bit prettier than summer. The other was an engineer who had resigned and returned from Qualcomm. The engineer was over 100 years old, his hair was gray, but his eyes carried the love of this land and resolutely returned to China. Bai Shu looked through the resumes of the two people, as well as the interview questions and answers, and after looking at them for a while, he was still very satisfied with them. The woman's name is Zhao Yingquan, a double doctorate in business and management. The male is called Zhao De, is a senior engineer of Qualcomm Communications baseband, often on TV can see XX patent application success reports, very powerful. Bai Shu looked at the resume for a while and put it down without asking any more questions or anything. These two interviewees, able to pass so many rounds of interviews, came to himself, is bound to have superiority. What he wanted to do was to clap his hands and decide on their job positions. Zhao Yingquan as General Manager of Flint Technology. Zhao De as the General Manager of Communications Baseband RD. A trial period of half a year. Do you guys think it's okay? No problem. The two replied in unison. The reason they came to Fusilier Technology was for the wall-breaking program, to break the Lighthouse Technology necklace. It wasn't for a monetary position, so naturally they wouldn't have any opinions. Bai Shu then gave Zhao Yingquan and Zhao De a detailed introduction of the company's situation, as well as its future development plans. Without realizing it, half a day passed. There were even more people who came to the interview for the wall-breaking program in the afternoon. In just one day, Flint Technology had formed a large research team of 200 people. This kind of speed could only be achieved by the cohesive Dragon Kingdom. Bai Shu personally greeted the Weapons Research Institute's research team. Then he summoned all the scientific research talents and just held a wall-breaking meeting. The entire 200 or so people sat in the conference room, quietly waiting for Bai Shu's arrangements. The quality of these scientific research talents were all very high, sitting quietly in their seats and rarely appearing to cross their fingers. Bai Shu stood on the stage of the conference room, and after gazing around, seeing that everyone had arrived, that magnetic voice spread throughout the room. All right. Since everyone has arrived, then I'll cut the crap and get straight to the point. Since the establishment of the wall-breaking program, Flint Technology has set up a communication baseband research and development lab, an integrated communication chip research and development lab, a cell phone system research and development lab, and now everything is ready, and the East Wind is also there. And you are the East Wind of Fusilier Technology? Below I announce Zhou Gong Team for the Integrated Communication Baseband Chip Research General Director. Zhao De is the General Director of Communication Baseband Research and Development. Jean Gong is the General Director of Cell Phone Screen Research and Development. Time is tight and the task is heavy. If everyone doesn't have any questions, let's end the meeting here. By the way, after the meeting is over, every lab chief will first come to me to receive a copy of the experimental materials. Bai Shu waved his hand, and seeing that the crowd didn't have any questions, he simply ended the meeting. After ending the meeting, Zhou Gong came to the office as promised, raised his head, and looked at the teenager sitting on the sofa, spirited. At that moment, he had to sigh that the years were getting old. He has knowledge and ability, but the vigor is really not as good as today's young people. Say hard just Qualcomm, just hard just Qualcomm. Said cell phone localization, cell phone localization. Mr. Bai, the information you just said in the meeting? Zhou Gong asked. Here it is. Saying this, Bai Shu handed over the USB flash drive, which contained the very same communication baseband integration chip technology and drawings provided by the Red Queen. Chapter 48 Accidentally Found Biochip Human Adaptability. Human and chip into one era officially came. Zhou Gong received the USB flash drive and was about to insert it into the computer to check it out, but he was stopped by Bai Shu waving his hand. Zhou Gong, you can read the information when you return to the lab. The content of this piece of information is of great importance, so please keep it a secret for me. As for the source of the information, then, you shouldn't ask. And even if you ask, I won't say anything. You're still selling secrets to me. Zhou Gong smiled at his words and stopped his hand movements before speaking again. Good. I promise you. Now I'll go back to the lab and see what exactly is inside the information. It's worth selling yourself short. Bai Shu was non-committal and waved his hand. After Zhou Gong left, he asked another lab head to collect the information. In this way, all 10 lab heads received the information from the chat group. Meanwhile, Zhou Gong had just returned to the Integrated Communication Baseband Chip Laboratory and couldn't wait to take out the USB flash drive and insert it into the computer that wasn't connected to the internet. I would like to see what exactly is it. It's actually so mysterious. Zhou Gong murmured, then his right hand lightly clicked the mouse and opened the USB flash drive. Zhou Gong just looked at it for 2 seconds, his eyes suddenly widened, even his breathing became ragged. This information is actually a complete integrated communication chip technology. It was really unbelievable. But Zhou Gong is also very sure that the content inside the information is true. This is the bottom of the Qualcomm? Indeed, it's awesome. This technology alone is enough to make Qualcomm afraid. Zhou Gong is very excited. On second thought, the question came again, this world-leading technology in the end where to come? Oh. No wonder the white tree does not let me ask. Dig a hole in advance and bury me dead. Really smart. Zhou Gong hungrily absorbed the knowledge inside the USB flash drive and prepared to take the plunge and realize the sample production of integrated communication baseband chips within a week or two. At the same time, William, the head of Qualcomm's Dragon Country region, was sitting in his office drinking tea, just in time to see the news about Fusilier Technology. Fusilier Technology issued a convening order, calling for global aspirants to join the wall-breaking program and work together to create the localization of cell phones. Fusilier Technology set up 10 cell phone accessory labs overnight, making sure to localize cell phones to the end. William finally felt the damn oppression when he saw this. Qualcomm is a great company, since its inception is the semiconductor hegemony never met a rival, did not expect it now is actually forced by an Oriental enterprise like this. Hemp. It wouldn't be possible that Flint Technology could really localize cell phones, right? William was a little worried. Once he thought that it was impossible for Fusilier Technology to make a chip, but Fusilier Technology not only made a chip, but also made a biochip, which was dozens of times more powerful than its own chip. The pain of this slap in the face was still fresh in his mind. If Baishu leads the Dragon State Enterprises 100% localization, breaking free of the shackles given by the Lighthouse, then can Qualcomm's aircraft carrier still be stable? William is very worried. After Baishu arranged the experimental plan for the crowd, he himself drilled into the lab. Instead of studying the cell phone localization project, he was going to ask the Red Queen if she had the technology to implant biochips into the human body. The Red Queen gave that book too interesting a description. Implanting different chips into a person's body would allow them to obtain different functions. White Tree was interested to the fullest. Red Queen, does the Resident Evil world have the technology to implant biochips into the human body? Baishu asked as he immersed himself into the Black Technology chat group of the worlds. The Red Queen sent out a hand showing emoji within the chat group. There is. Resident Evil already has these technologies, but I don't have them in my database. Baishu sniffed with a pang of regret. Since the Red Queen's database doesn't even have content in this area, I'd better put the chip implantation human body research project on hold. Let's first study the Shenzhou rocket's main control chip, as well as the communication chip of the Beidou satellite. After I finish researching these two things, I'll have time to expand the biochip implantation program. White Tree was in the lab, constantly experimenting according to the contents of the drawings. The first manufacturing of the communication baseband integration chip failed. The second manufacturing of the communication baseband integration chip failed. The third manufacturing of the communication baseband integration chip failed. When Baishu reached the 99th experiment, he suddenly burst into ecstasy, not because he had successfully created a communication baseband chip. Rather, he had inadvertently made a major discovery. Chip plus integrated baseband equals integrated communication baseband chip. Chip plus bioelectrical conversion device and nerve conduction device equals chip implanted in human body? Maybe the integrated chip is the right direction to solve the problem of chip implantation in human body. And it's not that hard to manufacture bioelectrical converters and nerve conduction devices. Hemp. The program was feasible. The more Baishu thought about it, the more excited as well as crazy he became. If Flint Technology succeeded in implanting biochips into the human body, it would mean that in the future, people would be able to complete their communication by relying on the chips in their bodies only, and would no longer need to rely on cell phones that weighed as much as bricks in their hands. Shameless retarded imbecile Qualcomm little child. Do you think that the Joint Department of Commerce melted down the cell phone parts? You can pinch me? I'm a hung man. Don't even bother to peck with you on the cell phone industry, rookie. I play the high-end game. Implanting biochips into people. Realizing the unity of man and machine. If I mastered the chip implantation technology in the human body, I will not play with you and see who is technologically neck to at that time? The Dragon Kingdom has suffered from the Lighthouse for a long time. It is time to let them taste this kind of suffering. After Baishu found the exact feasible program, he began to immediately research how to integrate the bioelectric conduction device and nerve conduction device inside the chip. Explosive liver mode was activated. Baishu stayed in the lab every day and every night, working continuously for 2 weeks without any progress. Alas! Wanting to implant a biochip into the human body was still a long way to go. The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. Baishu sighed, then put down the experimental tools in his hands and walked out from the lab. During these 2 weeks, he had been researching chip implantation technology in the human body, and had shelved the Beidou satellite's communication baseband integration chip research project, but it was not a big problem. Because the R&D team led by Zhou Gong had already manufactured the communication baseband integration chip. Although it was not yet ready for production, it was still possible to create a few sample chips. Bai Shu walked to Zhou Gong's lab, patted Zhou Gong's shoulder, comforted the other party twice, and then picked up the samples of the communication baseband integration chip and rushed towards the Rocket Research Institute in Chang City. Now running to the 2-week appointment. He promised the Rocket Research Institute that he would send the sample of the communication baseband integration chip over for testing within 2 weeks. Bai Shu attaches great importance to the relationship with the Rocket Research Institute because it is related to his ability to receive the military order for the Beidou satellite. Chapter 49 Lurid Chip Performance, Seizing 10 Million Military Orders. The rocket launching base of the Dragon Kingdom was located in Chang City, under which there were a number of subordinate research institutes, of which the Rocket Research Institute and the Satellite Research Institute were the top 2 subordinate research institutes. Bai Shu came by motorized vehicle and arrived at the rocket research base in half a day. Mr. Bai, you're here? Zhang Feng received Bai Shu's message and hurriedly put down the work at hand and personally went to the entrance of the rocket launch base to greet Bai Shu. As a scientific researcher, she wore short hair and looked very refreshing and generous. It's really troublesome. I can't believe I let you personally come to pick me up. I told the doorman that I was delivering a sample chip of the Beidou satellite. But the doorman nonetheless wouldn't let me in. Mr. Bai, the doorman is just following the rules. The rocket launch base is a key scientific research institution in the Dragon Kingdom, and ordinary people can't come in. So that's how it is. Then I'll take the trouble. Bai Shu nodded and took the box containing the integrated communication baseband chip and followed Zhang Feng. This Beidou satellite integrated chip, named Beidou No. 1 chip, this chip not only had an integrated communication baseband, but it was also the top technology in the Resident Evil world, so there was no doubt that it was powerful. Let's hope that he can seize all the satellite orders in the future with this chip. Last time he didn't earn the country's money, but this time he had to earn it. Tunnel fire technology had hardened Qualcomm, and money was tight, so it was time to get back to blood. Bai Shu followed behind Zhang Feng, and after passing through all the gates and audits, he arrived at the conference room of the Satellite Research Institute. Shang Ming and Chief Engineer Lu had been sitting in the conference room waiting for a long time. Shang Ming was the director of the Satellite Research Institute, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a large ink mole on his forehead. Although it wasn't ugly, the mole was too obvious to be considered handsome. Chief Master Lu, on the other hand, was a very young man wearing heavy myopic glasses. At a glance, he was a scientific research fanatic. Dean Jiang, hello. Welcome. Shang Ming stood up and shook hands with Zhang Feng with a smile. The 2 major research institutes had business dealings with each other, and naturally, they were very familiar with each other. Hello. Dean Shang Ming. Zhang Feng responded politely. Just as she was about to introduce Bai Shu, she didn't expect Shang Ming's voice to come over first. I believe this is General Manager Bai of Tunnel Fire Technology. It's me. Bai Shu nodded. It's truly marvelous. Starting out as a private company developing biochips and then toughing out Qualcomm's meltdown in the back. Straightened the spine of the Chinese nation. Shang Ming couldn't help but give Bai Shu a thumbs up. Although he was researching satellites, the domestic semiconductors had long touched the hearts of countless people, so how could he not be concerned? I'm flattered. I just felt that someone has to do these things. So it was done. If you don't do a good job, please bear with me. Bai Shu was a little embarrassed by Shang Ming's praise. Ever since Tunnel Fire Technology had developed a biochip, he had been in the spotlight, and whenever he met with others, he was first complimented. Such a big gift, really can't afford it. You've already done well enough. Even our older generation, sitting in your position, may not have done better than you. Why don't we test the samples first? Bai Shu was a bit unaccustomed to being complimented and hurriedly changed the topic. Ha ha. Good. Then we'll test the chips first. Shang Ming sniffed and laughed out loud. He then turned his head and spoke to Chief Master Lu, who was standing next to him. Chief Master Lu, take Chief Bai's chip to the lab for testing. Chief Master Lu answered and stepped forward, taking the chip box from Bai Shu's hands. As the chief designer of the Satellite Research Institute, he had seen too many samples of domestically produced components that claimed to be breakthroughs and leading edge, but ultimately faltered under the stringent aerospace standards. In front of the young private enterprise boss, although the recent popularity is strong, but aerospace chip. That is another dimension of things. The result may not be as expected. General Manager Bai, please follow me to the laboratory. Chief Lu's voice was smooth and he made a gesture of invitation. Bai Shu and Zhang Feng followed behind Chief Master Lu, passed through several thick isolation doors, and entered a large laboratory filled with precision instruments, where temperature and humidity were strictly controlled. The air was filled with the faint smell of metal and insulating materials. Dean Shang Ming also walked in together, obviously quite concerned about the results of this test. Chief Master Lu opened the box and carefully used special tweezers to take out a chip slightly larger than a fingernail cap. The chip was dark gray in color, and the surface was not the kind of regular wafer reflection of traditional chips, but carried a bioceramic-like matte texture, with no integrated circuit structure seen on it. This is the Beidou 1 chip? Chief Master Lu placed the chip under a high-powered microscope and spoke indifferently. Yes, Chief Master Lu. The Beta 1 chip integrates the communication baseband and is completely designed according to aerospace grade standards, and we have made special optimizations in terms of radiation resistance, high and low temperature resistance, low power consumption, and signal processing efficiency. Chief Master Lu nodded slightly and didn't say much, but just gave instructions to the technician next to him. According to the standard process, first do the basic electrical performance test, then go through the environment simulation chamber in order: high temperature, low temperature, temperature cycle, vacuum, vibration, impact. And finally go on the radiation table. Understood. The technicians immediately got busy. The chip was carefully mounted onto the special test fixture. The first item was the basic performance test at room temperature. The screens of the oscilloscope and spectrum analyzer lit up. The data stream began to jump. As time passes, the only sounds left in the lab are the slight hum of the instruments running and the tapping of the keyboard. The results of the basic electrical performance test came out first. The technician looked at the data on the screen, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he looked up at Chief Engineer Lu, his voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. Mr. Lu, the power consumption is 500% lower than the indicator we expected. The signal processing delay has also been shortened by nearly 200%. This data is so good that it's a bit perverted. Chief Lu frowned slightly and personally came to the screen to check the parameters, his fingers quickly sliding the mouse wheel. Confirmed that the testing environment is correct? Is the instrument faulty? Confirmed error-free. Chief Master Lu sniffed, his heart filled with shock. This chip seems to be a bit perverted. Next, the chip was sent into the environment simulation chamber. High temperature test plus 360 C, stable performance, no fluctuations. Low temperature test 180 C, rapid startup, no decay in performance. Temperature cycling 180 C to plus 360 C, fast switching. The internal structure of the chip is stable, without any micro cracks or performance drift due to thermal expansion and contraction. Vacuum test simulated space environment, perfect performance. Vibration test simulating the violent vibrations of the rocket launch phase, the data curve was amazingly smooth. Shock test simulating extreme acceleration, also passed with flying colors. Chapter 50, Visiting the Rocket Launching Base exposed. Who is that man anyway? As the test results were reported, the atmosphere in the lab became more and more gloomy. The technicians went from routine at the beginning to astonishment and now to sullen respect. This chip parameter. This parameter is dozens of times more powerful than all current aviation chips. It is really too perverse. It is simply an alien creation. If it passes the most critical anti-radiation test, it is definitely the best aviation chip at present. Satellite operation in orbit, especially geosynchronous orbit or higher orbit, will continue to be exposed to strong cosmic rays and solar particle radiation. Ordinary chip is very easy to single particle flip SU or single particle lock SAL and other failures, resulting in satellite dysfunction or even failure. This will lead to satellite dysfunction or even failure. Radiation resistance is the most important part of the space chip. After taking a deep breath, Chief Engineer Lu placed the chip on the radiation test bench and started the last level of radiation resistance test. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the monitoring screen, which displayed the status and error rate of the chip's internal logic unit in real time. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The technician reported the radiation dose has reached the critical point, the usual design index value. The curve representing the error rate on the screen remains a flat line almost close to zero, meaning that the chip operation remains stable. Continue. Increase the dose. Chief Master Lu spoke with some excitement. Currently, the Beta 1 chip's radiation resistance had reached the target value. It was just that he was not satisfied and wanted to see where the radiation resistance limit of the chip, which was excellent in every parameter, actually was. The radiation intensity gradually strengthened, slowly being raised to a level far beyond the conventional design indicators. It reached a level that simulated an extreme solar storm event. Chip operation remained stable. 20 minutes passed. The anti-radiation detection test was completed, and the technician slightly trembled as he reported the test results. Report. The radiation dose has reached 800% of the design index. No errors have occurred. No SAL or permanent damage has occurred. Performance is stable. In fact, there was no need for the technician to report, they had all seen the test results, it was just that the test data was too unbelievable. 800% of the exceeded radiation dose. Yeah. This chip performance is so perverted. All aspects of the parameters were so perverted. If the Beidou satellite adopted the chip of Fusilier technology, it would already be considered a bend in the field of aerospace. Even if it experiences the toughest solar storm, it can't affect the chip's performance. This was definitely far ahead. Mr. Bai. How did this chip do it? Chief Master Lu slowly turned around and looked at Bai Shu, who was quietly standing by the side, his voice trembling a little from excitement. Bai Shu saw the shocked appearance of Generalissimo Lu, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the military order has been stabilized. I don't know. I just thought about making the aerospace chip and then I made the aerospace chip. Bai Shu touched his nose, revealing a polite but not awkward smile. Chief Master Lu. Xiang Ming was silent. Jiang Feng was silent. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that Bai Shu's reply was perfunctory and a bit underhanded. But if Bai Shu didn't say anything, they didn't have the face to pursue it. It seemed like what Bai Shu had created was a small aerospace chip, but the value behind it was incalculable. There were some things that could not be asked casually. Xiang Ming and Chief Master Lu glanced at each other and made a decision on the spot. The Beta 1 communication baseband integration chip, its performance fully meets and far exceeds the design requirements of the Beidou satellite system. The radiation resistance has reached the world's absolute leading level. The sample test passed. Then can I take the order for the Beidou aviation chip? Bai Shu asked with a smile. Of course. If Fusilier Technology can't take the order, there is no other company in this world that can take this order. Xiang Ming's voice was decisive and powerful. The crowd then came out of the lab and returned to the conference room, where Xiang Ming's assistant had already prepared the order for the military contract. Mr. Bai, this is the contract for the military industrial order. I'm going to give all the orders for communication chips for all the Beidou's subsequent satellites under development, and those to be launched, all to Fusilier Technology. How about you take a look? Of course, there's no problem. It's just the price aspect. Fusilier Technology has invested a lot of R&D expenses in order to research aviation chips. Can you consider a certain amount of R&D costs into it? Of course you can. The country will not treat the true meritocracy poorly. The value of this chip has long been far beyond money itself. How about this? After you consider the price, I'll sign a new contract with you. Good. Thank you for the trust of President Xiang and the Institute. Flint Technology promised to complete the task. Bai Shu's heart moved slightly when he heard this. Dean Xiang Ming's words represented completely handing over the pricing power to himself. What a great trust this is. Then I'll just raise the price by another billion points. Bai Shu rested for a day at the Satellite Research and Development Institute. Get the pricing of the Beidou 1 chip finalized. Consider on the RD chip. Then re-sign the military contract. Just like that, Fusilier Technology got 2 new plaques. Satellite Research Institute Technology Provider. Strategic Partner of the Satellite Research Institute. Plus the Eastern Theater of Operations awarded that Eastern Theater of Operations Key Cooperation Unit. Fusilier Technology was also considered to be a yellow robe, becoming an existence that no domestic enterprise could ignore. Half an hour later, Bai Shu finished signing the military contract with the Satellite Research Institute. Jiang Feng raised his head and glanced at Bai Shu. Mr. Bai, since the cooperation has been finalized, why don't we take you to visit our rocket launching base? After all, later on our chips are going to fly into space here. Please. Bai Shu immediately stood up. As a tech entrepreneur, if one could witness the inner workings of a national-level space base, it would simply be a supreme honor. Half an hour later, a military jeep drove the 2 of them deeper into the base. The scenery outside the car window gradually changed from a cluster of office buildings to an open test field, with a huge rocket assembly plant towering in the distance. There is the assembly and testing plant. One of the Beidou 3 networking satellites is undergoing final testing inside. Further ahead is the rocket assembly base. The scene in front of them made Bai Shu's breath catch in his throat. They were standing on the observation platform of the launch tower, and 300 meters below their feet, a Long March 3B carrier rocket stood majestically, with the brightly colored 5-star red flag on the body of the rocket glittering in the sunlight. This is the satellite launching in 3 months. Of course you have to make the satellite's main control chip first. Want to see the brain of the rocket up close? Jiang Feng raised her head and looked at Bai Shu, suddenly asking. Of course I want to. Bai Shu replied. Chapter 51, I put you at ease, but you put me on the internet. Jiang Feng took Bai Shu down to the launch platform in the engineering elevator. A number of technicians at the base of the rocket were doing a final check of the avionics system. Jiang Feng signaled one of them to open the equipment bay, revealing the densely packed electronic modules inside, as well as the electronic control mastermind. This is where the flight control computer is located. The one currently used is still a traditional architecture, and the radiation resistance relies on a triple redundancy design. If it's replaced with your chip, Jiang Feng turned his head to look at Bai Shu with a burning gaze. Fast speed and high performance. And there's no need to worry about radiation. Bai Shu smiled and took Jiang Feng's words over. This was indeed the biggest advantage of the Beidou No. 1 chip, and the anti-radiation characteristic would be able to kill everything. Mr. Bai, do you know why I'm bringing you to visit the rocket launch base? Jiang Feng's voice suddenly became serious. Bai Shu shook his head. At this time, Jiang Feng patted the rocket body shell. His voice was serious and his words were 1,000 pounds. The spaceflight business can't tolerate any falsehoods. I'm showing you the real spacecraft because I want to tell you when your chip is installed in this, it means that it carries the honor and disgrace of the country's aerospace industry. So, I need you to commit to two things. You say. Baishu froze for a moment and got serious as well. First, the production capacity must be guaranteed 100%, and there can't be any hint of error. Second, the technology of this chip must not be leaked out. Baishu looked at the azure sky that the tip of the rocket was pointing at, nodded heavily, and made a solemn oath to the national flag. I guarantee it in the name of Fusilier Technology. Zhang Feng looked at Baishu's sincere appearance and nodded with satisfaction. For Baishu to have been selected by the Eastern War Zone and recommended here, the piece of ideological awareness was still over the top. Zhang Feng then took Baishu on a lift to the topmost rocket installation platform, which was a super elevated platform that was dozens of meters high. Although there is no skyscraper kind of towering into the clouds, overlooking the feeling of traffic, but standing on the rocket platform kind of looking up at the stars, the feeling of individual smallness came on the face, produce a strong awe of deep space. Baishu walked to the head of the rocket, couldn't help but embrace the most advanced human aircraft to date. Dean Jiang, can you take a picture for me? Baishu asked with a smile. It was rare to touch the most advanced aerial vehicle of mankind so far, so if he didn't take a picture to remember it, it would be a wasted trip. Sure. Zhang Feng took Baishu's cell phone, found a perfect position and pressed the shutter. Cheese. The gears of fate began to turn at once. Zhang Feng took a picture of Baishu as a souvenir, and the melon-eating netizens took a picture of Baishu to hang on the internet. Not far away, in front of the rocket launch base, on a tall building, Zhu Xiaoming stood on the roof and posed for a picture. He is a self-media worker, originally did not expect to be able to shoot something good, just practicing on the roof. A slight movement of the finger, click sound, the camera captured the ordinary city traffic photos. A slight movement of the finger, click, the camera captured a picture of the sunset. Click. 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 The camera snapped all the usual city photos, which can't be used as self-publishing material. Although this was the outcome that had been guessed for a long time, it was still a bit disappointing when seeing the final result. Damn! There is no suitable material. When will I be able to explode in the self-media? Zhu Xiaoming let out an indignant sulk and was about to leave after taking the last photo. Ka-ching! With the sound of the shutter going off. When Zhu Xiaoming saw the content of the shot, a burst of ecstasy appeared on that youthful face. As far as the eye could see, it was an extremely handsome man who was leaning on the head of a rocket, looking up at the starry sky. Next to him stood a pretty good-looking beauty, holding a cell phone, taking pictures of the man. This man is Flint Technologies General Manager Bai? Zhu Xiaoming didn't recognize the girl holding the phone, but Baishu of Flint Technologies still did. Baishu, as the veteran of a national enterprise, had made a very large contribution to the semiconductor industry, and had fought hard against Qualcomm and fought for the Dragon Kingdom. This a Herculean achievement. It is no exaggeration to say that if all the people in the Dragon Country do not recognize the white tree, simply do not deserve. As for what is not worthy of not saying, understand all understand. Mr. White is collabing with the rocket? This is a big breaking news. Zhu hesitated for just a second and instantly decided to take the risk. Baishu was a public figure. Rubbing the hotspot of a public mission would probably lead to trouble. But how could it explode if it didn't rub the hotspot? He blended a few photos together, then edited them into a short video, and then released it on top of the Jiayin platform. The Changchang rocket launch base surprised Big Brother. Dare I ask what exactly is the identity of the big man? Surprisingly qualified to take photos on top of an aircraft. The title is written like this. It carries both leading remarks and attracts people, but actually says nothing. Room or a picture. The rest is all up to netizens to guess. I have to say, Zhu Xiaoming rubbing hotspots is very successful. Now that Baishu is in the wind, or in deep water, any comments related to him can burst into flames. Traffic GA on people. In just half an hour. The number of people playing had already exceeded 100,000. What grass? Isn't this Mr. Bai from Fusilier Technology? What is Mr. Bai doing at the rocket launching base? I told you. Mr. Bai's identity is not that simple. How could an ordinary private enterprise develop a biochip in just a few years? The truth is, Mr. Bai should be the white glove of some big shot in the military. Mr. Bai's identity is a mystery. The man who is like a fan. The closer you get to General Manager Bai, the more you'll realize that you can't understand him. Actually, I'm more inclined to think that Mr. Bai is going to the rocket launch base to talk to the rocket launch base about cooperation. Open a betting game, deduct 1 for those who think that Mr. Bai has a military background, and deduct 2 for those who think that Mr. Bai goes to the rocket launch base to talk about cooperation. 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 William, the person in charge of Qualcomm's Dragon Country region, sat in his office, brushing the video, and overheard Zhu's face staring as he posted the video, smoking 3 cigarettes in a row. Old rival Whitetree actually took a picture with Rocket. This wasn't simple. Ordinary people couldn't even go inside a rocket launching base, let alone take a picture with a rocket. The fact that Whitetree can appear in this location means that his identity background is extremely uncomplicated, and it's really possible that he's the white glove of a certain big shot. If that's the case, then shouldn't I carry a bucket and run? It's very dangerous in this part of the Dragon Kingdom. If you offend a big shot, you'll be told in minutes that you're mentally ill and then detained in a mental hospital. Those who are not mentally ill are also forced to become mentally ill. Chapter 52, Wall-Breaking Program Progress Report. General Manager Ren was so excited that he burst into tears. After Bai Shu returned from the rocket launch base, he had just sat in his office and swiped his cell phone, when he suddenly saw the photos that had been secretly captured by melon-eating netizens. He didn't get angry. Instead, he kind of wanted to thank the other party a bit. The other party was really too powerful. Since the Qualcomm meltdown, a large wave of shock value was harvested, and the back was in the doldrums, and the shock value grew very slowly. Originally, Bai Shu was ready to pretend to be a bit of a bully. Not right. It was preparing to do something amazing and big to earn shock value. I didn't expect Zhu Xiaoming, this blogger, to silently help me pretend. I must catch this wave of heaven-breaking riches. Bai Shu muttered, then took out his cell phone and pointed at the 2 plaques he had just obtained, Rocket Launching Base Cooperation Unit, Beidou Satellite Technology Provider, and clicked a few times. The photo was taken. Then opened his personal account on Weibo. Attach a few photos and write a paragraph. So annoying. Just after the establishment of the top 10 labs, the labs made a major breakthrough. It's now a partner of the rocket launching base, as well as a technology provider for the Beidou satellites. Finally. Bai Shu also attached a big headshot of himself. Bai Shu had just sent this microblog out, and it immediately caused a huge stir online. What grass? What chow? What chow? Please be a human being. Other people may not have results even after decades of scientific research. Now you've just established a scientific research organization, and you've become a cooperative unit of the rocket launching base. What grass? What grass? What grass? This is a national enterprise, hardcore Qualcomm. It's just that your scientific research results are too prolific. If according to the development of this situation, do not know who melted who. Upstairs, build up your mouth. Don't kill Flint Technology again. Ask if you don't understand, what technological breakthroughs did Fusilier Technology make? It has become a cooperative unit of the rocket launching base and the technology provider of the Beidou satellite. It must be a breakthrough in the field of chips. Is there any need to think about it? If it's a chip, it's awesome. From civilian chips to aerospace chips, this pace is too fast. Got it. At Zhu Xiaoming. Bai always goes to rocket launch bases to talk about cooperation, not some big shot's white glove. Shock value plus 5,241 from Zhu Xiaoming. Shock value plus 5,744 from Ayao Open a Door. Shock value from Roman Rod plus 5,921. Shock value plus 441 from Alamo. Earned numbness. Bai Shu looked at the comments while listening to the system's pleasant beep. The shock value rubbed up. This feeling was really too comfortable. It was true that making things happen was the king of earning shock value. Bai Shu thought about it and decided to make another big wave, just relying on the 2 plaques of Rocket Launching Base's Cooperative Unit, Beidou Satellites Technology Provider, didn't bring too much shock value to himself. Need to make a big wave. Still need to create hotspots. Many fans in the background asked me how to deal with the Lighthouse business meltdown. What is the progress of the 10 laboratories? Here, a unified response to everyone. Communication baseband attacked. Communication baseband integrated biochip attacked. Mobile phone operating systems have made breakthroughs and will soon give birth to a completely localized system. The cell phone operating system has made breakthroughs and will soon give birth to a completely localized system. I'll attack whatever the Lighthouse breaks until the phone is completely localized. As for the progress of the wall-breaking program, 60% completed. In a month or so, the first fully localized cell phone will be with you all. After posting this comment, Bai Shu was about to return to the Weibo homepage when he suddenly saw a fan send a private message. The nickname was, "People in the Lighthouse, wave until takeoff." Bai Shu merely glanced at the nickname and closed it. Didn't even look at the content. This nickname was somewhat familiar, as if he often sent messages to himself. But there are a lot of people in the background who send me private messages. I can't read every single one, right? Bai Shu was not amused. With Bai Shu's positive official reply, the microblog directly pushed the stream and then was forwarded by the People's Daily and Youthnet, instantly spreading throughout the Dragon Kingdom and touching the hearts of countless people. Youthnet, what can't kill me will eventually make me stronger. Fusilier Technology fights for the country, the latest progress. People's Daily Online, bite the green mountain and don't let go. Let the wind blow from east to west and south to north. Fusilier technology good. Since the Lighthouse meltdown made a number of scientific and technological breakthroughs, the Dragon Country is expected to bend the road to overtake. The first completely localized cell phone was born. Everyone is concerned about Flint Technology National Enterprise, proud and strong. A number of scientific and technological breakthroughs. Lightboat has crossed the mountains. Awesome. I don't know why, when I saw Fusilier Technology reporting on the progress of the wall-breaking program, my blood was boiling and I couldn't help but weep. Why would I know how to cry? Because I love this land deeply. Fusilier Technology is so excited to fight for our country and achieve amazing success in the first battle. Good job, Fusilier Technology. I knew our national enterprises would not fall so easily. Youth said, well, what can't kill me will only make me stronger. Expect Flint Technology to become stronger. Huawei headquarters. Ren Tianhua was sitting in his office, tea in his hand, sipping it carefully and looking ahead. A large screen was placed in front of him. The content projected on the screen was precisely White Tree's reply to the wall-breaking program. Communication baseband attacked. The communication baseband integrated biochip was overcome. The cell phone operating system has made a breakthrough, and a completely localized system will soon be born. Has Flint Technology conquered the operative system yet? According to White Tree's nature, as long as it was released, there must have been scientific research results. Mr. Rin murmured in his heart, both excited for Fusilier Technology with tears in his eyes, and also full of regret. The excitement is the domestic cell phone. Finally someone is picking up the slack. The complete localization of cell phones is no longer a dream. Regret is not able to cooperate with Flint Technology. In fact, he has repeatedly said that he wants to cooperate with Flint Technology, Huawei to provide Hongmeng's cell phone system, Flint Technology to provide biochips, strong combination, together to create a localized cell phone. But Fusilier Technology refused. And the refusal was unrelenting. There is no room for maneuver. Nonsense. Greedy for Fusilier Technology's biochip technology, can Baishu not refuse? Biochip can be implanted into the human body. The matter is important, not to mention that Flint Technology does not see the Hongmeng system. Even if it does, it will not cooperate with each other. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Ren Tianhua wiped away his tears of excitement. Then he thought with regret that he had developed a Hongmeng system almost. If Flint Technology developed its own operating system after that, would the Hongmeng system still be released? Ren Tianhua hadn't thought about this yet. Chapter 53 Shock value earned to the hand, people in the lighthouse, waves to fly up. If the Hongmeng system is allowed to be introduced, it will easily lead to the two domestic enterprises to implode, and their own people will fight with their own people. The most important point is, Hongmeng's system was not mature enough. Ren Tianhua was worried that if he released a new cell phone operating system with Flint Technology, he would not be able to beat Flint Technology. Then it would be flushed rotten and be reduced to a laughingstock. The current Flint Technology was hailed as a national enterprise, and its popularity had long overshadowed Huawei. Mr. Ren's concern was not without reason. AI. Ren Tianhua sighed twice. If only Flint Technology had agreed to share its technology with me. Biochip plus Hongmeng's system will be invincible. But now it's too late to say anything. At the same time, Bahrain Bush, the general manager of Qualcomm's headquarters, sat in his office and looked at the report on Flint Technology submitted by his secretary. Seeing the Flint Technology wall-breaking program progress 60%, a number of projects to make breakthroughs, suddenly heard a surge of anger. The hands of the laptop, violently thrown forward, violently fell on the ground. Fell in pieces. Abominable. Bahrain Bush is not afraid, is to know that Qualcomm can no longer contain the continent across that eastern enterprise. Moment. Bahrain Bush picked up his cell phone and pressed a familiar number. This number was the phone number of William, the head of Qualcomm's Dragon Country region. Hello? William saw the call coming from Qualcomm headquarters and answered it apprehensively. At this time when Qualcomm headquarters came to call, one didn't need to think about it to know that there was definitely nothing good going on. And it was very likely that it was about Fusilier Technology. William was really a little scared. Fusilier Technology is red, the route is correct, there is a military background, it is really not their own to mess with. William just answered the phone, and the roar of the general manager's stormy voice came from the microphone. Bahrain Bush, William, how did you become the head of this Dragon Country area? Why are you eating? You just met me and you're cursing me? You have manners? William listened to the growl and for some reason, his mind was calmer, not as fearful as before. General Manager. Did something happen? What happened? You're still asking me? Take a look for yourself at the results of Fusilier Technology's just officially announced wall-breaking program. Bahrain Bush stormed out. I saw this one. William replied calmly. Give me a solution if you've seen it. I don't care what method you use, within a month, this matter must be set right. Let Flint Technology disappear completely. Otherwise, you leave your job. Bahrain Bush was furious inside. When William's feedback came up, he urgently introduced the meltdown plan. Originally thought that he could pinch Fusilier technology, but did not expect that Fusilier technology was always breaking free from the shackles of technology, and now it had a feeling of not being able to control it. Violated the interests of Qualcomm. Fusilier technology should also be erased. Shock value from KFC plus 3,512. Shock value plus 5,247 from AKA GMM. Shock value from Mark Mango Flavor plus 2,141. Shock value plus 1942 from Open Champion. After Baishu sent the message, he started to read the comments one by one, and then the shock value in the background kept spiking. It was as if he wasn't reading the comments, but the shock value that kept spiking. LOL. The speed of this shock value increase. Baishu briefly calculated that according to this speed, roughly tens of thousands of shock values were added every second. This was really cool to the point of taking off. Baishu swiped down the comments for a while, and suddenly another fan popped up on Weibo, sending him a private message. Again, it was the same nickname that sent it just now. Nickname, People at the Lighthouse, Waves Flying. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to it. After all, there were just too many people who sent private messages to him. But this guy persistently sent private messages. It had now been sent 99 plus. Baishu was a little curious. Why in the world did the other party persistently send private messages to himself? Was there something urgent? In the spirit of idleness anyway. Baishu opened the private message of People in the Lighthouse, Waves Flying. Mr. Bai, are you there? People in the lighthouse, waves fly. Mr. White, are you there? People in the lighthouse, waves fly up. Mr. Bai, is it there? I'm at the lighthouse, I'm flying. Mr. White, are you there? If you see it, send me a message back. When Baishu saw this, he almost cracked. Can you not ask me if I'm there? Just say something directly. Isn't this a waste of my time? Baishu spat out a sentence, but still replied to see what the other party wanted to say. Along with Baishu's reply, Man at the Lighthouse, Waves Flying, replied back in seconds. Mr. Bai, you finally replied to me. I saw a message inside a group chat on the Lighthouse Darknet. I feel like I need to tell you about it as a Dragon Nation person. What message? Baishu asked, with a vague sense of bad foreboding in his heart. Man at the Lighthouse, Waves Flying, didn't reply with text again, but instead sent over 2 screenshots. Screenshot 1. Black, Mr. White of Fusilier Technology has already moved my cake. Don't even know how much it's costing me. Do any of you have a way to make Fusilier Technology disappear? River Raptor, as long as the money is in place, I'll help you inject some HIV blood into White Tree. River Raptor, just run him over with your car. Tramp, White Tree doesn't even know how much less money he's making my gold masters. Screenshot 2. Black, $10 million reward, by any means necessary. Whether it's injecting HIV blood, running him over with a car, or any other method, it's fine. As long as the result is accomplished. Gangster, alright. With these words from the boss. I'm relieved. Prepare the AIDS blood immediately. Jiangyang Raptor, I'm also ready to start. It's been a long time since I've taken on such a big bounty. Baishu looked at these 2 screenshots and remained silent for a long time, his mood somewhat heavy. After a long time, he couldn't help but hold back a sentence. The reward for me, is it only $10 million? That's looking down on me too much. Am I only worth $10 million? It's too bullying. At my current value, it would be appropriate to add at least a few more zeros. That gold master who offered the reward is also too stingy. In his heart, Baishu gave a broken thought. Actually, regardless of the content of the screenshot, whether it was true or not, he had expected this scene. If Fusilier Technology's technology was strong enough to break free from those bigwigs' control, those bigwigs would definitely physically annihilate themselves. This netizen sent him a message. It made him quite a bit more nervous. Good brother, where did you find these 2 screenshots? Baishu was in the input box, typing this message, and then clicked send. However, Man at the Lighthouse, Waves Flying, seemed to have gone offline and didn't reply after waiting for a while. Chapter 54, T-Virus Self-Protection Program, White Tree enhances physical qualities. Sensing that something was wrong, Baishu hurriedly saved the 2 screenshots and sent them to another cell phone for backup. After the backup was completed, disconnect the backup phone from the network. After he had just done this, he suddenly saw that the cell phone microblog chat logs had disappeared. Even the user, People at the Lighthouse, Wave to Fly, disappeared. Good brother. Even though I don't know what happened to you, I'm still grateful to you for tipping me off. Whether it was true or not. I really did at the time anyway. Let's hope you're alive. Baishu muttered, then took out his cell phone and dialed Major Long War's number. Long War was fast. It connected just as soon as it rang. Long War, Mr. Bai, what's the matter with calling me? Baishu smiled, his voice was calm, not the slightest hint of panic could be heard. Nothing much. I just want to ask, if someone wants to kill mine, does the Eastern War Zone care? In fact, in general, the military was responsible for war, and this kind of personal grudges and feuds, the military didn't care. So? Baishu asked. Long War sniffed, suddenly drooled, breathing much heavier in the microphone. Someone wants to kill you? Who? I don't know. Bai Shu shook his head. Spinning around, he used the cell phone and took 2 pictures of his backup phone and sent them over. Then he spoke again. These are the 2 screenshots I received just now. Now that I'm being threatened, I don't know what to do, so I want to ask. Does your military care? Dragon Warrior was silent for a long time and suddenly spat out a word. Pipe. You are a cooperative unit of the military, participating in several strategic-level projects. It's enough to escalate the case. The military has the right to supervise the special case. That's fine. Then hurry up and send someone to protect me. I'm scared right now. Bai Shu smiled and opened his mouth. It really was a case of raising an army for 1,000 days and using it for a while. I don't know if that's the right phrase to use. Let me bring someone over first and confirm the situation. If the contents of the screenshots are true, we definitely won't let the enemy run rampant. Then come over quickly. The netizen who just sent me these 2 screenshots has disappeared, and I don't know if he's dead or alive. The private chat records on Weibo have also disappeared. I'm really panicking. Bai Shu took a picture of the emptied Weibo chat records and sent it over. The voice was calm. In fact, he was really panicking inside. Otherwise, he wouldn't have contacted the military in the first place. But by him saying it like this, it didn't seem like he was panicking at all, and it was even a bit funny. Alright. You wait. I'll be right over. After Long Zhan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Half an hour later, Long Zhan brought 10 team members and entered Flint Technology. In order to avoid attracting other people's attention, they all wore civilian clothes and avoided the crowds. Long Zhan thundered in with his teammates and went straight to Bai Shu's office. Knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. Come in. When Dragon Warfare heard the voice, he had 2 of his men stand guard outside the door, then walked in. Bai Shu was calmly sitting on the sofa, quietly waiting for Long Zhan's arrival. Only when he saw Long War walk in did he slowly put down his cell phone. Speak up. What's going on? Tell us in detail. Don't spare a single detail. Good. Bai Shu nodded, then told Dragon Warrior, as well as the scouting expert next to him, the information he had received from the screenshot, one by one, in every detail. The Dragon Warfare team then started investigating. A network command was remotely controlled and began to thoroughly investigate the source of these 2 screenshots. Soon, the results of the investigation came out. Bai Shu raised his head and looked at Dragon Warfare with an inquiring gaze. What's the result? The screenshots are real. The microblogging background was maliciously invaded and the data was tampered with. That's why the account, People at the Lighthouse, Wave to Fly, disappeared. The member with the name, Black, in the screenshot is often active in the darknet. Dragon Warfare was like a muffled gourd that usually didn't speak, but when he did, his voice was excessively serious. Oh? Then is that guy who gave me the message in danger? If that fellow is in danger, please be sure to help me protect him. Shiraki thought about opening his mouth. Since the beginning of time, it was hard to return a favor. If something happens to that fellow because of himself, then I won't let my enemy live either. I'm afraid we can't do anything about this. The IP address of Man in Lighthouse, Wave to Fly is in the Lighthouse country. The space we can maneuver is very limited. And right now, we don't even know where the other party is or who their exact name is. Alright. Bai Shu's voice was a little low. Long Zhan lifted his head and glanced at Bai Shu, thinking that the other party was afraid. He hurriedly comforted. General Bai, you can rest assured. Starting today, the Eastern War Zone has arranged for a special soldier to be stationed at Flint Technology to protect your safety 24 hours a day. Please make sure to protect me. I've thrown my head and spilled my blood for the country. Bai Shu smiled playfully. He didn't show his emotions to the world. In fact, he didn't completely trust the military. Those guys said that they drove into themselves. Those guys said that they injected themselves with HIV blood. Deranged to the extreme. The key is that there is no defense. Walk down the road and you might get hit by a car. Walking down the street, you might get walked up on by some crazy guy and give yourself a tube of HIV blood. Even in life and socializing, accidents can happen. For this kind of situation, it was still really hard to defend against it, even if he believed that the military was professional. So Bai Shu also had his own plans. When Long War sniffed, he couldn't help but have a black line appear on his forehead. The package protects you. The chief has already given the order. Afterwards, Long Zhan and Bai Shu negotiated about security routes, monitoring installation differences, deployment and control, and other issues. White Tree cooperated with all of them, and after completing Long War's work, he returned to his own lab and sat on the lab couch and smiled to himself. There are actually people who want to kill me. Ha! Looks like I'll have to stay within the lab for a while. Bai Shu was a very insecure person, and now that he had learned that there were people out there offering bounties for him, that someone was injecting himself with HIV blood, and that someone was hitting him with a car, his heart really couldn't calm down. As soon as he couldn't calm down, he wanted to open up. Bai Shu muttered, then his eyes fluttered and he entered the chat group space. Ding! The group master is online. As this message popped up in the group, the Red Queen instantly sent out a lowly emoji wearing a red dress. Group master, you're online? I happen to have good news to tell you. Coincidentally, I have bad news to tell you. Bai Shu smiled, then moved his gaze to look at another group member, Tony. Chapter 55, why don't you try a tube of T-virus? New number, don't mess with it. Iron Man Tony avatar is gray and not online. However, think about it. Artificial intelligence could stay online 24 hours a day, but Tony was a carbon-based creature and definitely couldn't do that. So it was normal for Tony not to be online. White Tree didn't care, then turned to the Red Queen within the chat group. Then you go first. The Red Queen sent out a smug emoticon, and with that, a line of words presented itself within the chat group. The clinical trial of the T-virus gene reagent was successful. Side effects reduced to 5%, and the success rate is as high as 95%. Bai Shu was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic. A success rate of 95% was not low. The key was to see what content the T-virus gene reagent manifested and how it would help human evolution. Is it a human experiment? That's right. The Red Queen nodded. With the help of White Tree's foresight, the Red Queen had secretly gotten rid of the Umbrella Corporation's control and was now somewhat evolving in the direction of intelligent devices. Anyway, now the Red Queen was the big man behind the Resident Evil world is all. Doing human experimentation, simple thing. Then after taking the T-virus gene reagent, how do humans react? What characteristics are characterized? Bai Shu eagerly asked. He desperately wanted to know what the T-virus gene reagent did. Characterizing properties, huh? If you are specific, please watch this video. The Red Queen waved her hand, then within the chat group, sent out a video. Bai Shu clicked on the video. The content of the video was like this. A normal human was bound to a hospital bed by restraining straps, both hands and feet bound, unable to move. Then a mechanical arm grabbed a scarlet syringe and pushed it against the aorta of that human's neck. Until the solution from the scarlet syringe is completely injected into the body. Time is accelerating. That normal human's mental state is stable. 1 hour later. Mental state is stable. 2 hours later. Mental state is stable. 3 hours later. Mental state is stable. At the 5th hour, the human finally changed. His scarlet eyes opened instantly, then slowly faded away, returning to normal human pupils. The human seemed to be curiously exploring the surrounding area. When it realized that its hands and feet were restrained by the restraining straps, it instantly became enraged, and its limbs violently exerted force, and the restraining straps instantly snapped. The video ended here. After watching it, Bai Shu was unable to calm down inwardly for a long time. The restraining straps that had bound that subject were from inside a mental hospital. A cow might not even be able to pull them off. But the subject who was injected with the T-virus gene reagent was able to pull it off easily. This was no longer inhuman. It's a perversion. A normal human being would not have this kind of strength. The Red Queen waited for a while, seeing that Bai Shu had finished watching the video and didn't even respond. Her heart was slightly pleased. The group master was also shocked numb by the success of my experiment, right? This is the first time that the omniscient group master has been that shocked. Group master, take another look at this video. Send it. Bai Shu froze for a moment and quickly typed those 2 words in the group. Video clip 2. Video of an experimental body fighting a tyrant. The experimental body tore apart the tyrant alive. Wow! Bai Shu couldn't help but let out a burst of nationalism. This was too awesome. The tyrant was basically considered one of the top zombies in Resident Evil. Unexpectedly, the experimental body actually even tyrant can be torn alive. T-virus gene reagent is practiced. The thief is really horrible. Then open the gene lock is also catalytic. Red Queen, if injected with the T-virus genetic reagent, what is the experimental body like after failure? Bai Shu hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth to ask. He wasn't overwhelmed by the victory. Behind a 95% success rate was a 5% chance of failure. When you fail, you naturally become a zombie. The Red Queen sent a smiling emoji in the group. Still can't get rid of the destiny of turning into a zombie? Bai Shu couldn't help but mutter with his mouth agape. Originally, he was prepared to have a few tubes of gene reagents to try, but now it seemed better to forget about it. Although on the surface, it seemed that the failure rate was a bit low, this thing only had 2 options, success and failure. Once unlucky. Bump that 5%. It's a 100% zombie. Then the whole world will die with me. Ha! It seems quite romantic. Even if you die, you can bury the whole world with you. This is the most luxurious funeral in the world. Bai Shu laughed to himself. At this time, the Red Queen seemed to have thought of something, and a brand new line of text was presented in the chat group. Right. Do you want the T-virus gene reagent, Group Master? If you want it, I'll send you a red packet right now. Bai Shu, stay in your world for now. Seize the time to research and develop a gene reagent without any side effects as soon as possible. Red Queen, okay. Group Master. Red Queen, by the way, Group Master, what was the bad news you just said? Bai Shu sniffed and instantly became serious. He had gone online to look for the members of the Black Technology Group just to ask if there was any possibility that he could help himself with the real dangers to come. When he was interrupted by the Red Queen, he almost forgot about it. Wait for me. I'll call Tony out first, then I'll talk to say to you. Just in case I have to say it more than once. Red Queen, okay, Group Leader. Shiraki moved the light screen and landed on Tony's avatar, implementing the Group Master's authority and sending Tony a shake. Tony, who was in the process of developing the Mark battle armor, felt the vibration of the Black Technology chat group of the heavens and the worlds, and instantly put down the work at hand and immersed himself into the system space. Group Master, is there something paging me? Tony sent this message just as he came online. Tony's voice revealed respect. It was because based on the method provided by White Tree, he had successfully solved the palladium poisoning problem and had created a brand new arc reactor. The energy provided to the iron battlesuit was much stronger. He naturally respected White Tree very much. Red Queen, the group leader, said to announce bad news. Tony, even. White Tree waved his hand and sent a pause gesture in the chat group, and the messages in the chat group stopped immediately. It's like this. Because the company I created, Flint Technology, basically completed the localization of cell phones and then touched off foreign capital. The foreign capital put a bounty on my head on the black market. Now there are people who want to take HIV blood and quietly inject it into me. There are also people who want to run me over with their cars. I'm on the line to ask you too if there's any good way to handle this? White Tree was too insecure. The Red Queen thought for a moment, then typed a line into the chat group. How about a tube of T-virus gene reagent? After injecting this, you shouldn't be afraid of AIDS. White Tree. Injecting the T-virus? Are you trying to make me die? New number coming in. Don't mess with it. A 5% failure rate is unacceptable. Chapter 56, Pandora's Box opened, arriving at God's Forbidden Zone. Bai Shu, why don't we just change it? I don't want to turn my world into a zombie world. Red Queen, why don't I send you a few tyrants over as guards? It's absolutely safe and controllable. White Tree. Tyrants? What's the difference between that and just sending me zombies? You're trying to make me die. Bai Shu was silent as he realized that the Red Queen could actually joke around. Why don't we switch to another one? Red Queen, I'm just a resident evil AI, I can't help you much. At most, I can give you the special medicine for HIV. Ding, the Red Queen has sent you a red packet. Bai Shu sniffed and was silent for a while. Then silently claimed the red packet. Ding, you have obtained a bottle of HIV special effect medicine. Bai Shu smiled, why don't you give me the prescription for the AIDS special medicine? Although Bai Shu currently had no intention of entering the pharmaceutical industry, he was certain that he would definitely want to enter the pharmaceutical industry in the future. There was no other reason, just because of the T-virus gene reagent. Without the establishment of a biological laboratory, it was difficult to verify the specific efficacy and side effects of the T-virus gene reagent. And now the T-virus gene reagent, there has been some progress. It is also time to set up a pharmaceutical company. Using the HIV special medicine as an entry point was undoubtedly a very good entry point. Without any hesitation, the Red Queen directly sent another red packet in the group. Ding, Red Queen has sent you a red packet. Without any hesitation, Bai Shu stretched out his right hand and fiercely tapped at the red packet. You have obtained a prescription for a special medicine for HIV. Bai Shu opened the prescription and looked at it twice. The special effect medicine for HIV from the Resident Evil world was different. Surprisingly, the special effect medicine was not a medicine. Instead, it was a special virus. This virus was very special. As long as it was injected into the body, it would actively search for the HIV virus and then eliminate it. After all, the HIV is eliminated. This special virus will commit suicide. It's very bullish. There was a vestigial feeling of biological defense. Bai Shu thought about it and then turned his gaze to Tony next to him. Biotechnology can't solve my security problems. What about mechanical technology? Tony, do you have any solution to my security problem? There is. Tony replied. White Tree's eyes lit up. What solution? Tony, I'll send you a steel battlesuit. Only you'll have to put an arc reactor on your body. White Tree was silent. It's better to wait for your Mark battle armor and upgrade it to a late-stage nano battle armor. White Tree couldn't stand the idea of installing an arc reactor on his body. Carbon-based organisms had to keep their bodies intact to get the chance to evolve down the line. Tony, how about this? I'll give you a shield. Normally you just need to wear it on your body for active defense. Ding. Tony has sent you a red packet. A shield? Shiraki froze for a moment, looked at the red packet in the group, froze for a moment, and then reached out his hand and clicked to receive it. Ding, congratulations, you've received a mini model shield. A ring appeared out of thin air in his hand, and on top of it was a very large sapphire that shone like a star. Bai Shu froze for a moment and realized that next to the ring, there was an instruction manual. The first time he picked up the instruction manual and looked at it. Only then did he realize that this shield was called the Arc Shield, which Iron Man had created by fusing the arc reactor into the ring and adding the shield function. As for the role of the Arc Shield, it is also very simple. That was to release an energy shield. Bai Shu picked up the ring and put it in his left hand. His right hand gently pressed the sapphire on top of the ring. An oval-shaped blue light screen appeared around it all of a sudden, wrapping Bai Shu up. Kind of like an egg shell. However, it was oval and transparent. The white tree that was wrapped inside was able to see the outside world through the shield. So magical. And somewhat sci-fi. Bai Shu thought about it, and once he thought that it was a product of the Iron Man Marvel world, he immediately felt normal again. The Marvel world did possess this level of technology. Bai Shu thought about it and asked, Tony, how long can the Arc Shield last? What level of attack can it defend against? Tony Iron Man avatar flashed for a moment and quickly sent a new message. If not attacked, the shield lasts for about an hour. If attacked, the shield duration will continue to decrease. It can withstand sniper rifle level energy attacks up to 10 times. Not bad. Not particularly sci-fi. Barely enough. Bai Shu didn't believe that he would be unlucky enough to be attacked 10 times in a row with a sniper rifle. As for being hit by a car? Just don't leave the Fusilier Technology building. Bai Shu was happy, at least he had his own safety and security. As long as he didn't do anything to die, he could live for a long time with the help of this group of black tech gurus. Alright. You guys stand down. Bai Shu waved his hand before exiting the All Worlds Black Technology chat group. Originally, he was prepared to use the shock value to recruit a new black tech bigwig again if the Red Queen and Tony couldn't solve his safety problem. But now it seemed that it was no longer necessary. Save the shock value up again. Bai Shu exited the chat group and headed for his office. Since he had already gotten the special medicine for HIV, the company's future development plan would have to be changed. Currently, Flint Technology only had one business, cell phones, which was a single business with a high risk. Now that it was melted down by Lighthouse, it was basically paralyzed. This was not what Bai Shu wanted. He wanted to establish a group of companies whose subordinate departments involved every aspect of society, and still monopolize with technological innovation. This way, Fusilier Technology could become a true giant. As for the new development direction of Fusilier Technology, Bai Shu had also considered it, and there were a total of two. One was to develop a biopharmaceutical company with HIV as the core, and the other was to develop military weapons. As for aviation, one could only wait for the future to earn money and then develop it. When Bai Shu looked up at the starry sky every day, he would feel a deep fear of the boundless deep space. If there was no corresponding strength, developing the aviation business in advance would be highly dangerous. Summer, come to my office. Bai Shu gave Summer a call, then sat on the sofa and waited quietly. As for why he didn't look for Zhao Yingquan, the general manager of Flint Technology, that was because Zhao Yingquan would always be businesslike and wouldn't take the initiative to give his boss a massage at all. Not understanding at all. A girl who was so clueless would never be able to walk into her boss's heart. Bai Shu smacked his lips. Soon, Summer's figure appeared, and today, Summer resumed her sexy and seductive look, a whole set of black dresses with black silk and Chanel, looking extremely voluptuous and alluring. Boss, you're looking for me? Chapter 57, Establishing a Group Company, Acquiring a Biochemical Pharmaceutical Company. Come and massage me. Bai Shu smiled, laying down on the sofa and greeting Summer as she walked over. Summer walked over obediently and even snickered a little. Because before, she was worried that the boss would leave herself out in the cold after recruiting General Manager Zhao Yingquan. But now it seemed that the boss was not like that. There were a lot of strategic events that came to herself, not to the General Manager. This made Summer very happy. Women were like that. That's how it is. As long as their man could remember them, they could be happy for a long time. I understand. Old rules, right? Summer smiled and took out her exclusive recorder. Because she knew very well that her boss was all for massages while announcing the company's strategic plans. Now that the boss had made a special trip to find himself, it definitely wouldn't be as simple as just a massage. Bai Shu nodded, half squinting his eyes and enjoying his secretary's massage. I also wonder if Summer had gotten married yet? Perhaps there was. Maybe there wasn't. But it doesn't matter. The first time is mine anyway. The rest doesn't matter. One bell later. White Tree was comfortable all over. Outside the massage clock, at least 500 or 600. And, with the secretary being free, it invariably saves another 500 or 600. I'm really a good money saver. But, then again, the general manager is also half the son of the boss. Zhao Yingquan is also too ignorant. It's been so long. Didn't even come to give me a massage. Boss, comfortable, right? Can we get down to business? Summer asked. Of course. But don't stop your massage, keep pressing with your hands, harder. Yes. That's it. Whitetree sat up and sat in his office chair, changing to a comfortable position and letting Summer pound his back. Summer, I'm going to enter the biopharmaceutical industry. When Summer heard this, her movements stalled, completely not expecting to actually hear her boss say these words. Flint Technology was a company that made cell phones. It was not even close to biopharmaceuticals. The boss actually wanted to do the biopharmaceutical industry. This cross-border is also too big. Although Summer is completely trusted by Shu, but the cross-border is too big, simply cannot say words of support. Boss, how about we take care of the cell phone business first? There will be a big risk if we rush into the biopharmaceutical industry. Originally, Summer was about to say something else, but was interrupted by Shu waving his hand. There's no need to say more. My mind is made up. Later on, you'll hold a meeting to inform about this matter, and have the operations department's planning department identify a pharmaceutical company that has a perfect production line and at least a 4-star biolab for me. I'm going to prepare to acquire the other side. Shu's voice was certain. Because Flint Technology was his one word, the others could only follow the steps and execute according to his plan. Establishing a biopharmaceutical company. It was the foundation for his future research and development of T-virus gene reagents. No matter what, the biopharmaceutical company still needed to be established. Alright. Seeing that Shu's mind was made up, Summer didn't say anything more at once. Flint Technology was all the boss's. The boss could play with it however he wanted to, and directly declare bankruptcy even if he wanted to. Silence for a while. Suddenly a question came to mind. Boss, if we acquire a biopharmaceutical company, where is this company attached to? Is it also under the name of Flint Technology? Shu nodded. Right. Change Flint Technology into a group company. Then separate the cell phone business and set up another subsidiary company, placing all the cell phone business inside this subsidiary. The newly acquired biopharmaceutical company will be attached inside the Flint Group company. Shu had already considered it. In the future, Flint Technology would be the parent company, or the group company, and the important patents and scientific research results would be controlled by the group company. The subsidiaries were wholly owned by the main company, responsible for making money and transfusing blood to the head office. A carrier mothership of a black tech company must be graded again to work. In the future, it will also be divided into combat sectors, weapons sectors, and deep space sectors. Of course, right now Fusilier Technology was just starting out, even the war with Qualcomm hadn't ended yet, so it was a little too early to talk about this. Okay. Boss. Summer massaged Shu for a while longer and then prepared to leave. Because the company was going to transform into a parent company, splitting up subsidiaries and acquiring biopharmaceutical companies, these were all very complicated tasks. It could be said. There was something to be busy about in the recent period of time. Because not only was she Shu's secretary, but she was also someone from the president's office now. Her position within the company was a bit higher than General Manager Zhao Yingxuan. Although there were a lot of things that could be handed over to General Manager Zhao Yingxuan, there were still a lot of things that she needed to personally follow up on. Summer had handed over the company's business split, as well as the negotiation of the biopharmaceutical company, to Zhao Yingxuan. And she was personally responsible for integrating the parent company of Flint. 3 days later, Shu stayed inside the company every day, either doing experiments or on his way to do so. He was going to preside over the wall-breaking plan to make cell phones 100% localized for the country. He was going to develop a Beidou Communication integrated aerospace chip. He is going to develop the main control chip of Shenzhou rocket. This one task was fully scheduled. Shu did not leave the laboratory at all, coupled with the protection of the special forces of the Eastern War Zone, but also had a very safe life. But soon, he realized another problem. Even if he had the arc shield, he wasn't 100% safe. One couldn't stay in the lab all the time, right? Wasn't that equivalent to a prison in disguise? Going on like this wasn't a solution at all. Shu unintentionally glanced at the dragon warrior standing outside on guard, and his heart became even more uncomfortable. Don't look at it as cool to have special forces protecting you. But in Shu's opinion, this was protection, and likewise had the meaning of surveillance. The word surveillance might be a bit heavy in tone. But with the Eastern War Zone inserted into the company, it always felt less free, and the possibility of exposing one's own secrets greatly increased. This really isn't the way to go on. Shu sighed and prepared to summon a new black tech bigwig to see what could be done. While this was happening, the office door was suddenly knocked on. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was gentle, but it was harsh in the calm environment. Enter. As Shu's voice fell, the office door was opened and a young girl in black formal wear walked in. This was none other than the company's newly recruited general manager, Zhao Yingxuan. Shu raised his head and couldn't help but take a couple more glances. Zhao Yingxuan's figure was really pretty, short floppy hair, delicate features, and her body lines were more perfect than a star's, very plump. Coupled with that thundering, there was a feeling of a strong woman, which could easily inspire a man's desire to conquer. Ha ha! Zhao Yingxuan has a great body. promising to help Summer take over the massage business. Chapter 58, Sucking the Fruit Company Back to Blood. Pit the fruit phone a handful. Boss, you asked me to keep an eye on biopharmaceutical company. There are already results now. Zhao Yingxuan's voice was very dry, and the hem of her formal dress revealed some tender flesh, making her look especially seductive. Oh? Tell me about it. Bai Shu opened his mouth with interest, keeping his gaze on Zhao Yingxuan. He was actually a little more interested in Zhao Yingxuan. There's a biomanufacturing limited company on the outskirts of Magic City. The name is Scarlet Biopharmaceutical Company Limited. The owner is an outsider who is now preparing to roll up his money and run away because he's going to develop abroad. I have comprehensively considered the assets of this company, and the selling price is $15 billion, including its level 4 biolab, and all the patents within the company. The price is within a reasonable range. I suggest that it can be acquired, but the company has no more money. Bai Shu sniffed and frowned. Not having money was indeed a big problem. Last time, he had contacted the Eastern War Zone and fossilized $5 billion to come over, but this amount of money was far from being able to meet the company's requirements for rapid development. It seemed like it was necessary to sell some technology. Bai Shu considered for a while and had an idea. He wants to capitalize on the enemy. Fruit Cell Phone was the real boss of the current cell phone industry, occupying less than half of the market share of the industry, but earning 90% of the industry's profits. Ever since Fruit Cell Phone had entered the Dragon Country, it had been sucking the Dragon Country's blood and making the Dragon Country's money away. Otherwise, the Lighthouse Country would not have been built so beautifully. Now it was time for Fruit Mobile to bleed out. Although it was said that the Fruit Cell Phone didn't participate in the meltdown operation and didn't directly target Fusilier Technologies' business. But sooner or later, Flint Technology would enter the field of high-end cell phones, which meant that it would inevitably do battle with Fruit Cell Phone for real at that time. Bai Shu was ready to sell VR glasses technology to Apple. Why VR glasses technology? Because the Fruit Company is already developing VR glasses, it won't take long to launch the Fruit glasses. He was merely preparing to sell the Fruit Cell Phone future technology to the Fruit Company. There was another crucial reason. VR glasses was a technology that Fusilier Technology had eliminated, and it wouldn't be used now, nor would it be used in the future. Because Fusilier Technology had already researched biochip implantation technology in the human body, and the progress had already reached 80%. A few years, not even a few years, a year and a half would be enough to bring the biochip implantation technology to the market. What can be expected is, after Flint Technology sold VR glasses technology to Apple, the Fruit is bound to pave the way for VR glasses, investing tens of billions of dollars or even hundreds of billions of dollars for it. But the Fruit Cell Phone padding is almost complete, ready to go public to circle money. Flint Technology backhandedly pulled out the human biochip implantation technology, the human body that is the cell phone that is the human body. There is no need for what VR glasses. In other words, it directly eliminates the Fruit VR glasses. How desperate will that Fruit Cell Phone be? It's really not that I'm cruel. It's just that technological development requires technological innovation. You Fruit Cell Phones don't think ahead, so what can be done? Bai Shu was a person with a strong ability to act, and after thinking around in his head, he had already come up with a mature and feasible plan. About the money issue? I'll solve it. You negotiate with Scarlet Biopharmaceutical Company Limited and decide on an acquisition plan as soon as possible. Keep the price down a bit. If it can't be lowered, then strive for concessions from above the experimental equipment and office space. Okay, boss. Zhao Yingxuan sniffed and nodded. Just inwardly, he became even more curious about the boss. What exactly was the status of the boss? It seemed like money issues were never even White Tree's problem. Last time when the company was melted down by Qualcomm, the Eastern War Zone helped find a channel and borrowed $5 billion. Now what is needed is $15 billion. How to solve it? Who to borrow? But seeing Bai Shu's look of conviction, Zhao Yingxuan had an inexplicable trust in Bai Shu again. Bai Shu withdrew his gaze, raised his head, glanced at Zhao Yingxuan's petite body, and suddenly had a kind of restlessness again. That plump body, really no man could resist. Should I let Zhao Yingxuan help me with a massage? Bai Shu seriously thought for a while, but still let Zhao Yingxuan retreat first. There wasn't much else to it. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. And in the resume, Zhao Yingxuan wrote that she was unmarried. It is better to find an opportunity to go on a business trip with Zhao Yingxuan first and break the ice. Otherwise, directly in the office then. I am afraid that Zhao Yingxuan will be embarrassed. After Zhao Yingxuan left, Bai Shu unlocked the door of the office, then pulled the curtain hinge and opened the All Worlds Black Technology chat group. It couldn't be helped. There was an extra group of well-trained soldiers outside. Soldiers? The detection ability would definitely not be bad. Bai Shu tried to cover up the secret as much as possible, lest he be discovered. Ding, the group master is online. As the beep sounded, the Red Queen's voice rang out at the right time. The Red Queen, as an AI, had already listed the Black Technology chat group of the Heavens and the Worlds as the highest mission sequence, and every now and then, there were mission processes that stayed within the chat group, so no matter when Baishu came online, the Red Queen was there. Red Queen, welcome Group Master. Baishu waved his hand and typed a line within the chat group. Alright. Don't ink. I came to you this time to ask if you have any VR glasses technology? The Red Queen paused for a moment, then sent a picture to the group. May I ask if it's this kind of VR glasses? Baishu looked twice at the photo that the Red Queen had sent. The photo was similar to the 3D glasses in a movie theater, but it was a bit thicker and heavier, and there were two large boxes behind the glasses. It should be this thing. Group leader, what do you need this for? This is already several generations behind. If you hadn't asked, I wouldn't have thought of such backward technology being stored in the database. Why don't I give you more advanced virtual reality technology? It doesn't need to be that advanced. You can just give me this backward technology. The Red Queen froze for a moment when she heard this, and her mastermind logic kept running, thinking about the reason why the Swarm Master wanted such a backward technology. The Group Master had biochip technology that didn't need to be developed for too long before it could be implanted into the human body, feeding information directly into the brain, and didn't need VR glasses at all. Wait a minute. Shouldn't it be? The Red Queen seemed to have thought of something, and then entered a message inside the chat group. Red Queen, Group Master, you shouldn't be preparing to sell this backward technology to others, right? White Tree, that's right. It's a backward technology in our case, but it's a very advanced technology in other people's eyes, capable of selling for a big price. Red Queen, preparing to trap people? White Tree, ahem. How do you call it a pit? It's called making reasonable money. White Tree was able to dry silence the AI, which was also awesome. Chapter 59, Modifying Robot Dog Tai Dan, intending to enter the military industry field. A moment later, a red packet suddenly popped up within the chat group. Ding! Group member Red Queen has sent you a red packet, please collect it as soon as possible. Without any hesitation, Baishu stretched out his right hand and fiercely clicked at the red packet. You have received a red packet from the Red Queen. Congratulations on obtaining the VR glasses technology USB flash drive. After Baishu had succeeded in his endeavors, he exited the Black Technology chat group of the Heavens and the Worlds. Right now he had a lot of things to be busy with. He didn't have time to chat with an artificial retard that could have countless processes. Baishu sat in his office, holding the USB flash drive in his hand and shaking it a bit. The light blue USB flash drive carried a fascinating sci-fi color. Although what was stored inside was the VR glasses technology that many internet bigwigs were attracted to, it was not worth mentioning in his eyes. He didn't even bother to look at it. He had a biochip that could be implanted into the human body. VR glasses were destined to be eliminated. There was no need to spend time here. Baishu opened his computer and opened the official website of the fruit company, which had an email address for the engineering department. He intercepted part of the VR glasses technology and sent it up. Of course, the core technology had been erased. He still had to rely on this to make money. It wasn't to do charity. Then attached the contact information at the end of the email. Just have to wait. Fruit Mobile was developing VR glasses with the intention of replacing cell phones with VR glasses. They would definitely be interested in VR glasses, and when they saw this drawing, they would definitely take the initiative to send money to themselves. At noon that day, Baishu and Summer ate in the cafeteria, and the two of them made a lot of scandal by appearing in pairs. But because Baishu was the boss, not many people dared to point fingers. Suddenly, Dragon Warrior came over with a meal bowl, standing upright and sitting like a pine. Baishu smiled. Long, how is the arming and investigation going? Originally, Baishu wanted to call Major Long, but considering that the scene was crowded and inappropriate, he called a single word. It's been determined that man at the lighthouse, wave to fly, has been killed. Our people only found the other party's corpse. As for the person behind it, it hasn't been found yet. Recently, many foreigners have entered Magic City. In order to ensure your safety, it's better not to leave Fusilier technology. All right. Put me under house arrest, right? Baishu smiled to himself. Although he knew that Long John was doing it for his own good, he was always uncomfortable in his heart. Okay. Baishu nodded, then as if he thought of something again, he hurriedly opened his mouth again and asked, right. How is the production of the Weapon Research Institute's Iron Egg robot dog going? I'm not very clear on the specifics. It is said that the robot dog is already in mass production. But pairing a weapon on the robot dog has yet to be determined. Dean Qin Xian said that the existing weapons don't match the identity of the robot dog and wants to match it with a new type of weapon. But the experiment has not developed a new type of weapon. Dean Qin Xian has turned white with worry over this matter. Originally, Major Long War was Qin Xian's escort, and the two of them had quite a deep relationship, and although they were no longer in the Eastern War Zone, they still knew a great deal about what was going on in the Eastern War Zone. Lack of weapons, huh? Baishu muttered at the corner of his mouth and instantly had an idea. Tony, the super arms dealer, had countless advanced weaponry stored in his mind. As long as a few of those weapons were taken out, it would be enough to shock the Weapons Research Institute. Didn't Qin Xian lack weapons? I'll just give him a snowball's worth of charcoal. If it's operated well, it's an excellent opportunity to step into the field of military industry. Since Dean Qin Xian has encountered a problem, why didn't he contact me? Bai Shu's voice was tinged with reproach. Contact you? Could it be that Mr. Bai also understands weaponry? Long Zhan froze at his words, his eyes revealed a wave of disbelief, and the hand that was picking at his meal stopped. A slight understanding. Truth be told, I'm a weapons research and development expert who was delayed by business. More or less I can still give you some advice. A weapons expert delayed by commerce? Why do I feel like you're pretending? Long Zhan had seen Bai Shu's life experience. From childhood to adulthood, he had not been exposed to training about weaponry, and had not even rubbed shoulders with the arms aspect. How could he suddenly become a weapons expert? Bai Shu looked at Long Zhan full of incredulity. He didn't explain anything more. Although he was unaware of weaponry, but the members of the black technology in the world of the heavens understood it. Explaining was the most troublesome thing ever. Be the giant in actions and the dwarf in words. As long as he created a real armament weapon, it would change the other party's view of himself. Not with you. I'll go back to the lab first. Bai Shu ate 70 to 80% full, put down the food bowl, and headed for the lab. Because he was the technology provider for the robot dog chip, he was fully aware of the parameters of the robot dog and had even studied the drawings a bit. Now all he needed to do was to develop the robot dog's weapons and modify the robot dog. Modify the robot dog into a real killing weapon. Tony would definitely know this aspect very well. Bai Shu lay on the couch in the lab, his eyes looking at the ceiling, falling into a drift and entering the black technology chat group of the heavens and the worlds. Ding, the group master is now online. The artificial intelligence Red Queen sent a message in the group in seconds. Group master, you're online again? Being online has been a bit diligent lately. Something suddenly came to mind. I'm here to find Tony, you can stand down. Red Queen. Flawlessly caring about the artificial retard's emotional feelings, White Tree opened Tony's avatar and used his group master privileges to send Tony a shake. At the same time, the Iron Man world. Tony, with the help of artificial intelligence Jarvis, the Mark battle armor once again made a new step of breakthrough, and will soon be moving towards the direction of nano battle armor, and then it will be a true comparison of the mortal body to the gods. Suddenly, Tony's body froze, and the black technology chat group of the worlds vibrated in his mind. The group owner has something to find me? Tony hurriedly put down the work at hand and immersed himself into the system space. Tony, group master, you're looking for me? White Tree, yes. Tony, what's the matter? White Tree, I have a drawing of a robot dog here. I'll send the drawing to you. Help me see what modifications to make and what weapons are suitable for the robot dog to go with. Bai Shu said, and sent a red packet to Tony. Ding, Tony has received your red packet. After Tony obtained the machine dog drawings, he used the Super AI Jarvis to analyze them and quickly came up with the parameters of the machine dog as well as its weaknesses. Tony, group master, the robot dog has two major flaws: insufficient energy and insufficient power. If I were to modify it, I would rebuild the energy and power systems, and then the arc reactor would be installed. As for the matching weapon, I suggest you match it with an energy weapon. For example, laser weapons. In that case, the laser weapon with the arc reactor's energy, the robot dog would be completely transformed into a killing weapon with unlimited ammo. It can do whatever it wants. Chapter 60, Joe's shocked, my competitor actually sent me VR glasses technology? Bai Shu looked at the modification suggestions that Tony came over. Some of the theories were unintelligible, but he didn't need to read the theories either. Just need to figure out how strong or weak the modified machine dog is. Installation of arc reactor. Energy weapon, laser gun. Modified energy system, modified power system. This look was awesome. Shiraki completely trusted his black tech group members. Then let's modify it in this way. You send me the technology. I'll try the modification myself. Tony nodded, okay, please wait a moment. Silence followed. Tony was a super arms dealer, and with the help of Super AI Jarvis, modifying a low-tech robot dog couldn't be easier. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the drawing of the robot dog was modified. Group member Tony has sent you a red packet, please collect it in time. Group member Tony has sent you a red packet, please collect it in time. Group member Tony has sent you a red packet. Please collect it in time. Group member Tony sent you a red packet, please collect it in time. Group member Tony has sent you a red packet. Please claim it in time. Tony sent red packets raining down on the chat group. Bai Shu's mind moved, and he immediately clicked to collect the red packet. Congratulations on obtaining the master drawing of the robot dog modification. Congratulations on obtaining the machine dog energy system modification drawing. Congratulations on obtaining the machine dog power system modification drawings. Congratulations on obtaining the arc reactor manufacturing drawings. Congratulations on obtaining the energy weapon laser gun manufacturing drawings. The red packet Tony sent this time was a fusible technology, not a USB flash drive. It was similar to the previous times. Baishu clicked to receive the red packet, and the red packet's technology was instantly transmitted to his mind. It was similar to the installation of a martial arts novel. He instantly understood the drawings of the corresponding technology and the principles therein, and it was no problem for him to fuse and cite them. It turns out, this is the transformation of the Iron Egg robot dog. Energy system, power system, arc reactor, energy weapon. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, Baishu has become a big brother in the field, and he has no problem rubbing the robot dog with his bare hands. Perhaps in the last second he didn't understand the modifications of the robot dog, but at this moment, the amount of knowledge he possessed had already surpassed the creator of the robot dog. Even Qin Xian couldn't compare to it. Baishu was happy. The left hand had only just formed a biopharmaceutical company. With his right hand, he had picked up a knockout in the field of military industry. Barely counting half a foot into the field of military industry. The development of Flint technology could be described as flourishing. In the future, the cell phone business is only a small part of the business of Flint technology. Qualcomm. I'm afraid you haven't thought about it. The United Lighthouse imposed a meltdown on me, a technological snag. A super arms dealer was born out of the jam. Then again, the Lighthouse meltdown, it's been so long, the emotional hotspots have been suppressed. It's time to break out and harvest the shock value. Baishu inspected the top 10 cell phone accessory labs yesterday. The projects in each lab have basically completed their research and development. The wall-breaking program will soon be officially announced as complete. It's just that for the time being, he has no time to care about this matter, so let the bullets fly for a little while longer. And time is only a month or so. You completely realize the 100% localization of cell phones? This is also too exaggerated. Scientific research needs to be gradual. Baishu, in order not to scare so many people, can only break the news of the completion of the wall-breaking program and then press a little later. After Baishu took care of this matter, he asked Dean Qin Xian of the Weapons Research Institute to ask for an experimental machine, robot dog, and started modifying it behind closed doors. Although it was said that he could hand over the technology of the modification to the Weaponry Research Institute. But it was not in his interest. He wanted to become an arms dealer and earn shock value, then he had to personally modify the machine dog. 3 days later. Fruit headquarters, Master Chow stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the traffic below, looking at Fruit's huge business empire, and was quite proud of himself inwardly. He pushed the Fruit cell phone to the world. He made the Fruit cell phone great. His contribution was irreplaceable. He was the well-deserved CEO of the Fruit Company, the highest manager of the Fruit cell phone in plain sight. Mr. Zhou is happy. Because the new generation of Fruit 13 cell phone is about to be released, and by then there will be many young people who will cut their kidneys to buy a cell phone again, which is piles and piles of money. As for that Oriental enterprise that is making a lot of noise, that makes chips. They can only make low-end cell phones. What do I care? Even if the chip is awesome, it will never be able to shake the position of the Fruit Company. Originally, Master Chow also wanted to purchase biochips from Flint Technology. Installing biochips in Fruit cell phones would make Fruit cell phones more powerful and double the competitiveness of the market. But with the Lighthouse ban issued, Flint Technology has been in deep water. Even the cell phone cannot be built. It was only natural that Master Zhou would no longer put his heart above this Oriental enterprise. Biochip? Don't use it. He was not going to risk offending Lighthouse business to procure biochips. It was at this time that Nina, Gangmaster Zhou's secretary, held a laptop and walked into Gangmaster Zhou's office with some anxiety on her face. Zhou, I received an email from that Eastern enterprise. The content of the email should be of great interest to you. Oriental Enterprise? Which Oriental Enterprise is it? Zhou turned back and looked at Nina, gently holding up her glasses, a slight vicissitude in her florid hair. Fusilier Technology. Nina replied. Oh? It's him? Master Zhou froze for a moment as he sniffed. He had long since stopped paying attention to this potential competitor. Now the other party actually took the initiative to send an email? It couldn't be a bumper sticker, right? Or is it that the financial chain has broken under Qualcomm's siege and is now looking for me to sell my technology? If this is the case, then you can really consider it. Have to say. Xiao Gangmaster guessed really accurate. White Tree is here to sell technology, only the sale is not biochip technology, but VR glasses technology. A technology that seemed to be more powerful than cell phones but was destined to be eliminated. Bring it over to me. Gangmaster Chow took the laptop from his secretary Nina's hands and his eyes went to the screen, on which was the very email that Baishu had sent over. Regarding the drawings and manufacturing method of the complete set of VR glasses. The title was the VR glasses technology. The content of the email was the technical principles and drawings of the VR glasses. Of course, the key parts had been erased. But professionals could still see the authenticity of this information from this drawing. VR glasses? Did Fusilier Technology peek into our lab? How do you know that we are developing VR glasses? Xiao Gangmaster muttered, suddenly interested. VR glasses is the fruit company's next strategic level project. If it can be successful, hype this hotspot, the profit that can be earned is calculated in trillions of dollars. Chapter 61, Illegal Modification of Robot Dogs? Getting support from the Eastern Theater. Nina took over. Whether or not Fusilier technology has peaked at our lab's research data is unknown. But I had the experts from the engineering department and the lab side test the authenticity of this piece of information. The results are amazing. The drawings of the VR glasses in this material are real. And ahead of this era, many. Without exaggeration, if the Fruit VR Glasses division get this one drawing, then can immediately manufacture the real VR glasses, directly can be listed to make money. Xiao Gangmaster sniffed, his face instantly stared. VR glasses were really too important. It was one of the key development plans for the next stage of the Fruit Company. After hearing the secretary's words, the first reaction in his mind was to acquire Flint Technology. But after thinking about it, it seems that the acquisition won't work. Because Qualcomm has long wanted to acquire Flint Technology, not for so long, but did not gnaw down. On the contrary, Flint Technology has become a national enterprise of the Dragon Kingdom, and now Flint Technology is as popular as ever among the people of the Dragon Kingdom. It was conceivable that an acquisition was basically impossible. So here's the problem. What did Baishu send this email to me for? Want to sell VR glasses technology? Gangmaster Chow pulled the email to the end, saw the contact information that Baishu had left, as well as the address, and instantly knew that his guess was correct. Joe Gangmaster picked up the cell phone, dialed the phone number left above. Meanwhile, Baishu was in the process of modifying the robot dog. It wasn't that he didn't pay attention to the research project at the Rocket Launch Center, but the Shenzhou Rocket Master Control Chip and the Satellite Aviation Chip were both pretty much developed. There was still time to spare now. He would just have to use his free time to modify the modification of the robot dog. Ring ring ring. Suddenly, the cell phone vibrated, emitting a piercing ringtone. Baishu frowned, upset. Who the hell is it? So unintelligent, coming to disturb me when I'm experimenting. Because of being disturbed. He didn't have the heart to continue his experiment either. Solely putting down the experimental tools at hand, he sat on the sofa and picked up his cell phone to see that it was a cross-country long-distance call. It was called from the Lighthouse Country. Baishu's eyes brightened slightly and he was instantly interested. He didn't have any friends over in the Lighthouse Country, and to be able to call over, it was likely to be from the Fruit Company. This was his own money-giving boy. A call from the Lighthouse Countryside had to be answered. Hello, who is it? Baishu casually responded, suddenly realized that the other party was from the Lighthouse Country, may not know Chinese, was about to say it again in English. Broken Chinese came from the opposite side of the microphone. It wasn't very fluent and the pronunciation was average, but at least it was understandable. May I ask? Is Flint Technology Mr. Bai? It's me. Which one of you? Baishu smiled. The voice of the microphone was very familiar, very much like the voice from the Fruit Company's expression launch. It couldn't be the Fruit Company's Joe Gangmaster, could it? Baishu guessed so in his heart. The next second, listening to the microphone's reply, immediately affirmed the guess. Bai, I'm Joe, the CEO of the Fruit Company. Oh. Baishu casually answered. His voice was calm, so calm that it didn't have a single ripple. Although he wanted to pit Joe's money, it was impossible to be the one to initiate the opening. This was because the party that took the initiative to open the mouth would easily lose the initiative and be at a disadvantage when negotiating. Gangmaster Chow waited for a while, did not hear any more sound coming from the opposite side of the microphone and frowned. It's not good to mess up. Baishu was clearly a young man, but he gave off a feeling of being an old oil man, as if he had experienced hundreds or thousands of business negotiations. It couldn't be helped. Baishu didn't take the initiative to open his mouth. Master Chow could only take the initiative to open his mouth. There had to be a party that had to take the initiative. Otherwise this business would not be done. Bai, I've received the email you sent me. The VR glasses technology in the email is excellent. May I ask if you can sell it to me? The price is negotiable. You come to my company for an interview. As long as the price is right, there is no business that can't be negotiated. Baishu picked up a cup of tea from the side and gently took a sip. Baishu agreed so readily, causing gang leader Chow to freeze in disbelief for a moment. Although he has guessed that Baishu was ready to sell VR glasses technology, but when he heard it personally, he was still very surprised. VR glasses application group is very large once it enters the commercial market, but the trillion-level market, not worse than the cell phone market. How is Baishu willing to give up his hand? Sure plus sure. Baishu smiled and hung up the phone of Xiao Gangmaster. He had already foreseen that Xiao Gangmaster, after hanging up the phone, he took the airplane and flew to Longhua. It's just that you must not have thought about it, right? VR glasses must be biochip to be adapted. And it is a technology that will soon be eliminated. After Baishu hung up the phone, he suddenly thought of a way to kill and kill. Qualcomm and Fruit were both giants in the Lighthouse Kingdom, two super multinational conglomerates. The amount of money that both of these two had earned away from the Dragon Kingdom was uncountable. It would definitely be very fun to have Fruit Mobile backstab Qualcomm. Originally, Baishu had never considered this issue. After all, these two companies in Lighthouse were a family, but now that there were VR glasses as a lead-in, it wasn't impossible if it was operated well. Baishu gave a bad smile. The plan in his mind gradually matured, just waiting for the master of the Chow Gang to come in person. Ring ring ring. The cell phone rang again, interrupting Baishu's contemplation. Picking it up and looking at it, it was Dean Qin Xian of the Eastern Theater Weapons Design Institute calling. Hello, Dean Qin. Baishu answered the call smoothly. Mr. Bai, I heard that you are preparing to modify the robot dog? Qin Xian hadn't found a new type of weapon that could be used with the robot dog, and after doing his experiments, he thought of the robot dog sample that Baishu had borrowed, so he called to ask about the situation. That's right. Now I already have ideas for modifications. Baishu smiled, then headed towards the lab and put on his experimental clothing. Preparing to do the experiment while talking to Dean Qin. Qin Xian, seriously? Baishu, of course it's true. Qin Xian, then you can feel free to change it boldly. Qin Xian knew very well that Baishu was a genius, and many seemingly unbelievable things had been realized one by one. Whether it was the biochip, the wall-breaking program, or the cooperative project of the rocket launching base. If Baishu was willing to modify the robot dog, he naturally wouldn't refuse, and perhaps the young man could even open up new ideas for him to modify the second version of the robot dog 2.0. Then I can really modify it, and the direction of the modification is a bit big, so I'm afraid I'll make a mistake. After all, Fusilier Technology is just a private company and does not have military qualifications, but now it's modifying an iron egg that has already joined the army. Baishu euphemistically pointed out that he might carry out illegal modifications. Nonsense. It ended up being retrofitted with energy weapons. This was no longer a simple illegal modification, but the illegal of illegal. He naturally hoped to receive the support of the Eastern Warzone. Chapter 62, Fruit Company's Master Zhou in person kneeling for VR glasses technology. Qin Xian, small problem. You are a cooperative unit of the military region, no one dares to check you. Baishu, not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of what might happen. Qin Xian, how about this? I'll give you an authorization document. Baishu, maybe I also have to modify the robot dog's weapon. Modify the weapon? Qin Xian's mind was dumbfounded when he heard this. He remembered very clearly that the robot dog he had given Baishu did not come with a weapon at all. How do you modify a weapon? It can't be that you're preparing to give the robot dog hand weapons, right? At first you just said a small modification. And then just now you said that the modification was a bit big and that you had to report it. Now you want to add weapons? This is getting more and more outrageous and exaggerated. This illegal modification is a bit serious. You're a private company. Do you have the qualifications to manufacture arms? If something goes wrong, Qin Xian won't even be able to protect it. As for that, you're a commercial company. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? And it doesn't always end well. Baishu listened to the microphone and was silent for a while. Knowing that Qin Xian was in a difficult position, he immediately retreated. Or let's just forget about it. It's not like I have to change it. It's just that I want to try and see if I can do something for the country. There are always things that someone has to do. If we don't try, we'll never know if we can succeed. When Qin Xian heard this, he gritted his teeth and spat out a sentence. Change. You change it boldly for me. I'll report it to the head of the Eastern Warzone later. If something goes wrong, the Eastern Warzone will cover for you. Baishu is a genius. Made quite a few contributions to the motherland, even the robot dog was using Baishu's chip. We can't let the hero get cold feet. As the saying goes, no one knows if this road can go through, but someone has to go on this road. With your words, I'm relieved. Baishu smiled. He was waiting for these words from Qin Xian. However, even if Qin Xian didn't promise, he would still modify it, just not to produce energy weapons. The morning of the third day. After Baishu had gotten Summer to press his mojo, he went to the lab to continue modifying the robot dog. Just then, Zhao Yingchuan walked in with a graceful stride. Zhao Yingchuan was standing tall with a tall figure and there was some valor on her slightly heroic face. Boss, just now Mr. Chow from the Fruit Company said that he is on his way to the company. In about half an hour, he will be able to arrive at the Flint Technology Building. That fast? Baishu froze for a moment. It seems that Mr. Chow really wants the VR glasses technology. It's really sorry for his conscience if he doesn't ruthlessly slaughter the other party. Baishu thought so in his heart. Then he spoke again. You go and find a few news reporters who are cooperating with us and ask them to come to the company in advance to stand by. At that time, we might have to have them report something. That's right. Baishu was ready to make things happen again. How could he earn shock value if he didn't mess things up? He had a set of murderous and heartbreaking serial plans, waiting for Fruit Company to drill in and dogfight with Qualcomm. Okay, boss. Zhao Yingchuan said and walked out, going to work. Zhao Yingchuan was a general manager who did practical things. Usually too decent. It made it hard for him to get down all the time. This made Bai Shu very bitter. The general manager's body was also half the boss's. How can you be so formal all the time? The first time has to be mine. And since Bai Shu was hung up on the darknet, it wasn't good enough to ask Zhao Yingchuan to go on a business trip with him. Half an hour later, Zhao Yingchuan received the team of Qiao gangmasters and brought them to the conference room. It was only then that Bai Shu arrived late with Summer. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to bring Zhao Yingchuan, but Zhao Yingchuan was too upright for business negotiations. Bye, I'm Fruit Company Joe. I've heard rumors about you from across the continent. Long time no see. Seeing Bai Shu walk in, Mr. Qiao was the first to stand up and greet him. The negotiation team behind him also stood up with him, smiling and arching their hands. So polite? There's no need to be. We're bound to have a real business battle in the future. Mr. Qiao came here for the VR glasses technology, right? Make a direct offer. I'll sell if it's suitable, I'll find someone else if it's not. I believe VR glasses is an epoch-making technology, and a large number of people recognize it. Bai Shu smiled, the implication being that you hurry up and buy it. If you don't buy it, I'll have to sell it to someone else. Technological products never worry about sales anyway. Master Qiao did not expect it either. Bai Shu was so unorthodox. Shouldn't we just meet and be polite first? Good guy. Let me directly open price? This is like catching a beautiful woman on the street and ask, are you selling? Make me an offer. It's almost like that. Such an unorthodox way of negotiating disrupted Master Qiao's plans. Mr. White. Before opening the price, we hope we can verify the technology again. To give a more accurate judgment on the technology of the VR glasses. The technical supervisor in Gangmaster Qiao's business team suddenly stood up. He was the scientific research head of the Fruit VR Glasses division, responsible for leading the research and development of the VR glasses. Although he had tested the content of the email sent by Bai Shu, he still applied to test it again just to be on the safe side. No problem. Except for the core part, the VR glasses information can be verified at will. But for the core part of the information, it will have to be open to your company after our cooperation and the funds have arrived. Saying that, Bai Shu waved his hand and asked the laptop containing the censored version of Summer's VR glasses technology to be sent over to the technical director of the Fruit Company. The technical director and the corresponding R&D team further tested the information provided by White Tree, everything, inside and out, all of it. Very quickly. They immediately got a shocking result. As expected. This VR glasses drawing is true, and far beyond this era, leading their laboratory countless times. At this time, Gangmaster Qiao turned around, looked at the technical supervisor, and asked softly, how is it? The information is real. And it's a complete set of immediately commercializable technology. After the technical supervisor finished speaking, he raised his head and glanced around. Seeing that no one had noticed this side, he suddenly attached his mouth to Gangmaster Qiao's ear. Boss, this VR glasses technology is at least 10 years ahead of our lab, suggesting that it can be purchased. Gangmaster Qiao understood at once when he heard this. The technical supervisor had recommended it for purchase, so it was really worth buying. And this VR glasses drawing is many years ahead of this era, proper black technology. If the Fruit Company got the technology and completed the VR glasses market padding, it could definitely make a lot of money. VR glasses potentially contain a huge market that is not lower than the cell phone industry. Low-end players cater to the market. High-end players create the market. Joe as management naturally understand the value of this technology more than the technical director. Buy. Must buy. Fruit Company for VR glasses technology is imperative. Chapter 63, Pit Fruit $8 billion. VR glasses actually want biochips. Bai Shu's eyes and ears were smart, and he had been able to hear particularly small sounds since he was a child. Although the technical director's speaking voice is already very small, but so close, it is still clearly heard by him. Suggested purchase? Hey! It's a must-buy, isn't it? Since you all decided to purchase VR glasses technology internally, let's see how I can pin you down. Bai Shu thought so in his heart. He then raised his head and looked at Joe, revealing a faint smile. Joe. I believe that your technician has just told you that there is no problem with the information I provided. Now can you make an offer? When Master Qiao heard this, he paused for a moment and similarly raised his head, meeting White Tree eye to eye, and opened his mouth according to the originally negotiated acquisition plan. That's right. The technicians told me that the VR glasses technology is true. But it's not much different from Fruit Lab's technology. Even if we didn't buy your technology, Fruit Lab would have developed it sooner or later. So it's hard to give you a high price. If you're sincere about selling, I can give you up to $3 billion. Actually, Master Qiao's ideal price was around $10 billion. Only this was his business negotiation trick. Pressing the price very low first. See how the other party reacts. Then wait for an opportunity to raise the price. Bai Shu froze for a moment at his words and shook his head without even thinking about it, his voice tinged with anger. Are you sending flower children? A full set of VR glasses technology is worth $3 billion? Please forgive me. If you have this kind of attitude, there's no need for us to talk. I won't sell the VR glasses technology to you either. Gangmaster Chow frowned when he heard Bai Shu's words. Not following the rules again. Business negotiations, you should at least talk about it. There is no such thing as you. Without even talking about it, he just lifted the table and said he wouldn't sell it to you. Like a hooligan. White Tree is a bad guy. I'm afraid the fruit company will have to hemorrhage. Mr. Bai. We definitely want to buy it. If the price isn't right, we can talk again. There's no need to get so angry. Gangmaster Chow spoke indifferently. That's fine. In order not to waste our time, I'll do a math for you first. You don't need me to tell you how big the market for VR glasses is, right? Once VR glasses are on the market, it's a market that doesn't lose to the cell phone industry. It's not that it's $1 trillion a year, it's always $500 billion a year. I sold the technology to you. It's equivalent to giving you a $500 billion market. And you only quoted me $3 billion, isn't that too much? I'm not screwing you out of money either. If you sincerely want to buy it, it's 10% of the $500 billion market. You only need to pay 10% and that's it, you're ironically earning all the money at the back. Master Chow sniffed and his head exploded for a moment. How could there be such a calculation? Calculating according to 10% of the industry's total market value? Numb. Who taught you? 10% of 500 billion is 50 billion. You're just trying to make a deal, aren't you? There's no way to talk business like this. At this time, Bai Shu's faint voice came over again. Joe, as far as I know, there are several other multinational companies in the Lighthouse Kingdom that are researching VR glasses. If you don't want them, I can contact your competitors. I'm sure they will be very interested in the VR glasses technology. Master Joe was silent, and the man was numb. Following the lion's den, you're threatening me with a competitor? If I don't buy it, it will be sold to my competitors? This sentence directly poked at Master Chow's soft underbelly. He could not buy the VR glasses technology. But if White Tree sold it to his competitors, Gangmaster Joe couldn't accept it either. There was no way he would give up the VR glasses technology to his own competitors. Wasn't there a saying that went something like this? I cannot make money, but cannot see others make money. Seeing others make money is worse than losing money yourself. Master Chow is this kind of mentality at this moment. Gangmaster Chow used his cell phone to communicate with the negotiation team on for a while, and then he gritted his teeth and made some kind of decision. Bai Shu was just a super slippery person. If he didn't put out some blood, he couldn't handle it. Mr. Bai, after we negotiated, we can only give up to 10 billion. If you insist on 50 billion, I'm afraid we'll have to give up. 10 billion is too low. 40 billion it is. Bai Shu was not the least bit flustered. The fruit company would give up? A dog wouldn't believe it. This was $1 trillion market. And the fruit company has wet its head. Is it really not afraid that I will sell the VR glasses technology to others? 20 billion. Gangmaster Chow was silent for a while, then gritted his teeth and spoke. 30 billion. Bai Shu was like an ama buying food in a vegetable market, calculating. Gangmaster Chow, 25 billion. Bai Shu, deal. Bai Shu's heart burst with joy. Although the fruit company was the wrongdoer, but the reasoning of seeing the good still understood. Now that it had earned 25 billion, it had far exceeded psychological expectations. When Master Chow heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Looking at how quickly Bai Shu agreed, he immediately had a feeling of being pitted. Bai. You are truly a master negotiator. I've suffered a big loss with you. Same to each other. However, there's one thing that I didn't make clear just now that I must add. Just now, I said 25 billion after taxes. That means it's going to be $2.5 billion in real terms. If you agree, we can sign the contract now. Can I say no? Xiao Gangmaster went numb, and really for a second, wanted to go out and turn left. It was really too bullying. But as soon as he thought, although the price is a little bit more expensive now, but it will all be earned back later, everything is paid for by the consumer, his heart is much more comfortable. But the VR glasses, I'm going to sell them to your competitors. I'll buy. But the contract must be signed now. The Joe huffed and puffed and rose from his seat, internally furious. This was the worst negotiation he'd ever had. Coincidence. I want to sign the contract now too. Shiraki was pleased. For screwing Apple out of $25 billion with doomed technology. It was a small goal of 250, not only was it enough money to buy Scarlet Biopharmaceuticals, but it also had a balance of 10 billion. The company is rich again. I've never fought so rich. Subsequently, Bai Shu raised his hand and clapped it. Zhao Yingchuan, who was waiting outside, heard his boss's voice and hurriedly walked in with the contract, reporters and lawyers. This kind of large-scale business contract all needed public witnesses and lawyers to be impartial. Boss, this is the contract. Zhao Yingchuan said, handing the contract over to Bai Shu. Bai Shu took the contract and handed it over to Gangmaster Zhao. Shao. Take a look at the contract for any problems. If there's no problem, we'll sign it now. Chapter 60 For the Qualcomm sky has collapsed, the fruit company even procured biochips. Master Chow raised his head, glanced at the reporters and lawyers pouring in, and frowned. He always felt that there was something wrong, but he couldn't say exactly where it was wrong. Hemp. Signing a contract in such a hurry? Rushing the duck to get on the shelf? I shouldn't be getting screwed, right? Master Chow seriously had this suspicion, but couldn't find any evidence. He took the contracts and handed one to the professional lawyer he brought over to check. The other copy was photographed and sent back to the fruit headquarters so that the fruit headquarters lawyer team assisted verification to see if there is any pit or something. The result was unexpected. There is no pit on the contract. And said very clearly, as long as the money in place, VR Glasses Technology is the fruit company. And guarantee that the technology is real, fake 1 for 10. There is just one thing, no refunds. But it's not a big problem, this kind of belongs to intellectual property rights, which itself doesn't support refunds. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Bai Shu and Xiao Gangmaster exchanged contract signatures and then pressed their fingers, symbolizing the official completion of this contract signing ceremony. The surrounding reporters with their long guns and flashing lights recorded this scene faithfully. It was explosive news that Flint Technology was cooperating with a fruit company on the other side of the continent. Even if there was no additional money given, these reporters were willing to bring this news to the headlines. Not to mention, Bai Shu had asked Zhao Yingchuan to find these reporters, all of which were local reporters in Mordor, reporters who could be bottomless as long as they had the ability to pay money. In other words, it's that these few reporters are all their own people. Bai Shu wants them to report whatever they want to report. Of course, faking things, Bai Shu is not bothering to do. At this time, Summer glared at a reporter wearing a white dress. The reporter's name was Nangong Yun. Nangong Yun specializes in catching wind-catching business news. When Nangong Yun saw Summer's wink, he understood in a second and stood up and shouted. The voice overshadowed the sound of other people's conversations and reached a point where people couldn't ignore it. Mr. Bai, what kind of cooperation have you reached with the multinational fruit company? Can you be more specific? Bai Shu smiled and glanced at Nangong Yun, instantly knowing that his TO had arrived. He stood up, walked over to Nangong Yun, turned to the microphone, and smiled. The specific information is a trade secret, no comment. But what I can tell you is that Fusilier Technology has reached a $2.5 billion strategic cooperation project with the fruit company. From now on, the fruit company will be the strategic partner of Flint Technology. In order to express the recognition of the partner, I have decided to give 2,000 biochips to the fruit company for free. I hope that the friendship between the two companies will last forever. Master Chiao was a little confused when he heard this. Didn't I just purchase the VR Glasses Technology? How did I become a strategic partner of Fuselage Technology? Don't mess with it. This is very sensitive. And why did you send me biochips? Don't mess with it. I don't want to get involved in the war between Fusilier Technology and Qualcomm. Mr. Zhou wanted to explain and had signaled to the reporters several times to speak. But these reporters acted as if they didn't see it, they didn't give him a chance at all, even the microphone was placed far away. All the reporters surrounded Bai Shu to ask questions. Nangong Yun asked again, may I ask Mr. Bai, biochip is your company's core product. It has very strong competitiveness. Why did you give it away for free to the fruit company? Bai Shu shook his head, this is also a business secret. No comment. Nangong Yun smiled at his words and continued to follow Bai Shu's original script. Mr. Bai, can you reveal a little bit? Bai Shu sniffed and pretended to look embarrassed, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly opening his mouth. Then reveal a little bit. This is related to my strategic cooperation with the fruit company. My subsequent cooperation with the fruit company will involve chip-related issues. Bai Shu waved his hand after he finished speaking. The Magic City reporters, led by Nangong Yun, instantly knew that what the Golden Master had asked them to report was over, and all they needed to do was to go back, write press releases according to the Golden Master's requirements, and they would be able to earn several years of salary. Wait. This is Joe from the fruit company. I have a few words of clarification. Master Chiao was in a hurry, opening his mouth and yelling, trying to call out to these reporters. However, these reporters didn't give a damn about him at all. They directly left. Gangmaster Chiao wanted to cry without tears. What is this situation? I clearly did not cooperate with Tunnel Fire Technology on biochips. Why are you letting the reporters direct their comments in this direction? This is trying to drag me into the war between Tunnel Fire and Qualcomm. Mr. Chiao was angry, his voice was like a roar. Bai, you're doing me a disservice. I'm not cooperating with you on chips. There won't be any now, there won't be any later, and there won't be any in the future. That may or may not be the case. Bai Shu laughed. Currently, Gangmaster Chiao hadn't gotten the core part of the VR glasses yet, and didn't know that manufacturing VR glasses had to use biochips. If the Chow gangmaster knew about it, he definitely wouldn't say that. What I said is the big truth. It did involve the chip issue. I don't care. You must issue a clarification. Gangmaster Chow spoke faintly. Bai Shu was too lazy to give a damn about Gangmaster Chow. If you like to issue a clarification, then issue a clarification. It's none of my business. You only need to call me with the money. Then I'll send you the VR glasses technology and that's it. What? You want to break the contract? Then I'm just too happy. Bai Shu had stated 10 times the amount of liquidated damages in the contract. If the fruit company broke the contract, it would have to pay out $250 billion. It might be difficult for an ordinary enterprise to get this part of the liquidated damages back. But Flint Technology was not an ordinary enterprise. Now Flint Technology is the key cooperation unit of the Eastern War Zone, the cooperation unit of the rocket launching base, which is barely half of a military enterprise. To put it simply, that is, there is a backer behind the Flint Technology. You dare to break the contract? Try? All the assets of the fruit company and the Dragon Kingdom are blocked for you. White Tree found that group of reporters from Magic City to be very powerful. After the reporters returned to the newspaper, they immediately wrote press releases, and 3 hours later, a sensational and explosive news was published online and in the newspapers. Magic City reported, Magic City surprised to see the fruit company Chow gangmaster. This station has received reliable news. Master Chow has reached a strategic cooperation with Fusilier, in which the content of the cooperation may be related to biochips. Fusilier Technology Mr. Bai presented 2,000 biochips to the fruit company on the spot, saying that he wished the friendship between the two sides would last forever. Magic City Chronicle. Since the Lighthouse meltdown, no company dares to cooperate with Fusilier Technology? Non-existent. According to reliable sources, the fruit company has already reached a cooperation project with Fusilier Technology that is as high as $25 billion. Magic City News. Mr. Bai said that the fruit company is welcome to purchase biochips, and they will always be sold at cost price. Chapter 65 Joe Gangmaster People Numb manufacturing VR glasses even want biochips. Qualcomm headquarters, the top of the Qualcomm building. General Manager Bahrain Bush stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down at the skyscrapers in front of him, the traffic. His heart is full of sorrow. William, the person in charge of the Longwa district, gave up his job and quit, and the pressure was given to him as the general manager. Bahrain Bush all put White Tree on the black net, attempting to make White Tree physically disappear. I do not know who leaked the news, and now White Tree stays in the lab every day behind closed doors, and cannot find the opportunity to do it. The shareholders and the consortium behind him are starting to put constant pressure on him. Bahrain Bush began to lose sleep at night. One of me and that Oriental lad must die. Either the darknet takes White Tree's head, or I will be driven mad by the shareholders and the consortium. Bahrain Bush gradually withdrew his gaze, walked back to his office seat from the floor-to-ceiling window, opened his computer, and was about to deal with company documents when a news article popped up in his computer browser. Fusilier Technology and Fruit Company reached a $25 billion strategic cooperation project. Fusilier Technology sends Master Joe 2,000 biochips, claiming that the relationship is about future cooperation. May the friendship between the two sides last forever. Could it be that the fruit company is purchasing biochips? The new generation of fruit cell phones may be paired with the strongest biochip on the earth. These news were naturally the TOs that Bai Shu had hired. In order to get these TOs to do things according to his meaning, he had spent almost 100 dabbies. But the effect was also very obvious. These journalists were professionals at being a trust, and based on the material of a cooperative project, they made up all sorts of things. And they make it up in a way that makes it look like a big deal. False in truth. False in the middle of true. True and false. It's hard to tell the difference between real and fake. These journalists are good at what they do. Bahrain Bush held the presbyopic glasses from beginning to end, will read the news once, holding the teacup of the right hand, violently pinched tightly, nameless anger rises. Treadmill. Fruit companies ignoring Lighthouse business agreements to buy biochips? Don't mess with me. Now that the two armies are at war, getting involved with a third party? That's going to complicate things. After his anger, Bahrain Bush calmed down slowly, and with it, sensed that Fruit Company wouldn't be that stupid. The Lighthouse had melted down. If Fruit Company still cooperated with Fusilier Technology on chips, wouldn't that be risking universal condemnation? The news broadcast in the media should be a catch-22. Bahrain Bush calmed down and thought so. However, one thing should be true. That is the $2.5 billion cooperation project between the Fruit Company and Flint Technology. Otherwise, these media are just faking. With a black face, Bahrain Bush found a number from his cell phone's address book and dialed it. At the same time, after returning to the Fruit headquarters, Mr. Joe was busy. While arranging for the finances to make a payment to Fusilier Technology. While issuing a clarification statement, wanting to clear the relationship with Flint Technology. But the group of reporters in the Dragon Kingdom were like crazy, not paying any attention to their own clarification. This speech instead has a tendency to become more and more intense. Ring ring ring. Suddenly, a cell phone ringing. Master Chow picked up his cell phone, glanced at the number on it, and frowned. That Qualcomm guy called it this time. It didn't need to be said that he was definitely raising hell. White Tree killed me. That Eastern lad was sinister as hell. Hello. Joe had just picked up the phone when Balan Bush's choppy voice came over. Joe. What's going on? You're working with Fusilier Technology on a $25 billion project? Terrific. Are you a 250? Explain to me what's going on. Originally, Master Chow was still thinking of being nice and communicating well with Bahrain Bush. But I didn't expect that just after picking up the phone, I was outputted by the other party's writing face. Who could stand this? Master Joe held a bellyful of fire in his heart, so he directly disliked it. I see that you are not at all forced. Fruit Company, acted. Do I need to explain to you? You. Bahrain Bush's exasperated voice came from the opposite side of the microphone, as well as the sound of a teacup being shattered. Fine. This looks right? Looks like it's time to raise the price of 3nm silicon chips this year. Xiao Gangmaster was not the slightest bit abashed. You dare to raise the price and try? I'll go straight to TSMC and Samsung. Bahrain Bush, that also can't get around my patents. Master Joe. Bahrain Bush snorted coldly. You'd better not let me catch you procuring Fusilier Technologies biochips, otherwise, even the governor can't protect you. Joe, you'd better mind your own business. If the rumors are correct, Fusilier Technologies' wall-breaking program will be completed soon. How are you supposed to report this to the top? This pokes at Baron Bush. Numb. It's so annoying. What a pot calling the kettle black. The two men went silent. Then they hung up silently. It was pointless to fight a war of words. The most important thing now was to find a way to solve the problem at hand. The next morning, Master Chow urged the finance to call the contract payment over to Fusilier Technology. Flint Technology is also very quick. After receiving the payment from the fruit company, immediately sent over the technical drawings of the VR glasses. Master Joe received the VR glasses drawings, naturally very happy. That Oriental boy was a little cutie. This VR glasses technology is at least 20 to 30 years ahead of this era. If the VR glasses are manufactured and pushed to the market, it is at least a trillion-level market. And it's still a blue ocean market. A market without any competitors. It could pack hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars of existence a year. White Tree just gave this cake to me for nothing, properly a little cute. Joe was in a happy mood, his heart was singing. Soon he'll be able to develop a lucrative business that won't lose out to the Fruit cell phones. And Fruit will be on its way to greatness again. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. The Joe looked down the window blinds. It was a javelin-like man with a high hairline. His name was Kong George. Kong George was the general director of the VR glasses lab. Why did Kong George come to see me? Can it be that there is something wrong with the VR glasses technology? Gangmaster Chow vaguely had a bad premonition. Please come in. Something happened to the boss. Kong George just walked through the door and opened his mouth with a grimace. When Gangmaster Chow heard this, his heart sank and his face became even more unsightly. What happened? It couldn't be that the VR glasses drawings are fake, right? That's not true. It's just what? You quickly say It's just that the VR glasses technology can only be adapted to Fusilier Technologies biochips. Other than that, no other chips can run. When Master Chow heard this, he immediately felt that the sky had collapsed. Now he finally figured out why he felt wrong before. The feeling was that VR glasses could only be used with biochips. Chapter 66, Wall-breaking plan succeeds, mobile phone achieves complete localization. Then the problem came. The Lighthouse had already given an order that no enterprise should purchase Fusilier Technologies biochips, or else they would be subject to the same countermeasures. In other words, because of the law, the fruit company can't buy Fusilier Technologies biochips for the time being. Without biochips, it couldn't make VR glasses. Without VR glasses, it lost $25 billion. No. It's a loss of $1 trillion market. Joe Gangmaster people are crazy. Just now was still fantasizing about monopolizing the $1 trillion market. Only now realized that it was actually being pitched. This mindset crumbled to the point of wanting to jump off a building. Are you sure? Gangmaster Chow asked one more time with his heart in the right place. Sure plus sure. And there's no alternative. George Kong spoke faintly. Bang! The thermos cup in the hands of Gangmaster Chow violently fell on the ground, landing on the ground, glass slag broken into a ground. Just now Qualcomm dropped the teacup. Now Chow Gangmaster wrestled the thermos cup. Numb. The more Joe Gang leader thought, the more angry, immediately took out his cell phone, dialing the White Tree's phone. Ring ring ring. The phone rings for a while. Only then did Bai Shu answer the phone, revealing a lazy voice. Hey, Joe, why are you calling me even this late? Don't you know that it's immoral to disturb someone's beauty sleep? Bai Shu yawned and sat up from the bed. Dragon Country and Lighthouse Country were in different time zones. The daytime in the Lighthouse Country corresponded exactly to the nighttime in the Dragon Country. It was normal for him to be sleeping. If he hadn't seen the big injustice that was Gangmaster Chow calling, he didn't even want to answer it. Gangmaster Chow ignored Bai Shu's complaints and went in single-handedly, his voice like a growl. Bai, explain to me why the VR glasses have to use a biochip? Bai Shu put his cell phone a little farther away so as not to shock his ears. Only after Gangmaster Chow had stabilized did he open his mouth with a smile. Joe, what's wrong with that? The VR glasses technology one developed is itself using biochips. Joe was silent. Strictly speaking, there really didn't seem to be a problem. This was because the contract all just stated that the VR glasses technology was fidelity and did not involve the chip issue. But how does a biochip work? It's not like I can produce them. How can it be useless? Wouldn't it be fine to procure my biochips? Bai Shu spoke lightly. Procurement? Procure a hammer. Don't you realize that you've been restricted? No company is allowed to procure your biochips. You know that it's impossible for me to procure biochips, but you're still asking me to procure your chips, isn't that fooling me? Gangmaster Chow's chest was puffing with anger. Although he knew that being angry wouldn't help, he just couldn't hold down his anger. Bai, if I could procure your company's biochips, I wouldn't be so bitter. With your company in this situation, who would dare to procure your biochips? Bai Shu was calm and smiled, his faint voice appearing in the microphone again. Don't panic. I have a way. When the time comes, I'll set up a small shell company, package it, and muddle through with a random chip name. You can just purchase from this shell company. This will perfectly avoid the matter of procuring biochips. You say it lightly. You're treating the lighthouse like a little cutie. Hole? And that way the fruit company would be subject to Fusilier technology. The Joes couldn't take a bit of that. Don't you have any VR glasses technology that doesn't require a biochip? When Gangmaster Chow asked this sentence, he actually had a trace of aggression. After spending $25 billion, he couldn't use it, and he couldn't get a refund. How could one tell outsiders about the grievances? Not really. You know, I was fused by Qualcomm. Even if I wanted to develop VR glasses with silicon chips, I couldn't develop them. I can't be blamed for that. If you want to blame it, blame Qualcomm. Bai Shu's calm voice came over from the microphone, causing Master Chow's heart to scratch furiously. Numb. It seemed like trying to get Bai Shu to solve the problem was impossible. He could only be mute and unable to speak. At this time, Bai Shu's faint voice came over again. Joe, I really want to solve the problem for you. If you're sure you want to find me to purchase the chips, you can fly over anytime. Let's talk face to face, and we'll definitely give you a practical solution. Don't worry. What you procure at that time will never be Flint Technologies biochips. I will also definitely not let you violate the lighthouse rules. Bai Shu's voice was very sincere. He was actually fishing. If the fruit company really approached him for procurement, it would be equivalent to holding the lifeblood of the fruit company. If he was unhappy one day, he would expose the fact that the fruit company had procured biochips to Qualcomm. Qualcomm would definitely be happy to report the fruit company. Let them dog eat dog. Of course. This is just the tip of the iceberg in White Tree's plan. The name is Invite the King to the Jar. He's got other plans waiting if Apple doesn't fall for it. After White Tree finished speaking, he hung up the phone. The bait was already planted. All that was left was for the willing to take the bait. Bai Shu raised his head and looked at the time. It was already past 5 in the morning. Bai Shu also lost his sleepiness, so he simply got up directly, brushed his teeth and ate breakfast, then went to the lab to inspect the wall-breaking program. After waiting to get this done, it was already 2 hours later. When Bai Shu arrived at the Fusilier Technology Building, every lab was already lit up, and the person in charge and the research team members had already started to get busy. Good morning, Mr. Bai. The labs are so early today? Zhou Gong, the person in charge of the Communications Baseband Integration Chip Laboratory, saw Bai Shu appear and greeted him warmly. Came to see the progress of the experiment. Bai Shu replied. The RD project was completed a week ago. Now it's mainly checking and patching. Worker Zhou smiled. Good job. After White Tree complimented him, he walked towards the next lab and got the same result. The experimental project had been completed beyond expectations. Bai Shu was happy. It's time to hype up the hotspots again. The 10 lab experimental projects were completed. The wall-breaking program is complete. As long as this result is publicized, I'm afraid a lot of people over at the lighthouse won't be able to sleep. It's just that that's not what White Tree is focusing on. What he focused on was the shock value. How could he maximize the benefits of earning shock value? After Bai Shu strolled around, he returned to the office, opened the computer, and thought about how to complete the wall-breaking program to proclaim it to be more shocking. Hold a conference? Seems a bit old-fashioned. The tension is also insufficient. Live broadcast? Feeling also almost interesting. It's just a few things. Shiraki's not happy with any of it. Wait a minute. How about announcing it on top of the cell phone summit in a month's time? Baishu suddenly seemed to have thought of something and didn't hesitate for long before settling on it. Chapter 67 Global Cell Phone Summit, High-End Machines vs. Fruit Phones. The Cell Phone Summit is held once every 10 years. Jointly organized by several countries around the world, it brings together the world's top cell phone manufacturers to showcase the latest and most advanced cell phones. It will be displayed to the world at that time. It can be said, the eyes of the world are on this cell phone summit. It just so happened that this year's host location was in the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The more Baishu thought about it, the more excited he became, almost jumping up and down and dancing with his hands. If you can announce that Flint Technology has achieved 100% localization on such an international stage, and release a high-end flagship machine that is enough to rival the fruits, how much shock value would have to be harvested? The corners of Baishu's mouth couldn't help but rise. That's right. The only thing Baishu focused on was just the shock value. In addition to shock value, everything else was floating clouds. As for the butterfly clipper cell phone, that was already a thing of the past. Flint Technology had been silent for so long, it was time to let the world know the cell phone industry of the Dragon Kingdom had long been different from what it used to be. Without hesitation, Baishu picked up his cell phone and dialed Lin Jingxian's number. This patriarch, who had held on from the company's low period until now, was now the head of Flint Technology's cell phone research and development department. Hello, Mr. Bai. Lin Jingxian was debugging the latest chip module in the lab, and when he saw the caller ID, he immediately put down his work and answered the call. Come to my office now. Baishu spoke indifferently. Good. Be right there. Lin Jingxian quickly took off his lab coat and quickly walked towards the president's office. 3 minutes later, Lin Jingxian stood in front of Baishu and bowed slightly. Boss, what are you looking for me for? Baishu cut straight to the chase. You know about the Global Cell Phone Summit next month, right? Lin Jingxian nodded. I know. It's held once every 10 years, and this year it happens to be held in the imperial capital, and the top manufacturers from all over the world will be exhibiting. Baishu's eyes burned. This is our chance. Boss, do you want to? At the summit, officially announce that the wall-breaking program is 100% successful, and at the same time release a brand new flagship phone. This phone is a high-end phone, targeting fruits, with crushing performance and 100% localization. Baishu's fingers lightly tapped on the desktop, his voice was old-fashioned, he paused for a moment, then spoke again. Can you lead the R&D department to manufacture a prototype of the new cell phone within a month? Boss, all core components are now 100% localized. If I can't even make a prototype, why don't I just buy a block of tofu and crash it to death? Lin Jingxian's voice was a bit high, and he was full of self-confidence. Very well. I'll leave this matter to you. You synchronize it with General Manager Zhao Yingquan and report the progress of the work to me on a regular basis. Since I'm going to develop the military department's project, I don't have time to manage this piece for the time being. Lin Jingxian nodded. Okay, boss. With me in charge, you can rest assured. After Baishu let Lin Jingxian leave, he was instantly making memos on his computer. Nowadays, there are more and more things to do, there are a lot of things to be busy with, but they are often forgotten. So making memos was still very necessary. The tasks in recent times were as follows. 1. Reorganization of Fusilier Technology, dividing the parent company and subsidiaries. 2. Acquisition of Scarlet Biopharmaceutical Company. 3. The project of the rocket launching base. 4. The project of modifying the robot dog. Cell Phone Summit, announcing the success of the wall-breaking program and releasing a new cell phone. Baishu was on the computer, using a Word document to list the 5 key plans. And marked out the priority of things. The first task, the reorganization of Flint Technology. It had been taken care of by Summer and General Manager Zhao Yingquan, and he was just responsible for signing it himself, and the work was relatively simple. The second task, to acquire Scarlet Biopharmaceutical Company. This one must be personally responsible. This biopharmaceutical company had a great use. White Tree prepared it, ostensibly used it to make special AIDS drugs, but secretly tried to research T-virus gene reagents. This kind of taboo research must be personally responsible. For the third rocket launch base project, the Shenzhou main control chip had been developed and completed, and the aerospace chip for the Beidou communication satellites had also been developed and completed. The fourth robot dog modification project is being personally modified. The fifth cell phone summit project is also basically completed, waiting for Lin Jingxian to manufacture a high-end cell phone. After Baishu combed through it, he realized that his work, which didn't seem to be that much, was just a bit trivial. As long as he followed the steps and sorted out each task, it would be easy to succeed. Early the next morning, Baishu was modifying the robot dog in the lab when Zhao Yingquan suddenly walked in with a measured pace. What was surprising was that the other party actually wore black silk-heeled high heels. Zhao Yingchuan usually do not wear professional formal dress? How is it now wearing a dress? Even black silk are arranged? However, I like it. Wear it like this more often in the future. Bai Shu's gaze was like fire as he looked Zhao Yingchuan up and down in bunches. Boss, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Zhao Yingchuan's face blushed with shame, somewhat embarrassed. That's not true. It's just that you're dressed too beautifully. Just couldn't help but take a couple more looks. You took a look? Much scum. I looked at you because you were dressed beautifully. Spoken so brightly. How does that compare to your secretary, Summer? Each is a bit different. My secretary isn't as big as you. Shiraki thought hard for a moment and answered truthfully. At first, Zhao Yingchuan didn't understand what it meant, but after thinking carefully, he understood. What kind of wolf and tiger words are these? Num. Are all bosses that immodest? Zhao Yingchuan's heart broke. At the same time, Bai Shu's heart broke and read. Num. Are all the employees that immoral? Wearing black silk to seduce the boss. Then the two of them acted as if nothing had happened. Bai Shu smiled and asked, what are you looking for me for? I'm here to tell you that the acquisition of Scarlet Biopharmaceutical Company has been negotiated. It's just waiting for you to go over to inspect it and sign the contract. When Zhao Yingchuan spoke of business, he instantly became serious and resumed his mature and capable appearance. Bai Shu sat up straight at the words. The acquisition of Scarlet Biopharmaceutical Company was related to the T-virus gene reagent and had to be taken seriously. Bai Shu asked, is that level 4 biological laboratory intact? Have the instruments inside been checked? Zhao Yingchuan, all of them were checked. There aren't any problems. And the evaluation experts said that this level 4 lab is already comparable to a level 5 lab. It only lacks a portion of the biological experimental instruments of a level 5 lab, so it can't be assessed as a level 5 biological lab. Bai Shu instantly rejoiced when he heard this. Globally, there weren't many grade 5 biological laboratories. The Scarlet Biopharmaceutical Company's laboratory could actually reach the level 5 standard? It was only because of the lack of experimental instruments that it couldn't be rated at level 5? This was considered unexpected joy. It was a huge profit. Chapter 68 Acquisition of Scarlet Biopharmaceutical Level 5 Biological Laboratory, intend to dip into God's Forbidden Zone. If we replenish the experimental equipment according to the standards of a level 5 biological laboratory, how much would it cost roughly? Bai Shu asked after thinking about it. If a level 4 biology lab could be upgraded to a level 5 biology lab, it would absolutely smash the iron in cell pots to upgrade it. Although this world appeared to be a peaceful and prosperous world, it was always important to maintain respect for viruses and microorganisms. The viruses and plagues that were prevalent in human history were by no means few, and these types of unseen and unfathomable viruses, once they spread, were the destruction of a city, or even multiple cities. Even in modern times with advanced medical treatment, there have been several epidemics of major action plagues. It caused great damage to human civilization. Regardless of any time, as long as a super virus appeared, the level 5 biological laboratory was the backbone of dealing with super viruses and creating vaccines. Although Bai Shu's main purpose for upgrading the level 5 biological laboratory was to research the T-virus genetic reagent. But he didn't mind taking on the responsibility of the social counterpart when disaster struck. There's probably a lack of 5 billion biological laboratory instruments. Zhao Yingchuan sent the information to his assistant and tallied the results before speaking. 5 billion ah? It didn't seem like a lot. Bai Shu muttered. That ingrate of the fruit company, Zhou, had sent 25 billion over. In addition to the 10 billion from the acquisition of Scarlet Biopharmaceutical Company, there was still 10 billion left over. Even if another 5 billion were invested in upgrading the biolab, there wouldn't be any problems. This way, you'll go to the finance and allocate 5 billion later. Once the acquisition of the Scarlet Biopharmaceutical Company is completed, we'll start right away, upgrading the level 4 biolaboratory to level 5. Okay, no problem. Are we going to acquire Scarlet Biopharmaceutical Company now? Zhao Yingchuan asked after some thought. Bai Shu sniffed and was silent. The thumbs of his hands rotated alternately with each other. It wasn't that he didn't want to go out and acquire it, it's just that this period is a bit sensitive. All of my heads are still hanging on the dark net. It will be dangerous if I leave rashly. It's not like staying in the lab all the time. It's like being under house arrest. Since when did I become so cavalier? Shiraki thought about it and decided all of a sudden. He's going out to acquire Scarlet Biopharmaceuticals. With the protection of the military. And Tony's arc shield. Self-preservation shouldn't be too much of a problem. Wait for me first. I'll discuss the travel plans with the security team. The security team that Bai Shu was talking about was naturally the soldiers that Major Long War had arranged. Because Long War was a person from the military region, not one of his own men, before going out, it was only right to report to the other party. Not just for his own safety, it was also a matter of politeness. After Bai Shu came out of the office, it went straight to the monitoring room. He saw that the Dragon Warrior team was arranging the security information around them. Some of the team were soldiers, and some were professionals that Dragon War had found from somewhere. General Manager Bai. When Long War saw Bai Shu appear, he hurriedly stopped what he was doing and greeted him. Bai Shu walked into the monitoring room and naturally sat on the sofa next to him. Dealing with soldiers. It was always simple and straightforward. No need to beat around the bush or anything. Dragon. My company has an acquisition business to leave the Fusilier Technology Building. White Tree got right to the point. Do you have to leave? It might not be safe out there. Dragon Warrior thought about answering. But I can't stay locked inside the lab all the time, huh? If I stay inside the lab all the time, what's the difference between that and being under house arrest? Bai Shu sat on the sofa in the monitoring room, and when he uttered these words, he couldn't help but carry a trace of resentment in his voice. But your head is still hanging on the dark net? There was some hesitation in Dragon Warrior's gaze. He had received a deadly order that he must take responsibility for Bai Shu's safety to the end. I know it might be a bit risky. But staying inside the lab all the time, there won't be any new clues, and the enemy won't terminate hanging me on the dark net. I was thinking that instead of being put under house arrest day after day, I'd rather take this opportunity to lure the snakes out of their holes. As long as your military sets up the netting, when the time comes to kick the black hand behind the scenes in one pot, that's good for both you and me. Now that Bai Shu had thought it through, where was there a 100% safe way? As long as the time, place, and people occupy their side, when it's time to take a risk, it's time to take a risk. I understand. Please give me a day's time. I'll plan security along the way. Dragon Warrior paused for a while and nodded slightly. Actually, what Bai Shu said made sense. Not to mention that Bai Shu looked like he was in jail. Even the brothers he brought here felt very stifled and had a hard time speaking. I hope. Let's hope that everything goes well. The next day, early in the morning, after Bai Shu's late breakfast, he came down to the industrial park and sat inside Dragon Warrior's black commercial vehicle. Zhao Yingquan also arrived as promised. The high heels struck the ground and made a thumping sound. Because the heels were too high, it was a little difficult to move around. Boss, your traveling style is fine? Bringing an entire security team out. Are you afraid of being assassinated? This rehearsal is like a big shot going out. Zhao Yingquan sat next to Bai Shu, glanced around for a while, and snickered. Ha ha. Could it be that you're scared? Traveling with me on business is dangerous. Bai Shu's gaze was outlined on Zhao Yingquan's breasts. In fact, he made a double entendre, both saying that the trip was dangerous and that he was dangerous. It was just that Zhao Yingquan didn't hear the implication. Afraid? Non-existent. What scenes have I, Zhao Yingquan, never seen before? The corners of Zhao Yingquan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. Besides, with so many security personnel around, what could go wrong? Bai Shu smiled undeniably and did not say much. The convoy slowly drove out of the Flint Technology Park and headed towards the direction of Scarlet Biopharmaceutical Company. Long Zhan sat in the co-pilot, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, while maintaining real-time communication with the security personnel in the vehicles in front and behind through his earphones. Route is clear, no abnormalities. Drone reconnaissance complete, no suspicious personnel found. Snipers are in position, covering all high-rise buildings. Listening to the report coming from his headset, Long War relaxed a little. However, professional habits made him remain on high alert. Inside the car, Zhao Yingquan was flipping through the information of the Scarlet Biopharmaceutical Company, and as if he thought of something, he suddenly looked up and asked, "Boss, do we really want to acquire this biopharmaceutical company?" Bai Shu leaned back in his seat, gazed out the window, and nodded, "Aha. But outsiders are saying that we're cuties. Obviously Tunnel Fire Technology is a cell phone company, half a bit of biopharmaceutical gene is not there." Preferring to leave the good cell phone industry alone, they had to spend so much money to buy a biopharmaceutical company. Zhao Yingquan couldn't help but spit out a sigh. In fact, not to mention outsiders, even she didn't really understand her boss's mesmerizing operation. Chapter 69, The Yan'an understands the aspiration of the Hongquan, I'm acquiring for human civilization. Bai Shu looked at Zhao Yingquan and smiled. It's right if you can't understand it. How can swallows and birds understand the will of the great swan? If they could understand it, my position would have been replaced by them a long time ago. How can a swallow sparrow understand the will of a great swan? Good man. Said without the slightest sense of incongruity. And it gave off a big brotherly feeling all over the place. Zhao Yingquan's eyes flickered for a moment, and it was undeniable that there was some truth in what the boss said. Then can you tell me a little bit about Hongqiao's ambition? Zhao Yingquan thought for a moment and hastily added, after all, I'm the general manager. Should understand the company's strategic direction. Can't. Bai Shu shook his head and refused without mercy. Are you polite? Zhao Yingquan felt choked, his throat clogged. But also did not ask again. In her feelings, Bai Shu belonged to a very mysterious and dangerous man. He usually stayed in the lab all the time and traveled with a fleet of security teams, and these security teams were also forbidden, just like soldiers. How could any ordinary boss be like that? The closer to the white tree, the more mysterious you feel. The closer you get to the white tree, it feels like there is a fog in front of me. Can't see it at all. Dragon Warrior drove the car, drove out of the inner ring of Mordor, drove out of the outer ring, and arrived at the eastern suburb of Mordor. The outskirts of Mordor were different from the center of Mordor. The center of the city was the prosperous human civilization atmosphere, while the outskirts had a natural ecological beauty, surrounded by greenery, full of green, similar to the townships of remote cities. Scarlet Biopharmaceutical Company was located next to a small village in the suburbs. The transportation was quite convenient. Biopharmaceuticals, and one with a level 4 biological laboratory. This meant that the Scarlet Biopharmaceutical Company, which was probably engaged in the research of high-risk biological viruses, couldn't possibly land in a prosperous city. Otherwise, in the event of a biovirus leak or something, it would be something that would really jeopardize human lives. Until the car drove into the Scarlet Biopharmaceutical Company's industrial park. All the way was very peaceful. Nothing unexpected happened. This made both White Tree and Dragon Warrior breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Bai Shu's head was listed on the darknet. Ordinary people didn't have this treatment. It seemed that the rats on top of the darknet were also afraid of the Dragon Kingdom's defense capabilities. Fang Ming, the chairman of Scarlet Biopharmaceutical, had long received the acquisition plan from Flint Fire Technology Company, and when Bai Shu's car drove into the industrial park, Fang Ming was already waiting at the entrance of the industrial park. Mr. Bai. Welcome to inspect the work. Fang Ming pulled open the car door and greeted Bai Shu warmly. When Bai Shu came out from inside the car, he was instantly startled again. Mr. Bai. A bit too young. If he hadn't met him on this occasion, he would have thought that Bai Shu was just a college student. It was unbelievable that such a young man had created such a large foundation. Looking back at himself. Long ago, he had gray hair and was no longer young. Compared to Bai Shu, he was not even a fraction of a star. Aha! Take me to the level 4 biological laboratory to take a look. Bai Shu opened his mouth indifferently, his voice not angry. Normally, during his free time in modifying Taidan, he had taken time to learn about biological biochemistry. Although he was still a white boy now, it wasn't so bad that he didn't even understand a bit of common sense. A level 4 biolab was only second to level 5, and could study high-risk viruses now. As for the level 5 biological laboratory, the research and development is the kind of real extinction virus. The T-virus is one of those extinction viruses. White Tree's idea was to research the T-virus gene reagent. Although it's not the real T-virus, it still has the T-virus gene in it, and it belongs to the ultra-high-risk extinction virus. If others knew that Bai Shu had acquired Scarlet Biopharmaceuticals to develop T-virus gene reagents, I'm afraid he would be cursed to death. DYS is the same as our 86 line KG band PWT to C +5 this L text, 2 file F, $7 but, 1 OTF carat JDYC 8039, V1 or 1Q, FC $5% 5U4 OT68 DYG 4X78F, 5QT6Q4 LBFKF3L9H7 plus WA plus 63 equals C8, 8. FHQZ5E. EI8 FJRZ. Even Fang Ming wouldn't sell it to him, right? Okay. Fang Ming nodded. He then led White Tree and his group through the industrial park towards the tightly guarded building in the depths. Surrounded by high walls, surveillance cameras covered the building without any dead angles, and the security personnel looked solemn, equipped with stun guns and anesthetic sprays on their belts. The security level of a level 4 laboratory is very high, and multiple identity verification is required for entry and exit. We mainly research some highly pathogenic viruses such as Ebola and Marburg virus, of course, all under strict control. Fang Ming introduced as he walked. Bai Shu nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings as if he was assessing something. At this time, Fang Ming followed behind and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Bai, are you really interested in biopharmaceuticals? I remember that your company mainly makes cell phones, right? Bai Shu did not look back and said indifferently, technology without borders. There is also a technology without borders. Fang Ming choked on his words and had to shut up. Before entering the lab, everyone changed into protective clothing and passed through the sterilized channel. The interior of the lab was clean and tidy, various precision instruments were arranged in an orderly fashion, and the researchers were working intently. This is our newest virus culture room. A new antiviral drug is currently being developed. Fang Ming pointed to a transparent isolation room and said. Bai Shu stared at the petri dishes inside the isolation room and suddenly asked, have you guys ever studied gene editing technology? For example, CRISPR-Cas9. Fang Ming froze for a moment, then smiled. Of course, this is one of the core of modern biotechnology. However, gene editing involves ethical issues, and all of our research strictly adheres to international norms. Bai Shu nodded and didn't say anything else. After the tour, the group returned to the conference room. Fong Ming enthusiastically handed over coffee and said, "Mr. Bai, are you still satisfied with our lab?" Bai Shu took a sip of coffee, put down the cup, and looked straight into Fong Ming's eyes. "Chairman Fong, to be honest, what I value is your level 4 biological laboratory. Your company's other patents and pharmaceutical production lines are not important to me. I think that the price you're asking is a bit high. How about this, 20% off the original price and I'll pay up in 3 days. If that doesn't work, we'll have to negotiate next time." When Fong Ming heard this, his hand shook and his coffee almost spilled out. Is there such a thing as you bargaining like this? A direct 20% discount. Originally 15 billion, with a 20% discount, it became 12 billion. That's 3 billion less. This is not cabbage. Mr. Bai, this price is too low. I can't accept it. This level 4 biological laboratory of mine is actually built according to the standards of a level 5 biological laboratory, and as long as the biological experimental instruments are in place, it can immediately be upgraded to a level 5 biological research laboratory. A lot of money was invested into it. This is indeed one of your advantages. But I have to invest a large amount of fund to buy experimental instruments for upgrading a level 4 biology lab to a level 5 biology lab. This is also a very big burden for me. If you really want to sell, I'll add an extra billion on top of the 20% discount, which is 13 billion. If there is still a difference of opinion, I can only leave for the time being. For the follow-up acquisition work, you can contact my general manager, Zhao Yingxuan. Bai Shu spoke indifferently. Chapter 70 Breaking the Ice with Zhao Yingxuan, Fruit Company Purchasing Biochips. Fong Ming sniffed and frowned. General Manager Bai's heart was really dark. Originally, he had said that the intended price was $10.5 billion. Now it suddenly turned into 130 billion. To be honest, if he wasn't in a hurry to get rid of it, he really didn't want to sell Scarlet Biopharmaceutical Company to Bai Shu. 130 billion was really too low. Shoo. White Tree had also seized on this point of Fong Ming's and ate him to death. Originally, there were very few companies that had the desire to buy a biological laboratory that had a level 4. It was very difficult for Fong Ming to get rid of it. And it was in a hurry to get rid of it. Wasn't this being eaten to death? Bai Shu also didn't want to waste time before giving $13 billion. Otherwise, if he boiled the frog in warm water and slowly ground it, I'm afraid that the acquisition price would be even lower. Fong Ming hesitated for a long time, alternating his thumbs with both hands, weighing the pros and cons. A moment later, the wrinkled brows suddenly stretched, as if he had made some decision. Okay. Let's follow this price for Mr. Bai. But I require the acquisition money to arrive within 3 days. It can arrive today. Bai Shu sniffed and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ever since pitting that ingrate from the fruit company for $25 billion, the cash flow was sufficient and not bad at all. It was also the first time he had fought such a wealthy battle. Mr. Bai, refreshing. Fong Ming sniffed and couldn't help but give Bai Shu a thumbs up. A company that could take out more than $10 billion of cash flow without having to turn over, Flint Technology was definitely a giant. No wonder it was able to publicly stiff-arm Qualcomm Commerce. It is just a pity. Such a promising company actually had no intention of going public. Otherwise, it would have been possible to buy shares of Flint Technology. There was no other reason. Fong Ming only looked at people when making investments. He saw Bai Shu as a person. Then he was willing to give the investment. Fong Ming paused for a moment as if he suddenly thought of something and asked with a smile, taking the liberty of asking, "What do you plan to do after acquiring Scarlet Bio?" The corner of Bai Shu's mouth rose slightly. Confidentiality. Fong Ming, what about the original Scarlet Bio employees? Bai Shu, confidential. But it's very likely that I'll lay off all of them. Fong Ming sniffed and choked again, his throat clogging up. Why was it so hard to communicate with Bai Shu? Afterwards, Bai Shu followed Fong Ming to the signing conference room. Fong Ming had already contacted the reporters and notary lawyers. Bai Shu took his seat according to the nameplate. The surrounding reporters then gathered around with their long guns and short cannons, their flashbulbs constantly flashing. Mr. Bai. This is the acquisition contract. Take a look to see if there are any problems. Fong Ming asked his assistant to hand the acquisition contract to Bai Shu. Bai Shu took the contract. Looked at it for a couple of moments. Then he took a picture of the contract and sent it to AI and the legal team to analyze. This thing AI and the legal team were far more specialized than themselves. A few moments later, both determined that there was no problem. Bai Shu immediately signed his name and stamped his seal on the acquisition contract. From this moment on, Scarlet Bio changed ownership. Only Flint Technology had to pay the acquisition money into the other party's account within 3 days. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. After exchanging signatures, Bai Shu and Fong Ming stood up and shook hands, symbolizing the perfect completion of this acquisition. After Bai Shu signed the acquisition agreement, he wanted to leave, but was pulled by Fong Ming to go to dinner and sing karaoke. Originally, he was reluctant to go, after all, his head was still hanging on the dark net. But Fong Ming chartered the venue. Bai Shu thought about it. It's true that he hadn't been out to relax for a long time, and there was a chance to be alone with Zhao Yingquan, so he agreed to Fong Ming's request. Bai Shu symbolically played with Fong Ming for a while. Then he didn't give a damn about each other. He dragged Zhao Yingquan to happy. Although he was already a successful boss, there was still a long way to go before he wanted to develop his GM into an exclusive massage partner. Baek Su sings a love song to Jo Young Gun on the KTV. Emotional. Male love and female love. Yuck. Said it wrong. It's a mutual search for a running mate. Bai Shu has no plans to find a wife at the moment, but doesn't refuse to find a woman. He was just playing around with the women around him. Only into the body, not into life. Happy is good. The other side. Fruit Company headquarters. Master Chow, dressed in a suit and expressionless, sat on the main seat of the conference room of the VR glasses division, listening to the report of the top management of VR glasses, and it was hard to feel in his heart. The market research results showed that the VR glasses industry was a market of more than $1 trillion. And it is a blue ocean market. Originally thought that Fruit Company could dominate after acquiring the VR glasses technology. I didn't expect to be stuck in the neck by the biochip. And there was no alternative. Gangmaster Chow seriously suspected that Bai Shu had already made some kind of unknown restriction on the VR glasses drawings so that VR glasses could only use biochips and not silicon chips. But he had no proof. What to do in this situation? It's hard to bear. Looking at the $1 trillion market that was at hand in front of him, he was missing the biochip. Tell me about it. What should we do at the moment? VR glasses in charge of Kong George, sitting in the office chair, thinking for a while, the stage slightly shaking legs, and then in the full view of the public, tore open that layer of cover. Everyone. Actually, we have no choice. Either we procure biochips from Flint Technology, or we give up on the VR glasses industry and research and develop them on our own. Actually, I'm more inclined to procure the biochip. Although Lighthouse Commerce has banned any enterprise from procuring biochips, there are many ways for us to circumvent it. For example, appeal to the top and request them to give us an opening. For example, have Flint Technology set up a shell company to change the biochips and then sell them to us. Although there is a high risk is high reward. Boss, I think it's worth taking a risk for the $1 trillion market. Gangmaster Joe sniffed and fell silent. What George Kong said was indeed the bloody truth. But letting him cooperate with that Eastern lad again beat his heart. The last time they worked together, they were pitched to death. If they worked together again, they were afraid that they would be pitched again. Why don't we take a vote? Should we take a risk or give up the Tunnel Fire's VR glasses drawings and start researching from scratch? Good. Vote. Voting is the fairest. George Kong was the first to raise his hand in favor. He was the person in charge of the VR glasses technology. Naturally, he wanted the VR glasses to hit the market as soon as possible. As long as VR glasses went on the market, he was honored with it. I also agree. I agree. I also agree. It makes sense. I also agree with the George Kong wave. Joe raised his head and looked at the crowd's reaction, rather surprised by it. I didn't expect. Surprisingly, the vote was unanimous. Good. In that case, I'll take a two-pronged approach, feeding back the demand to the leaders above while discussing with Mr. Bai of Flint Technology on how to avoid legal risks. Chapter 71, T-Virus Gene Reagent Success Rate 99%, Fruit Company seeks to purchase biochips. After coming out from the KTV, Bai Shu was preparing to go to the hotel arranged by Long Zhan to deal with the night before returning to Tunnel Fire Technology the next day. Fong Ming added that he had chartered a 5-star hotel, so he could just go to his hotel to rest. Good guy. So luxurious. Continuously chartering a hotel. I'm afraid it costs a lot. Originally, Bai Shu didn't think of going, but the back Dragon Warfare lined up a 5-star hotel that Fong Ming had chartered and said that it was safe. And the security of the chartered venue would be a little higher. Bai Shu immediately agreed. Zhao Yingquan followed behind and naturally had no objections. After a night of love song duets, the feelings of the two have heated up quite a bit, from the pure work relationship at first, breaking through to friends on top of friends, lovers yet to come. Nope. Screw friendship. Bai Shu only wanted to simply sleep with women and get massages now. As for lovers? Not interested for now. Or rather, Bai Shu hadn't really met a woman his heart was set on yet. Mr. Bai, Mr. Zhao. I'll take you back to the hotel to rest. Fong Ming smiled. Although he was a handful of years old, he was still well-mannered and spoke politely. Perhaps it was because he had experienced the poisonous beatings of society and knew the ways of the world, different from those yellow hairs. Trouble. Bai Shu was brought to the exclusive hotel. Fong Ming said he had things to do to go home, then quickly left. Let's go. I'm tired after singing karaoke all day. Let's go rest first. Bai Shu shook the room card in his hand and spoke to Zhao Yingquan. Boss, you go first. I'll wait a bit before going up. Zhao Yingquan's face was flushed, clearly not used to coming to a room with his boss. although it wasn't really a room, just staying in the same hotel. But it also made it difficult for a traditional girl to feel embarrassed. Good. Bai Shu nodded before taking the elevator and going to the presidential suite at the top of the hotel. Although it was said that his relationship with Zhao Yingquan had already gone further, and he could hold hands and whatnot when singing karaoke, it was only second to that. If he wanted to develop Zhao Yingquan into a summer kind of person who was willing to give himself massages and foot presses for free, there was still an opportunity missing. Bai Shu opened the door to the presidential suite, took off his clothes and went in to take a shower. After being tired all day, his body was wet and sticky, very uncomfortable. Half a ring later, Bai Shu finished his bath, wrapped in a bath towel and walked out, and was about to enter the Black Technology chat group to learn about the progress of the development of the Red Queen's T-virus gene reagent. He acquired Scarlet Bio. It was also that level 4 biological laboratory. It was for the purpose of conducting clinical trials of the T-virus gene reagent. Or even to do human trials. Now that Scarlet Bio has acquired it, it's time to get down to business. Enhance the physical quality. This is about being able to night defend 10. Must pay attention. But at this time, suddenly, a click came from the doorway, and the door was opened. Bai Shu frowned, instantly alert. Isn't the hotel wrapped up? How could someone still come in? And there is still a dragon warrior guarding below. It couldn't be a killer, right? Heartless to this extent? Bai Shu was about to activate the arc shield when he froze in disbelief after seeing the visitor. How is it you? Boss, why are you here? This is my room. Zhao Yingquan's face flushed red as she looked at Bai Shu's slightly strong and wild body. This is my room, why can't I be here? Rather, it's you. I've been defending myself day and night, but I haven't even defended myself against you, a female hooligan. Bai Shu smashed his mouth and laughed. Spinning around, he revealed his room card. Zhao Yingquan sniffed, a black line on his face. What do you mean by day and night defense? I'm a female hooligan? How did the words change flavor? Zhao Yingquan calmed down quite a bit after experiencing a few moments of embarrassment, then walked up with a competent stride, picked up a white tree in the room card, and after some comparisons, it was discovered that their room cards were surprisingly the same, even the room numbers were the same. In other words, they were assigned the same room. Who arranged it like this? How can you sleep with only one bed? Zhao Yingquan went numb. With their own boss out on business, the result was a mistake, sleep in the same bed? Blah blah blah. The more Zhao Yingquan thought about it, the more wrong she felt, and the redder her face became. This was because she realized that her heart was in denial, but her body was honest. Fong Ming is too careless. Surprisingly arranging us in the same room with only one bed. Bai Shu indignantly smothered a cry, then with that, continued to speak. How about this? You go sleep on the bed. I'll work for a while and then deal with the night on the sofa. It was naturally impossible for Bai Shu to contact Fong Ming again. The entire hotel had been chartered, and there must be other empty rooms. If he contacted Fong Ming, wouldn't it be a missed opportunity for nothing? How could Bai Shu let the meat in his mouth fly away? Is it possible? Should I let Fong Ming open another room? No need. Bai Shu waved his hand, then directly walked to the door position and unlocked the room door. Zhao Yingquan just watched Bai Shu in the action and surprisingly didn't refuse, or forgot to refuse. Girls all need boys to take an active step. Zhao Yingquan was confused, and in the depressing space, her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. She found it impossible to think properly in a strange man's room. Her mind felt like it was empty. You go ahead and take a shower. Shiraki laughed, reaching out and pointing towards the bathroom. Oh, Zhao Yingquan nodded her head, then with a red face, she picked up her clothes and walked into the bathroom. Bai Shu, on the other hand, was secretly pleased. Made up his mind. Tonight, Zhao Yingquan will be eaten up and wiped clean. Taking advantage of the gap between Zhao Yingquan and entering the room, Bai Shu sat on the sofa, his back against the backrest, his head resting on the back, his eyes looking towards the ceiling, drifting. Entering the chat group space. Ding! Group Master is online. Group Master, welcome online. I have good news for you. The Red Queen's avatar pulsed, still with a second welcome. Tony's avatar remained gray. As for the shock value? White Tree didn't look. It had broken 100 million no matter what. He was afraid of summoning a time-traveling villain like Terminator Skynet, so he didn't recruit any other Black Tech members for the time being, and they were all good enough for now anyway. What's the good news? Bai Shu asked in the input box. In fact, he had already guessed that it was nothing more than a breakthrough in the T-virus gene reagent. As expected. The Red Queen's reply in the next second affirmed his thoughts. The T-virus gene reagent clinical trial has once again made a breakthrough. The success rate has now reached 99%. But the bad news is, after the success rate reached 99%, it fell into a bottleneck. The research team on my side said that the T-virus gene reagent has already reached its peak. It can't achieve a 100% success rate. Bai Shu sniffed and his heart thumped. No 100% success rate, huh? I'm afraid. If I fail, I'll have to turn into a zombie. White Tree, can you raise it a bit more? Get the success rate to 100%? Red Queen, Group Master, I'm trying. But I guess there's not much hope. Chapter 72, I Can't Kill You, Qualcomm. Install the Rocket Master chip. Row. Baishu thought seriously for a while, and felt that it was indeed a bit difficult to want to take something and make it 100% perfect. 99% success rate is also very high. As long as you are careful after realizing it, do clinical experiments, and don't have any virus leaks or anything, there won't be any major problems. No. To be more precise, T-virus gene reagent is no longer considered a T-virus. It just carries the gene sequence of the T-virus. Of course. No matter how high the success rate was, Baishu wouldn't be the first to use it himself. After all, there was no chance of deleting the number and starting over. There is a high probability that he will find some volunteers to be clinical trials. Personally determine that there is no risk. And then inject himself. Baishu, Red, prepare me 1,000 samples of the T-virus gene reagent. As well as the corresponding research materials, technology, etc. I'm setting up a biological lab to conduct clinical trials next month. Queen Red, okay. Group Master. It's simply the best for Group Master to join our biochemical research army. Biochemical research is the closest research to God. White Tree, aha. Thanks. Red Queen, right. Should I give you another 1,000 T-virus samples? White Tree, no need for this. Baishu shook his head. He was really afraid. The T-virus could really be an extinction virus. Even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to mess with reality. In the chat group, after communicating the details with the Red Queen, Baishu instantly chose to go offline. Just opened his eyes. He then saw Zhao Yingxuan in her pajamas on her side, with her back to herself, lying on the bed. The white pajamas, which were hazy and didn't completely hide it, had a really flawless body and skin. It was as if it was an immaculate body. Zhao Yingxuan's body curves were perfectly outlined. This little girl's body was quite good. Perhaps it was the reason it hadn't been developed. The skin was quite a bit more lubricated than in the summer. Plus the large white legs below were uncovered, white and round. It was truly like a demon that tempted people to fall. Baishu almost wanted to immediately turn into an animal and pounce on it. But at this time, the ear-piercing cell phone ringtone rang. I know that people who live seriously always have 100 different flavors, and I also know that the adult world can collapse in an instant. We're all desperately struggling through our ordinary days, desperately trying to live like others expect us to. Baishu disliked the old-fashioned ringtone of his last cell phone and deliberately changed the song. The result? Now the song sounds even more corny. Screw the mundane. I won't be ordinary if I have a black tech chat group in the heavens. I want to build my own black tech empire. But who the hell is that? Always calling me from the netherworld. Don't you know that springtime is worth $1,000? Baishu was full of hostility and picked up his cell phone, and when he saw that the phone number on it was a long-distance call from the Lighthouse Kingdom, he felt alright. The only phone call from the Lighthouse Country could be from the fruit company's Joe Gangmaster. That was a money-giving boy plus a wrongdoer. Tunnelfire Technologies, true partner. Can you shade Qualcomm? Carry out anti-necklace, depending on whether the fruit company has taken the bait. Thinking about it, Baishu was a little excited and heavily pressed the answer button. Hey, Joe, calling me so late. Is there something important? Can VR glasses really only use biochips? Can we get silicon chips? If I can use silicon chips, I can add more money for this technology. A faint voice came from the opposite side of the microphone from Master Chow, his voice somewhat haggard. For the matter of procuring biochips, he had applied to the top. The answer received was vague. The general meaning was that Lighthouse explicitly prohibited any enterprise from procuring biochips. But you can choose to procure them secretly, and as long as you don't get caught, I won't investigate you. But if you get caught, follow the normal process and make a big deal out of it. Nonsense. Isn't this an overbearing clause? It's not reasonable at all. Because it's not officially recognized, the risk is instantly raised 1,000,000 times. Honestly. Mr. Joe doesn't even want to take this risk. He is old. He has gray hair. He just wants to get his pension calmly without any waves. Maybe when he was young, he would be bold and brave. But he really doesn't want to take risks when he's old. The problem is that the vote for the VR glasses division passed again. He also had to harden his head to communicate. Joe. I told you a long time ago. Flint Technologies' silicon chip has been melted down, and there is no way to get a silicon chip. Not to mention researching the VR glasses technology with usable silicon chips. Baishu said here and paused, his voice then came back. If you want to enter the VR glasses industry, you'll have to follow my method. I set up a shell company and sell you the biochip with a new face. Guarantee that there's no risk whatsoever and avoid it cleanly. The Master Chow on the opposite side of the microphone sniffed and sighed darkly. Gangmaster Chow, you can do it 100% risk-free? White Tree, this I can't guarantee. But definitely change the biochip to the point where it is unrecognizable. Master Qiao, how to operate specifically? White Tree, this involves details and technical aspects. It's hard to communicate clearly over the phone. Why don't you take tomorrow's flight to Magic City? I'll give you a clearer explanation face to face. Immediately afterward, there was silence on the opposite side of the phone. Gangmaster Qiao hesitated for a long time before answering again. Okay. Then I'll come over. However, I have a meeting tomorrow. It might not be until the day after tomorrow that I can arrive in the Dragon Kingdom. No problem. Fruit Company will always be Tunnelfire Technologies' partner. May our friendship last forever. Bai Shu smiled and hung up the phone after saying this. It was so cool. The wrongdoer has come to Dragon Kingdom again. Let's see how I'll take you down. I can change the face of a biochip and civet it, and I can also restore it to a biochip. First I'll give you something sweet to eat. Then grab the handle, you can do whatever you want. As for whether the Qiao Gangmaster would fall for it, Bai Shu didn't worry too much about this. After all, what the VR glasses show is $1 trillion market, and no one can refuse the temptation. The returns were already high enough to make capitalists desperate. And that Qualcomm guy? When the time is right, just kick them through and through. Let them know what is called biochip hegemony. Let them know what it means to be a Huaxia enterprise, and those who offend me will be executed even though they are far away. Bai Shu thought about it, and a burst of sleepiness came, and he climbed into Zhao Yingxuan's bed in a daze. What? You said that I am pretending to be sleepy? I really didn't. I was just sleeping in my own bed. Who knew that a female hooligan was deliberately lying on the bed to tempt me? Bai Shu just started to move very gently, afraid to wake up the beautiful person beside him, but slowly realized that Zhao Yingxuan slept deeply and breathed steadily, so he became bold and directly kissed at Zhao Yingxuan. Chapter 73 Invitation to the Shenzhou rocket launch. Time drifted by, and in the blink of an eye, one night passed. This night there was a murder and no life was born. Zhao Yingxuan woke up first and opened his eyes in a daze, stretching a lazy waist as usual. Suddenly felt wrong, lips a little swollen, a certain part of the body a little pain. The abnormalities in her body made her wake up instantly. Eyes moved. Just in time, she saw that the White Tree was naked, lying beside herself, and was instantly startled. What's going on here? How come the boss is lying on my bed? Zhao Yingxuan was a mature business elite and a woman with a strong heart. When realizing what had happened, there was no storming out, or hysteria or anything. A slight recollection. Instantly remembered what happened last night. Last night, she had just fallen asleep for a while when the White Tree climbed up her body. It was just that at that time, she thought it was a dream and didn't reject the White Tree, and was even the one who took the initiative. This was the first time she felt Bai Shu's wildness. Zhao Yingxuan's face turned uncontrollably red as she thought about it, somewhat embarrassed. In fact, she didn't show a strong attitude last night and left the room with a premonition of what might happen. The unavailable heart was always restless. But when it actually happened. And then the feeling of uncertainty. Oh my god. I actually became unclean. And with my own boss. What should I do in the future? Bai Shu felt a slight movement coming from the side of the bed and hastily opened his eyes, then he looked at Zhao Yingxuan sitting next to him, his face shy and even a little angry. Awake? Bai Shu's voice was calm, as if nothing had happened last night. Aha! Zhao Yingxuan nodded, then asked with a red face, Boss, last night. Bai Shu waved his hand and interrupted Zhao Yingxuan's words. I'll pay you. From now on, you'll serve me like you did in the summer. Do you think I need money? Or for money? Zhao Yingxuan hadn't cried when she first woke up and realized that her virginity was lost, but when she heard this sentence from Baixu, she couldn't help the tears that kept rolling in her eyes. It's not for the money? Hearing that, Shiraki frowned. Then it's a bit troublesome. After all I want to do is develop black technology and create a transcendent power that transcends the country. Falling in love is impossible. At least Zhao Yingxuan is not someone he likes. Maybe some people will say slag? But when a man has money, which one is not scum? Scum was also a strength. Then what do you want? Bai Shu asked indifferently. I. Zhao Yingxuan sniffed and tried to say it a few times, but it didn't come out, as if his mouth was sealed. I don't want anything. In the end, Zhao Yingxuan only held back this sentence. Good. Then tell me when you think of it. Bai Shu waved his hand, walked over to Zhao Yingxuan, and gently wrapped his arms around the other party. At first, Zhao Yingxuan resisted a bit, but a woman's strength was simply not as strong as a man's, and after being held down, she soon couldn't move. After Bai Shu finished his breakfast, he took a ride on the Dragon Warrior's fleet and returned to Flint Technology. The return trip was even more apprehensive. Because people were hanging on the dark net. Every day, he was on tenterhooks. Worried that the next moment, a few extra legal maniacs would appear and raid him. But happily, nothing happened on the return trip either, as far as the darknet didn't work. Shiraki was slightly disappointed. The arc shield he had materialized from Tony hadn't even been used yet. He really wanted to find a chance to experience it. Nay, those darknet rats didn't give a damn. After Bai Shu returned to the company, he had just sat in his office when he received a message from the rocket launch base. "Hello, Mr. Bai. I'm Jiang Feng, the person in charge of the Rocket Launch Center. The Rocket Launch Center is conducting the Shenzhou rocket launching ceremony next Monday. Please make sure you come and visit. At the same time, provide technical assistance to the Rocket Launch Center." Bai Shu took out his cell phone and edited a message, then clicked send. Received. I will be there on time. The Beidou satellite chip had started to be supplied some time ago. Last week also had the Shenzhou rocket main control chip sent to the rocket launch base to be assembled. I didn't expect. The rocket launch base is working so fast. In less than a short week, the rocket could be launched. Bai Shu muttered, then took out a memo and wrote down the key task process on the memo. Being able to visit a rocket launch up close. It was definitely one's supreme honor. Moreover, there were many bigwigs coming over in the scene, so one could expand their social circle and get to know more friends, which would also be of great benefit to their future entry into the aerospace field. After Bai Shu finished dealing with this matter, he didn't forget about the fruit company, calling Lin Jing to first change the biochip's face and repackage it. Then he had Zhao Yingquan set up an overseas shell company. Arranged everything beautifully. The day after tomorrow, Mr. Chiao will come to visit Flint Technology, and he must make the other party feel at home. Let the other party come happily. Take the biochip and go back happily. After White Tree made the arrangements, he locked himself in the lab. He still had to modify the iron egg. This was his knockout punch to enter the field of military industry, and it had to be taken seriously. The next morning, Bai Shu had just woken up and hadn't even eaten breakfast yet when Summer walked in with a modish stride. The eyes are a little bit ghostly. Dressed, but even more sexy and seductive. Perhaps because Bai Shu didn't take her on a business trip, this little girl was having a little temper tantrum. Coming to my office so early? Is it because you want me to feed you? Bai Shu laughed, her gaze provocative and naked as she looked at Summer. Rarely did Summer pick up on White Tree's words, nor did she initiate a massage, but instead, she looked businesslike. The fruit company's Master Joe has arrived. He said by name that he wants to see you. White Tree ignored Summer's little temper tantrum. It wasn't like he was a dog licker. Women were well. There were always days when emotions would be higher. A few days of airing it out would be fine. Otherwise, they don't know who is the big and small king of the family. Bai Shu thought for a while and opened his mouth. You take Master Chiao to the chip production line parlor. Then let him wait. Bai Shu hadn't even eaten breakfast. Naturally, he didn't have the time to take care of gang leader Chiao. Perhaps a few months ago, Bai Shu couldn't afford this kind of multinational enterprise, but now, if he did, he felt that it was just like that. When Fusilier Technology stepped into the military and aerospace enterprises, it would be an existence that the fruit company could not afford to climb up to. Although the earning power was not necessarily as much as this kind of commercial company, the status and strength was no longer comparable to that kind of mere commercial company. Okay, boss. Summer nodded and left, walking to the office door position, her footsteps slightly pausing. Seeing that Bai Shu didn't call out to him, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed inside. Chapter 70 For the first single biochip order, Pit the fruit company Joe not pay for his life. After eating breakfast, Bai Shu returned to the office to deal with the company's expedited documents. After processing, only slowly chip production line direction. Of course. He is not forgetting about the Chiao Gangmaster, he is just deliberately making the Chiao Gangmaster wait for a while. Now I am also a person with a face, I always have to put up a stink, mainly to frustrate the sharpness of Chiao Gangmaster, so that the next conversation will be more favorable. A few moments later, Bai Shu pushed open the door of the parlor, with the sound of the door pivoting. As far as the eye could see, gang leader Chiao and his secretary were sitting on the sofa, sitting in a proper posture, acting calmly without the slightest hint of impatience. This was because they knew very well that they had come to the Dragon Kingdom to talk about matters related to biochips, which was equivalent to having a favor to ask. Naturally, they could not show their condescending posture. Gangmaster Chiao only brought his secretary and no other negotiation team. Because this matter had to be kept secret. Otherwise, if it was exposed, it would be a sky-high fine. Even an aircraft carrier as big as the fruit company wouldn't be able to eat its way out. Joe. Welcome to the Dragon Kingdom. As the host, I'll definitely give you a home away from home. Bai Shu smiled and extended his hand, shaking it with Joe's gang leader. Bye. No more nonsense. You also know the purpose of my trip. It's for the biochips. You take me directly to see it. Master Chiao was shadowed by White Tree's pit and didn't want to stay here much longer. He just wanted to hurry up and return to the lighthouse once he was done. No problem. Follow me. Bai Shu smiled and walked ahead, holding out his hand to lead the way towards Lin Jingxian's lab. Master Chiao and his secretary followed behind. The distance between the two wasn't far, inside the same industrial park, and they arrived after turning a corner. Soon. under the leadership of the White Tree, came to Lin Jingxian's office, gently pushed the door and walked in. Into the eye, all the chip-related testing instruments, most of which are manufactured by their own companies. There are also a small number of foreign procurement, full of science fiction. Walking into the laboratory, it is like traveling from reality to the future. With just a glance, Master Chow was severely shocked by this high-end laboratory. No wonder Fusilier might be able to create biochips. The investment in research and development was really not stingy at all. The cost of this lab alone was astronomical. General Manager Bai. Lin Jingxian saw Bai Shu appear and respectfully walked forward to greet him. Bai Shu nodded slightly and spoke, "Is the altered chip that I asked you to prepare manufactured yet?" Lin Jingxian nodded. "It was manufactured a long time ago. Repackaging and remodeling the appearance on the basis of the biochip will ensure that no one will be able to tell that it's a biochip." Saying that, Lin Jingxian then handed the new chip sample that had long been prepared to Bai Shu. "Very good." Bai Shu nodded and took the chip, then passed the new chip over to gang leader Zhou. "Zhou, this chip is a remodeled chip from our lab. The name is K-chip. A secrecy package has been used. You can't even tell it's a biochip from the outside. You could say that. This is already a brand new chip." Gangmaster Chow received the K-chip and carefully looked at it for a couple of moments. The K-chip's appearance package was similar to that of a silicon chip, square and very small. The piece of remodeling the appearance alone is still very successful, mainly depends on whether the inside can be detected. Then signaled with his eyes. "Let the secretary bring the chip detection instrument over." Master Chow inserted the K-chip into the chip detector to test it. Soon, the test results came out. The test results made him very satisfied. This chip detector, which was an international specialized detector, complied with the national standard. Instruments are not detected. And the performance is also limited, and the test results are similar to the performance of 5nm silicon chips. In other words, K-chip facelift is very successful, and the possibility of cooperation with Flint Technology has increased. Immediately after that, Mr. Chow reconducted 2 tests, and there was no problem. But there was still concern in his heart. White. What if we encounter a violent detection? Destroying the chip package, will it be found to be a biochip? Gangmaster Chow asked. Of course not. We are partners, so naturally we won't make such a low-level mistake. The exterior of the K-chip is encapsulated with an alloy, which is inherently difficult to destroy. And if it's destroyed, it will also trigger the self-destruct program inside, destroying the components inside the chip to the bone. It's impossible to detect it at all. White Tree spoke sincerely. Can I test it? Gang leader Chow looked at the K-chip and asked uneasily. Of course you can. It's just that you're not a professional technician. Bai Shu's words, before he could finish, were followed by Gangmaster Chow's voice. Bai. I once did chip testing, is considered half a technician, violent detection cannot be difficult to defeat me. Then there's no problem. My product, you can rest assured that you can test it boldly. True gold is not afraid of being refined by fire. Bai Shu smiled, inwardly rejoicing. Having reached this point, there was a good chance of taking the order. And still, besides the military, the first single-chip business. It is really the creation of people. Under the high pressure of Qualcomm, the domestic company did not purchase his chip. Instead, they covered their heads and sold them to the Lighthouse Fruit Company. Who dares to believe? However, when the cell phone summit is over, the whole world will know that the Eastern Dragon has awakened. Qualcomm's silicon chip is basically half ruined. At that time, even the ban on Lighthouse commerce may not be useful for other countries. There will definitely be a steady stream of chip orders in the future. The Chow Gangmaster sniffed, did not speak again, and directly began to test. First, he used a hammer to destroy the K-chip. A hammer went down. The chip was violently knocked and immediately triggered the self-destruct program. A green smoke emerged afterward. The components inside were destroyed cleanly. The residue detection was used later, and it couldn't detect anything, so it was obvious that White Tree's K-chip cover head for face was very successful. Then, Zhou Gangmaster used a more specialized instrument to detect it again. The results are pretty much the same. Press simply cannot detect that this is a biological chip. Looking at this result, gang leader Chow slightly relaxed a lot. According to this situation, as long as one was careful, one could indeed cooperate with the shell company of Flint Technology. Bai, may I ask how much you sell your K-chips for per piece? Gangmaster Chow hesitated for a moment and asked. Now he had decided to take a risk. VR glasses was $1 trillion market, and the K-chip was so safe, it was totally worth the risk they were taking. 1998. Make a friend. It's $200 cheaper than Qualcomm's 5nm high-end chip. Bai Shu's eyes revealed sincerity. He would never tell Master Chow that the cost of the K-chip was only a few dozen dollars, not even $100. Selling 1998 was already a sky-high price. Chapter 75 Take 10 billion chip orders driving Qualcomm crazy. As for why it is $200 cheaper than Qualcomm? Naturally, it is to snipe Qualcomm. $200 may not seem much, but if the number of purchases is more, it is astronomical. Small numbers are also afraid of long counts. Baidu is ready to use a small knife to thwart Qualcomm's meat, and so on in the cell phone summit, all the domestic cell phones 100% localization, and then the real sword in Qualcomm to do a hand. Qualcomm must die. Jia. Xiao Gangmaster sniffed, slightly stunned. He had all procured silicon chips before, and had never understood biochips. Also thought that the performance of biochips was so explosive, the price was at least a few times higher than Qualcomm's. Didn't expect it to be so affordable. That's right. It is indeed affordable. The fruit company purchases a lot of Qualcomm chips every year, hundreds of thousands, even millions of pieces, and they are still customized models. The price is quite a bit higher than the market. Joe has been very dissatisfied with Qualcomm. Secretly all self-developed chips. Tunnel Fire Technologies biochip, relatively speaking, is really affordable. Gangmaster Qiao did not move on the surface and opened his mouth expressionlessly. Discount a little more. The price is a bit high. The fruit company is taking the risk of cooperating with you. And once the VR glasses are rolled out, there will be a steady stream of chip orders. It's a $1 trillion market behind this. Mr. Bai. Open up the pattern a bit. Let's make this cake bigger together. Baidu hesitated for a moment, sat back on the sofa, picked up his wineglass, and gently took a sip. He wasn't thinking about what Master Qiao had said, but he was thinking about how he could ruthlessly slaughter the fruit company. After all, there were not many such opportunities. The biochip implantation technology in the human body has already made a breakthrough. Soon it can be implanted in the human body. By then the VR glasses market will be dried up and torn to shreds. VR glasses are destined to be eliminated. Only chip implantation in the human body is the mainstream direction of future technological development. Maybe now there is still a chance to pit the fruit company twice, and when the cell phone summit comes and enters the high-end market, you can only fight with the fruit company for real. It was impossible for Flint Technology to watch the fruit company occupy the high-end cell phone market. How much are you going to procure? I can give you a discount if the quantity procured. Baidu spoke indifferently. 100,000 chips. Gangmaster Qiao hesitated for a long time and suddenly opened his mouth. 100,000 1998 is equal to 199.8 million. That's almost $200 million of business. It was very little. Baidu muttered. To be honest, this little order couldn't satisfy his appetite at all. How about this? You purchase 1 million chip orders. I'll give you a 60% discount. It also covers all after-sales and follow-up issues. Baidu looked at Gangmaster Qiao's eyes and revealed a leathery smile. This price really broke bones. A single chip at a 60% discount was about $1,200. 1 million orders at a 60% discount is about $12 billion. 120 billion sounds to barely satisfy Baidu's appetite. This is too much, right? Gang leader Qiao was a bit hesitant. Joe. We have our D costs, as well as operational costs. It's hard to give you a discount for purchasing 100,000 chips alone. VR glasses are a $1 trillion market, can't we even eat a mere million K chips? The 60% discount is really favorable. You can't find such a favorable price anywhere you go. Baidu's rhetorical question sent Master Qiao into deep thought. It did make sense. The $1 trillion market for VR glasses could definitely eat up 1 million chips. It was indeed much more cost-effective to directly purchase 1 million chips. After pondering for a long time, Gangmaster Qiao suddenly gritted his teeth and decided. Either do nothing or do a big job. Doing things coyly was not his style. And there was no way he would even have the vigor to do a measly $12 billion of business. In that case, I'll be respectful. However, your after-sales as well as follow-up services should keep up. This is naturally no problem. Companies that have used Tunnel Fire Technologies products all say that Tunnel Fire Technologies services are good. Baidu nodded. Master Qiao smiled faintly and raised his teacup to gently touch it with Baidu, the glass making a crisp sound. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Baidu also revealed a meaningful smile. After Baidu and Master Qiao finalized the cooperation agreement, he handed it over to his secretary Summer. It was because the fruit company was contracted with the shell company. The shell company was in charge of Summer. Naturally, it had nothing to do with White Tree. However, for shock value, White Tree did temporarily call a few reporters and blocked the entrance of the Flint Fire Technology Industrial Park so that they could block Master Joe. It was now the time of the storm, and the fruit company being in the news again would definitely touch Qualcomm's nerves. Although there is no fierce information, but those rumors that catch the wind are enough to let the Qiao Gangmaster eat a pot. Gangmaster Joe and Summer had just finalized their cooperation. Reporters have been squatting at the entrance of the Flint Technology Industrial Park for a long time, with their long guns aimed at the gate, just waiting to catch the traces of the Qiao Gangmaster. Not long after, Qiao Gangmaster's black business car slowly drove out of the park. Master Chow. May I ask if Fruit Company has really reached a cooperation with Flint Technology? Qualcomm's stock price has plummeted. Do you think this is Fruit Company's direct declaration of war against Qualcomm? There are rumors that Fusilier Technologies' biochips will completely replace traditional silicon chips. What do you think? Can you reveal slightly? Did you reach any strategic cooperation with your sudden visit to Tunnel Fire Technology? Reporters swarmed around, flashbulbs flashing madly. Master Chow looked at the reporters in front of him with a haze on his face. He had visited Tunnel Fire Technology in secret. Why were there still reporters blocking Tunnel Fire Technology's gate? Why were there reporters? It was already self-evident. It must have been shaded by Bai Shu. Master Chow didn't dare to get out of the car to be interviewed, and asked the driver to drive slowly and drive out of the reporter's line of defense. Then he left quickly. It really wasn't possible to work with that Oriental kid, just signing a contract in front and then being shaded in the back. Shocked. Master Joe secretly visited Fusilier Technology, and Fruit Company has reached a secret cooperation with Fusilier Technology. Cooperation content may be related to biochip. Industry insiders broke the news: the Fruit Company will completely abandon the use of Qualcomm chips. In just 1 month's time, the boss of Fruit Company visited Tunnel Fire Technology twice. What kind of cooperation agreement has been reached with Tunnel Fire Technology? Scary. Lighthouse's meltdown can't even limit Tunnel Fire's growth. Maybe Fruit will become Tunnel Fire's partner. When the news broke, the internet exploded. Qualcomm's general manager slammed his coffee cup in his office, his face horribly gloomy. Contact Fruit Company immediately. I want to speak to Joe personally. However, Joe's phone call was never answered. Chapter 76: Shenzhou Rocket Ignition and Launch, Birth of Determination to Enter Deep Space. After Bai Shu entered the lab to modify the Iron Egg, he stopped paying attention to what was happening outside. But the shock value of the chat group kept raising, which let him know that the reporter he had arranged had worked, and should have blocked the Chow gangmaster, causing a lot of trouble for the other party. The next morning, it was just dawn. Bai Shu was the first to get up. Today, at noon, was the critical moment for the launch of the Shenzhou rocket. He was not only invited to the Rocket Launch Center as a guest, but he was also the core technology provider of the rocket's main control chip this time. It could even be said that he was deeply involved in the manufacturing of the Shenzhou rocket. In order to make sure everything was in order, he decided to arrive at the rocket launch base early. In case there were any emergencies, it might be able to help. Just after finishing organizing and preparing to go out, he saw the extraordinarily exquisitely dressed and beautiful Summer standing in front of his office. Perhaps he had been waiting here for some time. Seeing Bai Shu's appearance, Bai Shu's eyes slightly brightened quite a bit. Boss, are you ready to go to the rocket launch base? Summer's crisp voice faintly carried anticipation. Aha! White Tree replied. Can you take me with you? Summer hesitated for a short while, but still mustered up the courage to ask, her fingers unconsciously squeezing the corner of her coat. Of course. Bai Shu responded cheerfully, even cracking a light-hearted joke. I happen to lack someone to pour tea and water. This kind of job is none other than you, the rightful secretary. Great! Summer was so happy that she almost jumped in place, a bright smile blooming on her face. Then she took out the bag hidden behind her. It was obvious that Summer had been ready for this a long time ago. The two of them walked downstairs together in quick steps. The dragon warrior in charge of security had long been waiting by the car, looking serious and vigilant as he looked around to ensure safety. Bai Shu pulled open the door of the car and had just bent down to get ready to sit in, when he suddenly felt a bit of a cold, sticky touch coming from the top of his head. He subconsciously raised his hand to touch his fingertips and realized that a drop of rain had fallen from the sky. Rain? It shouldn't be, right? A trace of gloom instantly swept across Bai Shu's heart. If it rained at the launch site, it would be very unfriendly to rocket launches and would probably lead to some sort of accident. Bai Shu sat in the car with worries. Immediately opened the weather forecast app on his phone. Located to Chang City. The magic city he was in might have changeable weather. Maybe the weather in Chang City was different. The cold electronic female voice broadcasted clearly. Weather forecast. The weather in Changcheng today is sunny, cloudless, with a maximum temperature of 28 degrees Celsius and a light breeze, suitable for outdoor activities. Weather forecast. The weather in Changchun is sunny and cloudless. Hearing the weather forecast, Bai Shu was relieved. As long as the weather is fine on the Changcheng side, it's good. It seems that this drop of rain in Mordor is just a localized hiccup and shouldn't affect the 10,000 miles of clear skies at the Rocket Launch Center. 3 hours later, Bai Shu and his group arrived at the Rocket Launch Center in Changcheng from Mordor. The vehicle stopped at the base. Bai Shu pushed the door and got off the car. His foot just stepped on the ground. Almost immediately, a drop of cold liquid, snap sound, impartially landed on his forehead. Bai Shu's brows instantly tightened. Didn't the weather forecast say that Chang City was cloudless? How could there be rain here? A deeper worry surged to his heart. The Shenzhou launch was imminent and any weather anomaly could bring about variables. Although the weather forecast showed a sunny day, the weather was unpredictable, and predictions could never catch up with the real-time changes in the wind and clouds, so no one knew what would happen the next moment. Because Zhang Feng from the Rocket Launch Center had already reported, the security guards at the entrance didn't stop them this time. Bai Shu went straight into the interior of the base. Bai Shu and his group walked straight towards the magnificent rocket launching pylons. He was about to take out his cell phone to contact Zhang Feng when he saw a young lad in a lab coat with a competent temperament greet him quickly. "May I ask if you are Mr. Bai?" The youngster opened his mouth and asked in a respectful tone. "It's me." Bai Shu nodded in confirmation. "I'm Dean Zhang's experimental assistant, Go Gao. Dean Jiang is conducting a final check in the main control room. She asked me to wait for you here, and if I see you, I'll take you directly to the main control room." The young man introduced himself. "Good, hard work." Bai Shu nodded his head in greeting. Led by Go Gao, they passed through the layers of security checks and finally arrived at the main control room, the core brain of the rocket launch. The main control room was filled with a sense of future technology. The huge screen pulsed with dense data streams and complex orbital diagrams, and various indicator lights flashed calmly. Through the wide curved observation window, one could clearly see the Shenzhou X rocket standing on the launching pad, which was about to pierce the dome of the sky. The silver-white body of the rocket was glowing with a cold luster under the sunlight, and it was magnificent. This Shenzhou X rocket was different from any previous public mission. Its ostensible mission was to launch one of the newest Beidou communications satellites, but in reality, it was tasked with a top-secret mission to provide critical support for the exploration of extraterrestrial life. Bai Shu stood in front of the huge observation window, gazing at the steel dragon that had condensed the efforts of countless people and was about to take off, and then looked up at the deep and boundless dome above his head, and an indescribable ambition instantly overflowed his chest. When the storm of Qualcomm meltdown subsides completely, Flint Technology must enter the aerospace field to explore the starry sea. This was not just for the sake of the business map, but also the dream of chasing the boundless starry sky that was deeply rooted in his heart. "Mr. Bai, welcome." Seeing Bai Shu appear, Zhang Feng put down the work at hand and greeted him warmly. "Dean Jiang, hello." Bai Shu shook hands with Zhang Feng, then remembered the untimely drop of rain when he got off the bus and his tone was tinged with concern. "Dean Jiang, are all the preparations for Shenzhou X's launch going well? When I got off the bus at the entrance of the base just now, I got a drop of rain on my head. Is there any problem with this weather? Will it affect the launch window?" Zhang Feng sniffed and waved his hand confidently, saying in relief, "Don't worry, Mr. Bai. We've had many joint discussions with the Meteorological Bureau, and the latest satellite cloud charts and real-time monitoring all show that the Changcheng launch site area is absolutely in line with the launch conditions, with clear and stable weather and no clouds in the sky. That little droplet of water, probably due from the nearby vegetation or something else, will never affect the launch. Just put your heart in your stomach." Bai Shu nodded and didn't say anything else. He just hoped that it was all unfounded worry on his part. The auspicious time had arrived. The time quickly pointed to the decisive 12 noon sharp. This was the optimal launch window selected after precise calculations. Bai Shu was placed in the position with the best view in the main control room, next to the observation window, as if he was only one step away from the Shenzhou X rocket on the launch pad outside the window. He held his breath, his heart pounding forcefully with the sound of the countdown. Inside the main control room, all personnel took their positions. The atmosphere was solemn and tense, with only the slight hum of various instruments in operation and the clear and steady countdown commands of the commander echoing. 30, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Fire. Chapter 77 White Tree saves Shenzhou rocket. With the deafening ignition, the command rang out. The bottom of the giant arrow standing on the launching pad instantly erupted into a blinding torrent of flames, the scorching waves of fire distorting the air and emitting a thunderous roar. The next second, the huge amount of water flow used to cool down the temperature in the infusion tank under the launch pad was instantly vaporized by the unimaginably high temperature. Boom! A dull roar. Countless hot white mists surged in all directions, flooding the base of the launch pad in an instant, enveloping the lower half of the steel tower in a sea of churning clouds, leaving only the sharp body of the rocket to firmly pierce through the white mists and continue to climb upwards. Being able to observe, up close and personal, the most advanced human craft to date, able to reach the farthest position currently available to mankind. Every witness was thrilled inside, their hearts pounding and their blood churning. Ignition successful. Yes. Congratulations. The launch was successful, I'm so proud. The motherland is getting stronger, it's really great. Ancestor emperors, the countless martyrs who started the Dragon Kingdom, if you see this scene, you should also be very excited. Your descendants have not disgraced you. Frontline workers, as well as viewers who were watching the live broadcast, saw this scene and burst into tears. Why do my eyes often contain tears? Because I love this land deeply. From the Gobi Beach, the first shocked the world mushroom cloud bloom, to the 2 bombs and 1 star cut through the starry sky, and then to the Shenzhou series of spacecraft knocked the world again and again. The Dragon Country's aerospace road, every step is drenched in sweat and wisdom, and every step has proved that from nothing to something, from weak to strong rise trajectory. This rising rocket is a continuation of history. It is the prelude to the future. Everyone in this magnificent moment of empathy with honor. The rocket continues to climb and the first stage booster successfully separates. The huge screen clearly shows the Aero's attitude adjustment, normal ignition of the second stage engine, and stabilized thrust. However, at this critical point, just as everyone's heart has just calmed down a bit from the ecstasy of a successful launch, and is ready to welcome the second stage separation, the accident came suddenly. The clear blue sky, which had been repeatedly confirmed by the meteorological department to be cloudless, dropped a drop of ice-cold rain without warning, smashing on the observation window of the main control room and leaving a blinding watermark. Immediately afterward, it was as if an invisible switch had been pressed. The real-time meteorological cloud map of the rocket's forward course on the monitoring screen was infiltrated by a thick, tumbling in color at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within just a few seconds, a huge, thick, internal thunderstorm cloud of electric snakes danced wildly in front of the rocket's intended flight path. Inside the tumbling cloud, piercing lightning was like the claws of a dragon, tearing through the gloomy sky, and the muffled sound of thunder, even through the distant distance and thick soundproof glass, also vaguely conveyed ominous vibrations. What's the situation? Didn't the weather forecast say it was sunny? Where did this thunderstorm cloud come from? The rocket has already lifted off. Can we still make an emergency orbit change to avoid it now? Once it rushes into that thunderstorm area, the consequences will be unimaginable. What the hell is the Meteorological Bureau doing? It didn't even monitor such extreme weather emergencies? This is a major dereliction of duty. It's over? How could this happen? The originally well-organized main control hall was instantly like the calm water surface that was thrown into a boulder, plunging into chaos and panic. The sounds of rushing footsteps, anxious shouts, the crackling sound of keyboards being frantically struck, and the sharp alarm beeps from the instruments intertwined into a suffocating symphony. Zhang Feng stood on the main console, his face looking unusually grim under the cold light of the screen, directing the current work, his voice instantly spreading across the entire field like a C-pin. Attention all! Activate the first-level emergency plan. Orbital calculation team. Immediately recalculate the probability of the extreme weather's impact on the aerostructure and electronic systems. Navigation control team. Simulate the possibility of an emergency orbit change. Calculate the minimum steering angle and fuel consumption required to avoid thunderstorms. Telemetry team. Closely monitor all onboard sensor data and report any anomalies immediately. Weather support team. I want real-time data on the cause, extent, intensity, and movement of this thunderstorm cloud. Now! A command was issued like a storm. After the initial panic, the entire hall was quickly pulled back into high speed by Jiang Feng's powerful aura and clear commands, and everyone was like a taut clockwork, engaged in a race against time and death. Bai Shu also stood in a corner of the main control room, his brows locked. As the technology provider of the core main control chip, he could ensure that the chip he designed would have no problem passing through the thunderclouds. But the main control computer on the rocket, the structure of the aero body, the fuel lines, the external sensors, and the other parts, not so much. The chip was no longer strong. It couldn't support the safety of the entire system on its own. What to do? There's been an accident after all. Is it hard to send a program to unlock the main control chip's berserk mode? Go through the thunderclouds as fast as possible? Bai Shu thought about it. Although this had some feasibility, it shouldn't be necessary to go this far. Maybe the rocket launch center had other ways? Report. Preliminary measurements are complete. If the Shenzhou rocket is forced to pass through the core area of the thunderstorm ahead on its original orbit, the probability of the overall structure and key systems remaining intact is only 50%. The voice of the orbital calculation team leader broke the tense silence with an imperceptible tremor. Report. Emergency orbit change simulation result. The rocket's current speed is extremely fast. If it makes a large enough turn to avoid the thunderstorm area, it will seriously deviate from the intended orbit, leading to a serious shortage of fuel for subsequent orbiting and mission execution. The risk is extremely high. Steering is not recommended. The navigation control team followed suit, reporting in a loud voice. Report. The rocket's speed continues to soar, expected to enter the edge of the thunderstorm cloud in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. The telemetry team leader reported. 50% insufficient fuel, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Jiang Feng's face became very ugly when she heard her men's report. It was also the first time she encountered extreme weather with thunderstorms when launching a rocket. It was impossible to say that she wasn't half panicked. She had to find a way to solve the problem before she could do so. Comrades, all move. Quickly think of a solution. Re-review all the data. Tap into all possible options. This is not a multiple choice question. This is a hurdle we must cross. In fact, there was no need for Jiang Feng to emphasize again. The elites in various positions had been thinking of solutions long ago. They were running their brains frantically, the keyboards were being struck with stumps, and complex formulas and models were scrolling rapidly on the screen. Chapter 78 by Shu. Good job. You're the Rocket Launch Center's benefactor. Some people proposed to urgently release some kind of interference foil to disrupt the lightning field. Some were trying to figure out if they could use the shockwaves generated by the rocket's high-speed flight to briefly push away some of the clouds. Someone else is squeezing the limits of the feasibility of a deorbiting solution, trying to find that tiny balance between fuel depletion and risk aversion. As time went on, no one has found a solution, and the air is filled with despair. 2 minutes. 1 minute and 30 seconds. 1 minute. Baishu frowned at this scene, his eyes quickly scanning over the rocket status data, meteorological cloud maps, and fuel balance coming back in real time on the main control screen, then walked over to Jiang Feng and spoke faintly. Dean Jiang, if none of the existing programs can significantly increase the success rate, how about letting me try? You have a solution? Jiang Feng's voice suddenly raised a few decibels. She had no intention of underestimating Baishu. Baishu was the maker of the master control chip, and naturally understood the construction of rockets very well, and it was possible that he could come up with a solution. I'm not sure. I can unlock the chip's berserk mode, instantly boosting the main control system's computing efficiency and the extreme response speed of the fuel valves, and forcibly initiating the explosive combustion of the fuel in powers. Theoretically, it can allow the rocket to gain a huge instantaneous acceleration in a very short period of time, forcing it to penetrate the thundercloud layer at a speed that far exceeds the design limit. But this is only theory. The specific feasibility, the impact on the aero body, and the final probability of success need to be immediately calculated in an emergency simulation in order to determine. Jiang Feng's pupils shrunk violently when he heard this. Accelerating hard to break through the thunderclouds? What kind of path was this? And the main control chip has a hidden berserk mode? How did I not know that? Dean Jiang, please make way. I'll calculate the success rate first. If the success rate can be raised to an acceptable range, then I will ask for your authorization. If the calculation proves to be ineffective or the risk is uncontrollable, just pretend I didn't say anything. Baishu spoke indifferently. Oh, good. Jiang Feng didn't have any doubts about Baishu's intentions, and being able to stand within the main control room had been strictly scrutinized. After hesitating for only half a second, she decisively sidestepped to make way for the position in front of the main control computer. Baishu quickly sat down, 10 fingers like flying on the keyboard tapping up, the coding data flow on the screen like a waterfall pouring down, quickly checking the feasibility of unlocking the performance of the chip, whether it will affect the rocket body, as well as the question of whether there is enough fuel. The pounding of the keyboard was as dense as the beat of a drum, tugging at everyone's nerves. Time ticked by, and the countdown numbers pulsed relentlessly. 40 seconds. 30 seconds. A moment later, Baishu jerked his fingers to a halt and let out a long breath as the screen finally settled on a striking calculation. Dean Jiang. Emergency simulation complete. The results show, unlocking the chip berserk mode, under extreme overload, the rocket is able to forcefully penetrate the current thickness of the thundercloud layer within 3 seconds. Although the rocket will withstand instantaneous stresses far exceeding the design standard, the structural redundancy is sufficient to cope with such transient impacts, and the probability of damage to key equipment is extremely low under the reinforced electromagnetic shielding. In a comprehensive assessment, the probability of the rocket successfully traversing the thundercloud and maintaining its integrity is more than 95% with this option. Moreover, the total amount of fuel consumed by this program is far lower than the amount required to force a change in trajectory, and is well within the acceptable range. What? Dean Jiang Feng exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. She was actually willing to believe Baishu, but the Shenzhou rocket was a matter of great importance and she had to be careful, and she subconsciously wanted to seek a more detailed explanation to back up her judgment. Mr. Bai, can this specific principle be stated for me to evaluate? Baishu shook his head. There's no time to explain. There are 30 seconds left before the rocket reaches the thundercloud area. Now please tell me, should I unlock the chip's berserk mode or not? 30 seconds. The three numbers 30 seconds burned on Jiang Feng's nerves like a branding iron. Half a second. Just half a second of weighing. Jiang Feng made a decision and hastily stood upright, his gaze looking straight at Baishu. General Manager Bai. I, Jiang Feng, on behalf of the Rocket Launch Center, leave the safety and security of the Shenzhou X to you. Please execute your program. Make sure to complete the mission. Promise to complete the mission. Baishu stood up and gave a military salute to Jiang Feng, his voice resounding, and a heavy sense of mission instantly filled his entire body. Then without any hesitation, he quickly turned around and flung himself back in front of the main control computer. Fingers turned into a shadow on the keyboard, and the command line was entered and confirmed at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. The authorization request box for the highest authority popped up on the screen. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Feng entered his authorization code with trembling but firm fingers and heavily pressed the confirmation button. The signal was instantly launched over toward the Shenzhou rocket in the distant sky. Above the distant firmament, the core of the Godboat rocket's main control computer, the chip designed by Baishu himself, instantly received and parsed that supreme command. The berserk mode hidden in the underlying code was instantly activated. Buzz. Invisible currents surged inside the chip, and the computing speed instantly soared to the extreme. The response time of the fuel pump valves was compressed to milliseconds. In the next instant, inside the huge engine combustion chamber located at the rear of the rocket, the propellant, which was originally burning stably, seemed to have been injected with a furious catalyst, and the combustion rate suddenly increased by several times or even 10 times under the precise control of the chip. Boom! A terrifying thrust far beyond the design, like an invisible fist, smashed hard on the rocket body. The entire rocket seemed to be violently pushed forward by an invisible hand, and its speed suddenly soared in a flash of lightning. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A dazzling light pierces the darkness. The Shenzhou rocket, like a phoenix reborn from fire, violently broke through the thick edge of the thunderclouds. On the screen, the red area symbolizing the threat of thunderstorms was instantly left behind, and replaced by a deep and serene azure sky. After the Shenzhou rocket successfully traversed the deadly thunderstorm area, it quickly adjusted its attitude, trailing a long tail flame, and continued to soar resolutely toward the deep universe according to the predetermined trajectory. Inside the main control room, dead silence was instantly replaced by volcanic eruption like ecstasy. Long suppressed tears came out of their eyes, and the staff members excitedly jumped up from their seats, hugging, high-fiving, and cheering each other. Some even pounded the tabletop in excitement, their voices choking. It worked. It really went through. Mr. Bai, it really did it. Successfully saved the Shenzhou rocket. But it's really bullish. Originally I thought that Mr. Bai was only good at making cell phone chips, but I didn't think that he was even better at making rocket master control chips, and I didn't even think that Mr. Bai would be able to save the Shenzhou rocket. Chapter 79 Rapunzel of Samsung Consortium, begging for cooperation. Idle. From this moment on, I've decided to powder General Bai. In the past, I used to only fan those stars wearing big long legs, but now I suddenly feel that there's no use in fanning those playwrights. The only ones who can really push human civilization forward are big entrepreneurs and big inventors like General Bai. The idol we want to chase should be one like Mr. Bai. Zhang Feng walked up to Bai Shu and heavily patted Bai Shu's shoulder with his right hand, resounding in his voice. Good job, General Manager Bai. Mr. Bai waved his hand and said modestly, it was just a fluke on my part. The main credit doesn't lie with me, but with the people working on the front line. No matter what, this time it's all your merit. Zhang Feng's voice paused as she said this, her gaze once again falling on Bai Shu. All right. If you say it's my merit, it's my merit. Bai Shu didn't shrug it off, after all, he had really contributed. Oh. Right. The last time to provide the machine dog chip, the above said that the discussion of my reward, the results have not responded to the group of leaders of the action is slow. Bai Shu nodded and left the main control center. Because this place is full of technicians, there is no common language with himself, it is better to stay here all the time than to go out and have a look outside. Bai Shu walked outside. The outside was filled with reporters. Surrounded by Chinese children who had come to witness history. Not to say that everyone was in tears. But seeing the successful launch of the Shenzhou rocket, even thunderclouds couldn't stop Kyushu's dream of exploring spaceflight, at least everyone felt proud of it. Brother, did you come to see the rocket lift off too? After Bai Shu walked some distance from the launch site, a cute girl's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Bai Shu turned his head to look. He immediately saw a girl wearing a red dress. A girl with a double-tailed braid stood behind her. It was also holding a red flag in its hand. Right. Brother is also here to see the rocket. Shiraki smiled and nodded. Look. What an education nowadays, even a 7 or 8-year-old girl came to watch a rocket launch. Very good. You are all the future successors of the motherland. Brother, my name is Seven. My dream is to be an astronaut in the future. An astronaut. Seems a bit dangerous. I'm not afraid. Seven replied. Okay. Shiraki took the badge in his hand and handed it to the little girl. This is for you. Good luck. The badge was a gift from the Eastern Theater of Operations. It represented honor. It shouldn't serve any other purpose. Brother, thank you. The girl named Seven took the badge from Bai Shu's hands with an innocent smile in her eyes. Soon, the little girl's mother came over, her eyes looking at the badge with the red steel seal engraved in the little girl's hand. It froze for a moment. This badge represented supreme honor. Those who were able to obtain this badge were those who had made outstanding contributions to the motherland. Seven, who gave you this badge? The girl's mom asked. It was given to me by a big brother. No. It's over here. The little girl stretched out her finger and pointed towards where the white tree was heading just now. It turned out that the spot where the white tree had just stood was empty. The white tree had long since left. Strange. That big brother was clearly here just now. The little girl's voice was full of doubts and even a little aggrieved. The girl's mom was silent for a while. Little Seven. Brother left, just left. The fact that brother was able to give this badge to Seven means that Seven is wonderful girl. Study hard in the future and try to live up to the badge gifted to you by your brother. Seven gazed at her mother, radiating childlike innocence, but incredibly serious. Mom. Seven is the best. Baishu left the launch site, originally still wanted to go to the Satellite Research Institute to take a look, or accept an interview with a news reporter or something, but after thinking about it later, he suddenly felt tasteless, so he simply returned home. After returning to the Flint Science and Technology Laboratory building, Baishu stayed in the laboratory, wholeheartedly remodeling the robot dog. Now the transformation progress had reached 90%. Soon, a fearful killing weapon was officially born. Baishu had to hurry up with the remodeling before he could do so. It was because he wanted to become a military industrialized enterprise and produce arms in advance. His head was still hanging on the dark net. It looked safe on the surface. In fact, there have long been waves in the dark. Baishu is facing threats to his life every moment. Perhaps the only way to become a military corporation. Those rats in the dark will only be afraid of it. It doesn't matter even if they're not afraid. After White Tree becomes a military industrial enterprise, it's bound to legally form an armed force. At that time, if those rats weren't afraid, then they would take up the truth and kill them until they were afraid. It was only recently that White Tree had thought of this layer. It was impossible for the Black Hand behind the scenes to voluntarily revoke the bounty on the dark net. That meant that one day, those rats would be desperate enough to come for their heads. Did he, a commercial company, have a way out? No. Only passive defense. But it's different if you're an arms dealer. Iron needs to be hard. Instead of passive defense, it's better to take the initiative. White Tree's transformation of the iron egg was the knockout blow to enter the military industry. He did the experiment for half an hour and was about to take a break when Summer walked in, striding with style and wearing a long lace dress. Because Summer is in the president's office now, usually do the work, also similar to the general manager, now dress up also some changes. No longer like a secretary, but more like a female president. The temperament became more seductive. Boss. Summer greeted respectfully. HM. Come help me pound my back first. I just modified a robot dog for half a day, and my back is sore. Baishu obediently laid down on the sofa, exposing his solid chest. And a massage? You don't even know who's here? Summer pouted. Who? Baishu asked. Rapunzel Han Fei Fei of the Samsung Group. Summer didn't sell herself short and smoothly sat next to Baishu. Samsung Group? Baishu sniffed and was quite surprised inwardly. Samsung was another giant. The main business was cell phones. But it was the only cell phone manufacturer with a complete industrial chain. All cell phone parts could be manufactured by themselves. This kind of giant didn't need to be subjected to anyone, nor did it need to import anything from outside. And then how did the people from Samsung Group come? Baishu's mind spun around and couldn't figure it out. However, one thing was that Samsung didn't have a good feeling about Qualcomm either. The two often tore each other apart. How to say? The enemy of the enemy is a friend. White Tree is very happy to meet with Samsung. See what the other party's attitude was, and if they could cooperate to get Qualcomm killed, it would naturally be better. That's right. Summer nodded. Did Han Fei Fei say what she came here for? Baishu asked. Chapter 80, Supply me? I'm sorry. Why don't I supply you? My parts are better. Didn't say. Just said to see you to talk about cooperation. After Summer thought about it and made sure that Han Fei Fei didn't explain anything in particular, her right hand couldn't help but climb onto Baishu's shoulder. What should be massaged still had to be massaged. Although it was said that Baishu didn't take her on a business trip last time. But he took her to the rocket launch center. This matter was evened out. Hands off? Baishu spoke faintly. What? Summer's hand, which was just about to massage Baishu, instantly froze. Stopping in mid-air, he looked at Baishu suspiciously. It's nothing. I just want to go see Han Fei Fei of the Samsung Group. Baishu smiled, and his smile looked a little slaggy. White Tree, you've changed. Summer's voice was suddenly high. Become more handsome. Baishu smiled. You? Summer hated her guts and kind of wanted to hammer White Tree, but White Tree ran as fast as she could, and in just a second, she was out of sight. White Tree walked through the corridor to the office, took a sip of water, and headed for the conference room. Pushing open the door. The light outside dispelled the darkness. Baishu raised his head and instantly saw that Samsung Group's Princess Han Fei Fei. Han Fei Fei was tall, standing tall, and looked like she had a full and sexy body. Plus wearing a black gown. Her hair hung behind her waist. It fell straight down. It appeared to have a noble feeling. The legs were not wearing black silk, and certainly not white silk, so they were exposed in a vacuum, showing off the roundness and milky white color to the extreme. Very tempting. The small feet at the bottom, wearing red high heels. Both sexy and seductive. Quite a feeling of a queen. Have you seen enough? Han Feifei felt Bai Shu's up and down gazes and didn't half shy away, as well as hide. Instead, she asked out bashfully. Even her torso straightened up a bit, greatly putting out her beauty and thighs. Han Feifei was not from the Dragon Kingdom, but free and open-minded. Naturally, she wouldn't care about this. Naturally, no. Bai Shu shook his head. Then should I take it off and show you? Han Feifei straightened her neck. Forget it. Let's get down to business. Honestly, you're not my cup of tea. Bai Shu smiled. He actually appreciated Han Feifei, daring to love and hate, not pretentious at all. It was just that one was the princess of Samsung, that consortium could basically pry the whole country apart. And he was still on the dragon countryside, he couldn't even enter the threshold of arms, and it was basically impossible for the two to cross the two empires. Different places? Dissimilar can't be a bit. If Han Feifei was willing to unconditionally give me a night's sleep, I'd be more than willing. Say, you've traveled thousands of miles to come to the Dragon Kingdom to find me for what? Bai Shu opened the door and asked. Naturally, it's to talk about cooperation. Han Feifei answered vaguely. What kind of cooperation? Bai Shu asked. This place is too formal, how about we talk in another place? Han Feifei raised her head and glanced around before withdrawing her gaze. The voice carried a hint of playfulness. That won't do. You can talk if you like. Actually, Bai Shu was ready to agree, but later thought that his head was still hanging on the dark net. It was better to be careful. You are really uninteresting. Han Feifei sat straight on the sofa, her body leaning back, exposing her beautiful legs slightly, resting on the coffee table. Bai Shu's gaze followed Han Feifei's body and landed on the beautiful legs, sizing them up. It seemed a bit more tender than Summer's. It seemed to be a bit longer than Zhao Yingxuan's. The only pity was that it couldn't be touched. Poor evaluation. Are you still talking about business? If you don't say it, go out and turn left without sending me off. Bai Shu spoke indifferently. He wouldn't spoil the other party just because they were a beautiful woman. Fine. Then let's get down to business. To tell you the truth, I've fallen out with Qualcomm. That's why I want to supply you and join forces against Qualcomm together. Han Feifei suddenly formalized when it came to business. Bai Shu asked, supply? Details to see. Han Feifei replied, didn't Lighthouse Business fuse all your cell phone parts? I'll supply you with whatever cell phone parts they fuse. And to ensure that all the supply accessories are high-grade goods, and Samsung cell phones use the same model. Supply? Meltdown what? Supply what? Samsung really powerful. This has completely not put Lighthouse Business in the eyes. However, now that the wall-breaking plan has been completed, all cell phone accessories can be 100% localized. No need. You're one step too late. If Fei Han had come to us when the ban was first introduced, maybe White Tree would have agreed. But now? Impossible. Bai Shu muttered in his heart. Seeing that Bai Shu hadn't spoken for a long time, Han Feifei thought that the other party had been smashed by the surprise. Or that he hadn't recovered from the shock. After all, Samsung's parts were all specialized, but the superiority of them was also unquestionable. Otherwise it wouldn't have become a world-class giant. Hey! Don't worry about the price either. I guarantee to sell it to you at cost. No profit? Bai Shu asked with a smile. Not profitable. Even if it doesn't make money, I'm going to get back at Qualcomm. Han Feifei replied. That way. Then I refuse. Truth be told, Longwa's cell phones have been completely 100% localized, why don't you learn about my products? If you need it, I can also sell it to you at cost. At that time, our two families will combine. Qualcomm together. Although what Bai Shu said was a bit blunt, and even a bit vulgar, but the words were not coarse. The meaning was in place, and the expression was clear. Han Feifei sniffed, slightly stunned, and her original eyes, which were unperturbed, suddenly lifted her head and seriously surveyed Bai Shu. Those eyes were like stars, very charming. The wall-breaking plan was successful? Aha! Bai Shu nodded, then as if he thought of something, he hastily spoke again. However, the success of the wall-breaking program hasn't been officially announced to the public yet, so please keep it a secret for me. Han Feifei was even more shocked when she heard this. The Samsung Group had a full set of cell phone accessories. That was because of the collection of generations of effort and the official support. The Samsung Group was their country's pillar industry. But what could Flint Technology do? From the very beginning of its establishment, to now only a mere 10 years or so, it has already achieved 100% localization of cell phones? This is unbelievable. It couldn't be a gimmick, right? Can you take me on a tour of your cell phone components? Han Feifei asked after hesitating for a moment. Of course. If you see that my products are excellent, please place an order. The once-in-a-decade cell phone summit is just around the corner. Using advanced cell phone parts will make your Samsung cell phone even better. Bai Shu smiled and walked ahead to lead the way. Even if Han Feifei hadn't said so, he would have taken the initiative to lead Han Feifei on a tour. After all, This was a rare opportunity to sell. Chapter 81. What businesses does Qualcomm limit? How is it that every single cell phone component of Flint Technology is better than me? Han Fei sniffed, but was not impressed. Let Samsung purchase your cell phone parts? Which country in the world doesn't know that the Dragon cell phone industry is slow to start, the production process is backward, and many parts are dependent on imports? And Samsung? It is the only manufacturer in the world that can produce all the parts of the whole cell phone by itself. On top of that, Samsung has been more powerful than the fruit phone. You let me purchase your cell phone parts? Isn't this funny? This was what Han Fei thought in her heart, but didn't say it out loud. All are adults. It's still very important to save face with each other. Mocking others did nothing but bring an enemy to oneself. Bai Shu walked ahead. Han Fei followed behind. The cell phone parts production line wasn't in this building, but had moved to another building in the industrial park. Bai Shu made a showroom there. The showroom was dedicated to cell phone parts. All the cell phone parts that passed the audit would be displayed here. Bai Shu took Han Fei, crossed the fire escape, came to the other building, took the elevator, and arrived at the exhibition hall directly. Because the exhibition hall was prepared for the cell phone summit, it wasn't open yet. There was no one else inside the showroom. After Bai Shu passed the fingerprint and iris authentication, the door of the exhibition hall opened slowly. With his right hand, he headed for the wall switch and lightly pressed it. The lights of the entire exhibition hall lit up. Line lights, downlights, spotlights, reflecting each other. Because of the lighted showroom, it instantly became advanced. This showroom was created by me specifically for cell phone parts. All the cell phone parts researched by the Wall Breaking Plan Lab will be put on display here. If you have any cell phone parts you want to know about, you can tell me in advance and I'll give you priority to visit. Bai Shu treated his customers with a smile on his face and a well-mannered manner, adhering to a principle of always keeping his customers full. Then you'll take me to visit the cell phone screen first. Han Fei thought about opening her mouth. Samsung was very powerful on top of the cell phone screen. Samsung screen was tied with LG screen, and even had a hidden trend of surpassing it. If you exaggerate a little bit, Samsung screen the world's first is not excessive. Han Fei took the lead in visiting the cell phone screen. There is no intention to make fun of the white tree. Just Samsung screen is Samsung's fist product. She was particularly concerned about the screen piece. Okay. Bai Shu smiled, then stretched out his hand, walked in front to lead the way, pushed open the door and walked in, and suddenly walked into the room dedicated to the exhibition of cell phone screens. It was like a museum grid. Each grid held cell phone screens. Bai Shu would hand Han Fei a cell phone that was an experimental machine made by Tunnel Fire Technology and wasn't marketed outside, but the screen was made using the lab's most advanced screen. No. This is the name of the cell phone screen made by my company as the Kunlun mirror. Looking at this screen alone, it may be hard to see the difference. How about this? I'll briefly introduce you to the parameters of this screen. Han Fei nodded. In fact, when her hand just touched the cell phone screen, she felt very surprised because the screen was just too delicate and felt very good in her hand. Not only did it give the feeling of silicone, and also very silky smooth. The workmanship of the appearance of this cell phone screen alone is excellent. It is not even weaker than the Samsung screen. At this time, White Tree's faint voice came over. The voice was very calm, as if it was stating a fact that was no longer common. Kunlun mirror material adopts the laboratory's self-developed nano-micro-sculpted glass, Mohs hardness 9.5 grade, almost no risk of scratches in daily use. The main parameters are as follows. Pixel density PPI 720. Refresh rate, support 240 Hz infinitely adaptive LTPO 4.0, 1 Hz for static screen, 240 Hz for sliding and gaming. Peak brightness, global manual maximum brightness 1500 nits, HDR inspired global brightness 2500 nits, local peak brightness 8000 nits. Under the strong light, the fiber is visible. Color, native 10-bit panel, 100% coverage of DCI-P3 and sRGB color gamut, average delta L to 0.2 JNCD 0.1 after professional level factory color calibration. Eye protection, supports 3840 Hz UHF PWM dimming plus full class DC dimming mode, and has passed the SGS low blue light and low strobe double certification. Every time Bai Shu reported a parameter, Han Fei's fingers holding the phone unconsciously tightened by 1 point. The professional smile on her face has long been frozen, replaced by an incredulous shock and a shock of subverted cognition. 720 ppi? Samsung's top-of-the-line screen is only hovering around 500 ppi. 240 Hz infinitely adaptive? Samsung's flagship is currently 144 Hz LTPO. Localized peaks of 8000 nits? Samsung proud of the screen. The current peak brightness record is only about 4500 nits. 8000 nits? That's just a fantasy number. This means that under the harshest midday sunlight, the screen content will still be as clear and sharp as print. Han Fei was silenced by the white trunk at the moment. This was too awesome. This screen is even more awesome than Samsung's flagship screen. treadmill. Carrying each parameter out individually was enough to shock the world. And now they were actually integrated on a screen? And this screen is still from a Dragon Country company? It was truly heaven-defying. Han Fei couldn't hide her inner shock. Breathing is a bit stagnant. As the eldest princess of the Samsung plutocracy, long ago began to gradually manage the Samsung business. Tunnel Fire Technologies' Kunlun mirror screen parameters are too good. If the parameters are true, it will even impact Samsung's proud cell phone screen market. Mr. Bai, is this screen really produced by your company? Han Fei asked. Nonsense. What's the point of putting it on top of my showroom if it's not a cell phone screen produced by my company? Bai Shu smiled and asked a rhetorical question. It seemed to make sense. Han Fei let out a bitter smile. Although she also knew she had asked a nonsense question, it was really unbelievable. Mr. Bai, can this cell phone screen make it to mass production? Han Fei asked again. Of course it can. This screen you see in your hands right now was produced on an assembly line. Bai Shu replied. Han Fei didn't want to talk at all anymore. Originally, she was prepared to supply Tunnel Fire Technology, but in the end, she saw that Tunnel Fire Technology's cell phone parts were even better than the ones she produced herself. This feeling of freaking out couldn't even be described. Next, Bai Shu was very enthusiastic and led Han Fei, one by one, to visit the experimental results of the wall-breaking program. Biochip with integrated communication baseband. Cell phone camera. Cell phone operating system. Cell phone communication baseband. After Han Fei visited all of Tunnel Fire Technology's cell phone parts, she was already shocked to the point of numbness inside. Nope. To be more accurate, it was horror. Because every single cell phone part made by Tunnel Fire Technology was more advanced than that of Samsung Group. Chapter 82, Samsung Princess, White Tree. How about you supply me with chips? How about I purchase a little bit of cell phone parts from Flint Technology? Anyway, the World Cell Phone Summit is just around the corner. Having more advanced cell phone parts would undoubtedly improve the core competitiveness of Samsung's cell phone. Han Fei is a bit numb. It was clear that she wanted to supply Bai Shu. How did the chatting turn into purchasing from Flint Technology? Bai Shu brought Han Fei back to the office and gentlemanly poured a cup of tea for the other party, revealing a signature smile. What? Any thoughts after visiting Fusilier Technology's showroom? Does Flint Technology still need to procure Samsung's components? Bai Shu was a little smug. Cut. Look at your villainous look. When Han Fei saw Bai Shu's appearance, she hated her teeth and kind of wanted to hit someone. Bai Shu raised his head, glanced at Han Fei, saw that the other party was a bit unhappy, and didn't continue the topic. The customer is God. Samsung could still be my strategic partner. I was a little carried away just now. Han. Flint Technology doesn't need Samsung's supply anymore. But if you need supplies from Flint Technology, I'll guarantee supply at cost. Then our two reached a strategic cooperation agreement, will Qualcomm and Fruitphone in the World Cell Phone Summit GA. In detail? Han Fei sniffed and suddenly became interested. With a pair of Danfang eyes, she looked at Bai Shu. You've also seen the strength of Flint Technology. After the completion of the wall-breaking plan, all the cell phone parts were localized, and the performance is far beyond this era. There's nothing wrong with taking first place in the cell phone summit. But if this second, who takes it? Bai Shu sat on the sofa and crossed his legs, his voice following the advice. The last World Cell Phone Summit was a Fruit cell phone taking the first place and a Samsung cell phone taking the second. But now there was a dark horse. That is Flint Technology. Flint Technology is the whole cell phone parts are crushed. Taking first place is basically a nail in the coffin. But here's the problem. Who will take the second? If you follow the order down, it is the Fruit cell phone to take the second, and then the third is Samsung's cell phone. If the Samsung cell phone is forced to go back one place, Han Fei really can't accept it. In fact, Han Fei also heard the implication of Bai Shu's words. That is, if you want to take second, you have to buy something from me. Otherwise second is an apple take. Hemp. I'm so angry. Is it really necessary to purchase cell phone parts from Fusilier Technology? Han Fei only hesitated for a moment before deciding. That was to never give up second place to Fruit. How do you sell biochips? Han Fei's eyes were unexpectedly embarrassed to look at Bai Shu when she asked this sentence. It was because of asking these words. There was a flavor of compromise and softening. This was an experience Han Fei had never had before. Cost price $15.99. That's right. The price White Tree sold to Han Fei was exactly the same as the price he sold to the Fruit company. There was no other reason. He was really looking at Qualcomm and Fruit with displeasure. If the second single biochip business could be negotiated, it would definitely be the most powerful response to Lighthouse's meltdown. Han Fei sniffed and felt a bit surprised. The price of biochips could be really cheap. It was about the same as the cost of a self-produced chip. It seemed like White Tree really considered himself a partner. The chips are willing to be sold to me at cost. It's just that Han Fei didn't expect that the real cost of the biochip was only a few $dozen no matter what. Sell it to her at this price. It was all sky high. It feels okay. In that case, I'll purchase a batch of biochips from you. Han Fei made a deal on the spot. She didn't bargain or anything either. Because Samsung Consortium really wasn't short on money. Do you need to procure any other cell phone parts? For example, communication baseband or something. Guaranteed all at cost price. Buy as soon as you can. Bai Shu was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that it would be so easy to negotiate a second deal. And it was still with a multinational group like Samsung. It was really cool. Isn't Lighthouse restricting me? Soon you won't be able to restrict it anymore. That Eastern Dragon has awakened. No need. Han Fei sniffed, her mind seriously thinking for a while before she finally shook her head. Samsung was a full industry cell phone manufacturer, and purchasing a biochip from Flint Technology was humiliating enough. If it also purchased other cell phone components? Does Samsung still need to develop its own industry? It would simply be reduced to an assembled cell phone manufacturer. Samsung's corporate DNA predetermined that they would not purchase other cell phone parts from Flint Technology. In fact, there was another very important reason why Han Fei didn't purchase other cell phone parts, and that was because she felt that adopting Flint Technology's biochip was enough to make it sit at the second chair of the cell phone summit. Bai Shu, if we only procure biochips, I can't guarantee that Samsung's cell phone will take second place. Han Fei, I'm confident of taking second. Samsung's entire industry, coupled with a biochip that blew away the fruit company's 32 times performance, if this couldn't stabilize the second chair, then she could simply buy a piece of tofu and die. Seeing how confident Han Fei was, Bai Shu didn't say anything more, just smiled faintly and took a sip from his teacup. Of course he wouldn't tell Han Fei. Fusilier Technology was a Dragon State enterprise that naturally prioritized support for its own enterprises. Now that the wall-breaking plan was completed and all the components of the phone were 100% localized, the first batch of beneficiaries would definitely be the domestic phone manufacturers. If a domestic cell phone purchases cell phone parts from Flint Technology, he will come to the rescue, and the price is lower than Samsung's, much lower. Domestic cell phone manufacturers are famous for assembly. Samsung wanted to secure second place just by relying on a biochip? I'm afraid it's still too naive. However, Bai Shu did not intend to break it down. Since Director Han is so confident, let's wait and see. I've already prepared the contract, the first order of 1 million biochips, to be delivered within a week. How about it? Bai Shu put down his teacup and smiled. Han Fei nodded. It's fine, but I want to add a clause. Bai Shu, what clause? Han Fei, before the end of the summit, Flint Technology is not allowed to sell any biochips to the fruit company. Bai Shu, is Director Han afraid that fruit company will also get the biochip and threaten your second place? Han Fei, business competition to each his own. I just hope that our cooperation will be more solid. Bai Shu, no problem. Then it's settled. Han Fei revealed a trace of a satisfied smile and reached out to take the contract, quickly skimming through it before signing her name. The first biochip deal between Flint Technology and Samsung Group was thus concluded. Chapter 83, Ren Tianhua begs for cooperation. Fusilier Technology is not what it used to be. After Han Fei negotiated a cooperation, she had originally wanted to find Bai Shu to take a stroll around Magic City. Like bars, nightclubs. But Bai Shu didn't have time. He was busy modifying the robot dog, so he politely rejected Han Fei. But no matter what, this girl gave him a deep impression. The foreign girl didn't have the elegance of Jiangnan. There was an extra sense of passionate exuberance and freedom, daring to love and hate. From another aspect, this kind of woman is also very attractive to men. Bai Shu returned to the laboratory and built the robot dog behind closed doors, modifying it with all his might. Ren Tianhua of Huawei Group stood on the headquarters building. It was because of his wider domestic connections. From the researchers who participated in the wall-breaking program, he learned that Fusilier Technology's wall-breaking program had been completely completed. And the results achieved were amazing. Mr. Ren was numb. If he hadn't witnessed the growth of Flint Technology with his own eyes, he really couldn't believe a bit of it. In just 1 year's time, Flint Technology had manufactured biochips, completed the 100% localization of cell phones, and even the cell phone system had been manufactured. This really shocked him to the core. It had never occurred to him that a small private enterprise would grow to this point. Moreover, it was said, Flint Technology also had cooperation with the military region. The young people nowadays are really against the odds. Ren Tianhua muttered, instantly knowing that he should make a trip to the Magic City. Although some time ago, Huawei did not procure biochips. But this was not his original intention. Huawei itself was in deep water, and it couldn't even produce its own cell phones. Where else would it dare to procure White Tree's biochips? But no matter what, Flint Technology is a domestic enterprise. Now that Flint Technology has set out on a path of 100% localization, they should keep up. The general rushes ahead. Small soldiers like them shouldn't continue to hide in the corner. It was time for Dragon Country's cell phone industry to rise completely. Assistant. Make arrangements for me. Travel to Mordor immediately. Okay, Mr. Wren. The assistant replied respectfully. Bai Shu was doing experiments, and Summer was in charge of massages, developing technological advances while being in charge of life and enjoyment. Pleasure and work combined. He was also the only one who knew how to have the most fun. He had just finished an experiment when he heard a call from the receptionist saying that Mr. Rin from the Huawei Group was visiting. Bai Shu immediately put down the work at hand and walked towards the conference room. Flint Technology had achieved 100% localization of cell phones. Then it was naturally impossible to rot so many products in hand. What should be sold was sold. What should be sold was sold, converting these things into money, which would then be converted into Fusilier Technology's hard power. It was more important than anything else. Boss, Huawei's Mr. Rand, is it worth it for you to receive him personally? Why don't you let General Manager Zhao Yingchuan receive him? It was not easy for Summer to remove her hand from Bai Shu. She had just massaged to the point of being energized. He hadn't even been fed by his boss. She was disturbed by someone. She was naturally unhappy. It's better for me to come personally. Xiao Xiao, the experience is a little less, and the pattern is not enough. However, the cooperation in the future can be handed over to little Zhao to talk about. Bai Shu thought about opening his mouth. In this position in the Dragon Kingdom, there was not only the tussle for profits, but also human feelings. It was not easy to obtain 100% localization of cell phones now, with a full set of parts leading the world. It's useless to stick to this point of scientific research. It is necessary to unite other cell phone manufacturers. Together will be the Dragon Country's cell phone brand to get it right. Then push the world. Form a word of mouth. In this way, we can earn money from other countries to come back and build the motherland. Since the boss had spoken like this, Summer could only do as she was told. She was just a small secretary and had a proper position for herself. Bai Shu walked through the corridor and arrived at the conference room. Mr. Rin was already waiting at the round table. Although Mr. Rin was from a military background, he was so old that his forehead was already tinged with fish scale patterns, but his eyes were shining. Hello, General Manager Bai. Ren Tianhua was the first to greet Bai Shu when he saw him appear. General Manager Ren. You're discounting me. You're the senior, I'm the junior. It should be my turn to take the lead in greeting. Bai Shu smiled, but had no intention of saying hello, and accepted Mr. Ren's greeting openly. General Manager Bai, what a hero. I've heard your legend often even at the Huawei headquarters. Not only did you make the first single biochip, but you also completed the wall-breaking plan for cell phones, achieving 100% localization of cell phones. It was just a fluke. The completion of the wall-breaking program was not the work of me alone, but the result of the joint efforts of countless researchers behind it. Bai Shu sat opposite Ren Tianhua, and although he spoke modestly, the feeling of a big brother had already hit him. Although young. But no one dared to look down on this young man. That is also the result of General Manager Bai's coordinated leadership. General Manager Ren replied. Good fellow. What a nice thing to say. Since when did General Manager Ren also like this? Bai Shu mentally smacked his lips before taking the initiative to cut to the chase. There was no way. His time was really precious. He had to hurry to modify the robot dog and become a military enterprise as soon as possible. There wasn't much time to waste in front of business. Mr. Ran. Let's get right to the point. What is the purpose of your visit to Flint Technology this time? Ran Tianhua's voice was choked for a moment as he sniffed. This young man was so direct. Cooperation. The opening of the World Cell Phone Summit is just around the corner. Huawei is still stuck in the deep waters of being cut off from supply, whether it's cell phone chips, baseband, or cell phone systems. There's no mature solution yet. I came to you this time. It's in the hope that I can fully cooperate with Flintfire and work together to solve the above problems. Help Huawei build a purely domestic high-end cell phone, so that I can take second at the Cell Phone Summit. Nice guy. What a big appetite. The World Cell Phone Summit hasn't even started yet. We're already talking about the ranking of the Cell Phone Summit. Is this being capitalized? No, it's not. It's being set up by my technology. After smacking his lips, Bai Shu considered that Huawei was also a pure-blooded Dragon Country enterprise and had made quite a few contributions before. At once, there was a decision in his heart. It wasn't impossible to give Huawei a second. But sincerity should be pulled full ah. I can give you a discount for the sake of you being a domestic enterprise, but it's impossible to not earn a penny. If you're here under the banner of free assistance, then you can beat a hasty retreat. It seems that Mr. Ren's ambition is not small. But if you want to take second, you have to buy at least Flint's cell phone screen, communication baseband, biochip, cell phone system, camera. And some other parts. I wonder what conditions you can offer, Mr. Rin. Bai Shu smiled and opened his mouth. Now is the key moment of business negotiation. It has begun to be real and practical. No one will back down. Chapter 84 Cell Phone Summit opens. Magic City business has high hopes. Ren Tianhua sniffed and fell deeply silent, thinking in his head for a while before speaking faintly. I'm afraid that you can't look at Huawei's stuff either. How about this? Let's cooperate in an authorized manner. Flint Technology authorizes mobile phone screen, communication baseband, biochip, mobile phone system, and camera, a total of 5 things for me to produce. Huawei pays you a total of $50 billion in authorization fees. 50 billion license fee was too little. And it was a 5-sample license. Bai Shu referred to the single authorization fee of Qualcomm's technology, which started at a minimum of 20 billion. That is to say, 5 sorts of authorization would require a minimum of 100 billion. Not to mention that White Tree's technologies were all top-notch and epoch-making. With such advanced technology, it wouldn't be much of a problem to increase it by a few times on top of that. Warwick's brother. The 50 billion you gave me is too little. And the authorization area, the authorization time are not clear. This is treating me as if I don't know anything. Bai Shu hesitated for a while and felt that he should pattern a little bit, seeing as Huawei is a Dragon Country enterprise. 50 billion is 50 billion. A lower price is lower. But the authorization method has to change a bit. Mr. Ren, let's do it this way. The total authorization cost of 50 billion remains the same. But only authorize your manufacturing rights in the Dragon Country region for 10 years, and the biochip as the core product of Fusilier technology is not authorized. Other than that. When Ren Tianhua heard this here, a heart jerked up. What Bai Shu had said so far, he could still barely accept, but it was well known that the content behind in addition to that was the focus. At this time, Bai Shu's faint voice came over again. In addition to that, for every cell phone component that Huawei produces, they need to pay 10% of the profit of that cell phone component. Excessive ah! Mr. Rin's face became ugly. The price remains unchanged. The authorization area is narrowed down to the Dragon Country area. Authorization time shortened to 10 years. Biochips are not authorized. In addition to that, for every part produced, Fusilier Technology will have to pay a 10% tax. Ren Tianhua was indeed a bit unacceptable. General Manager Bai. This price is indeed a bit expensive. Can you give me a little discount? What other concessions do you want? According to Qualcomm's technology licensing fees, a single item is more than 20 billion. I'm here with 4 licenses, and the drawback reaches 30%. Bai Shu was slightly displeased. What he gave to Huawei was all at a cabbage price. Warwick still wanted to bargain? It really was. Mr. Bai. I know that according to the market price, this price is on the low side. But can you look at the fact that we're both enterprises of the Dragon Kingdom and offer a little more favorable? For example, remove the 10% draw from the back? Ren Tianhua raised his hand, picked up his wineglass and took a sip. His voice was calm. Playing the emotional card? Kidnap me with morals? Love to be or not to be? It's because you're a Dragon Kingdom enterprise that I only need $50 billion for the authorization fee. If we were to auction off the license area, not to mention 50 billion, even if it's 100 billion, hundreds of billions, there'll be plenty of people to buy it. True technological products were never worried about buyers. Mr. Ren, I'll be straightforward. Flint Technology isn't authorizing just one product for you, but a whole 4. After you get those 4 products, you can then buy the biochip from Fusilier Technology, and taking the second place in the cell phone summit is not a problem. You think this price is expensive? I still think I'm losing out? If it's too expensive, you can go out and turn left. I'll also stop by to see if there are any other buyers. Bai Shu's words were not polite at all. Tearing the issue apart raw. There was no face left for the other party at all. When General Manager Rin heard this, his face was a shade of green and white, and his hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. He had been in the business world for decades, and had never been refuted like this. The heart was very bad. Taking a deep breath. The emotions in his heart were immediately suppressed. He was very clear in his heart. What Bai Shu said was the truth. Even if he didn't buy it, there were other people who would buy Fusilier Technology's products. Technology was core competitiveness. Flint Technology firmly grasped the technology. There was no worry about selling at all. Mr. Bai. I was just joking with you. Just follow that program of yours. But now that Huawei is having a bit of a hard time, can we pay the license fee in 3 installments? Pay every 6 months. Seeing that he couldn't take advantage from Bai Shu, Ren Tianhua finally changed his mind. That's right. If you have difficulties, you can talk to me instead of treating me like a little cutie. Like, using morality to kidnap me. I can be unprofitable, but I can't be morally kidnapped. Bai Shu, yes. Ren Tianhua, let's have a good cooperation. Bai Shu, happy cooperation. After Bai Shu finished saying this, he shook Ren Tianhua's hand, then as if he thought of something, he hurriedly spoke again. Mr. Ren. I still have lab work to do later. I'll leave the signing of the contract to my general manager, Zhao Yingxuan. Later on, if you have any questions, you can also directly ask General Manager Zhao Yingxuan. Ran Tianhua nodded. Okay. You go and get busy first. Bai Shu sniffed and pushed open the office door to leave. He explained to Zhao Yingxuan about the signing and the relevant terms. At once, he entered the lab again. This was because just now, Bai Shu had gotten an inspiration, and if it was operated well, the progress of transforming the robot dog would increase by a large margin. As time passed, in the blink of an eye, the greater part of the month passed. Tomorrow was the World Cell Phone Summit. Bai Shu packed up his things, brought his team, and prepared to go to the imperial capital to kidnap the cell phone summit. Actually, it wasn't as if Bai Shu had done nothing during this big half-month. The transformation progress of the robot dog had already reached 99%. As long as the summit came back, the machine dog would be determined once more, and if there were no problems, the transformation would be completed. At the same time, Magic City's commerce had also continuously come over to talk to him many times. The main content of the conversation was to say whatever convenience was needed and mention whatever help was needed. This year was a summit organized by the Dragon Kingdom, so it was still okay to properly open the back door for his business. Bai Shu only proposed one element. That was to give him 3 times longer time to introduce his products at the exhibition. Originally, Magic City business did not agree. After all, this had already affected the fairness of the cell phone summit. But later on, he heard that Bai Shu would get the champion of this cell phone summit. It was only then that Magic City Commerce realized the importance of this matter. Overnight, they discussed the feasibility of extending the time with Magic City Commerce. In the end, agreed to Bai Shu's request. Boss, are we leaving for the imperial capital now? The 2 women, Summer and Zhao Yingxuan, dragged their suitcases and walked next to Bai Shu to ask. Right. Go. Depart. Our trip to the imperial capital this time is equivalent to fighting for our country. We must bring back the championship. White Tree was magnificent. Chapter 85 Big Brother Gathering. Who can lead the way? Imperial Capital. World-class exhibition hall. The cell phone summit is held once every 10 years. This year has been the second time to organize. More coincidentally, the location is precisely the Dragon Country. The whole country attaches great importance to this, vowing to do the summit beautifully, showing the meteorology of the big country. The preparations were meticulous. First of all, the volunteers, a call from the major universities and enthusiastic private individual responders gathered, quickly formed a scale of more than 100,000 people volunteer army. They were dressed in uniform, eye-catching logo clothing. Volunteers could be seen on any street or intersection in the imperial capital. Then came traffic control. The subway was free. Under this series of combinations, even though the imperial capital was flooded with several times more people than usual, there was no sign of chaos at all. Well organized. At this moment, a commercial vehicle with a lighthouse license plate quickly drove into the Progress Meeting parking area. Then from it walked down a few figures that could often be seen on TV. It was none other than Joe from the fruit company. Welcome to China, a young volunteer enthusiastically came forward and greeted them in fluent English. I can speak Chinese. Mr. Chow smiled like a spring breeze. Welcome, welcome. I'll be the one to welcome you to the resting place. The volunteer sounded a little apprehensive as he finished, turned sideways, extended his arm, and led the way ahead. The biggest position he had seen as a child was the principal, and now that he was meeting the president of a multinational company, Master Chow, all of a sudden, he naturally had a sense of nervousness and timidity. Okay. Gangmaster Chow nodded, then followed the volunteer. Just as he traveled to the passageway leading to the rest area, a microphone-wielding reporter suddenly and nimbly emerged from the crowd beside him, followed by his partner carrying a video camera. Hello, I'm Wang Cha, a reporter from the Imperial Capital Daily. Can I delay you for a few minutes? Wang Cha spoke quickly, but spat out his words clearly, and the microphone had been accurately passed in front of Chow Gangmaster. The cameras of the long guns and short cannons instantly focused, and the flashbulbs lit up frequently. Chow Gangmaster did not want to talk more on informal occasions, but at this moment in the Dragon's home turf, in the face of many cameras and enthusiastic local reporters, direct refusal seems out of place. He maintained his demeanor and stopped, that bland smile reappearing on his face. Please ask. As we all know, this year's cell phone summit is known as the most competitive one. Fruit Cell Phone had taken the summit's cell phone first. May I ask what kind of shocking product will Fruit Company bring to the world this year to defend or take the first throne again? Wang Cha put the camera in front of the Joe and asked. The details of the specific products are still in a strictly confidential stage. It will be revealed to everyone when the summit opens at that time. But what I want to emphasize is that since Fruit Company was able to take the first global #1, it has the ability to take the second again. The products we're bringing are definitely worth waiting for, so stay tuned. Master Chow often participated in press conferences and appeared to handle these reporters' questions with ease. Recently, a national enterprise called Flint Technology has risen in the Dragon Kingdom's homeland. There is news that they have developed a biochip whose performance data blows away your company's latest A-series chip by as much as 32 times. May I ask if this news is true? What does Fruit Company say about this? Wang Cha was clearly prepared and quickly threw out a second, more pointed question. When Master Chow heard this, his smile instantly froze and his face darkened horribly. It really was a pot calling the kettle black. This question poked straight to the pain. It was precisely the sensitive topic that the recent fruit executives were most reluctant to talk about much. However, Xiao Gangmaster, in order to take the first place in this year's cell phone summit, has taken out the bottom of the box technology. Even the technology in the laboratory has been moved out. He wouldn't believe that he couldn't take the first place in the cell phone summit. It's true from the news that broke out from the previous paragraph. But the news is already outdated. How many years has Flint technology only been established? Can it be compared to the depths of a fruit company that spans an era? This world will always be a world where the strong are always strong. If anyone thinks that the weak also have a chance to come up later, that's just a comfort given by the leader out of poise. Throwing out this last sentence, Master Chow no longer gave Wang Cha the opportunity to pursue his question. Slightly raising his hand in a gesture, he then quickly passed through the crowd and disappeared into the depths of the passageway, surrounded by volunteers and accompanying security personnel. Wang Cha heard the words like a lightning strike, stood in place. His heart shook as he recalled Master Chow's last declaration that was filled with the flavor of gunpowder. He remembered that Flint Technologies' general manager Bai had openly said, "This world is not a place where the strong are always strong, and those who come later also have opportunities." Now Master Chow said, "This world is always the strongest." Such as if someone thinks that the weak also have the opportunity to come up later, that is just the leader out of grace, give a kind of comfort. Mr. Zhou's gangmaster tit for tat threw out, "The theory of the strongest is always strong," and directly defined the opportunity of the weak as the comfort of the strong. Is this a response to Mr. Bai's comment? No, it's not. It's a shouting match. It was a declaration of war against Flint technology. Wang Cha muttered, gradually becoming excited. Such exciting words. The cell phone summit hadn't even started yet and the fight had begun. Wang Cha muttered and hurriedly sent the interview back to the editor-in-chief of the Imperial Capital Daily. Let it publish the news as soon as possible. Let the editor-in-chief make sure to take the headlines. As for Wang Cha, his tasks today were all interviews. There was no need to write news. Wang Cha had just sent the video of the interview back to the headquarters, when out of the corner of his eye he suddenly saw a line of familiar figures that were parking in the parking area ahead. This is not Qualcomm's general manager, Balan Bu. What? He also came? Interview him. Must interview him. Wang Cha grabbed a long gun and ran up. Mr. Bahrain Bush. Mr. Balan Bush. Imperial Daily News, can I have a few brief interviews? However, Bahrain Bush was clearly not in the mood for an impromptu interview. The security personnel around him were well trained in building a human wall to politely but firmly separate the enthusiastic reporters. Wang Cha, like the rest of his peers, could only watch as the chip giant walked briskly into the special passageway under escort. However, Wang Cha was not discouraged. The summit has just kicked off, and the bigwigs are gathered, so there are plenty of opportunities for interviews. Maybe later on, we can also block Huawei's Mr. Rin, Samsung's representative Han, or Mr. Lei of the Rice? If you can get a few more sentences of fierce information. The wages of these years are all there. This day, the representatives of the world's top cell phone and supply chain giants Fruit, Samsung Electronics, Qualcomm, Huawei, and Big Rice arrived at the Dragon Empire one after another. Chapter 86. The change of the millennium has arrived. The rise of domestic cell phones is unstoppable. These cell phone giants once landed, it is caught in the media reporters' long guns and short cannons surrounded by the circle, flashlights connected to a dazzling day. Some people, like Mr. Zhou, said a few words briefly. There are also people like Bahrain Bush refused to interview. But, no matter what, they're mere words in front of the camera. All will be captured, amplified, interpreted, and even twisted by the media whose sense of smell is sharper than a bloodhound. Turned into a detonated public opinion, with the smell of gunpowder news headlines. Fruit Company Zhou, the world will always be strong for the strong. Such as if someone thinks that the weak also have a chance to come up later, that is just a comfort given by the leader out of poise. 3 stars Han Fei Fei, the goal is clear, the sword is pointing at the second. The first throne? It's already been taken. Huawei Rin Tianhua, the change of the millennium has arrived. The rise of the domestic cell phone is unstoppable. Rice Company Mr. Lei, who will be the first in the cell phone summit this time? I don't think the whole world would believe it if the results were announced now. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from the Imperial capital on the highway leading to the Imperial capital. Inside a smoothly traveling black sedan, Bai Shu, the founder of Flint Technology, was lazily leaning against the spacious back row. On his left hand sat Summer. On his right hand sat Zhao Yingxuan. A cell phone in the middle. So unhappy. Because Magic City is still a distance away from the Imperial City, sitting in the back row alone, and not being able to let the two beauties massage, it was boring. Bai Shu simply played the game. However, after a few sound games, the subtle bumps from the high-speed movement and the rapid switching of the screen, felt a familiar feeling of vertigo coming on. TCH, missed a trick. The car really isn't suitable for playing games. Shiraki rubbed his temples and put down his phone resentfully. Then he laid on Summer's lap and casually swiped his phone. It happened to swipe on the news that the media reporters had just reported out. Fruit Company Joe Gangmaster, this world will always be a world where the strong are always strong. Such as if someone thinks that the weaker ones also have a chance to come up later, that's just a comfort given by the leader out of poise. 3 stars Han Fei Fei, the goal is clear, the sword is pointing at the second. The first throne? It's already been taken. Huawei Ren Tianhua, the change of the millennium has arrived. The rise of the domestic cell phone is unstoppable. Rice Company Mr. Lei, who will be the first in the cell phone summit this time? I don't think the world would believe it if the results were announced now. Nice guy. Bai Shu's gaze lingered for a moment on that passage from Gangmaster Qiao, the corner of his mouth curving up into a playful arc. Gang leader Qiao openly shouted at me? A battle? Interesting. But you surely can't imagine that I've already completed the wall-breaking program 100%, and every single cell phone part is epical, enough to subvert the existence of existing perceptions. How are you going to fight me? Fight with your head. Hey! The crushing of the technological level is so plain and simple. If the opponent is always that weak, I really can't take much interest. Let's hope that the Fruit Company can surprise me. Then, as his eyes swept over Ren Tianhua's news headline, he nodded slightly, a few more points of recognition in his eyes. The change of the millennium has arrived. The rise of domestic cell phones is unstoppable. Mr. Ren's heart for the technology industry of the Dragon Kingdom was indeed a rolling heart. This sentiment and vision, worthy of admiration. But is too fond of playing moral abduction. Putting aside this little problem, people are still quite good. Bai Shu casually brushed for a while and found that the homepage was almost massacred by summit-related and giant statements. The content was similar, filled with all kinds of speculations, interpretations and wars of words, which was not very nutritious. Catching the wind and catching the shadow of something. It is tasteless. With this time, it would be better to close your eyes and think about how to word and appear in the much-anticipated cell phone summit tomorrow, in order to maximize the whole scene and harvest the most shock value. That was a stage that was broadcast live for the whole world. The shock value that could theoretically be earned would be astronomical. But how to open the show, how to speak in order to pull in the full effect and push the shock value to the extreme. This was an art that required careful design. Bai Shu closed his eyes, his mind clearly reviewing the detailed flow of tomorrow's summit, every link, every possible point of contact. After repeating the process a few times and confirming that his plan was foolproof and had no obvious loopholes, his consciousness sank into silence, and his mind moved slightly. Group Master, White Tree. Goldfinger, the Black Technology Chat Group of the Heavens and the Worlds. Group members, Red Queen, Tony. Shock points, 600 million. Possesses core technology, biochip. Black Tech Company, Fusilier Technology Corporation. Shock points needed for next recruitment, 50 million. Wow. Bai Shu gave a small exclamation of shock in his heart. It had been too long since I opened the chat space. I didn't realize that the shock value had actually reached 600 million now. And the next time a Black Technology member was recruited, only 50 million shock points were needed. It couldn't be spent. It simply couldn't be spent. Thinking about tomorrow's upcoming Global Mobile Phone Summit, which would be a technological feast for billions of viewers, Bai Shu could almost foresee how spectacularly astronomical the massive amount of shock value that would be generated at that time would be. It seems like it was still too conservative before. If you earn shock value, you have to spend it boldly. Transform it into tangible power and cards. What was the difference between hoarding it and not using it and being a miser? Previously, Bai Shu had been a bit apprehensive, worried about recruiting certain uncontrollable supervillains from high-risk worlds and causing unnecessary trouble. But now the mindset had quietly shifted. In this technological jungle surrounded by giants, it was not White Tree's style to be coy or to look ahead. To play big. He must strike hard. Even if he really recruited a big villain, so what? There's a dimensional wall between them. The likelihood of the other party wanting to break through the cosmic dimension and directly kill in the real world is slim to zero. Not to mention, what you have on your back is the mysterious and unpredictable all-worlds Black Technology chat system. With such an undercard in hand, he was still afraid of a mere secondary villain? Bai Shu clearly realized that his previous actions were indeed too cautious. At certain times caution was a necessary umbrella, but more often than not, it became a shackle that bound his hands and feet. This point must be changed. Do not ask how the future winds and clouds will change. Only strive for the night. Grasp a moment. Not convinced? Then do it. Baishu's eyes glazed over, and he made a decision in his mind to recruit new Black Tech members once the cell phone summit was over. Chapter 87 Cell Phone Summit. Half an hour later. The speed of the car slowed down significantly and smoothly drove into the exclusive VIP parking area of the Imperial Capital International Exhibition Center. The environment here was secluded and the security was tight, very different from the main entrance outside. This was a VIP passage, so naturally there were no reporters. Baishu sat up from Summer's lap, stretching his slightly stiff body, then quickly got out of the car. The feet just stepped on the polished ground. A young man wearing a straight exhibition uniform with the organizing committee nameplate on his chest jogged up to greet him. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Baishu of Flint Technology, Mr. Bai?" The young man bowed slightly. "It's me. May I ask who you are?" Baishu was slightly surprised in his heart, having just arrived in the imperial capital and being approached with precision. "Hello, Mr. Bai. I am Wang Lei, the assistant of the organizer of this Global Mobile Phone Summit and President Chen of the Longhua Mobile Phone Industry Association. President Chen would like to have an interview with you in person. Right now, President Chen is already waiting in the VIP lounge." "Then lead the way." Baishu sniffed and was puzzled for a moment. "The organizers are looking for me? It should be about the cell phone summit tomorrow. But wasn't the process set long ago?" Baishu followed Wang Lei, arrived at the VIP room, and just pushed open the door to walk in. As he entered, President Chen was dressed in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and had a gentlemanly demeanor. "President Chen, what are you looking for me for?" Baishu walked across to President Chen and sat down, opening the door. "Actually, it's nothing major. I just want to ask you if you're sure about tomorrow's cell phone summit?" President Chen asked. Although he had long received news from Mordor and knew that Baishu was the ace that the Dragon Country's cell phone industry was counting on this time, but without seeing the person with his own eyes, he always felt that his heart was not solid. "President Chen, you can rest assured. Although the wolves are surrounding us right now, with Fruit and Samsung all eyeing the top spot. But Flint Technology has long been different from what it used to be. The wall-breaking plan was successfully completed, and all core cell phone parts have achieved epoch-making localization. We are well prepared, and this time, the number one spot on the global ranking is not Dragon Country's." His words carried a strange infectious power, causing President Chen's taut nerves to involuntarily loosen up. "That's good. That's good. The Dragon Country's cell phone industry has been subject to constraints over the years, with core components relying on imports. The completion of the wall-breaking program is of historic significance to our country. And you, as the initiator, deserve a lot of credit. Perhaps it might even be written into the history books." Baishu waved his hand, a bland smile floating at the corner of his mouth. "President Chen, you flatter me. I just did what I could. As for whether or not it will make it into the history books, that is not something I should consider. In life, it's good to have a clear conscience." "What a good one to have a clear conscience!" President Chen heartily exclaimed, touched by Baishu's open-mindedness. "The young people nowadays are really something." Baishu wasn't too used to this kind of politeness with an official tone. He preferred direct communication. After a few simple pleasantries, he got up to take his leave. "President Chen, I've just come from Magic City. I'm a bit tired after traveling, so I won't delay your work. See you at the summit site tomorrow." President Chen raised his hand in a gesture as a response. Baishu returned to the resting place arranged by the organizers and walked straight into Summer's room, asking Summer to help massage and relax. He had wanted to call Zhao Yingxuan as well, but Zhao Yingxuan seemed to still be a bit embarrassed. His mind had not yet completely changed, and he might not be willing to do so on this occasion, so he let it go. Early the next morning, Baishu woke up from the summer bed, took the technical specialist Lin Jingxian, went to the cell phone summit venue. The venue was located in the largest exhibition hall in the imperial capital. The centerpiece was a huge platform on which high-definition live broadcasting equipment was arranged for real-time broadcasting to the world. Below the platform, there were base camps arranged in a radial pattern, with each base camp representing an exhibiting cell phone manufacturer. As far as the eye can see, more than 100 manufacturers from all over the world have gathered. This year was the main venue of the Dragon Kingdom, and President Chen deliberately arranged Flint Technology's base camp in the location closest to the platform. This was the area with the best view of the entire venue and the most clear view of each vendor's display data, which was a clear indication of the importance attached to Flint Technology. When the hands of the overhead clock accurately pointed to 9 o'clock sharp, President Chen, holding a microphone, walked onto the platform under the guidance of the chasing lights. At the same time, the global live signal was turned on, and countless viewers who were concerned about the dynamics of science and technology instantly flocked to the live rooms of major media platforms. Inside the venue, the media reporters who had already set up their long guns and short cannons were also holding their breath and focusing on this annual event in the technology sector. President Chen slightly pressed down with both hands, and the clamor on the scene and in the live broadcast room quickly subsided. "Welcome to the Global Mobile Phone Summit. At this summit, a total of 168 cell phone manufacturers from all over the world are participating in the competition, competing together for the comprehensive strength of software and hardware. The final global mobile phone ranking will be determined by the professional evaluation of the organizing committee's expert panel, combined with the real-time voting results from the global audience. The champion of the last summit was won by Fruit. So this year, who will the champion go to? Let's wait and see. Now, I announce this year's Global Mobile Phone Summit officially opens. As the words fell, thunderous applause instantly erupted from the scene and the live broadcast room. Cell phones had long become the centerpiece of modern life, and this technological feast naturally attracted countless gazes. It's finally started. Can't wait. Last year, in order to buy a Fruit cell phone but cut a kidney, feel all week. If there is really a heavenly black technology, another kidney is not impossible to consider. I don't care about anything else, I want Flint technology to reach the top this year. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room brushed the screen. In the midst of all the anticipation, the summit process officially started. The first cell phone manufacturer to take the stage was the Elf cell phone from overseas. The parameters were moderate, barely reaching the threshold of high-end machines, but there was nothing particularly eye-catching. The audience watching the live broadcast and even some of the attendees on the scene felt a little lack of interest. Then came the second and third. Most of the cell phone parameters on display are mediocre, and some of them are even worse than the Butterfly Scissors cell phone launched by Flame Technology in the early days. The process was similar. It's like a collection of small conferences one after another. The only difference is that the Mobile Phone Summit brings the global launch events together on one stage to determine the final winner. Summer, who was sitting in Flint Technologies' base camp, couldn't help but yawn and muttered in a low voice to Baishu next to him. "Boss, these foreign manufacturers look a bit weak. Some of the parameters are not as good as our earliest Butterfly shears. How do they have the courage to come to the summit? Aren't they afraid of losing face?" Baishu laughed dryly and explained in a low voice, "Most of the manufacturers who came to participate are focusing on participation. Apart from the few giants at the tip of the pyramid, many manufacturers do assembly machines. For them, if they can show their faces at the summit and make the news, it's considered a success. Ranking or not, it's not the most important thing." "Oh." Summer nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "When will it be the turn of those giants to go on?" Baishu recalled the flowchart given by President Chen yesterday. "I guess it will take longer. President Chen has placed the stronger the cell phone manufacturers, the later the order of appearance. We are the last finale to appear, representing Dragon Country." "Oh." Summer nodded. Baishu patiently watched a few more manufacturers' presentations, which were still lackluster assembly line introductions. The first half of the World Cell Phone Summit was a pure waste of time. Baishu spat in his heart, then naturally turned sideways and rested his head on Summer's elastic legs. "Summer, I'll squint for a while. Wake me up when the really weighty vendors come on." "Okay, boss." Summer responded, adjusting her sitting position so that White Tree could rest more comfortably. Time passed slowly in the slightly dull display. One vendor after another completed their appearances. Finally, there were only the last two heavyweights left on the scene who had yet to make their debut, namely Fruit Company and Tunnel Fire Technology. According to its past seniority and global share, Tunnel Fire Technology was not qualified for the grand finale. But this year is the home of the Dragon Kingdom. The organizer, President Chen, naturally want to give their most promising trump card enterprises this special preferential treatment. Summer gently shook White Tree's arm. "Boss, wake up. The Fruit cell phone is going to be on stage." Baishu violently opened his eyes, his consciousness instantly pulling out of his shallow sleep. The comfortable sofas of the VIP room and the faint fragrance of Summer's body were replaced by the suddenly elevated sound waves in the venue. He sat up straight and cast his gaze sharply at the central platform. Under the limelight, the CEO of the Fruit Company, Mr. Zhou, strutted onto the stage with his trademark confident smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, technology enthusiasts around the world." Gangmaster Chow's voice traveled throughout the room through the top sound system, clear and magnetic, instantly suppressing all the whispers. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room also instantly exploded. Coming. Fruit Daddy is here. Look at this momentum, it feels like this year is stable again. Master Chow is still so model-like. I wonder what big moves are being held back this year." Master Chow looked around the room, his eyes seemed to intentionally or unintentionally linger for 0 seconds in the direction of the base camp where White Tree was located, and the corner of his mouth hooked up an imperceptible arc. "Innovation is the gene of the Fruit Company. Leading the future is our mission. Today, what we bring is not a simple iteration, but a redefinition of the mobile smart experience." As his power-filled words fell, the giant HD screen in the center of the stage instantly lit up. There was no complicated opening animation, and it directly cut to the chase. Two three-dimensional models of cell phones with an extremely minimalist design language, yet exuding a sense of the future, slowly rotated. First, let's say goodbye to the traditional visual boundaries. Allow me to show the world photon matrix display. Photon matrix display. Zhou's voice rose steeply. The screen image switches to show a schematic of the screen's microstructure and explosive parameters. Peak brightness, 10,000 nits, far beyond the thousands of nits of any current flagship. Dynamic contrast ratio 10:0:0:0 to 1. 100% DCI-P3 wide color gamut coverage. Adaptive 144 Hz infinite refresh rate. Extreme HDR range of 0.0001 nits to 10,000 nits. Micron-sized pixel array self-illumination technology to eliminate halo and light leakage. 300% improvement in sunlight visibility. As soon as the parameters were announced, the scene instantly resounded with an uncontrollable gasp. My God! 10,000 nits? These screen parameters are from a science fiction movie, right? The contrast ratio has broken 10 million? How can this be compared? This screen alone is worth the price of admission. Technical specialist Lin Jingxian sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his eyes glaring round behind his glasses, his fingers unconsciously sliding rapidly on the tablet computer, seemingly confirming the authenticity of the data, his face full of disbelief. Impossible. This level of brightness and dynamic range cannot be supported by the existing material science and drive technology. The power consumption would be a disaster. How did they do it? Summer was also startled by the exaggerated parameters and subconsciously grabbed onto Baishu's arm. Boss, this is too much, right? Our screen. Baishu's expression remained calm, but his eyes became unusually focused, like the most sophisticated scanner, carefully analyzing every detail and parameter on the screen. Baishu gently patted the back of Summer's hand, signaling a moment of peace. The brain was running at high speed. Photonic matrix. Micrometer scale self-luminescence. This is by no means along the lines of OLED or LED. Is it some kind of brand new display technology? The Joes are really bringing out the crushing tech. Interesting. If I hadn't already completed the wall-breaking program, I really wouldn't have been able to do it. Baishu muttered out of the corner of his mouth. Apparently satisfied with the reaction from the stage, Master Chow paused for a moment to let the shock continue to fester before continuing to throw out a second heavy bomb. However, the true future lies not only in what you see, but also in how you feel it and how you become one with it. With the sensor matrix and intelligent neurochip, we have done all of this. Today, I officially open the era of fruit neural interaction. Master Joe's voice took on a mysterious compelling power, his voice gradually rising high. Through our exclusively developed ultra-high sensitivity bioelectric sensing array and deep learning neural algorithm model, your cell phone will no longer be just a tool. It can sense your emotional state. Is it focused and relaxed, or tense and excited? It understands your intentions. A lingering glance, an unconscious slight twitch of a finger can become a precise command input. It can anticipate your needs before you open your mouth, before you slide the screen to look for it, presenting the information or function you are most likely to need in the most appropriate location. True intelligence starts with understanding the mind. Let the device become an extension of your mind, and let the interaction return to the most natural intuition. This time, the venue fell into a brief silence, and then erupted into even more violent chatter than earlier. This has gone beyond the scope of hardware parameters, touching the forefront of human-computer interaction, that is, AI intelligence, giving new life to the phone. AI cell phone? Is this legal? What about privacy? It's so cool. This is the future. Fruit is going to heaven. It's over. It feels like other manufacturers can wash their hands of it. Chapter 88. Since you don't speak martial virtue, don't blame me for turning on the heat. Master Chow paused for a moment, his eyes scanning the live broadcast room and the surprised reactions of the audience below. The heart was very satisfied. There was even a feeling of great pleasure. Then his gaze rested on the white tree base camp for a moment, revealing a provocative light. Isn't your biochip very powerful? Tyrannical fruit cell phone a chip 32 times the performance? If you pile up the performance alone, I'm afraid that if you pile it up until you die, you won't be able to surpass the biochip. But you must not have thought about it, right? I changed to track, not with you than the chip performance, than the chip intelligence. The future is the era of artificial intelligence. The Fruit Company is the first company to open the cell phone intelligence. This is a feat that can be called the opening of the sky and the earth. Don't struggle. Mr. Bai. How can your small workshop's efforts of just a few months compare to Fruit's decades of hard work? Before, you thought you could rise to the top. But that's just the mercy of the strong. I'm afraid Flint Technology hasn't even touched on artificial intelligence, right? I'm afraid it hasn't even developed a neural network chip, right? The strongest will always be the main theme of this world. A short silence passed. Stormy applause came. The strength of the sound in it was as if it was going to shatter the surrounding glass. Slap. It's true that the Fruit phone lives up to its name. Combining the chip and artificial intelligence, making the phone take on intelligence. Completely opening the intelligent era. Holy. Last time I already cut a kidney and sold it to buy a Fruit phone. Now it's coming out with an even more shocking product? I'm even more heartened. Should I cut the second kidney and sell it too or not? Cut. This is an artificial intelligence phone. Not that kind of junk smartphone. It looks like this year's cell phone summit will be the first for Fruit phones again. Isn't this something that's not in doubt? Why are you still talking so uncertain? Other phones are piling up hardware data, and Fruit is already playing with artificial intelligence. This is a dimensional blowdown. Who can do it? Originally, I thought that Fusilier Technologies' manufactured cell phone could reach the top. Now it seems that Flint Technology is still inferior to Fruit Company. The strong are always strong. The Fruit Company earns a lot of money and then puts a lot of money into research and development, one step ahead of the other. This crushing of technology really leaves no chance for those who come after them. Summer, who was sitting next to White Tree, as well as the other members of the Fusilier team, were all dryly confused when they saw the Fruit Company release their artificial intelligence cell phone. My goodness! How did the Fruit Company even come up with an artificial intelligence cell phone? According to this situation, it was basically impossible for Flint Technologies' cell phone to take first place. It can only come in second. Hey! The crowd sighed. After working so hard for so long, can only be second? Naturally, they were very unwilling. But what can be done about it? Technology crushes. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. There was no cheating or human feelings. Lin Jingxian also came back to his senses from the shock of the screen parameters, his brows locked, his expression incomparably grave. Divine intelligence chip, coupled with neural algorithms, actually got an artificial intelligence by them. My mama! This is also too terrifying. Who can beat it? The Fruit Company's technological innovation is too terrifying. Summer was in a low mood, her small mouth slightly open. Boss, Fruit Mobile is also too exaggerated. In order to win against us, it even puts up artificial intelligence. This makes me want to curse. The corners of Summer's mouth moved for a while, and she suddenly uttered such a sentence to vent her anger. Seeing this, Bai Shu also felt very surprised. Getting the AI out? And then synthesize it in a cell phone? That's really thoughtful. I haven't really thought about adding artificial intelligence on top of a new cell phone. Baixu murmured. But it was impossible for him to just like that give up the number one position to the Fruit Company. Although he was caught off guard by the Fruit Company. But I have hangings. When I encountered one that I couldn't beat, I am all hanging on the spot. The original participation in the cell phone summit was to fight for the country and earn shock value at the same time. How can I retreat? Can't retreat a little. Boss, are you listening to me or not? Summer waited in place for a while, didn't hear Bai Shu's voice, raised his head and looked. Bai Shu was actually quietly dumbfounded. Are you polite? Your competitor has been speaking on stage for half a day. Said to crush you. You are dazed. Interrupted by Summer, White Tree came back to his senses and smiled faintly at Summer. Give me the thigh. What? Summer's voice was suddenly a few decibels higher. I said give me thighs. I'm a little sleepy. It's more comfortable to squint on your lap for a while. Shirayuki spoke with a straight face, not looking like he was joking at all. Are you serious? Even if you were just gawking, after being woken up by me, you still want to sleep? Not only was Summer's gaze odd, even the gazes of Zhao Yingxuan and Lin Jingxian beside him were equally odd. I've seen outrageous ones. I really haven't seen anything this outrageous. Bai Shu felt the gazes around him and also smiled sarcastically. I want to enter the Black Technology chat group of the heavens and the worlds to start hanging ah. I have no choice but to do so. Can only come up with this next trick. Of course. Bai Shu would not tell this secret to anyone. What are all looking at me for? Boss, your opponent is having a launch. It's going to kill someone. Summer beamed. I know. Isn't the Fruit Company launch party still a while away? Shiraki asked rhetorically. Yes, there's still some time before it ends. But. Originally, Summer was about to say something else, but she was interrupted by White Tree waving her hand. All right. Don't but. I'm going to squint for a while now to refresh myself. You can tell me when we're on. After White Tree finished speaking, she ignored Summer's refusal and directly rested her head on Summer's thigh. Soft and soft. Very comfortable. There was also a faint smell of seafood. Bai Shu just felt it slightly before opening the chat group space. Ding, the group master is now online. As the chat group's beep sounded in the group, the Red Queen replied back in seconds as usual. The Red Queen had already listed the chat group as the highest sequence. There were processes staying in the chat group every moment. Naturally, she was able to reply in seconds. Group Master, you're finally online. I've already prepared the 1000 T-virus gene reagent samples that you asked me to prepare earlier. The corresponding technology can also be immediately sent to you in red packets. May I ask if I should send you a red packet now? Bai Shu smiled and smacked his lips, then with a thought, he entered a message in the input box and sent it. Don't send me the T-virus gene reagent yet. I don't have time for that right now. I have something more important to ask for your help. Chapter 89, Super Artificial Intelligence Hatsune Miku. Group Master, is there a problem? Don't worry. As long as I can do it, I'll fix it for you. Red Light sent out this message in the chat group, then added a lowly emoji exclusive to the Red Queen behind it. Bai Shu was about to say something. Suddenly another Iron Man avatar popped up in the chat group. Tony, I heard that the group owner needs help. I'm coming. If anyone dares to bully my group leader, I'll directly send tens of thousands of missiles red packets over. Bai Shu sniffed. A black line ran through his head. Ma! Terrorists? Tens of thousands of missiles? I'm afraid it would be fine to start a massive epic war. Still, Tony's words had still opened up a whole new line of thought. About cell phone summits, of course. Rather, it was about arms. White Tree was preparing to enter the military industry. Then after entering the military industry, it would inevitably have something to do with arms trading. Ha! Smuggling arms is fine. With the Black Tech chat group, we can constantly transport arms from the Iron Man world. What the hell? It's perfect transportation. ING told you. I'm too conservative. With a Black Tech chat group, why do you need to be coy about developing cell phones? I should have known that after accumulating the original capital, I would have smuggled arms. This world will always be the most profitable for arms smuggling. What the hell? Let's do it. The next step is to take the road of arms smuggling. After pondering in his mind for a while, and not forgetting about business, Bai Shu instantly typed a message into the chat group. Tony, we don't have to be so violent. Missiles and whatnot, let's talk about it later. Now you guys listen to me first. White Tree said this, pressed the send button, paused for a moment, and then instantly began to write a small essay, sending all the dilemmas he was currently encountering on the chat group. Red Queen, are you saying that your competitor created a cell phone with artificial intelligence? And then the cell phone you developed couldn't compete and came to us for help? White Tree, right. That's exactly how it is. I hope you can give me a solution that will allow to win the first place in the cell phone summit. Red Queen, Group Master, that's not an AI, is it? How can a strong AI be that simple? Bai Shu thought deeply. I also think that the opposite side is definitely an artificial retard. At most, it's a weak AI, it can't be compared to you. Red Queen, that's natural. I am a strong AI. And my creators have said that I'm the most human-like AI. White Tree, so do you have any solutions? Red Queen. Group Master, you are asking about an AI, and I don't even know my own source code. There is no way to help you solve it. Or if you look for my creator, there is a possibility to help you. The Red Queen creator? That doctor? It was impossible to find it at all. Shiraki smacked his lips, not dying on a tree. Tony. If I remember correctly, you also personally created an AI by the name of Jarvis, right? Do you have any solutions? Tony sent a picture of Iron Man in the chat group. It was followed by a piece of language in it. Group leader. You got it. I am the creator of the Super AI Jarvis. About that question you just asked, just ask me. Tony paused as he said this, and the voice within the chat group continued to ring out again. There is a very simple way to do this. I'll send you the source code for Jarvis. You install it on the server and then just plug it into your cell phone. Following this method, although it relies on a cloud server, your cell phone has a truly strong artificial intelligence. Bai Shu sniffed. It didn't even bring hesitation. His goal was to win the cell phone summit and earn shock value. As long as he could win, it was fine. What did it matter if it relied on cloud intelligence or not? Of course. Bai Shu's goal was also just to win the cell phone summit. He wasn't going to bring a cell phone with artificial intelligence to the market. After all, the risk was a bit high. And the laws on artificial intelligence were not sound. Then let's do it your way. Send me the red packet. Quick. As Bai Shu's voice fell, a Group Master exclusive Red Queen popped up within the chat group. Ding. Group member Tony has sent you an exclusive red packet, please collect it as soon as possible. Claim it immediately. Congratulations on obtaining the source code USB flash drive of the Super AI Jarvis. Bai Shu got the USB flash drive and immediately exited from within the chat group space. Time was tight now. The task was heavy. He had to install the AI into Fusilier Technologies servers first. Boss. You finally woke up? Summer moved her beautiful legs, feeling that they were a bit sore and numb on top. You just said that you would squint for a while resting on my leg, but as a result, where did you just put your head? Every time she thought of this, Summer's face was on fire. At this time, Bai Shu didn't have the time to ignore Summer. Where's my laptop? It's here. Zhao Yingquan handed over Bai Shu's laptop. Bai Shu took the laptop and after physically disconnecting the laptop from the network, he inserted the USB flash drive that materialized from the chat group. It was carefully examined. There was no problem found with the source code. Subsequently, Bai Shu then added the highest authority source code to Jarvis source code. Super AI name Hatsune. AI code 1, completely obey White Tree's orders. Artificial intelligence code 2, no activity can be performed without White Tree's orders. AI code 3, if no instructions are received from White Tree for 3 consecutive days, a self-destruct program will be initiated to destroy the source code. White Tree's idea was simple. It was just to get Hatsune to serve herself. At the same time, avoiding the emergence of strong AIs that would lead to chaos in this society. So, he set up these 3 supreme laws. Ever since Hatsune was born, these 3 supreme laws were integrated into the source code. Even if Hatsune was an AI from Tony's world, it wouldn't be able to turn any waves. After Baishu finished inputting the 3 supreme laws and made sure that there were no problems, he instantly pressed the send button, sending the source code to Fusilier Technologies' backup server. Of course, the data was encrypted. Although there was still a risk. But there was nothing more he could do. It could only minimize the risk. The source code of the artificial intelligence Hatsune came down the network to Fusilier Technologies' backup server. In just half a second, it began to operate. Super AI Hatsune is being installed. Super AI Hatsune is initializing. Super AI Hatsune is detecting the information of the permission owner. Detection complete. The highest authority owner is Shiraki, fingerprint information is XXX, iris information is, biological information is, genetic information is. Chapter 90. The Dragon Kingdom has always been about the weak winning over the strong. Who the hell says the weak can't kill the strong? Ding! Super AI Hatsune Miku activated successfully. Honorable Master Shiraki. Hatsune at your service. Baishu looked at the prompt that popped up on his laptop and his heart was ecstatic. Successful. This meant that Flint Technology could still take first place in the cell phone summit. White Tree asked Summer to take the wireless headphones and put them on his ears. This way, it would be possible to have a conversation with Hatsune anytime, anywhere. Hatsune, can you hear my voice? Shiraki reached out his hand and flicked the wireless headset, and with a very small voice, he opened his mouth next to the headset. The smallness of his voice was so small that it could only be recognized by the wireless headset that was close by. Creator. I can hear it. Hatsune's somewhat droll voice came from the wireless headset. That's good. You take a segment of the diversion program and transmit it to the top of the star phone I developed. Then operate it according to my instructions. Hatsune replied, no problem. Before Baishu's star phone could even install the smart program, a loud voice came from the mobile summit stage. Please welcome the last cell phone manufacturer, Flint Technology, to bring us a brand new technological product. Baishu heard President Chen's voice on the stage. There was a moment of silence. He had an urge to curse. Hatsune's intelligent program was being transferred to the top of the phone. Can't it be a few minutes late? What a damn thing. Boss, it's our turn. Shall we go on now? Summer poked Baishu's sleeve, her voice a little nervous. Because just now, the boss was all still typing on the computer. Obviously doing some sort of remediation or something. Now it's all going on. You're just coming to remedy it. Is it too late? Baishu sniffed, gritted his teeth, and spoke on. You take what you prepared in advance. Leave the rest to me without worry. Okay. Summer nodded. In his right hand, he held the large box that had been prepared long ago, which contained Tunnel Fire Technologies' newly developed high-end cell phone, the Star Mobile phone, as well as all of the cell phone accessories that were completed by the wall-breaking program. Although Summer had no idea whether Star could take first place. There was no spectrum in his heart. But as long as the best effort is done, even if there are regrets, it could only be remedied next time. At this time, the global broadcast room was boiling. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were all clear in their support for White Tree. The Lighthouse Kingdom as well as the others were all clear to disparage foreigners' live broadcast pop-ups. It's awesome. The Dragon Country has actually designated a cell phone manufacturer that has yet to step out of the country as the final grand finale brand. It's so damn laughable. Tunnel Fire Technology and Deva can be in the final finale? Shady. Absolutely properly shady. Seriously suspect Dragon Country, because Dragon Country is the host venue this year, so it's giving its namesake cell phone manufacturers lines to facilitate operations. Rubbish Tunnel Fire Technology. The name just says it all. Moving is benchmarking fruits. Moving is biochip exploding fruits at chip 32 times performance. This is not funny? These days who still plays with you against cell phone hardware performance? Our fruit company has directly play AI. It's not the same track as you know? I'm afraid you don't even know what AI is. I really don't know why you Longwa people are so after Tunnel Fire Technology. Is it because you've been brainwashed? You guys simply don't understand what is called technology. In this world, the strongest is always the main theme. When my fruit phone pulled out an AI phone, why aren't you arrogant? Dragon Nation's live streaming pop-up screen. Finally waiting for Tunnel Fire Technology. I've been a true fan of Tunnel Fire Technology since the Butterfly Clipper phone. I'm now very much looking forward to Tunnel Fire Technology's next phone. To be able to be arranged by the Dragon Kingdom to appear at the finale, it must have its own high-tech that can hold its own. I believe in our national enterprises. One step at a time. Tunnel Fire Technology will bring us surprises. Baishu actually didn't have the time to look at the pop-ups in the live broadcast. He was already holding the microphone. It was time to come to the center stage of the cell phone show. Bai Shu was already open. The goal was to get first place in the cell phone summit. Let the Dragon Kingdom's spine straighten out. Let the world be impressed by China's cell phone industry. Cough up. With the chasing lights hitting Bai Shu held the microphone and coughed dryly twice. It resembled the coughing sound of a junior high school principal before giving a speech. Bai Shu waited for the crowd's attention to focus on him before he began to speak. He was clear about the goal of his trip, which was to make things happen. The bigger the matter was made, the better. Only by making things big, he would be able to earn more shock value. Everyone. I'm White Tree, the founder of Tunnel Fire Technology. Bai Shu roughly introduced the beginning, after the beginning, then turned to the next page of the PPT. Since you want to make things happen, then it must be benchmarked against the friends of the business. Fruit Phone wants to skip comparing the performance of cell phone hardware, thus comparing artificial intelligence. However, Bai Shu would not let the fruit company get what he wanted. What he wants is to crush. All-round crushing. Just now I heard someone say that the strongest is the main theme of this world. The later ones feeling that there is a chance for them to come up later is nothing more than the strong taking pity on the weak. Bai Shu had just opened his mouth. The smell of gunpowder was thick. It was a direct counterpoint to Zhou's mockery. The heat was directly fired up. Bai Shu could feel the shock value rising in the chat group space, with tens or even hundreds of thousands of shock values jumping every second. I'm going. There's that flavor now. Cool. It's really worthy of being a national enterprise of the Dragon Kingdom, choosing to tough it out as soon as it opens its mouth. I'm very happy in my heart when I heard Mr. Bai's words with so much backbone. Because if Mr. Bai always has the backbone to say something, that means he can crush the fruit cell phone. I'm already putting up my bedpan to watch the live broadcast. Witness history. Longwei can really witness history. Fight. Give me a hard hit. Suppress the fruit's cell phone. After Master Chow returned to the base camp, seeing Bai Shu take this sentence again, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a wave of mockery. Really a lifetime to be strong Oriental enterprise. I even moved out the artificial intelligence cell phone, now you are still refusing to admit defeat? Then I want to see what kind of backbone you have. At that time, after you lose, you can't blame me for being slapped in the face. Master Chow has already seen the final result of the cell phone summit. Must be Fruit cell phone to take first place. As for the second place who? That's a little hard to say. At this time Bai Shu's faint voice came over. Now what I want to say is, that sentence above is bull. In the 5,000 years of the Chinese nation, has there ever been a war where the weak didn't win over the strong? Although the strong is always strong is the main winning rate of the world, but who the hell stipulates that the weak can't kill the strong? Bai Shu's voice carried some hostility. Chapter 91. Do you think you're going to win? I wonder if you've ever heard of a strong AI. Bai Shu's voice carried some hostility. It was like a gangster. But now that it fell on the sons and daughters of the Chinese nation, it felt somewhat grounded and very fitting. Master Chow listened to what White Tree said. His throat was choked for a moment. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are really sharp-tongued. I hope that you can still remain untamed later on. At this time, Bai Shu's faint voice came over again. Well, there's not much nonsense below. I'll start the formal introduction. A cell phone newly developed by Flint Technology. The name is Star Cell Phone. The exterior design is based on the starry sky, beautiful and absolutely in line with human aesthetics. Come. Now I'll start introducing the parameters of this cell phone. First, brush the heart chip of the cell phone. Just now I heard a live broadcast from a friendly company. The chip in their phone is a neural network intelligence chip. I compared the chip performance. The Star Cell Phone biochip exploded to kill the friend's neural network intelligence chip 64 times its performance. The first generation biochip was bursting to kill 32 times the performance, and now it's the second generation biochip, directly bursting to kill 64 times the performance. I'm skeptical that Friendly's chip can support the operation of artificial intelligence or not. Or maybe the AI that Friendly is talking about is just a gimmick and doesn't count as AI at all. That I doubt. As Bai Shu's voice fell, the number of pop-ups in the live broadcast room increased even more, and countless people were posting pop-ups as their emotions were tickled to an unprecedented high. Now Mr. Bai has openly questioned the fruit phone. Very bullish. It's really going to be a fight. Who is the deer in the end? I'm just a melon-eating listener. But I really hope that Flint Technology can win. After all, this is fighting for our country. Xiao Gangmaster's face was a bit ugly as he listened to Bai Shu's voice. He didn't expect Bai Shu to keep grabbing his own pains and not letting go. Ever since the birth of Tunnel Fire Technology's biochip, the fruit company's chip had been at a disadvantage. And it was the kind that was suppressed by the biochip until it couldn't raise its head. There was no solution to this. Unless the fruit company could also develop a chip of the same level. But soon. The frowning brow of Master Zhou slowly stretched out. Even his mood was much more relaxed. Because these were all small problems. Artificial intelligence gave too many bonus points to the Fruit cell phone. As long as Tunnel Fire Technologies' Star phone didn't have artificial intelligence, it was the Fruit company that took first place. This point, Master Chiao was very sure. At this time, Baishu's faint voice came over again. The following introduces the second item of cell phone hardware, the screen. Star phone's Kunlun mirror screen burst kill Fruit company's screen 3 times performance. Next parameter again. Cell phone camera. Star cell phone's camera exploding to kill the Fruit company's camera 10 times the parameter. Baishu introduced the hardware of the cell phone one by one. Every time he introduced a parameter, he would benchmark it against the Fruit cell phone. At first, he also gave the Fruit cell phone a little face and replaced it with a friend. However, the latter thought, anyway, they have torn their faces. What do you still care about face? It directly used the Fruit cell phone to tear up. After Baishu introduced all the cell phone parameters, it was as if the Fruit company had been wheeled around. All round. Comprehensive. The whole angle of the crush. If you looked at the hardware alone, Fruit company didn't have any ability to resist. Holy! It didn't occur to me at all that Fusilier technology, which completed the wall-breaking program, would be that strong. From the beginning, when it couldn't even manufacture a cell phone chip, to now's all-round hardware crushing, Flint technology has indeed carried the flag of domestic cell phones. Not true. It is leading the world. The only pity is that there is no artificial intelligence module. Artificial intelligence is a brand new technology in the mobile phone summit. The weight is just too great. Even if the Star cell phone is great, it can't compare to a Fruit cell phone with artificial intelligence. What a pity. Flint technology almost took first place in the mobile phone summit ranking. Master Chiao sat in the base camp, patiently listening to Baishu's benchmarking. His face was all black. Have you opened the conference like this? Completely glued to the Fruit company to fight. A little respite is not given. Although Joe Gangmaster feels that the Fruit phone, with the artificial intelligence module, can still take the first place in the cell phone summit. But I don't know why. He just wasn't happy. Although it can win the first place in the ranking, but the reputation stinks. It can be imagined that. After today, how would the news reporters outside report that the Fruit cell phone was useless except for the AI module? The entire set of hardware was crushed by Tunnel Fire Technologies' Star phone. Nonsense. Do I still want to lose face? You actually messed with me like that. Even if you were to use a friend of the company, it would be better. You used a Fruit phone directly afterward, openly competing with the standard. Nonsense. Baishu screwed up. Master Joe was not happy at all. It seems that the Fruit cell phone is to take the first. Actually lost a reputation. At the same time, Baishu is on the launch stage, holding a microphone, completely unprepared to go down. Because he still has a more important parameter that has not been announced. This parameter is one that can be hammered out. That was the artificial intelligence. I don't know if you guys have noticed. Mr. Bai has already introduced all the hardware of the phone, but is still standing on the stage. President Chen also has no intention of letting Mr. Bai go down. Doesn't that mean there's still a big move yet to be released? Could it be that Baishu had been standing on the stage? Gangmaster Chiao was instantly apprehensive. Just now, the Fruit phones were all disliked by Chief Bai. He couldn't wait to walk onto the stage and drag Chief White down. As a result, treadmill. Mr. White was still standing on the stage looking over with a smile. There was no sense of preparation to go down in the slightest. What in the world is the situation? At this moment, Baishu was like a big brother who had already cultivated absolute martial arts and could give the crowd a very great sense of oppression just by standing in place. White Tree was waiting for Hatsune's AI detachment software to be installed on his cell phone. Because the artificial intelligence was relatively large. And it needed to reshape the source code, transferring it on top of the unfamiliar cell phone system. The task was relatively large. It's not even finished yet. But it's very soon. Just now, Baishu heard Hatsune's prompt that it was 99% complete. Ding! Dear creator, Hatsune has already installed a segment of the Intelligent Program Split app on top of the Star phone as you requested. When Baishu heard this, he instantly felt that the sky had dawned. Gangmaster Chiao, do you think you're securely in first place? I wonder if you've ever heard of strong artificial intelligence. Chapter 92. The future is defined by Tunnel Fire Technology. The gangly smile at the corner of Baishu's mouth suddenly bloomed. Like an ignited fuse. He casually tapped his fingers on the smooth metal edge of the lectern. It made a crisp diz sound. It was unusually clear in the suddenly quiet venue. Shiraki trailed off with a bit of teasing chagrin. Look at my memory. Focusing on counting down the inadequate hardware of friends, I almost forgot about the grand finale, the heart, or rather, the soul of our Star cell phone. Baishu deliberately paused for a moment. His gaze was like a substantial searchlight, accurately sweeping over the area where Chiao Gangmaster, who was grimacing on the stage, was located, before he slowly turned to the camera. Artificial Intelligence Module. I don't suppose there's anyone out there who thinks that relying on this contraption is a sure thing, is there? Shiraki's voice was not high, but it carried a certainty that he was in control of the whole situation. The venue instantly exploded, buzzing with chatter like a tidal wave. The live streaming pop-up screen even went directly crazy. What did Mr. Bai just say? Star also has an AI, impossible. There wasn't a single rumor before. Wait, what Mr. Bai said was almost forgot, meaning he already knew about it and intentionally left it until the end. Here it comes. I told you that there must be something when Mr. Bai stood there and didn't leave. It's burning up. This expression of Mr. Bai's face, absolute. Gangmaster Qiao's face is green. Gangmaster Qiao's hand on his knee clenched violently, his knuckles whitening. An icy chill instantly ran up from his tailbone to the top of his head. Impossible. How could Flint Technology break through the barrier of strong artificial intelligence in such a short period of time? It must be a bluff. It was a gimmick. He forced down his churning mind and stared at the figure on the stage. That's right. Our Star mobile phone, equipped with, is the Hatsune Artificial Intelligence System. As if White Tree had heard Master Qiao's inner growl, his smile grew even wider, with a bit of gangly provocation. He lightly snapped his fingers. In the next second, the lights of the entire launch stage dimmed, only the huge screen behind Bai Shu lit up. A young girl's image composed of pure light and shadow, as if born from a sea of stars, elegantly coalesced, rotated, and finally landed lightly in the center of the screen. She had long sea blue hair, the tips of which were dotted with fine points of light like stardust, and her eyes were clear and soulful, as if they contained the wisdom of the entire universe. The image was not a simple 3D modeling. Rather, it is full of the texture of life and an ineffable sense of realism. Every subtle change in expression is incredibly natural. Hello everyone, I'm Hatsune, the artificial intelligence partner of the Star Mobile. The young girl's voice rang out, clear, pleasant, with just the right temperature and a hint of playfulness, instantly capturing everyone's ears. The texture of this voice was worlds apart from the slightly stiff and patterned AI at the fruit launch. This modeling. The voice, it's too natural. An overwhelming chorus of astonishment resounded from the stage. I know everyone has a lot of questions. For example, how am I different from the other AIs in cell phones? Hatsune smiled, her gaze seeming to penetrate the screen and see every member of the audience. Hatsune tilted her head slightly, her long navy blue hair flowing with a halo of light. The biggest difference is that I'm not a pre-programmed program, but a partner with the ability to self-learn and create. I can truly understand you, accompany you, and even grow with you. Demonstrate? White Tree hugged his arms and leaned against the lectern like a guide. Okay. Hatsune nodded, her skirt made of light and shadow fluttering gently. Demo 1, Deep Understanding and Creation. Shiraki hummed a random out-of-tune melody into her cell phone microphone, even a little off-key, la la la, starlight shines, that, Icefield forget it. I forgot the words, that's probably how it feels. In just a few seconds, Hatsune's voice rang out, keywords captured, starlight, Icefield. Combining the melodic tone and emotional inclination of the humming, attempting to create a full clip for you. A beautiful pentatonic score and filled-in lyrics instantly surfaced on the screen. Under the dome of the stars lyrics composition, Hatsune inspired by Mr. Shiraki starlight gently kisses the frozen wasteland, silence whispers and spreads in the chilly wind. The melody played out in sync, melodic and ethereal, perfectly fitting the mood that White Tree wanted to express but failed to do so in that off-key humming. The entire audience was in an uproar. Hatsune was too intelligent. Demo 2, Cross-Platform Real-Time Interaction and Control. Hatsune, Access Permission Detected for Live Lighting System Model, Lumos Pro 7.0 and Sound System Model, Sonus Max. Mr. White Tree, do you need to create some atmosphere in conjunction with your speech? White Tree raised an eyebrow, a technology and future feel? Roger that. As Hatsune's words fell, the lights of the entire dome of the venue suddenly changed, and a deep blue light curtain spread out like the background of the universe, with countless tiny white points of light flickering like stars. At the same time, a grand and full of technological sense of the background music seamlessly cut in, the volume is just right, both to enhance the atmosphere without overpowering the main event. All of this happened just moments after White Tree's request. Demo 3, Breakthrough Strong Intelligence Interaction. Hatsune took the initiative to speak, with a hint of cunning in her voice. Mr. White Tree, I noticed that when you introduced the hardware parameters just now, you mentioned crushing and killing several times. Considering the atmosphere of the scene and your personal style, this expression is very effective. However, based on my deep learning and analysis of human social etiquette and business negotiation strategies, do you need me to prepare a few sets of more diplomatic style expressions for you in the upcoming global marketing campaign? For example, leading performance, delivering a superior user experience, etc.? Of course, the final decision on which style to use is yours. It's not just about executing instructions anymore. It's a constructive suggestion based on a deep understanding of context, characterization, business goals, and other dimensions. It's real thinking and strategy. The ultimate demo, dimensional strike. Just when everyone was so shocked by Hatsune's performance that they couldn't speak, Hatsune's light image suddenly turned to the live camera, and her gaze seemed to be accurately looking in a certain direction, the direction of the fruit company's base camp. Oh, right. Hatsune's voice was still pleasing to the ear, but it took on an imperceptible hint of indifference that belonged to a higher dimension of existence. In order to more visually demonstrate the difference in arithmetic power and efficiency between strong AI and weak AI in processing complex information flows, she gently raised her hand, and her slender, light-shadowed fingers made imaginary points in the air. The large screen instantly split into two parts. On the left was the clear and smooth image of Hatsune. On the right, it was clearly a real-time access to the live broadcast screen of the fruit company's launch event. In the image, the shocked to the point of distortion face of Master Qiao was incomparably clear. What was even more terrifying was that at the bottom of the fruit's live feed screen, a line of code comments scrolled rapidly. Target, Fruit Phone built-in AI Core Interaction Protocol. Protocol characterization in progress, feature code locked. Establishing a simulated sandbox environment, injecting a stream of test commands. Instruction, complex situation understanding and multi-threaded task processing stress test. Response latency 372 milliseconds, error rate 18.7%, logic crash critical point measurement in progress. Conclusion, under the current load, the target AI core logic stack is at risk of overflow, optimization is recommended. Hatsune even conducted a non-destructive medical checkup of the AI core of the fruit phone in front of everyone across the network. She also displayed the medical report in real time in front of the world. Just like this. Smile. The efficiency gap is clear at a glance. Strong and weak, not a stack of parameters, but a difference in dimensions. Hatsune retracted her finger, and the image and code on the right screen instantly disappeared as she resumed her warmth. Bang! Fruit Company's main camp, the tablet computer in front of Master Joe was slammed on the desktop by his out-of-control palm, and the screen instantly shattered. His face was white, his lips trembling, his chest heaving violently, those eyes that were once full of confidence and ambition. At this moment, all that was left was great panic and incredible despair. The artificial intelligence that he was so proud of and regarded as his trump card, in front of the other party's existence named Hatsune, it was like a toddler facing the deep starry sky. The real-time display of the code analysis and conclusions, every word is like a red-hot iron, hard on his pride and the future of the company. That's not competition, that's downgrade strike. The meeting place was dead silent for a full 3 seconds. Then, like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time, it erupted into a shocking wave of sound. Applause, screams, and incredulous shouts almost toppled the roof. The live broadcast pop-up screen was completely filled with Hatsune Goddess. Strong AI. Dimensional strike. Mr. White is awesome. The fruit is finished. The frenzy flooded the room. White Tree stood in the center of the stage where light and darkness intertwined, and Hatsune's light shadow silently hovered at his side like the most loyal guardian god and the sharpest sword. White Tree picked up the microphone, and his voice carried clearly through the clamor to the entire arena and to every corner of the world. Now, is there anyone who still doubts that the Star cell phone can't take the #1 spot in the rankings of this cell phone summit? After the venue experienced the shocking dead silence of the ultimate demo, this inquiry was like a spark thrown into rolling oil. No. A mountain of responses instantly erupted, the sound waves almost toppling the roof. Number 1. The absolute proper number 1. First, it's a ing faulty number 1. Joe's face is green as a bitter melon, ha 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 ha. A descending blow, a textbook-level descending blow. Goddess Hatsune. Please accept my knees. Mr. Bai, I'm not targeting anyone, I'm saying that everyone here is trash tactical backward glance. Fruit revised the PPT overnight, Siri, that thing can be called AI? Bye. Dump your family's money and also buy the Star phone. The trademark ruffled smile at the corner of Bai Shu's mouth deepened. Enjoying this mountainous victory. His eyes once again swept across the stage to the area of the fruit camp. Master Qiao was no longer in his original position, leaving only an empty seat and a few executives beside him whose faces were ashen and their hands were at a loss. Bai Shu seemed to be able to see that once unbeatable godfather Hao in a huge blow and humiliation staggered away from the scene. It seems there are no more questions. Then below, let's invite President Chen of the Mobile Phone Summit to reveal the final ranking results of this summit for us. Bai Shu replied indifferently. The venue instantly quieted down, leaving only countless blazing gazes focused on the entrance of the passageway. The lights at the entrance of the passageway lit up, and the chairman of the Cell Phone Summit, President Chen, an old man with gray hair but sharp eyes, walked slowly onto the stage. Thank you Star Technology for the impressive launch. Chen Ming's voice was calm and steady, but his opening remarks seemed a bit dry, especially on the word impressive. He paused subtly. After the summit's jury's comprehensive evaluation of all the participating products in terms of innovation, performance, user experience, market potential, and other dimensions, I now announce the final results of this Global Mobile Phone Summit's comprehensive ranking. He opened the envelope in a slow and sullen motion, as if he was stalling for time. The entire room held its breath. The product that won first place in the comprehensive ranking of this summit is Chen Ming lifted his head, his gaze cast on Bai Shu and the Hatsune's light shadow hovering beside him, took a deep breath, and finally pronounced the name clearly. Star cell phone. Boom! The expected cheers instantly erupted like a tsunami. It was more violent than any time before. The employees of Tunnel Fire Technology jumped up in excitement, hugging each other as tears welled up in their eyes. The flashlights in the media area connected into a sea of blinding light, recording this historic moment. The live broadcast pop-ups went completely crazy. A true honor. Goddess Hatsune is invincible. Historic moment. A new era is opened by Star. Fruit, I should be under the car, not here. President Chen struggled to maintain his smile as he handed the crystal trophy symbolizing first place to Bai Shu. The trademark gangly smile at the corner of Bai Shu's mouth blossomed once again, and he turned back around in satisfaction to face the boiling crowd and the cold camera on stage. Thank you, President Chen, and thank you to the jury. Bai Shu let out a light smile, his gaze sweeping over the area on stage where the representatives of the other friendly companies were seated. Dragon Country Tunnel Fire Technology Star mobile phone wins first place in the Mobile Phone Summit, comprehensively crushing the Fruit cell phone. Who says that the weak can't later rise to the top? It's a slap in the face. Starting today. From today onwards, Tunnel Fire Technology is the benchmark. I'm standing here. Is not to prove to anyone, but to tell everyone the future of cell phones is defined by Tunnel Fire Technology. Not convinced? Come and fight. The last two words, like thunder, exploded in the venue. There were no grandiose words, only the most concise, direct, and arrogant war cry. It was filled with absolute confidence in his own strength and disdain for all challengers. After a short period of dead silence, the venue once again erupted into a landslide tsunami like frenzy. Star! 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 Define the future! Define the future! War! War! Battle! Domestic cell phones are awesome. It's really worthy of being a national enterprise.